A dozen refugees were all caught, including 8 horses and 6 mules. The Wei family took all the horses, kept only 1 mule, and shared the rest among a few hardworking families in Hualing village. Since everyone contributed, others also suffered some loss. The village had arranged for all the laborers to work house by house. He family didn't let them do anything but looked after the surviving piglets, feeding and cleaning them. He family watched from the side. Besides the refugees, Hualing village also gained 50 elite soldiers, all brought back by Wei Yuan. Because they were worried about potential revenge from the refugees and didn't know much about the others, they stayed in the village these days. Wei's mother and the village head's family paid most of the expenses, and all the women in the village cooked for the soldiers together. A big pot of rice was cooked in the yard, and its fragrant aroma spread around. At mealtime, the yard was crowded with people, and Yuji also came out to help. Everyone, you've worked hard. Eat more and drink more. Wei's mother prepared a hearty meal, and the soldiers ate happily. After dinner, Wei Qi went on patrol again, but this time he didn't need to stay overnight. After a quick walk around, he returned home. Yuji was still awake, sitting at the table drawing and writing. Why did you bring out these medical books again? Wei Qi asked. Since she stopped copying books from Zhao the doctor, Yuji hadn't looked at them for a long time. She preferred literature and painting. Yuji put down her brush, looking very serious. Wei Qi, I want to learn medicine. Do you think that's possible? Wei Qi was surprised. What are you saying? Aren't you already doing that? Yuji, am I? You help those women with their illnesses during the day, isn't that part of it? Those are just simple cases. I mean, I want to become a real female doctor.
Wei Qi smiled.
Of course, that's possible. You already memorize all these medical books. You're so impressive. Yuji shook her head. Reading on paper always feels shallow. To truly understand, you need to practice. Without experience, these books are useless because medical knowledge relies more on hands-on practice. But aren't you gaining experience at the clinic now? Yuji looked at him and suddenly smiled.
Exactly.
So, are you supporting me? Wei Qi also put away his playful smile and said, if it had been late last year before you went to the medical clinic, I might have hesitated, but now. If you want to go, just go. Yuji was confused and asked, why is that? Because my wife is very capable. Wei Qi smiled. During this time, he saw all of Yuji's efforts and hard work. Wei Qi wouldn't ask her to stay at home all the time.
And
if safety is a concern, he's not a useless man who can't protect his wife. Yuji smiled and said, I'm not that impressive. But today I saw those women are very grateful to me, and I do feel a little bit of pride. Just a little?
Wei Qi grinned.
Yuji blushed and said happily then,
just a little more. Wei Qi laughed loudly.
How is Fishy so adorable? He couldn't help but go forward and hug her. Yuji was sitting peacefully on a stool when suddenly he picked her up sideways. She blushed and asked, what are you doing? Stop looking, look again, during the day. It hurts the eyes. At night, you should sleep. But what Wei Qi saw in her eyes was more than just sleep. When he laid her down on the bed, Yuji suddenly rolled inside and said, I don't want. I want my little life. You don't. Wei Qi suddenly hushed. I remember, I've been paying special attention these past 2 days. Yuji was silent. Why are you paying attention to this normally? He's a grown man. Heartless little thing, I'm worried about your stomach hurting and you pretending to be strong to go to the medical clinic. Wei Qi mumbled as he pressed down on her, making Yuji gasp for breath. Sometimes she also felt that people could change. With Wei Qi's build, after getting used to it, she no longer felt uncomfortable. The dim yellow light made the room warm and cozy. Wei Qi kept watching her. He looked at the tiny beads of sweat on her forehead, her rosy lips that occasionally parted from his teasing. After watching enough, Wei Qi leaned down to kiss her. He held her and kissed her all around until he was satisfied. Good Fishy, you're truly my good wife. Another peaceful day. It had been 3 days since the refugee attack. Early in the morning, village head Nyo came to visit. Old Third, is Old Second soldier guarding here? Are these people afraid to come? Wei Qi nodded. Very likely. He was feeling restless, scratching his head. He always felt that this group of people was deliberately targeting him. But the enemy was in the dark, and he was in the light. He couldn't even figure out who they were. Wei Qi thought for a moment and said, "Our second brother's soldiers won't stay in our village forever. We still need to become stronger. Today, my father and my eldest brother should be able to finish making their wooden spears and bows and arrows. I will distribute them to everyone tonight when I return."
All right.
"We'll wait for you." Wei Qi took Yuji to the town. Now, the path between Fo2 town and Hualing village was full of displaced people. It was no longer the quiet scene of the past.
Yuji was a bit worried and asked.
Wei Qi said, "Don't worry. There are so many refugees, and the government has promised to give them land. These people are just staying here temporarily and won't cause trouble." When they arrived in town, Wei Qi first took Yuji to the medical clinic. I'll come to pick you up later." Yuji replied, "You're busy. Don't come during lunch. Let's eat separately." Wei Qi was a little unhappy but had to listen to his wife. Yuji went into the clinic and saw that there were quite a few people today. She washed her hands quickly and prepared to start working.
Wei Qi was right.
The refugees who wanted to cause trouble wouldn't stay nearby. Wu Jian's men were secretly watching the situation around Hualing village. There were many hills nearby, so they could hide any time. Wu Jian's team had about 100 people, roughly the same size as Hualing village. One of his men ran over and said, "Master Wu, the soldiers sent by Wei Yuan haven't left yet." Wu Jian frowned and said, "Wait a bit longer. I don't believe it. These soldiers are from the court, not Wei's family. Are they rebelling?" "I think so. That Wei-san is really hateful. I heard he's training villagers to learn martial arts." Wu Jian laughed loudly. Coming from the battlefield, am not afraid of a bunch of rough men. But second brother, how's the team you recruited? How are they doing?" Don't worry, Master Wu. Tomorrow, about 30 or 40 of them will join us.
They're all strong men."
Wu Jian nodded with satisfaction. "Once we take the good land in Hualing village and seize Guezi Mountain, you'll all be heroes of our village. Enjoy good food, drink, and have all the livestock and fertile land you want. Master Wu is mighty. Brothers, wait for Master Wu." The magistrate announced that land would be distributed to the refugees. This news quickly spread throughout Yong'an County.
Great.
They weren't just unmanaged refugees. These people all cried and mourned. Inside Fo2 town, there was also a lot of wailing. Zhao Longzhong watched from the door and sighed. The government is finally taking action. The common people are suffering. Who wouldn't want to live a good life, but end up looting and causing chaos? If they don't, they can't survive. The Inkstone heard this and disagreed, saying, "Master, there are always some ambitious people who want to take advantage of the chaos to gain power and control. Most of the displaced people are indeed good." Dr. Zhao smiled and said, "Yantai is right. There are all kinds of people." Yuji had just finished seeing a patient and came out smiling. "Master, if there are fewer displaced people, you'll be able to relax a bit."
Haha, that's true.
The shelter outside Tongren Hall is now not only a place to treat wounded soldiers, but sometimes also a resting spot for displaced people. Zhao Jian's reputation has long spread. He simply does good deeds, cooking porridge outside and sharing it with passing refugees, giving them a meal. Tongren Hall has become a place of relief and rescue in Foda Town, and Dr. Xiaoyu has become a well-known female doctor among many women. Yuji has treated many patients and is now preparing to rest. Suddenly, Yantai said, "Sister, brother-in-law, and second brother are here." Yuji looked outside and saw Wei Qi and Wei Yuan walking over together. The brothers stood out in the crowd, tall and confident. As they approached, Wei Qi quickened his pace. Yuji's heart skipped a beat, instinctively thinking something was wrong again. She went to meet them. "What's the matter?" Wei Qi directly said. People from Black Wind Village appeared again. "Second brother is leaving again today." Yuji asked, "Where to this time?" "Next to Ning'an County, Zhaoyan County." Yuji was surprised. These bandits Keep changing locations? Deliberately, Wei Yuan said. Last year, they robbed Ning'an County probably just as a test. Now they're heading to Zhaoyan County. It might be more serious this time. Yu Ji felt a little nervous. When is second brother leaving? Afternoon. Wei Qi added, are you going back now? The soldiers at home will probably go with him. Yu Ji understood what Wei Qi meant. Her village's soldiers also need to go fight the bandits. Hualing village suddenly feels isolated and helpless again. Wei Qi has to go back. Yu Ji looked at Tongren Hall, thought for a moment and said, let's go back and discuss what to do. We're done here for now. Okay. Yu Ji and Dr. Zhao exchanged greetings. Zhao Jian told them to be careful on the way. Wei Qi hurried with the horse carriage and soon returned to Wei's small courtyard. As soon as they reached the gate, many people gathered around. Third brother. How is the land division going? People are here.
Wei Qi was surprised.
People are here? Village head Niu was anxious and upset. Yes, the court really is too much. They just divide the land without telling us anything. But Zhou Lizheng went to the county town for a meeting today. We can wait for his return. Wei Yuan asked, where are the people? Everyone is near the riverbank. I asked someone to prepare food, so they can fill their stomachs first. Wei Yuan nodded. Let's go see. Along the way, the village chief heard about more bandit troubles in Zhaoyan County and looked worried. Second brother, you've worked hard. You're taking care of our village and helping to fight the bandits. It's my duty. I plan to take these 50 soldiers with me. The village will need to be more careful. Village head Niu also thought about it and sighed. Understood. Luckily, third brother has been training everyone these days, and brother Wei's wooden guns are ready. Today, we'll distribute them. We can only rely on ourselves to defend. Where are the wooden guns? Wei Qi asked. Over by the riverbank. While talking, they arrived at the martial arts training ground. The men from Hualing Village, Qingye Village, and Taohua Village didn't dare relax for a moment. They started training early in the morning. The 30 refugees sat nearby, watching eagerly. Wei Qi and Wei Yuan looked carefully. After a quick glance, Wei Yuan said, they seem honest, but there aren't many men. Yes. 7 families, maybe a dozen men plus women, children, and elders. Wei Yuan said, I can't handle the land and house divisions.
Please take care of that.
Wei Qi assured him, don't worry, second brother. I'll take care of it. Recently, Wei Lao and Wei Yong made wooden guns based on Wei Qi's real guns. But there was a problem, no iron tips, so they weren't as powerful. Luckily, there are stone masons in the village who can make stone knives. After sharpening and quenching the stone knives, they can be attached to the wooden guns, making them sharp weapons. About 30 guns were ready for distribution. The strongest men would get them first, and the rest would be made gradually. Everyone was excited to get their wooden guns and practice swinging them a few times. Third brother Wei, teach us a few moves. We've never used these guns before. Wei Qi laughed loudly. All right, I'll come teach you this afternoon. Wei mother called everyone back for dinner. They all went home. Refugees' meals were managed the same as the soldiers. The village's big pot was used for cooking. As more people ate, food ran out quickly. The spring plowing season was also starting, so work had to continue without pause. After lunch, Wei Lao went out to work with Wei Yong and Wei Hai. Seeing Wei Yuan return, Wei mother felt worried. She knew something wasn't right. Are you leaving again? Wei Yuan nodded. Wei mother sighed. We haven't all gathered together since New Year's. Let's eat a good meal before you go. Wei Yuan smiled. All right, thank you, mother. He glanced past his wife and looked at Lu in the yard.
Lu also looked at him.
Wei Yuan smiled at her. After lunch, 50 soldiers prepared to leave. Wei Yuan was getting ready to go. Before leaving, he went inside to say goodbye to his wife and son. Erlang asked politely, when will Daddy come back this time? Wei Yuan patted his son's head and said, very soon, within 10 days. Erlang nodded. Go out first, Erlang. I need to talk to you, mother. Lu lowered her eyes, feeling a bit complicated. What's wrong? Is it something important? Wei Yuan said nothing. Suddenly, he stepped forward and hugged her tightly, pressing her against the door. Lu's eyes widened. Wei Yuan reached out, kissed her for a moment, then reluctantly released her. When the bandit suppression is over, I will come back to spend time with you. Lu's cheeks turned red. She was used to the husband and wife being apart often, but she wasn't used to Wei Yuan suddenly acting like this.
Got it.
Be careful on your way. Wei Yuan looked at her silently, then suddenly turned and strode away. After Wei Yuan left, Wei Qi didn't go to the town anymore. Everyone, stay alert today. Those little brats from a few days ago are definitely watching our village. The men all seemed energized, got it. The 10 or so refugees they caught last time were easy to command. If they dared to come again, it would just mean more workers for them. In the afternoon, village head Neo started counting the land and empty houses in the village, preparing to give land and houses to the 30 honest villagers. The 2 from the Wei family who were brought back by he sure looked eager. Madam, we really know we were wrong. Can we have some land? He sure sneered. Land? Dream on. Wei Yong had recovered and said, forget it. Are you still angry? It wasn't these 2 who hurt me that day. They're both dead now. He sure said, they're no good either. Mixing with those people, what kind of good can come from that? Wei Qi came over and asked big sister-in-law, I want to ask these 2 something. He sure nodded. All right, I'll go see about dinner. Wei Qi walked up to the 2 men and suddenly smiled. Want some land? They immediately nodded. Third master. We really know we were wrong. We only followed those people to get some food. If we had land, houses, and food, who would want to risk their life for nothing? Wei Qi said, if you want something, show sincerity. What are the names of the people you followed? 2 vagrants exchanged glances and whispered, Third master. The village had already asked about this before. We really don't know. We're just small followers, sent out as soon as we entered. Wei Qi smiled slightly. Then there's nothing I can do. I wanted to help you, but it seems impossible. He was about to stand up and leave.
Hey.
Third master. Wei Qi paused and looked coldly at one of them. I'm telling the truth. But I have a little clue. One night, I got up to and overheard some others calling that person Master Wu. They said he recruits many vagrants and plans to take over the hill. Wu? Yes, he seems to be a tough guy, has many horses, and shares them after entering. Looks quite powerful. Wei Qi looked thoughtful. Third master. We really don't know anything else. Seeing that both men looked like they might cry, Wei Qi decided not to press further. All right. Since you 2 don't dare to lie, work the spring planting for my family. Later, I'll ask the village head how they divide the land. The 2 men were overjoyed and immediately kowtowed to Wei Qi. Thank you, Third Master. Thank you, Third Master. Wei Qi returned to his room. The conversation in the yard was clearly heard by Yu Ji, who couldn't help but ask, why did it take so long to question them?
Wanky smiled.
The village head must have asked already. No news means they didn't find out anything. I'm not in a hurry. I know once the court announces the land division, those 2 will be tempted. Then I can ask again, and it will be more effective. Yuji was a bit surprised because it made perfect sense. She asked again, do you believe they only know this much? Yes, honestly. The ones who came to attack my pig farm that day were just the frontline soldiers sent to die. They don't know much. Yuji moved closer and looked even more surprised.
So,
are you really going to give them land?
Wanky nodded.
I've been watching them recently. These dozen or so haven't caused trouble. They work hard if they have food, and they don't seem to be vicious. We need people for spring farming. After they finish this busy season, giving them a few acres of land isn't a problem. They can go open up land on the hillside themselves. Our Hualing village will grow more people. Yuji looked at him silently. What's wrong, Yu? Did I do something wrong? Yuji suddenly smiled. You're right. There was no fault to find. Wei Qi's manner reminded Yuji of a military officer. She suddenly asked, have you read any military books? Wei Qi was momentarily stunned, then rubbed his chin. Just a few from Uncle Lee last time. I flipped through them casually. What kind of books? Some about Sun Tzu, or something. Yuji chuckled softly and said, I understand. After Wei Yuan's soldiers left, Wei Qi continued patrolling and guarding through the night without a break. Old Wei and the others also began working hard. The men worked as if two people were doing their share. They had to protect their home and also work in the fields, which was more exhausting than the oxen and mules in the farmland. Recently, Yu Ji had shallow sleep. Whether Wei Qi was on guard during the first half or the second half of the night, she would wake up immediately and sit up in bed. Did I wake you up again? When Wei Qi returned, he took off his coat, knelt on one knee on the bed, and reached out to touch her face. Yu Ji shook her head and said, "No, I was just worried myself." Wei Qi smiled and said, "It's nothing. You sleep, I'll go wash up. Are you hungry?"
I'm okay.
Mother made some pancakes I've already eaten. Good, then I'll wait for you. His wife made a promise, and Wei Qi quickly tidied himself up and got into bed. He held her in his arms and sighed softly. Yu Ji asked, "I was thinking you still have to go on duty at the county office tomorrow during the day, practice martial arts and train soldiers in the afternoon, patrol and guard at night. 3 of us, but you're the busiest." Wei Qi closed his eyes and smiled slightly. "It's okay. At least I don't have to farm." No wonder those landlords and big officials like to use tenant farmers. You don't know how tiring spring plowing is. Yu Ji truly didn't know. She had never farmed herself, so she naturally didn't understand how exhausting spring plowing could be. But she knew how tired Wei Qi was. She reached out and pinched his muscular arm. "Do you want me to burn some sandalwood and help press on your muscles?" As soon as Yu Ji finished speaking, Wei Qi's muscles tensed up again. Yu Ji was startled and immediately retracted her hand. "I didn't say anything." She forgot. Last time she kindly helped him with a massage. The fatigue from the massage was enough. And he kept pushing for more. She finally saw through him. Wei Qi was like a strong ox, plowing endlessly in the fields. When he was tired, he just lay down and slept, not needing anyone's sympathy. Sometimes she felt sorry for him, but the exhaustion was hers. Wei Qi chuckled and chased after her, nestling into her neck. "My wife is the best. But you've also worked hard. Sleep early." Yu Ji sighed in relief. "Yes, sleep early." Wei Qi leaned on her shoulder and, unusually, started snoring first. Yu Ji was surprised and looked at him gently. It seemed he was truly exhausted. Yu Ji also closed her eyes, and the two of them took a quick nap before dawn. The next day, Wei Qi and Yu Ji went to FO2 town as usual. The division of land and houses in the village was proceeding smoothly. The refugees in the town also divided land, but Fotu town was small. The village roads between a few villages and Fotu town became targets for the officials. Without houses or land, what could they do? It was better to divide the land directly on the spot and build new houses. Start farming. When this news spread, Wei Qi, who was at the government office, was surprised. After that, what's the point of dividing villages? Just call it Fotu town altogether. Hua Daqiang smiled and said, "Yes, Hualing village is close to Fotu town. After that, it will be lively near your third brother's house." Wei Qi didn't reply, but if that happened, Hualing village's advantage would disappear. Fotu town was a big, juicy piece of land. At sunset, Wei Qi was about to leave with Yu Ji. According to village head Niu, there were over 30 more wooden spears today. Old Wei was so exhausted he could hardly straighten his back. Yu Ji immediately wanted to bring medicinal wine to her father, while Wei Qi continued to organize patrols for the night. Tonight, Hualing village was especially quiet. Chao Shishi and others became alert. "Third master, I think something's wrong."
Wenki frowned.
"If they come tonight, it means they've been watching us all along." Second brother just left. Before he finished, Wu Dazhuang, patrolling at the village entrance, suddenly rode over on horseback. Third brother. "They're coming." Over 100 people. Wei Qi's eyes sharpened instantly. "Get the weapons ready." Chao Shishi cursed it. "We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Bandits are in the village." The patrol's drum sounded, waking up the entire village. Old Wei immediately ordered, "Women and children, go inside. Hide now." This wasn't the same small group that attacked last time, but over 100 people, specifically here for revenge. Wei Man said, Dad, we can help too. He sure added,
Yeah.
whoever dares to come into our house. The three of us can beat him up together. Old Wei was furious. This is no joke. Daluo and Erlang, Yantai and the others, hide well. The family had a cellar. Early on, they planned that if bandits attacked, they would hide food, women, and children inside the cellar first. Yuji didn't rush forward and said, Sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, Dad is right. Let's protect the children first. Don't be brave or cause trouble. Old Wei nodded. Xiaoyu, I'm counting on you at home too. After saying that, he grabbed his tools and rushed out. Old but strong. At this moment, everyone in the village would rush to fight. Wei Qi rode his horse, leading the strongest dozen men from the village ahead. This time was different from before. Everyone had weapons in hand. They weren't afraid anymore. Of course, the people in the back were also important. The Wu brothers and the newcomers stayed behind to hold the line, preventing the bandits from causing chaos. Suddenly, outside Hualing village, flames shot into the sky. At this moment, there was no help from the government, and Wei Yuan's Long Victory Army was not present. Although the bandits across the river were not as large as the Black Wind Village gang, Wei Qi knew they were coming for him. Sure enough, Wu Jian finally appeared at the front. He rode his horse, holding a torch high, shouting loudly, "Where is Wei Qi?" Wei Qi rode his blazing horse, leaving everyone behind. Your grandfather is here. You old third Wei, you've killed over a dozen of my brothers. Everyone in Hualing village, listen. Today, I Wu Jian only want to take Wei Qi's life. We have old grudges and new scores. The rest of you, if you don't interfere, I will let you go alive. It must be said that Wu Jian was quite good at reading people's hearts. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers of Hualing hesitated. Wei Qi sneered and was about to speak when Zhou Qing shouted loudly, "Elders and villagers, don't believe his nonsense. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. These people are just afraid of third brother. If they defeat him, we'll all be at their mercy." Zhou Qing's words awakened everyone. Niu Dali shouted, "What are you all waiting for?
Charge."
Wu Jian's face darkened, and he no longer wasted words. Everyone, charge. Brothers, you see all these fertile fields, fine horses, granaries, and even beautiful women in the village. Don't you want them all? His words made everyone present turn red with excitement. Food, women, brothers.
Kill.
Immediately, flames shot into the sky outside Hualing village, and shouts filled the air. Although the village women did not participate in the fight, their faces showed a resolve to face death. If their men died, they'd rather end their own lives than fall into the hands of the bandit leaders. Some women even held their own knives tightly. Wei Qi rode his horse and fought Wu Jian in a duel, exchanging 3 rounds. Wei Qi's spear was unstoppable, and Wu Jian was worthy of his name, fighting fiercely with his sword, clearly trained. Wei Qi didn't know that Wu Jian also came from the battlefield, similar to Wei Yuan. In this situation, fighting back and forth was quite good. Wu Jian and Wei Qi chased each other into a nearby forest. Both had dismounted, fighting fiercely. Wu Jian didn't expect that a hunter could hold his own against him. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Wei San, if you hadn't killed my brothers first, I can also share your sense of camaraderie. Let's work together to build a great achievement. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Wei Qi, stop the nonsense. The people you sent up here want to kill me. And you're blaming me? Are you saying it wasn't your people who went to Tongrentang that night? That's right. No choice. The Black Wind Village pays too much silver. Who asked you guys to set up that medical stall and interfere? Enough talk.
Prépare tout dit.
Wei Qi seized the moment and shot his arrow. Wu Jian was slightly careless and was pierced in the waist by the spear, but Wei Qi wasn't safe either. His sword cut across, and blood immediately stained his thigh. Wei Qi didn't hesitate or blink. Wu Jian groaned and fell to the ground first.
Hold on.
At this moment, Wu Jian finally panicked. Wei San, I haven't really hurt you much, just some provocations. You don't need to go this far, do you? Wu Jian felt deep regret. He admitted he had seriously underestimated Wei Qi at first. He thought Wei Qi was just a reckless fool. Until now. Wei Qi sneered. Today is just provocation? Have you forgotten what you just said? Food, women, fine horses? If I don't kill you today, you'll turn around and kill me later.
Wei Qi.
Wu Jian was anxious. I have horses. Many horses. I can give you all of them. Spare my life. With these horses, you'll have a chance to stand against Black Wind Village. Become the biggest power nearby. The court is corrupt. Don't expect them to really give land to the refugees. It's just a delaying tactic. When the time comes, not only me, but many others. I'm building my forces just to protect myself. Enough with the nonsense.
Prépare-toi.
Wei Qi remained unmoved. He still had a long knife at his waist. With a strike, blood splattered 3 feet. Wu Jian died, without a breath. Outside, the bandits didn't know what was happening in the woods. Until Wei Qi rode his horse, holding a dark object in his hand. Some sharp-eyed ones nearly fell off their horses. Wu, Lord Wu? Wei Qi chased them on the blazing horse and raised the object in his hand. Instantly, the sound of swords and blades stopped. It was none other than Wu Jian's head. Your leader is already dead. Surrender now, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, you know your fate. Most of them immediately lost their courage and fell from their horses and mules. Third Master, spare us. Chao Dashi laughed loudly and quickly rode over. Third Master is mighty. The people from Hualing Village were stunned, breaking out in cold sweat on their backs. They were happy but also terrified by Wei Qi's methods. Looking at Wei Qi with more admiration. Capturing the leader first, with Wu Jian dead, the others quickly surrendered. Wei Qi sneered and threw the man's head far away. Chao Dasha would handle the rest. Village Chief. These people are yours to deal with. Our Hualing village needs people willing to work in the fields. Food will be provided. But if anyone has bad intentions, they'll face the consequences. For a moment, no one dared to think otherwise. Working in the fields and eating. Aren't they all farmers? Naturally, they agreed. Wei Qi rode his horse back to Hualing village quickly. A sharp-eyed child at the village entrance shouted loudly, Third Master is back. We won. We won. Third Master is mighty. Wei Qi rode directly to his home on Liaoyuan. News spread fast. When Wei's mother heard, she was overjoyed and rushed out first. Yuji followed closely behind. Although she told her older sisters-in-law to take the children into the cellar, she didn't go down herself. Instead, she stood on the ladder at the cellar entrance, thinking that if anyone was injured, she could help. When she heard the good news of victory, Yuji immediately ran out of the cellar.
Wei Qi.
Just as Wei Qi dismounted, he saw Yu running out with her skirt in hand. The Wei family was also very happy, rushing into the yard. Is it over so quickly? Are you hurt? After asking, Yuji looked down and immediately turned pale. Wei Qi didn't care much. He glanced down and saw the knife wound. He said casually, just bandage it loosely for now. I have something to tell the village chief and others. When I return, I'll give a report and check on the village. Wei's mother screamed, It's still bleeding. It's fine. Wei Qi stopped mid-sentence, suddenly glancing at Yu's angry eyes. He immediately shrank back, then. Thank you, wife. Yuji quickly signaled to the others to sit in the yard. Although it was nighttime, the battle's flames lit up the village so brightly it was almost like daytime. Under the light, Yuji saw Wei Qi's leg wound and turned pale. Such a serious injury, yet he only wanted to bandage it casually. Yuji's face was cold as she applied a heavier hand.
Wei Qi gasped sharply.
By then, the village chief and his men had arrived. Third brother. Tie up all these people. In the training ground. Wei Qi nodded. Tie them up for the night. No water, no food. Starve them for a day to weaken their spirits. Master Chao Dashi. How did the third young master manage to cut off Wu Jian's head? Where did they get such courage? Cut off the head? The Wei family members were all stunned. Yuji, who was sewing up Wei Qi's wound, also trembled slightly. Wei Qi glanced at him, and Chao Dashi immediately shut up. Niu Dali is the village chief's son.
Dad.
I'll guard them. In 2 days, they'll be obedient. Just wait patiently and work for our village. The village chief nodded. Take Dazhuang and Desheng with you. Wei Qi suddenly said, Dazhuang, you go. Desheng, you go to the county office and report this matter. Everyone was surprised. Tell the court? Wei Qi nodded. Of course. Wu Jian's people are considered bandits. Since we captured such a group, we need to report to the court. At this moment, Yu Ji, who had finished treating Wei Qi's wound, stood up and said, Yes, we must report it. After all, someone died, or it might cause trouble for Wei Qi, everyone suddenly realized. That's right. Desheng, go quickly. Village head Niu. Third, rest well today. I will check around the village to make sure there's no danger. Everyone, come with me. Wei Qi hesitated, clearly wanting to go and see, but instinctively looked at Yu Ji. After saying that, Yu Ji grabbed the medicine box and went back to his room. Wei Qi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, thank you, village head. Suddenly, Zhou Qing said, Village head, I'll go too. Zhou Lijing hurriedly said, Qinger, you've been hurt too. Let me go. You rest. Wei Man suddenly looked up sharply. Wei Qi looked at Zhou Qing. You rest. You're not needed right now. Just find a strong person to go. It was thanks to your words earlier. Otherwise, the villagers would lose morale, and that would be a problem. Zhou Qing was surprised. He didn't expect Wei Qi still remembered and smiled. Third brother, you're overdoing it. I was speaking from the heart. Wei Qi patted his shoulder. After everything was arranged, Wei Qi said to Wei Mu, Mother, don't worry. I'll go back to my room first. Wei Mu, hurry up and rest. Wei Qi then turned and went back to his room. As he entered, he didn't rush inside but first peeked out to look. Yu Ji was organizing the medicine box. Wei Qi chuckled and stepped in. Yu, are you tired? Yu Ji looked up at him but didn't reply to the question. Instead, she asked, Why aren't you going? Wei Qi smiled. I'm not going because my leg hurts. Yu Ji looked at his leg. Really? I thought you didn't feel anything. Wei Qi understood her meaning and hurriedly said, No, it really hurts. Luckily, my wife helped me treat it. Wife, I still feel the pain. Should I put on some medicine? Yu Ji pursed her lips and finally stood up, walking toward him. Take off your pants, so I can see. Earlier in the courtyard, Yu Ji helped him cut off his outer pants and applied medicine. Wei Qi, hearing this, immediately unbuckled his belt and kicked off his pants with one leg, annoyed. The pants were kicked aside. Yu Ji's lips tightened into a straight line. I know you're strong. Others would definitely be hurt badly if they took a hit like that. But you're fine, acting like nothing happened, just patching up and going back to fight. We really aren't. Wei Qi said helplessly. It didn't hurt before, but now I feel it. Yu Ji had learned how to sew wounds during this time at Tongren Hall. She quickly stitched up Wei Qi's wound and carefully applied powder medicine. When Wei Qi looked down, he could see his wife's fuzzy head. The wound can't get wet for 5 days, Yu Ji warned him like she was speaking to a patient. Wei Qi didn't reply. Yu Ji paused, suddenly noticing something was wrong with his pant leg. She looked up Yu Ji. She was so angry she threw the gauze and turned to leave. Suddenly, a long arm reached from behind and held her tightly. Wei Qi leaned in to bite her ear. I can't help it. Seeing you makes me. Yu Ji, shut up.
Wei Qi chuckled softly.
Then I can't take a bath. Will you take care of me later, wife? Yu Ji pressed her lips and suddenly smiled. Do you know where that knife wound is just above? Wei Qi was stunned. The wound was right at his thigh root. If it went higher, Yu Ji said, You seem so indifferent. Just a little more, and if it hits there, I wonder if you'll still be smiling and joking. After saying that, she suddenly struggled and turned into the bathroom.
Wei Qi.
He looked down and felt like his back molars were exposed to the wind. It was just a little bit more. Wei Qi was being looked after by Yu Ji. Zhou Qing, the village doctor, bandaged his arm, which was also cut. But his wound wasn't as long as Wei Qi's. Wei Man stood in the yard with a complicated look, not leaving. Zhou Qing didn't notice at first. After he finished dressing, he turned around and saw Man, surprised. Wei Man frowned. What did my third brother mean just now? Did you speak up for him? Zhou Qing paused, then smiled faintly. It's nothing. Wu Jian wanted to sow discord between us. Wei Man had already heard the full story from Chao Dashi. Now she was deliberately asking again. Wei Man clenched her teeth and said, Anyway, thank you. Rest here for a while before you go. After speaking, she turned and went back to her room. Zhou Qing stood still, watching her back for a long time, then quietly looked away. Yes, he is my husband, village chief. All these over 100 refugees have been detained and are behaving well now. With the help of a few strong men, over 100 people were right in the middle of the training ground. Village head Niu and Zhou Li looked around and said, Tonight, we will take turns on night duty. Brothers, thank you for your hard work. No trouble. Haha, village chief. Third brother says these people can help us with work in the future. Village head Niu smiled and said, Yes, if they are smart, we won't treat them badly. If they aren't, then there's nothing we can do. His voice was loud, serving as a warning. All right, you stay here and guard. I'll go talk to the Wei family and third brother about this. At the Wei family courtyard, everyone was still awake. After Wei Qi finished treating his wound, he went out again. He explained the situation to the village chief before everyone discussed the next steps. By the time they finished, it was almost midnight. Village head Niu said, All right, your family should rest soon. Third brother, today everyone in the village is grateful to you. Some are a bit reckless but timid. Don't take it to heart.
Wei Qi replied, I understand.
Thank you, village chief. You should head back and rest early. Seeing that it was almost dawn and they wouldn't sleep much longer, the Wei family quickly went back to rest. Wei Qi went straight to the bathhouse. Yuji was testing the water temperature. Wei Qi paused and asked Yu. Yuji saw him return and said softly, I'm helping you wipe the sweat, so you don't hurt yourself. My stitches and bandages would be wasted otherwise.
Wei Qi chuckled.
I knew you cared about me the most. Yuji didn't deny it because tonight, Wei Qi was not only her husband, but also a hero who protected the entire Hualing village. She simply helped Wei Qi wipe himself down. The man was only wearing a pair of shorts and pretended casually. Not taking a bath feels a bit uncomfortable. Yuji smiled. Then you can jump into the river at the village entrance and swim around. You'll feel free. Wei Qi immediately smiled and reached out to hug her. Yuji dropped her handkerchief and quickly dodged away. Wei Qi awkwardly touched his nose. After they lay down, Yuji had already closed her eyes. Wei Qi suddenly asked, Yu, did I scare you today?
What?
I cut off Wu Jian's head. Yuji grabbed the quilt and said a little. Wei Qi immediately turned around and moved closer to her. Yuji quickly said, Don't move around carelessly. Be careful of your wound. Are you really afraid of me? Yuji sighed. It's not fear, it's just that hearing about beheading makes me instinctively nervous. Well, I'll try not to let you hear such bloody things in the future, Wei Qi said. Then he suddenly kissed her ear.
Sleep now.
Yuji closed her eyes. Although Wei Qi said that, she felt that she needed to get used to it herself, rather than covering her ears. The next morning, the incident in Hualing village alarmed the entire county office. When Wei Qi arrived at the county office, he was immediately surrounded by several brothers. Hua Daqiang said, Brother Wei, why didn't you tell us earlier? Such a big thing, and you handled it alone? Qiu and the others were also very shocked.
Exactly.
If you had told us, we could have helped you instead of ignoring it.
Wei Qi smiled.
I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but the situation came so suddenly, I didn't expect it either. Plus, it was a private feud of mine, a kind of revenge, not a wanted criminal by the government. Hua Daqiang asked, Isn't it considered that? Over 100 people. They were about to attack and steal. That makes them bandits. Just as Hua Daqiang finished speaking, Ma Er's voice came in. Wei Qi, you really are something. Wei Qi turned around sharply. Are you here? Of course. Today, the county magistrate was alarmed. I think you'll be going to the county seat in a couple of days, Ma said. Wei Qi asked, what does the official say? What else can they say? Wu Jian has robbed before, and they won't think you're a murderer who kills innocents.
Don't worry.
Wei Qi felt relieved hearing that. Ma put his arm around him and took him to a quiet place. Brother, you're really something. I knew you weren't wrong. But I want to ask you something. Go ahead. What are you planning to do with those over 100 refugees?
Wenqi hesitated.
What do you mean? If they are bandits, shouldn't the government arrest them? I've only tied them up for now. If they want to eat in the next few days, they'll have to farm our village. Ma lowered his voice. Listen, the government is overwhelmed right now, and they hate these refugees. You probably don't know, but this land distribution. Ma whispered for a while, and Wei Qi listened with a growing frown. Today, Yuji still went to Tongren Hall, as usual. Besides treating the women, her main task was to care for the wounded soldiers and refugees. Some well-informed people couldn't help asking, Dr. Xiaoyu, I heard that last night in Hualing village, bandits attacked. Lord San directly beheaded one of the bandits. Is Lord San your husband? Yuji paused for a moment and replied, Yes, he is my husband. Everyone looked at her with more respect. Suddenly, a commotion broke out nearby, and people were fighting in the street. Isn't the government cheating us? They promised land division, but now they want money? If I had money, would I be standing here waiting? What's going on? Everyone stretched their necks to see. Yuji was no exception. Not far from Tongren Hall was the place where the government registered refugees. It seemed to be in chaos now. What happened? Someone asked loudly. A few who knew the situation ran over and shouted, The government is lying. They're delaying the land division. It costs 500 coins per acre. Where do we get that money? The court doesn't care about our lives at all. Yuji's eyes widened. Zhao the doctor was also alarmed and came out, saying, What's going on? Why are they asking for money again? This is causing trouble. Many refugees were here because of the drought and wars in Suizhou. If there was a way, they wouldn't leave their homes. Although 500 coins per acre wasn't expensive, it was supposed to be free at first. Now they wanted money, so it's no wonder people were upset. Shameless officials. Always trying to squeeze us for every penny.
To with them.
The person causing the trouble was clearly very angry. He kicked over a government table, and a few strong men also started causing chaos. The villagers were so frightened they immediately ran away. They have knives. Knives. The scene outside Tongren Hall turned chaotic instantly. Zhang Chun saw the danger and hurried to pull Yuji inside. Miss, go inside quickly. Things happened too fast. Yuji and Zhang Chun were outside in a shed. Now a crowd was pushing and pulling, surrounding them. Yuji was shoved by a strong man and staggered forward, nearly hitting the pillar of the shed. Suddenly, a large hand reached around her waist and caught her firmly. Then, with a loud bang, the man pushing her was kicked to the ground. What's going on? Wei Qi frowned and protected Yuji tightly in his arms. The man causing trouble was kicked to the ground by Wei Qi and could no longer get up. He was holding a wooden stick, clearly planning to hurt people in the chaos. The other officials from the county office quickly rushed over. Who is causing trouble here? Seeing the officials arrive, the crowd calmed down. Wei Qi immediately looked down at Yu. Fish, are you okay? Yuji's back was probably hit by the man's elbow, which hurt a lot, but she was trying to endure it now. She shook her head.
I'm fine.
Wei Qi looked coldly at the man. Gathering a crowd to cause trouble, detention for 10 days. If you don't want to get whipped, everyone, stay quiet. Faced with Wei Qi's stern gaze, the crowd didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. After all, everyone had heard about Lord Wei's success in clearing out bandits in Hualing village last night. Hua Daqiang said, What's all this fuss about? Don't you want to live peacefully? Official. It's not us causing trouble. It's the court. They won't give us land anymore. 1 mu costs 500 coins. Wei Qi had just heard about this from Ma Erku. Honestly, the court's decision was unfair, but that wasn't a reason for them to cause trouble or hurt people. The officials outside handed things over to Hua Daqiang and the others. Wei Qi took Yu Ji to the medical clinic. Fish, are you really okay? Wei Qi looked at her with concern. I really am, Yu Ji replied. Wei Qi looked at her deeply, then nodded. Yu Ji asked, what's going on with the land issue? She was curious too. How did things go from being fine to suddenly changing? Wei Qi pouted. The court is short on money. That they're asking for money from the refugees? Who's the crazy official who came up with that idea? Wei Qi chuckled. They're definitely out of their minds. It just shows that the court is really desperate for funds now. Yu Ji fell silent. We've finally gained some stability, and if more trouble happens, it might all fall apart again. Wei Qi suddenly reached out and gently ruffled her hair. It's okay, don't think too much.
Take it one step at a time.
We can't control everything. Yu Ji nodded. Wei Qi's words made sense. The few troublemakers outside were soon caught, but everyone knew this was just the beginning. In Hualing village, the refugees at the training ground were excited and pushing forward eagerly. Village chief. Is it true? Are they really going to charge us? We don't have any money. We already got the land yesterday, and that's ours. We won't pay a thing. Clearly, this news also reached the village. The 30 refugees who arrived a few days ago are all feeling anxious. Those who didn't get land worry about missing out, while those who did are eager to keep what they have. Now everyone is gathering around village head Niu, asking for an explanation. Village head Niu and Zhou Lijing are also very worried. Originally, dividing the land was already a headache, and now the court has caused more trouble. Over the past few days, their eyes are dark and swollen from worry, and their mouths are trembling with anxiety. Don't worry. Asking us won't help. We're also waiting for news. Especially Zhou Lijing, who is about to go crazy. The court really is unpredictable, coming up with new ideas one after another. Suddenly, someone sees Wei Qi returning. Third Master is back. Come on, let's go ask him. The crowd quickly rushes toward Wei Qi, and village head Niu and Zhou Lijing follow closely. Third Master. What's going on? Did the court really decide not to divide the land anymore? Wei Qi looks at them. This group of people are the 30 who were assigned to Hualing village earlier, officially sent by the court. So Wei Qi says, today I heard that the previous land division is considered settled, but today they will start collecting money. Suddenly, two voices arise from the crowd. The happy ones are those who received land yesterday. They breathe a sigh of relief. The others are naturally unhappy. Third Master, what does this mean? We all came together. Is it because the village head was slow yesterday that we lost our land? That's so unfair. Village head Niu clears his throat, and Wei Qi looks at him calmly. Everyone don't worry. I've thought about this. You all came from the court, and there aren't many households left. If you don't have money, come work at my house to pay it off. My Wei family will cover the cost. As Wei Qi finishes speaking, the crowd becomes excited. Really, Third Master?
Wei Qi nods.
Yes. I have plenty of land. Come work on my farm, and I will pay for your land. You can settle here. Hearing this, 6 households are immediately happy. Thank you, Third Master. Village head Niu feels a bit guilty. Old Third, this is too much. I can't let you spend so much. Wei Qi gestures for him to step aside and talk. Village head, you see the current situation. Refugees are causing trouble. Today it's Wu Jian, tomorrow Wu Dao. I can't control other villages, but Hualing village has only 6 households. Yesterday, you divided land for 4 households, and the remaining 2, our family can cover the cost. Besides, my older brother is injured and my father is old. No one else is available to farm our land. Long Niu sighed. Third brother, thank you so much recently. I'll contribute some money too. I can't let you bear it all alone. Honestly, I should have handled this matter better a few days ago. Wei Qi replied, no one expected the court to change its mind suddenly. Actually, the issue with those 6 households isn't big. What I'm really worried about is over there. Wei Qi tilted his chin, and Niu village had looked over. That was where Wu Jian had over 100 men. Neo Village had asked, "What did the county office say?" Wei Qi said, "Come to my house and I'll explain everything."
All right.
At Wei's small courtyard, Zhang Chun was applying medicine to Yuji. After returning home, Yuji quietly told Zhang Chun about her injury. Zhang Chun was shocked and immediately went to get medicated oil. Seeing her, Zhang Chun's eyes turned red. "Miss, you were hit so badly. Why didn't you say anything?" Yuji asked, "Is it that serious?" "I thought it was just a bruise." "Not just that. It was bleeding underneath," Zhang Chun said anxiously and angrily. "You also said it was fine at the time. If Third Master finds out, that little person will definitely get into trouble." "Forget it. In that situation, it wouldn't be good for Wei Qi to lose his temper." Yuji knew Wei Qi well. If she told the truth, that man would immediately want to break her arms or legs. But Wei Qi had just beheaded Wu Jian last night. If he started beating someone in the street now, the officers would probably stay out of it. Yuji didn't want Wei Qi to be known as a brutal man. Zhang Chun's eyes reddened. "Miss, I've applied the medicine. Please bear with it."
Okay.
The medicated oil stung a bit, and Yuji took a deep breath. "You." Just after Zhang Chun finished applying the medicine, Wei Qi's voice came from outside. Yuji whispered, "Don't let it slip."
"I'm all right."
Yuji dressed quickly, acting natural as she picked up a book in front of her. "What's wrong?" Wei Qi entered and sniffed the air. "What's that smell?" Yuji kept her face calm. "I just found some medicated oil for my sister-in-law, planning to take it to my older brother." Wei Qi didn't doubt her. "You, go to sleep first. I'll discuss some things with the village head. I'll be back a bit late." Yuji nodded. "All right, I understand. You're busy." After Wei Qi left, Yuji told Zhang Chun to rest too. She quietly read for a while. When she returned earlier, her back had been burning painfully, but now, after applying the medicine, it felt much better. In the main hall of the Wei family, Zhou Li, Neo Village head, and other family members were discussing the issue with the displaced people. "Wei Qi, since everyone is here, I'll be direct. My original plan was to have the government hold and deal with all these 100 or so refugees, since they are not ordinary people. But today, it seems the government is overwhelmed and doesn't want to handle this matter." "Old Wei, what do you mean they don't want to handle it?" "Father Wei, Dad, now the Northern King is rebelling, and there's famine in Suizhou. Look, the court doesn't want to manage so many honest people. Wu Jian is not that important. If I cut off his head, the magistrate's only concern is to report it. They don't want to get involved." Village head Neo, what does that mean? "So, these 100+ people. Should we decide for ourselves?" Wei Qi, yes. Zhou Lijing, third brother, what do you think? Should we let them go? With over 100 people, the court isn't giving out land now, and land costs money. They need to eat every day. Wei Qi pondered. If we let them go, we can't guarantee that some of them won't seek revenge. That's true. Village head Neo, this has become a real headache. Where can we go to reason with them? Wei Qi, I have another idea, but I need to ask one of them first. Wei Qi still remembered that before Wu Jian died, he mentioned having many horses. He had suspected for a while. Wu Jian's sudden appearance seemed strange, and in a short time, those who followed him divided the horses? What kind of strength is that? Logically, with that scale and power, they should have been the second in command of the Black Wind Village long ago. Wei Qi decided to meet this group. And he went immediately. Wei Qi went straight to the martial training ground. "Who among you has been following Wu Jian all along?" he shouted. Wei Sanyi immediately looked at one person in the crowd. Wei Qi looked over and recognized him. He looked familiar. "What's your name?" Wei Qi stepped forward. The man stared at Wei Qi with a strong look of hatred in his eyes. Wei Qi smiled. "You're a brave one. Do you hate me for killing your boss? But you guys were the ones who provoked me first. There are over 100 of you, and there are also over 100 people in Flower Bell Village." After a few moments of eye contact, the man suddenly said, "Xiao Ping'an." "Xiao Ping'an. That's a good name." Wei Qi repeated his name, then suddenly said, "I know some of you didn't truly want to follow Wu Jian from the start. I, Wei Qi, am not one to be unclear about right and wrong. Let me tell you the truth. The court doesn't care about you anymore. You all heard it too. Now they want money to divide the land. The court is short of funds and doesn't care about you anymore. In other words, your lives now depend on what I, Wei Qi, decide. After speaking, Wei Qi stood quietly in front of the group, saying nothing. These people had already gone a day without food. Some couldn't hold on anymore and immediately said, "Third Master Wei. We just wanted to eat. When we followed the Wu family, it was because there was food. If Third Master Wei is willing to give us some food, I'd work like a beast for it. Third Master Wei, we really won't cause trouble anymore. Please give us a way out." More than 100 people, now all scared and submissive. Wei Qi smiled and said to Cao Dashi, "Unbind these people. Give each 3 steamed buns and a plate of pickles." "Thank you, Third Master Wei." Of course, some who were still brave didn't give up. Wei Qi didn't force them and continued, "I, Wei Qi, am not an unreasonable person. As you saw today, as long as you're willing to stay in Hualing Village, my Wei family will pay for land. You previously sent a dozen people to destroy my pig farm. I only took 2 people. They've been working at my place recently, and I plan to give them land soon. As for the others, after everyone is settled, I'll decide based on my mood." Those who weren't scared looked at each other, but Wei Qi didn't give them a chance. He turned and left. The ones who were unbound were led away by Cao Dashi, who had military experience. Wei Qi believed he could handle the situation well. Eagles need time to train, and Wei Qi was patient. Third brother, Wei Qi, was suddenly called by Zhou Qing as he returned to the courtyard. Wei Qi paused and turned to look at him. "You call me third brother so smoothly?"
Wenki suddenly chuckled.
Zhou Qing awkwardly smiled. "Third brother, do you mind?" Wei Qi laughed loudly. "I'm older than you. What's there to mind? Just tell me, what's the matter?" Zhou Qing stepped forward and said, "Third brother, I've been investigating the Wu family lately. I suspect that Wu is a fake surname.
His real name is Wu Jian."
"How did you come to that conclusion?" Zhou Qing explained, "I've had a feeling something was off. How could a small refugee have so many horses? He's fake, but the horses aren't. So I checked and found a Wu family in Ning'an County with a horse farm on Deguozi Mountain." "A horse farm?" Wei Qi narrowed his eyes.
"Yes.
"I found out that Wu has a son who recently went missing. Do you remember the first time Blackwind Village went down the mountain before the New Year? That was also heading toward Ning'an County. I suspect that between these 2. Before Zhou Qing finished speaking, Wei Qi understood. "Your guess makes sense. How big is Wu's horse farm?" "I heard it's at least 500 horses." Wei Qi's eyes lit up. 500 horses.
No wonder."
Zhou Qing suddenly stepped forward. "Third brother, the government doesn't care about these refugees, which means if there's a rebellion, they might be too busy to manage it. If we can get these horses, and also take in these refugees." Wei Qi suddenly turned to look at him, his dark eyes sharp with suspicion. Zhou Qing calmly met his gaze. Wei Qi felt a bit shocked at that moment. Perhaps he didn't expect these words to come from Zhou Qing, someone he once thought was weak. Or maybe this idea aligned with his own. Wei Qi was silent for a long time. Zhou Qing lowered his eyes. "If third brother thinks I was too rash, just ignore what I said." Wei Qi thought for a moment and said, "Go to the training yard tomorrow, find a way to get Xiaoping in to talk. If there really is a horse farm, he probably knows about it." Zhou Qing's eyes brightened. "Good." Wei Qi smiled at him, then strode back to his room. Inside the bedroom, a small lamp was still burning. Wei Qi's decisiveness and authority outside completely faded when he stepped inside. He gently looked at the bed in the inner room. Yu was already asleep. A small, round bundle was on the bed, and Wei Qi curled his lips slightly. He raised his hand to smell himself, suddenly frowned, and turned to enter the bathhouse. Today, Yu Ji, frightened and under continuous pressure and stress, was trapped in a difficult dream. Yu Ji dreamed of the day her family was raided. Her mother cried until her eyes were swollen, and her sister-in-law fainted twice in a row. Before her eldest brother was exiled, he had endured severe torture in prison. When he was sent back, his body was covered with bloody scars. The imperial decree was ruthless. The emperor wanted him dead, and he had no choice but to die. She also dreamed of the exile journey. Her sister-in-law was weak and fainted several times on the road. Among the guards escorting them, a kind-hearted officer secretly gave them medicine. Her father and eldest brother were very grateful. Yuji overheard their private conversation. Master Pei instructed us to take good care.
Pei.
Was that Uncle Pei? The Yu family and the Pei family had a close relationship for 3 generations. Although the Pei family was far in the capital city, when the Yu family faced trouble, Uncle Pei must have tried his best to help. At that time, besides the respected Uncle Pei, Yuji's mind also briefly appeared with another person's image. In this strange dream, that figure seemed to become more concrete. Little sister, a 14-year-old boy reached out to Yuji, his smile warm like spring sunshine. Brother Zihue, 10-year-old Yuji could hardly remember the face or voice of the person in front of him, only the name. In the dream, the girl seemed hesitant whether to reach out, her small hand holding her skirt, wavering again and again. Just as she was about to lift her hand, a voice came from the dream. "Miss, the lady is calling you back." Yuji was startled. She turned her head and saw her mother's noble and dignified face appear before her, but in an instant, it merged with the worn-out woman from the day of exile. "You." Yuji woke up crying, tears streaming down her face. Called by Wei Qi, Wei Qi looked anxious and tense.
Wei Qi?
Yuji blinked, tears in her eyes, looking at the person in front of her. "It's me. You're just having a bad dream. Don't worry." Wei Qi was already lying down and gently held her in his arms. Yuji took a moment to fully come to herself. "I had a nightmare." "What did you dream about? Was it about your family?" Wei Qi held her, his expression complicated. "My mother." Yuji leaned on his chest, sniffing. Wei Qi was silent for a moment. "Don't cry. We've been trying to find out about that, haven't we?" Since Wei Qi learned Yuji's true identity, he hadn't stopped trying to find out more, though. There was no news yet. "Yeah." Yuji's voice was thick with a runny nose. "I'm fine. I just had a sad dream." Wei Qi stroked her hair softly, his large hand moving gently over her head. "Don't be sad. Once I finish my work, I'll go north to look again. Besides your parents and your brother, right?" "Yes, okay." Wei Qi hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, "Your brother, is he called you Ji? The character for Ji in Shurji?" "Yes."
Then.
Wei Qi's eyes showed a hint of doubt. "In your dream just now, you called someone named Zihue. Is that a family member or your brother's courtesy name?" Yuji was stunned. She blinked, and a blurry dream appeared in her mind.
"No."
Yuji bit her lip and explained, "It's an older brother from my uncle's family who also helped my family." It was nothing serious. She couldn't even remember his face clearly, but Yuji suddenly felt a little guilty without knowing why. However, Wei Qi didn't seem to think much about it and didn't ask further.
Ow.
Wei Qi's large hand suddenly brushed over her back injury, and Yuji took a deep breath. "What's wrong?"
Wenki froze.
"It's nothing." This made Wei Qi narrow his eyes. "Does it hurt?" "Let me see." Yuji bit her lip and was about to refuse, but her strength was too small compared to Wei Qi. He lifted her clothes and clearly saw her back injury. Suddenly, the air around the man dropped sharply, and his eyes turned cold.
"Who hurt you?"
"Yuji, did I bumped into something myself?" Wei Qi obviously didn't believe her and held her hand a little tighter. "You hurt me." Wei Qi suddenly released her. "Was it that scoundrel from earlier?" Wei Qi gritted his teeth. "Yuji. Yes, I didn't realize at the time. I only saw it when I got back. It's fine now. Jean Chun already put medicine on it." Wei Qi didn't say anything and suddenly picked her up, placing her on his lap. "Yuji." Wei Qi had already sat cross-legged on the Kong, a traditional bed, and in this position, Yuji was forced to lean over his knees so he could watch her back. "Wei Qi, your knee is pressing on me." The man ignored her. Since the medicine had already been applied, Wei Qi didn't touch her, but just looked at her for a while. Yuji didn't really know how her back was doing, but from Wei Chi's silent attitude and cold feeling, she sensed something was wrong. Yuji bit her lip. Suddenly, her belt loosened. Before she could react, there was a crisp sound, and she felt a slap on her. Yuji was stunned. After the sensation slowly spread from her waist to her head, she realized what Wei Chi had done. He hit her. Yuji widened her eyes in disbelief, turning her head to Wei Chi's narrow black eyes, feeling a surge of embarrassment and anger. "You hit me? Wei Chi, you hit me." She immediately sat up and threw herself into Wei Chi's arms, hitting him twice without hesitation. Her cheeks were flushed with anger, but in the next moment, Wei Chi gently grabbed her hand. "That's not really hitting. De Wang only calls it touching." Wei Chi was reluctant to exert himself, but seeing the wound on her back made him feel angry and upset. "Just remember, next time, dare to hide things from your man again?" "I don't care. I don't care." Yuji may not have felt pain, but she was definitely embarrassed and annoyed. She's not a child.
And it was still that shameful part.
She hit Wei Chi several times, forgetting about his knife wound, until the man let out a muffled groan. Only then did Yuji suddenly loosen her grip. But she still glared at him with a red face. Wei Chi looked at her, and after a moment, suddenly leaned down and kissed her lips. With some force and dominance. Yuji refused to let him kiss her properly, but Wei Chi held her, flipped her over, and she ended up lying on his chest again. He held the back of her head, and her mischievous little cat-like attitude made her unable to move anymore. Wei Chi's other hand slipped into her clothes, acting recklessly. For a moment, the only sounds in the room were the wet sounds of lips and tongues. After a while, the dominant third master took control. Yuji could only blush and make soft whimpering sounds. Suddenly, dawn arrived again. Between half asleep and half awake, Yuji felt a cool sensation on her back. Wei Chi was probably helping her apply medicine. The man's features were gentle and caring. Last night's intimacy didn't even touch her wound. Yuji woke up but was too lazy to open her eyes and pay attention to him. Wei Chi smiled slightly and got up to leave. A voice came from Dong Chun, third master. Wei Chi didn't seem to blame her and simply said, "Take good care of your young lady. I'll be back at noon." "Oh, third master, safe travels." Today, Yuji rested for the day and didn't need to go to Foda town, so Wei Chi went straight to the county office. Hua Daqiang saw him and hurriedly said, "Third brother." "Just now," second brother Ma said before he finished. He sensed that third brother didn't look right today and hurriedly rushed toward the prison, his face still very grim. Hua Daqiang quickly followed. "Third brother?" He saw Wei Chi run into the prison, knowing exactly where the people who caused trouble yesterday were detained. Now, he rushed forward and precisely grabbed the person who had hurt Yuji. Wei Chi kicked him with a swift, and the man groaned and fell to the ground. Wei Chi's eyes were cold and fierce. He stepped forward to continue hitting him. "Third brother. Third brother." Hua Daqiang hurriedly stopped him. He saw clearly that with that kick, the man had at least 2 broken ribs. "Third brother, don't be impulsive. Let me take care of him." Wei Chi looked coldly at the person. Seeing that the man really collapsed and couldn't get up, he stopped and walked out quickly. Hua Daqiang hurried to follow. "Third brother, what happened?" Wei Chi took a moment to calm down before coming out and said, "He hurt your sister-in-law." Hua Daqiang was surprised and spat. "Don't worry, third brother. I remember this person. I will make sure he pays for it later." Wei Chi patted his shoulder. "Good. Thanks for your help." Ma Er then came in. "Brother Wei, just in time, I needed to see you." Wei Chi looked at him. "What's the matter?" "You and I will go to the county town tomorrow. The magistrate wants to see you." "Tomorrow?"
"Yes."
"Do you have anything else to do? Maybe patrol the town and switch shifts with others?" Wei Chi thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, tomorrow it is." "Good. Oh, I heard that the bandit suppression in Jiawan County is almost done. Your second brother should be back today." That was good news. Wei Chi thanked him, then picked up a long sword nearby and turned to patrol outside. Hualing Village. Wei Mother had just finished her chores for the day. She turned around and heard the sound of hooves. She looked out and saw it was not the third son returning, but Wei Yuan. Wei mother's eyes lit up. Second brother is back. Lu Shi, who was pickling vegetables in the yard, was startled. The second son ran out first. Father. Wei Yuan dismounted quickly and caught his son rushing toward him. Outside, the usually stern Wei Qian, who also showed a gentle smile, embraced his son and strode inside. Mother, I'm back. Lu Shi and Wei mother both stepped forward. Why are you alone? Where are your soldiers? Wei Yuan was followed by Chen Zhen, and Chen and Wei Yuan said, I heard about what happened in our village, so I came back first. Wei mother said, your third brother has mostly taken care of the village matters. I heard that too. Where are those people? I want to go see. Lu Shi asked, rest for a bit first. Have you eaten yet? His wife spoke, and Wei Yuan was momentarily surprised. Not yet. Then no rush. You eat first. I'll make some noodles. It'll be ready soon. Wei mother also said, yes, your third brother should be back soon too. Wei Yuan said, Luer, don't bother. Pour me a cup of tea. I'll drink it first, no need to cook rice right now. Lu Shi agreed. Yu Ji also came out. Second brother is back. Was the bandit suppression smooth this time? Wei Yuan replied, it's okay. The court sent quite a few people, and Black Wind Fortress was defeated again. Second brother is brave. It seems that the Black Wind village has suffered many defeats, so they probably won't be so arrogant anymore. Hopefully. Sigh. The sound of galloping horses came, and Wei Qi returned. Second brother. Wei Qi saw Wei Yuan's horse outside the door and strode in quickly. The two brothers stood up, exchanged a look, and both smiled. Wei Yuan patted Wei Qi's shoulder happily. I was worried when I left that day, afraid that these people might attack us secretly, but I had to leave because of orders. And you did very well. Wei Qi smiled. More than 100 people are now training over at the martial arts field. Want to go see them? Sure, let's go together. Both brothers were quick-tempered, and Wei mother knew she couldn't stop them. She shook her head and said, remember to come back for dinner in half an hour. Wei Qi replied, got it, mother. On the way, they chatted about recent events. Wei Yuan said, the division of land by the court was really unnecessary. It just caused more trouble. Wei Qi agreed. Yes, second brother. Especially with over 100 people, where they go and what they do is still a headache. What do you think? Wei Qi hesitated for a moment. Yesterday, Zhou Qing came to me and mentioned a horse farm. I was thinking if it doesn't work out, maybe we can take over that horse farm. The court might not care, and we can just let these people raise horses. Wei Yuan was silent for a moment. Occupying someone else's place. Well, that's not a bad idea. I'm just worried someone might report us.
Wenqi smiled.
I even beheaded Wu Jian, and no one cared. Why would they care about this? But, second brother, do you want to see if there's a better way in the army? From my point of view, don't rely on the government anymore. Wei Yuan looked down and said, third brother, I won't hide it from you. This time, the bandit suppression. Wei Qi's eyes widened. What did you say? Suspended? Wei Yuan nodded.
Yes.
I made a mistake in judgment while commanding, and Wang Su caught me out. Plus, I secretly sent 50 elite soldiers back last time, and someone reported me to the commander. Wei Qi was silent. That fat guy from last time? Looks like he really has it in for us. Yes, the last bandit suppression in Yong'an County was my military achievement. If I fail again, he'll be angry. If he doesn't suppress me now, next time I might be on equal footing with him. Wei Qi asked, no wonder you didn't bring anyone back when you just returned. Wei Yuan nodded. Don't tell Dad and Mom about this. I don't want them to worry.
Got it.
So, what are your plans now? First, rest. Wang Su isn't that capable. He'll probably be stopped for a while. When spring plowing begins, I'll stay home and farm, Wei Yuan said with a smile. Wei Qi curled his lips and said, since that's the case, let's brothers take over the racetrack together. Wei Yuan lowered his eyes. This plan was indeed feasible. The people from Chongqing army were not his own, but the people from Hualing village were. If they could win over these 100 or so people. Wei Yuan hadn't spoken yet when Zhou Qing suddenly ran over. third brother. Second brother is back too. Wei Qi asked, so, Xiao Ping'an agreed to talk? Yes. He did, but he has conditions. He said he has wife and children in the racetrack. If third brother wants the racetrack, he must give the women and children inside a way out. Wei Qi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly sneered. Does he really think our Wei family is a band of villains? Bullying women and children is something I, Wei Qi, definitely won't do. Let's go talk to Xiao Ping'an. His son was back, so Wei's mother naturally prepared a big table of food. But after waiting for a long time, Wei Qi and Wei Yuan still hadn't come back. Instead, Zhou Qing arrived first. Zhou Qing stood at the door and said, Auntie, third brother and second brother might be a little late. They said to let you all eat first. Wei's mother was surprised. Oh, all right. Hey, Zhou Qing, have you eaten? Come in and sit with us. Zhou Qing hesitated. I haven't. That's perfect. Come in quickly and sit with us. Zhou Qing hesitated for a moment. Then Wei Man suddenly said, My mom baked 3 chickens today. Consider it a small gift for you. Old Wei coughed and said, Man. Wei Man lowered her head and said nothing. Old Wei smiled and said, Come, sit down. You've been working hard lately. Zhou Qing thought for a moment and nodded. Auntie, I won't be polite then. Today, Wei's mother had indeed baked chickens. The family still had plenty of mountain chickens. Wei Qi no longer went hunting in the mountains, but whenever he did, mountain chickens. In his own words, they would just come crashing into him. Even a divine being wouldn't have a way to handle it. At this time, Wei's mother would often give her son a big eye roll. After sitting down, Wei's mother first told everyone to start eating. Old Wei asked, What are they busy with at the practice ground? Zhou Qing lowered his head and ate. I don't know much, but I think it has to do with the racetrack.
Yuji looked surprised.
The racetrack? Yes, Wu Jian has a racetrack, probably deep in the mountains. Yuji lowered her eyes and understood. No wonder. That person was so bold in his actions, and his strength came so quickly. Now I understand. If there is a racetrack, would Wei Qi report it to the court?
Or
take it for himself? Yuji's thoughts were a bit messy, and suddenly Wei Man spoke beside her. I remember you used to be quite polite when you ate, but now you're so anxious, almost like my third brother. Zhou Qing. The Wei family members. Zhou Qing's movements slowed down instantly. I was practicing martial arts outside with everyone. It's a busy time. Wei Man nodded. Oh, right. I forgot you also practice martial arts. No wonder you look a bit darker. Zhou Qing immediately asked, Have I really darkened a lot? Wei Man looked at him without smiling. Yes, darker than my third brother. Zhou Qing. The Wei family members looked at the two with meaningful expressions. Wei's mother kept glancing back and forth, smiled, and said nothing. After dinner, Zhou Qing prepared to leave. Wei Yuan and Wei Qi just happened to come back. It's not a good time to come back. We just finished eating, Wei's mother said. Wei Yuan smiled. It's okay, Mom. We'll just eat a little more. Wei Man said, Mom left some for you. Hurry up and go. Wei Qi. Thanks, Mom. Wei's mother smiled. Eat quickly. If you're still hungry, call me again. By then, it was already dark. Yuji went back to her room first. After the Wei brothers discussed some important matters in the yard, Wei Qi turned back to his room. Yuji was reading a book on the bed. Wei Qi strode over suddenly and reached out to hold her. Yuji immediately dodged. What are you doing? Wei Qi deliberately looked serious. I want to see your back injury. Yuji. Bai Chun helped me apply medicine during the day. It's already healed. Wei Qi refused to listen and insisted on checking himself. Yuji couldn't resist, so she took off her outer clothes. Wei Qi kept staring at her for a long time. Is it okay now?
I really am fine.
Yuji silently prepared to put her clothes back on. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and gently pinched her, a bit roughly. Then Wei Qi silently went to wash up in the bathroom. Yuji. She could tell Wei Qi's back looked a little angry, but she didn't understand what exactly was bothering him. When Wei Qi finished his bath and returned, Yuji was already lying down, leaving only her back visible. Not applying medicine tonight? The man asked in a rough voice. No, 3 times a day is enough. After dinner, Bai Chun help me, she replied. Wei Qi didn't say anything and blew out the lamp. He lay down heavily, and there was a creaking sound beside him. It was very quiet in the night. Only his heavy breathing could be heard. Yuji asked softly, What did you talk to second brother about today? Was it about the horse farm? Wei Qi. So well informed? Qing Zhou said that. Wei Qi stopped speaking. What's really going on?
Tell me.
Wei Qi suddenly rolled over, his large hand reaching under her, turning her from a side-lying position to face down. The man brushed aside her hair and gently kissed her ear and neck. Yuji was a bit annoyed and deliberately teased him. Seeing you're angry, I thought you weren't in the mood. Wei Qi chuckled softly, his hand sliding down to the spot he had touched last night. Yuji immediately exclaimed, You dare. Wei Qi's hand moved again. What did I do? Yuji hesitated. I'm angry because you didn't tell me you got hurt. That man yesterday, I kicked 2 of his ribs. Wei Qi's words made Yuji shiver and his expression turned complicated. If he dared to hurt you, that's the price he has to pay. Yuji bit his lip. That's why I didn't tell you. If you had beaten him up in the street, what would your reputation be? Wei Qi sneered. I'm not a nobleman or a general. I don't care about reputation. Yuji suddenly asked, What if? Wei Qi paused. I mean, without being a noble or a general, if you could reach second brother's position, you still couldn't beat someone up in the street. Yuji looked back at him, and they exchanged deep glances. Wei Qi leaned in again and kissed her lips. Do you want me to succeed? Is that it? Yuji, don't you want that yourself? Wei Qi smiled. Honestly, I didn't have much ambition at first. Lucky me, I married a wealthy young lady. Yuji covered his mouth. No swearing in front of me. Wei Qi suddenly burst into laughter. All right, I won't say it. But as he moved his waist, he suddenly lifted Yuji. However, that doesn't count when we're in bed. Yuji. Afterward, Wei Qi got up and casually went to fetch water to help her wash. Yuji lay there softly, not wanting to move at all. The man returned and served her as usual, wiping her down while finally answering her question. Second brother has been suspended. The Changsheng army can't be trusted. We're planning to take over the racetrack. Yuji was shocked and turned to look at him. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask more details, but then thought better of it. In the military, like in official circles, being suppressed was common. In the end, Yuji only said, the court is corrupt and indulgent. If you can take over the racetrack and those 100 refugees, at least you can protect Hualing village. Wei Qi didn't seem to see her words as just about protecting the village, as if he wanted her to rebel. Wei Qi smiled slightly, thinking that his wife truly married well. Zhou Qing handled things well. The day Wei Yuan returned, he learned most of the details about the horse farm from Xiao Ping'an. Over the past few days, after Wei Yuan's return, the Wei brothers worked together and had a clear understanding of the horse farm's location. Most of the over 100 refugees had been mostly subdued. Hualing village was busy with spring planting. Wei Yong led people to plant rice in an orderly manner. Fortunately, last year was a good harvest, so there was enough food. As long as people listened and behaved, they wouldn't go hungry. While Wei Yuan was at home, Wei Qi took the chance to visit Yong'an County. This time, Yuji didn't go, but she still brought some things for the Li family, maintaining good relations so they wouldn't seem distant. Wei Qi left before the hour of Chen. Even riding quickly, he probably wouldn't return until nightfall. Today, Yuji was free, so she helped the eldest brother and others review their lessons. Third aunt, you've been busy outside lately, but we're still obediently studying, Miao Miao said sweetly. Yuji stroked her little braid. Miao Miao is so good. What about De Lang and Er Lang?
We are also studying.
Good. Today, Brother Yen Tai can quiz you, okay? The 3 of them instantly became nervous and looked at Yen Tai. Yuji smiled and said to her brother, Yen Tai, help your sister, okay? Yen Tai naturally agreed, but he noticed Yuji looked a bit tired and kindly asked, Sister, Are you feeling unwell? Yuji smiled. No, probably just tired from recent days. Maybe it was because her period was coming soon. She did feel a bit exhausted.
Yontai nodded.
All right, sister. Go rest quickly. Okay.
Yuji didn't insist.
She returned to her room and took a nap. She didn't know how much time passed, but she faintly heard Wei Chi's voice. She thought she was dreaming, but then she heard footsteps. Yuji opened her eyes. When the door was pushed open and Wei Chi entered, Yuji was still a bit confused. Wei Chi hurried over. Yu, I heard you slept all day today. Are you feeling unwell? Yuji stared blankly at the person in front of her and asked foolishly, What time is it? It's the hour of you. Yuji. She really had slept for most of the day. It's nothing, just a bit tired. Maybe my period is coming soon. Wei Chi looked a little worried and reached out to touch her belly. You're back so early? What did the county office say?
Yuji was clearly more concerned about that.
Pretty much what we thought. I didn't bother much, just reported it briefly. Yuji nodded. Wei Chi said, I also went to the Lee family, played 2 games of chess with Uncle Lee, and he gave me a few books.
Yuji was surprised.
You even had time to play chess with him? Yes, I didn't have much else to show for myself anyway. Really? Yuji smiled helplessly. Playing chess with him means you're not an ordinary person. Wei Chi reached out and pinched her little nose. Are you feeling unwell? Hungry? Let's go eat. I'm feeling better. A bit hungry. Forget it, wait for me. I'll bring the food in to eat. Don't join the fun. Yuji smiled.
All right then.
She was a bit sleepy and didn't want to move much. Wei Chi brought the food over. The 2 of them ate dinner in their room. Wei Chi said, Tomorrow I'll go to the racetrack with my second brother. We probably won't be back for 2 days. Yuji paused. Okay, do you know the place? Yes, I do. Xiao Ping'an is also quite sensible. Is this person trustworthy? Wei Chi said, he seems to be a loyal and caring person. He wants to protect his wife and daughter. As long as he has no bad intentions, I will make sure they are safe. Yuji asked, is the racetrack far?
Somewhat.
It's in the middle of Baoping Mountain. I've become familiar with the area, but I haven't met anyone there, so it's probably not close. Yuji was a bit worried again. Be careful. Wei Chi smiled. Don't worry, wife. This time, there are more of us going, so it shouldn't be dangerous. Okay, good. Don't go to the clinic these next 2 days. Rest well. We'll talk after I return. Yuji opened her mouth, and Wei Chi saw what she wanted to say.
What?
You still want to go? Yuji smiled. Forget it, I'll listen to you. Her back injury wasn't fully healed, so Wei Chi wouldn't agree to her going alone. In Wei Yuan's room, Lu Shi had probably sensed something unusual these past 2 days. Is there something wrong in the army? Why haven't you been there these days? Wei Yuan was washing his feet and paused. No, nothing's wrong. Lu Shi was sewing at the table and looked up at him. Wei Yuan hesitated, took a towel to wipe his feet, and said, Go to sleep. Lu Shi said, I want to finish making Erlang's clothes first.
You should sleep now.
Wei Yuan didn't reply. After pouring water, he came over and turned off the lamp in front of her without saying a word. Lu Shi was stunned. Then she was suddenly picked up horizontally by the man. Wei Yuan threw the things in her hands aside.
Sleep now.
We'll finish it tomorrow morning. Mrs. Lu. Wei Yuan is the quietest among the brothers. Mrs. Lu is also not very talkative. After they married, even their intimacy was proper and reserved. Mrs. Lu thinks this is good. A husband and wife should behave like that. However, since Wei Yuan returned this time, Mrs. Lu feels he has changed. Sometimes he deliberately acts mischievously, forcing her to speak out.
Like now.
Mrs. Lu clenches her teeth, but is pinched on her cheeks maliciously by Wei Yuan. The man presses close to her flushed face. I'm here with you at home. Why are you hoping your husband will leave? Mrs. Lu. She doesn't mean that at all. Wei Yuan bites her. Tomorrow I'll go up the mountain with the 3rd brother and the others. We'll be back in 10 days. Hearing this, Mrs. Lu feels worried again and instinctively hugs his waist. All the awkwardness just moments ago disappears. Be careful. I'll wait for you. Wei Yuan smirks triumphantly. Okay. The next morning, 2/3 of the men in Hualing village stay behind to guard the village, while the rest, including Wei's brothers, head into the mountains. Most people don't know what they're going to do this time. Only a few trusted ones know the truth. After breakfast, with some dry food, Wei Qi leaves. Before leaving, he glances at Yuji. Yuji smiles and waves goodbye.
Wenki grins.
Once everyone is gone, the large courtyard quickly becomes quiet and empty. Wei's mother mutters, "This is a bit strange." Wei man, wasn't it like this when second brother didn't come back? Our village isn't that big either. Wei's mother. Yes, that's why it feels strange. By the way, your eldest sister said she'll come back in a few days. I wonder how things are over there. Wei man, if there was any news, they would have told us. No news means no problem. That's right. They're farther away, so they should be safe. Yuji yawns softly, just finishing breakfast, but for some reason, she feels sleepy again. At this time, the Great Zhou dynasty is not only troubled in Suzhou. After 3 years of fighting external enemies, followed by natural disasters and internal chaos, in just 5 years, the court has become battered and scarred. Maybe it's not just 5 years. His Majesty, obsessed with immortality, has become more reckless as he reaches middle age. This rebellion by Prince and has already caused upheaval in the capital. Bandits have appeared in Suzhou, and refugees are causing chaos. Some ministers in the cabinet have already gone gray from worry and are pleading earnestly. Finally, His Majesty issued an order to send the current Deputy Minister of Justice to aid in disaster relief in Suzhou, accompanied by the Jinshan Guard. Now, Deputy Minister of Justice Pei Zihui, also the commander of the Jinshan Guard, is heading north. Near the border of Suzhou, a team of horses and carriages was orderly moving through the mountains. A carriage in the middle of the group looked grand and impressive. A young servant riding a horse approached the carriage. "Sir, we are about to reach Suzhou. Should we stop to rest?" Inside, a gentle yet strong voice replied, "Yes." The young servant received the order and immediately rode to give the message. "The master commands. Rest here for half an hour." The group gradually stopped. Near a forest with trees and water, it was a good place for supplies. After a moment, the carriage also came to a complete stop. The curtain was drawn aside, and a man in white stepped out. This man had a tall, noble posture, with a commanding presence. His black hair was high. Even without wearing armor, his extraordinary bearing was clear. Pei Zihui stood by the forest, looking out, clearly observing the terrain. "Master, would you like some water to quench your thirst? The soldiers are handing out dry rations." Pei Zihui nodded and took some. "You should rest too." Next to him was a young servant named Ahe, who smiled happily. "I'm not tired. The master has been traveling day and night. It's best to take a short break now." "No, I must go," Pei Zihui said, then suddenly walked toward a nearby river. "After crossing this river, we will reach Suzhou, right?"
"Yes."
"The king of the northern frontier rebelled, and you were sent to negotiate. But Suzhou is also in chaos. Refugees are causing trouble. You're handling tough tasks alone. The emperor's plan is truly clever."
Pei Zihui replied calmly, "No interruptions."
Ahe hesitated and said, "Young master, I just think, since you are already engaged to the future lady, if it weren't for this mission, you would be getting married in the summer. Your parents are looking forward to it. Private affairs are not comparable to the fate of the people," Pei Zihui said quietly. Ahe lowered his head. "So, sir, have you decided what to do?" Pei Zihui remained silent. Ahe's worries made sense. Handling one major issue was difficult enough, but taking on two? Many officials in the court were waiting to see him, Pei Zihui, stumble. Moreover, he actually had more than two matters to deal with. "Let's go to Suzhou first. The refugees there need to be quickly controlled. After that, we'll head to the northern frontier. General Liu is resisting the king of the north, which is somewhat manageable.
But
send the Flying Eagle to me. I have orders for him." "Yes." A moment later, a black-clad guard strode over. "Master." Pei Zihui lowered his voice and said, "Go handle two things for me. First, find out where the Qin family is in Suizhou. Second, he paused, then continued, the Yu family in Jiangnan. The guard, Flying Eagle, paused briefly, then nodded and saluted. Understood.
Deep within the Pouch Mountain.
Wei Qi and Wei Yuan led the team and traveled all day. Finally, at dusk, they reached the place Xiao Pingan mentioned. It was a hidden canyon. As soon as they entered, they heard the loud sound of horses running. Xiao Pingan lowered his gaze and said, Old Master Wu loves his horses more than anything. Wu's family has raised this herd for 3 generations. Wei Qi squinted and asked, What exactly is going on with Wu's family? Xiao Pingan slightly smiled and replied, Black Wind Village and the court are both eyeing this horse farm. Originally, it was meant to serve the court, with a profit split of 37 and 63. Wu's family is very unhappy about this. Now, the court wants to take all the profits for itself.
Who can accept that?
There are over 1,000 horses here, all unregistered. Wei Qi understood and said, So, I've really gotten a big advantage. Xiao Pingan didn't reply immediately. After a moment he said, Third Master, you promised me. Wei Qi looked at him and smiled. When I first saw you, I said you had a good name. If we can successfully take this horse farm today, I promise you and your family will be safe for life. Xiao Pingan nodded and said, Thank you, Third Master. Inside, there are only 10 stable workers, all mute and deaf. Wu's family has always only employed such people to guard the horses. Wei Yuan shook his head. That's too cruel. Xiao Pingan looked at him in surprise and said, Second Master, that's not right. If news about the horse farm gets out, we'll all be doomed. Wei Qi said, Let's go in and see first. More than 40 people from Hualing village, all riding fine horses, many of whom were from this horse farm. They knew the place well and quickly reached the gates of the farm. Wei Qi finally saw that the terrain here was excellent. With time, it might even surpass Black Wind Village. He believed he could move freely in the mountains and had never noticed this place before. Truly, there are mountains beyond mountains. Xiao Pingan whistled, and suddenly, 3 or 2 fierce dogs ran out. They sniffed Xiao Pingan's scent and then turned and ran inside. Wei Qi smiled and said, It would be great if Rui Bao had this presence. Wei Yuan shook his head. You still have the heart to joke.
Wei Qi chuckled. Why not?
It's just a horse farm. Taking over the horse farm went surprisingly smoothly. Wu Jian, despite having excellent resources, was too eager for quick success. He had over 100 men, all of whom were sent out. If it were Wei Qi, he would have kept half behind to rest and recover, knowing that as long as the mountains remained, there would be firewood. Fortunately, he managed to seize this opportunity. 1,000 horses made Wei Yuan very excited. These were all fine steeds. Wei Yuan and his third brother exchanged glances, then Wei Qi and he moved aside. What are your plans? Wei Qi chuckled softly, Let the big stone and the Wu brothers stay. 100 refugees will be divided, half to stay here, half to return with me to Hualing village. Those here will focus on raising horses and farming. From now on, they will be part of our Wei family's horse farm. The elders and children will return to the village to ensure they have enough food. Wei Yuan nodded. This is leverage. And the best plan. Let Chunan also stay. We need people we trust. Ideally, some of my Wei family members. Wei Qi and Wei Yuan exchanged glances, each thinking of their own choices. Raising pigs and horses are quite similar. Since the pig farm at home is gone, this is a good opportunity. After deciding, Wei Qi held a meeting with everyone. When they heard that staying to raise horses and farm meant they wouldn't have to fight or kill anymore, they were stunned and confused at first. After confirming, they cheered happily. Third Master, are you sending us to our deaths?
Wei Qi frowned.
Why would I send you to die? I have no interest in being a bandit leader. Xiao Pingan was also surprised but quickly understood the reason. Rest and grow stronger. If Wu Jian had this realization earlier, it would have been better. Wei Qi looked at him and said, You need to come down the mountain with me. From now on, stay in the village. Your wife and daughter can stay in the valley. Our Wei family will supply food, so you don't need to worry. This place is secret. As long as the news doesn't leak, they will be safe forever. Xiao Ping'an was not surprised at all, even feeling relieved. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee and bowed his head to Wei Qi Xiao Ping'an, obeying Lord Wei's orders. Border region. From Suzhou northward lies the grasslands and deserts beyond the Great Wall. Since the Great Wall was built 10 years ago, there have been 5 years of war with the barbarians. The war has only just paused, but the construction of the wall must continue every day. Here, yellow sand fills the sky. Countless laborers work here, locals, captured barbarians, and exiled criminals. The yellow sand swirls endlessly. Border guards wave their whips, urging the laborers to work. From dawn until around noon, half of the heavy labor is completed. Yu Ji, dressed in dull yellow cloth, finally lifts his head after moving the last brick, looking at the endless yellow sand. All of you, go eat now, quickly. Only 15 minutes. Yu Ji pursed his lips and didn't delay further. Only after completing the work can they eat. The newcomers, however, are not given this treatment. He has been in the border region for nearly a year, and now he finally has this privilege. The dining area was only a simple shed, serving wild vegetable soup, coarse bread, and a dish of salted vegetables. Yu Ji silently bit into his bread. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the shed. A woman dressed in plain clothes, carrying a basket, approached. The 2 soldiers guarding recognized her and let her in without much trouble. Wan Yang walked over to Yu Ji and sat down silently.
Eat, she said.
My family's chickens laid eggs. I cooked one and fried another. Once a noble lady from the capital, her hands had become rough from working in the fields. Cooking was no longer a problem for her. Yu Ji looked up at her, took the cooked egg, and left the fried one for her. You should eat too.
I've already eaten.
I'll be more tired in the afternoon.
Keep it for later, she replied. Yui stayed silent.
2 eggs? He asked softly. Wan Yang looked out into the distance. There are 4 eggs in total, and 2 more will be ready for you tonight. The chickens are fat because you take good care of them, she said.
Yui nodded. Got it. You can go now.
Wan Yang stood up, carrying her basket, and left. A soldier nearby muttered as he watched them. Travel all this way just to deliver 2 eggs? Such a luxury. Yu Ji ignored him. After drinking a bowl of water, he also left. This was their secret code no one else understood. They still had 2 eggs at home, which meant there were 2 important messages. Could it be from Suizhou? Or from Princeton? Or maybe from father? Yu Ji quickened his movements, a faint light returning to his eyes after a long time. 2 days later, at Baoping Mountain, Wei Qi led the people from Hualing village down the mountain. The horse farm had been closed, and the brothers felt quite relaxed. On the way down, Wei Qi asked Wei Yuan about his plans. Yu mentioned before that Wang Su might have someone behind him. Do you know who it is? Wei Yuan smiled. 3rd sister-in-law is quite clever. Yes, do you remember Gao Qianshi I mentioned last time? Yes, I remember. The commander has 2 aides. One is called Gao Zingqi, a 4th-rank official, and the other is Liang Ji, a 3rd-rank officer and Wang Su's cousin-in-law. Wei Qi asked, no wonder. So Liang Ji is higher in rank than Gao Zingqi? Just 1 rank higher. They don't get along well.
Got it.
Gao Zingqi values you, but Wang Su doesn't like you. Wei Yuan smiled. What am I? I'm not at that level. Wang Su simply dislikes me. It's just personal grudges. Of course. Maybe it's partly what you said. This fat guy Wang, he's just sitting on his high perch and not doing anything. He won't hold the position of 100 household for long. Wei Yuan smiled but said nothing. Wang Su didn't know if he could sit in his position for long. He only knew that he was now under someone's control. Wei Yuan didn't expect that at this critical moment, there was also bad news waiting for him. The 2 just arrived at the village entrance after leaving the mountain. Zhou Qing rode his mule quickly over. 2nd brother. 3rd brother. Seeing how flustered he was, Wei Yuan immediately felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Zhou Qing hurriedly said, today everyone in town is talking about it. The Black Wind Village's second leader has issued a warning.
Wei Qi frowned.
What did he say? Zhou Qing looked worried as he glanced at Wei Yuan. Second brother, you led troops to fight bandits twice before. They remember you and have threatened. Wei Yuan cut him off. Just say it, no need to worry. Zhou Qing hesitated. They said within a month, they will take second brother's head. Wei Yuan was stunned.
Wei Qi shouted angrily, nonsense.
Who do they think they are? Wei Yuan pressed his lips together, staying calmer than his younger brother. Second leader. I think his name is Meng. Yes, it is. Second brother, you should go to the army and explain this. Wei Qi frowned at Wei Yuan. These people only have this much ability. They hold a grudge against you, but why not target the army? Wei Yuan smiled slightly. Last time I fought bandits, I single-handedly cut off the arm of their leader. They remember that. This news clearly spread throughout Hualing village quickly. Wei family members rushed over, with Wei mother and Lu Shi looking pale. Old second. Who was that person? Wei Yuan immediately dismounted and helped his worried mother. It's okay, mother. Don't be afraid. Turning around, he saw his wife looking just as worried. Wei Yuan felt a pang and took Lu Shi's hand. Don't worry, it's fine. Wei Qi also dismounted and went to Yuji. Yuji looked worriedly at her second brother. Wei Qi held her hand gently and shook his head. Wei Yuan said, I'll go to the army soon to report this. I've made them fear me twice with my sword. I'm not afraid of a third time. He spoke confidently, and Wei mother's worry eased a little. That Black Wind village is very wicked. Why doesn't the court wipe them out once and for all? They're truly a menace. Wei Yuan comforted his mother. Their power is too great, but even the strongest forces can be broken down after 3 strikes, like a torn cloth that leaks air. Wei mother's expression softened. That's good. Let's go back now. After you eat, you should hurry to the county town and report this to the officials. Wei Yuan agreed. Knowing that my 2 sons would return today, Mother Wei had prepared a big table of food. But then, terrible news arrived, and even the delicious dishes tasted bland and flat. Wei Qi noticed the tense atmosphere and took the initiative to talk about the horse farm in the mountains. Old Wei finally shifted his attention and asked, Is the third son planning to build up the horse farm? Does he need workers? Wei Qi was honest. Father, the government doesn't manage the over 100 refugees in Hualing village. I can only settle them. The horse farm is very large, and if I can find more workers, that would be great. That way, Hualing village won't be bullied by outsiders. But I don't want just any random people. If someone has bad intentions, it could cause trouble. Old Wei agreed. What the third son says makes sense. We only want to protect ourselves, not to cause trouble. Growing stronger is a good thing.
Exactly.
There's no rush to find workers, but father, these horses need care. I can't rest easy without our own people at the farm. Wei Qi looked at his father, who immediately understood his meaning. You mean Wei Qi smiled, replacing the pig farm with a horse farm. I wonder if father and big brother are interested. Wei Yong's eyes lit up. Me too? Wei Qi nodded. Of course. It's not right to let father work alone. Wei Yong was excited. I'll go. I haven't raised horses before, but I can do a good job. Don't worry, third brother. Wei Qi smiled. I trust big brother completely. Yuji sat quietly eating, glancing at Wei Qi and then at second brother and his wife. She sensed something was wrong. After dinner, she went back to her room and immediately asked, I saw that second brother didn't seem right at the table. Did something happen? Wei Qi hesitated. Wife, you noticed? Yuji's heart skipped a beat. Did something really happen?
Wei Qi nodded.
It's about second brother being suspended from his post, like I told you before. Yuji paused, remembering. I forgot to ask last time. What exactly happened? Remember when we went to the county town? That district chief gave second brother a hard time, and he was suspended. Now, with the Black Wind village rumors, it's likely they're trying to make trouble for him. Yuji's eyes widened. That can't be. Why would they do that? If it's true, second brother might even report it directly to higher officials. Report it directly? To a higher officer? Yuji nodded.
Yes.
Second brother is a captain of the army. How could they ignore him? If they really did this, that district chief shouldn't hold his position anymore. Yuji naturally became angry, speaking quite harshly. Wei Qi looked at her and suddenly smiled. He took a big step forward and hugged her. That's right, Yu. Everything you said is correct. Yuji's eyebrows and eyes softened instantly when he hugged her, and she shyly pursed her lips. I was just talking nonsense. Don't tell second brother. Wei Qi rubbed her head. Let's not talk about that. Tomorrow, I'll go to the county town with second brother to see someone. You've been bored at home these past 2 days. Do you want to come shopping with me? Yuji thought for a moment and asked, is that okay? Will it delay you? No, it won't. The matter at the racetrack is settled. The spring plowing is also underway at home, and fourth brother is returning to the county school soon. Shall we go together? Yuji nodded with a smile. That sounds good. Let's go together. Wei Qi agreed and turned to prepare himself in the bathhouse. Over the past few days, he had been in the mountains, covered in dust and dirt, and he couldn't stand himself. Yuji went to the bedside to find her menstrual supplies in the box. She found it strange. Her period should have started by now, but there was no sign of it these days. She looked at it several times. However, she still felt a bit tired and thought it might be due to recent fatigue, and her period was late again, so she didn't pay much attention. Yu, can you help me wipe my back? Wei Qi called from the bathhouse. Yuji responded and turned to go inside. The bathhouse was filled with mist. As soon as she stepped in with one foot, Wei Qi suddenly picked her up. Yuji's face turned red. She really didn't understand why he liked doing that. The man's eyes and expression were full of happiness. Good girl. Yuji pursed her lips. You put me down now. Wei Qi didn't answer, but pressed close to her, clearly feeling his impulsiveness. However, Wei Qi, I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. Let's wait a few days.
Wei Qi paused.
He held her like a child, tilting his head up, his eyes dark. What's wrong? His tone was a little nervous and worried. I don't know. I feel like my period is coming, but it's late. I don't feel well, and my waist is very sore. The fire in Wei Qi's eyes almost went out completely. He reached out and pinched Yuji's cheek. All right, I won't bother you.
Sleep now.
Yuji asked, aren't you supposed to wipe my back? Wei Qi chuckled softly. Just teasing you. I wouldn't want to bother you. Yuji pursed her lips and lightly hit him. Wei Qi laughed loudly, telling her to go back to her room first. Yuji didn't insist and quietly made the bed. Wei Qi looked down, his Adam's apple rolling, and suddenly saw a small piece of clothing on the shelf. Wei Qi took a while before returning, clearly spending some time in the bathhouse. When he came back, it seemed he had washed again. Go to sleep, the man said heavily, then gently held Yuji in his arms. They had a sleepless night. The next day, Wei Qi went to find Wei Yuan to discuss going to the city. Wei Yuan pulled him aside and said, You don't need to go. Just wait for my news. Wei Qi frowned and asked why. Today, I'll probably meet Wang Su. If you go, he might find out you defeated Wu Jian. It's better if he doesn't remember you. Also, if he intends to cause trouble for me, whether you go or not doesn't matter much. Wei Qi looked down and asked, How soon will you have news? Tonight I'll be back. You should go to the county office. If things go wrong, second brother still relies on you. Both brothers understood that if the Longsheng army acts too harshly and Wei Yuan can't move the troops, then Hualing village and the horse farm will be their last bargaining chips. Wei Qi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Second brother, take your time on the road. We'll be waiting at home. Wei Yuan smiled and said, Got it. Starting today, Old Wei and Wei Yong planned to go into the mountains. The family, including the elderly and Wei Mu, were worried. They packed a lot of things filling a cart, but still felt it wasn't enough. Take it slow on the road. If you need anything, send us your back to get it, Wei Mu said anxiously. There was nothing in the mountains, no food, water, or clothes, everything they needed. Old Wei replied, All right. There are so many people in the mountains, and it's not just me and my brother exploring deep into the mountains. Don't worry so much. Wei Mu ignored him and turned to remind her son. Wei Yong smiled happily. Don't worry, mother. We'll be back. He Mei was wiping tears nearby, saying, It's been 10 days or half a month since I last saw him. Wei Yong rolled his eyes and said, All right, I don't know why you're so worried. It's not like something bad happened. He Mei spat and said, Heartless thing. Wei Yong grinned. Wei Qi came over and asked, Big brother, do you want me to send you off? Wei Yong waved his hand. No need. We have to sure. You stay at home and rest after working so hard. Wei Qi nodded, gave a few instructions to Chao Dashur, and a mule cart slowly set off. The villagers of Hualing village were united. Seeing the Wei family leave, no one asked questions, only nodded and smiled as a greeting. The fields were full of busy figures. Wei Yong sat on the mule cart, and the shadows of the Wei family's small courtyard grew smaller and smaller. Wei Mu stayed at home to rest and felt a bit better. Wei Qi teased, Mother complains about father, but still worries about him. After this busy time, Mother will go to the mountains and stay for a while. Wei's mother raised her hand and slapped him gently. I don't want to go. There's nothing in the mountains and no one to worry about. Wei Qi just smiled. During the day, Wei Qi rode his horse to Foda town to show his face, then went to the martial arts training ground for a walk, and afterward, he returned to his room to spend time with his wife. Since he wasn't going to the county town for now, Yuji also enjoyed a rare peaceful moment at home. The two of them quietly did something in the room, not knowing what, until dusk when Wei's mother called them for dinner. Not long after, Wei Yuan also returned home. This time, Wei Yuan came back alone. Wei Qi turned his head to look, and instantly felt a cold wave of disappointment. In the Wei family's main hall, everyone was very quiet. Wei Yuan had already told the family everything. At this point, it was impossible not to speak. Wei's mother wiped her tears and said, You're such a good son, and you didn't say a word after such a big incident.
Truly.
And you even lied to me. Wei Yuan replied, Mother, it's not that bad.
My son isn't gone.
Lu suddenly looked up and met his wife's gaze. Wei Yuan hesitated for a moment and then spat twice in frustration. Wei Qi asked, Is there no room for negotiation about this matter? Wei Yuan forced a smile and said, At least not with Wang Su. I haven't spoken to Gao Qian about that. I hope not much since I broke military rules first. Wei Qi immediately got angry. What nonsense military rules? Just because of that time you borrowed soldiers? And you still earned many military merits? What does that count for? Wei Yuan patted his shoulder. Third brother, don't be angry. Officialdom is like this. Yuji looked at Wei Qi, gently tugging his sleeve in comfort, then turned to Wei Yuan and said, Second brother, I suggest you try to talk to Gao Qian. Wei Qi suddenly said, If it comes to it, just take down Black Wind Village. Once and for all. The military merit will be yours, second brother. The Wei family was startled.
Third brother, this.
Even though we now have people and horses, we can't act so impulsively. Yuji was also surprised. Wei Qi looked cold. I'm not arrogant or impulsive. They've gone too far. And the court too. Wei Yuan was silent for a while, but his eyes showed more determination when he looked at Wei Qi just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, Chao Dashi shouted loudly, Third master. Scholar Li seems to have arrived. Everyone in the Wei family froze, then all left the main hall. A carriage was approaching nearby. Sure enough, it was from the Li family. Yuji and Wei Qi were both very surprised. When Uncle Li arrived, it was probably for an important matter. Li Yuanzhou got out of the carriage, and the Wei family hurriedly led him into the main hall. They served tea and water. Li Yuanzhou waved his hand and said, Just get to the main point. He looked at Wei Yuan and said, I've heard about the Black Wind Village matter. This was the first time Wei Yuan saw Li Yuanzhou, so he immediately bowed respectfully. Please, sir, enlighten us. Li Yuanzhou said seriously, If you bring your own soldiers, my Li family can send out 100 soldiers, plus the people from your village. Do you think you can take down Blackwind Village? Wei Yuan and Wei Qi were both stunned. Sir, do you mean? Li Yuanzhou suddenly took out a letter from his sleeve. I just received news that a corrupt official from the court is being held by Blackwind Village. Yu Ji froze. A corrupt official? Li Yuanzhou looked at her and nodded. This person embezzled 10 million taels. If Black Wind Village gets him, the consequences could be terrible.
Yu Ji's face changed.
Corrupt officials run rampant. So why doesn't the court take action? Li Yuanzhou said, "This is a secret report. I haven't submitted it to the court." Yu Ji understood. Although Li Yuanzhou had stepped back from official duties, he was still paying close attention to major events. Only important people would make him come forward. Li Yuanzhou looked at Wei Qi. "I heard you eliminated a leader of the refugees."
Wei Qi smiled.
"Uncle, your news is indeed sharp. How many people?" "About 100, plus some horses."
Li Yuanzhou nodded.
"Fine horses are important military supplies. You now have some capital. Do you believe you can take down Blackwind Village and also capture the corrupt official? If so, I will report this and recommend you for 1,000 households." Wei Mother opened her mouth wide. Li Yuanzhou said, "Wei Yuan as well." Wei Yuan hesitated and said, "Sir, you might not know, but I've been suspended by the Changsheng army."
Li Yuanzhou smiled faintly.
"I've heard. That's a small matter. I know Commander Liu, who is an old friend of mine. I can help you get a word in. But the truth is, I might only be able to help you get your own 100 soldiers. Honestly, the court has lost its ability to deal with bandits. They might even need to fight against the new army." Wei Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately bowed deeply. "If that's the case, I would be very grateful." Li Yuanzhou stood up. "All right, then it's settled? You will go back to the county town with me and head to the army." Wei Qi and Wei Yuan were both a bit excited. "Yes." Li Yuanzhou suddenly looked at Yu Ji and said, "You want to go with us? Your Uncle Chen might arrive in 3 days." Yu Ji's eyes lit up. "Uncle Chen is coming?" "Yes, they are now common folk. The imperial pardon should be issued soon. I sent someone to fetch him." Yu Ji was a bit excited. "I want to go." "All right, let's go together." Mother Wei invited Li Yuanzhou to have a simple family meal. At this moment, the Wei family was not feeling calm. They clearly didn't expect to go on a formal bandit suppression mission. Wei Qi walked over to Wei Yuan. "Actually, before Uncle Li arrived, I thought the same. If they push you too far, you'll have to take this step sooner or later." Wei Yuan smiled helplessly. "I figured that out. I thought it was a last resort, but I didn't expect Uncle Li to come." Wei Qi asked, "Is it still a last resort now?" Wei Yuan was silent. "Not quite the best option, more like a middle ground." Wei Qi understood and patted his shoulder. "It's okay. We're brothers. We face everything together." Wei Yuan nodded and patted him back. Wei Qi returned to his room. Yu Ji was packing her things. Seeing Wei Qi come in, she explained, "I just talked with Uncle Li. If everything goes well, you might need to train soldiers in the county town. Also, Uncle Chen is coming. You might not know, but he's from my sister-in-law's family." Wei Qi understood. "You want to stay a few days at the Li family?" Yu Ji nodded. "Is that okay?" Wei Qi smiled. "Of course. The Li family is safe and the environment is good." Yu Ji pursed her lips. "Thank you." Wei Qi walked over and suddenly pinched her earlobe. "Why are you always so polite?" Yu Ji looked at him and suddenly reached out, hugging his waist. "This bandit suppression. You will definitely succeed. Eliminating the Black Wind Village and catching the corrupt officials is also a good thing for the people." Wei Qi looked at her deeply. "Actually, I don't care much about doing good for the people." Yu Ji was a bit surprised. "Then, what for? Fame?" Wei Qi smiled slightly. "Nothing much. Just going along with the flow." Yu Ji didn't think much of it either. Yes, the Black Wind Village's threats were just to force the Wei family to step forward. Since the decision was made, it was better to act sooner than later. After dinner, Wei Qi, Wei Yuan, and Yu Ji and Tai all followed the Li family. The large Wei family courtyard suddenly was left with only Mother Wei and Man. "Oh no," and Zhou Qing, who came unexpectedly. "Andy," third brother, said, "I should stay here to protect you." Wei Man was surprised. "My fourth brother will be back soon too." Zhou Qing smiled. "Third brother has other tasks. They are not here, and Hualing Village still needs training. Wei Man let out a soft sound. Yangon County. It was already late after arriving at the Li residence, and there wouldn't be many hours left to rest. Yu Ji moved into the Li family. When Li Yan heard this, she happily ran out of the yard. Sister Yu. That's great, stay a few more days. Yu Ji smiled and said, I might be bothering you. Li Yan took her hand and immediately called her maids. You all, quickly tidy up the side room and prepare everything according to my standards.
Yes.
Yu Ji said, actually, it's not necessary to go to so much trouble. I brought some things. Oh, it's fine. I have plenty anyway. Let them prepare everything, so you can rest comfortably. Zhang Chun also hurriedly said, Miss, I'll go too. Wei Yuan and Wei Qi couldn't rest. Li Yuanzhou couldn't either. The morning training for Chongqing Army was about to start, and only at this time could they see the commander. After a short rest, Li Yuanzhou took the Wei brothers and set out again. Before leaving, Wei Qi looked at Yu Ji. Yu Ji said, I'll stay here, don't worry. Wei Qi nodded and smiled at Li Yan's teasing look, saying, Next time, I'll send you a parrot. Li Yan also laughed. Good. I promise to take good care of Sister Yu. Wei Qi smiled and thanked her. After they left, Li Yan approached Yu Ji and asked, Sister Yu, I heard that brother-in-law has taken over more than 100 refugees. Is that true? Yu Ji replied, Did your father tell you? Where? It's already spread through the county town. Yu Ji was surprised. How did it spread through the county? Tell me more. Chongqing Army Camp. The Chongqing Army was stationed in the northern frontier, having made great achievements in repelling the barbarians. Now they were scattered across different places. Lu Wei was the commander here in Suzhou. The old acquaintance Li Yuanzhou mentioned was him. Inside the barracks, Lu Wei heard that Li Yuanzhou had arrived and immediately came out to greet him. When old friends meet, they naturally exchanged greetings. Lu Wei was a general and acted quite roughly. I knew you were in Yangon County. I was just thinking about visiting you the other day. Sorry I missed it. You knew I was in Suzhou, so why did you only come today? Li Yuanzhou smiled faintly. You are quite unreasonable. You didn't come either. I came first today, and now you're blaming me? Lu Wei laughed loudly. Haha, it's my fault. Wei Qi and Wei Yuan followed behind, entering the barracks together with Li Yuanzhou. Wei Qi was unfamiliar with the place, but Wei Yuan's eyes showed clear longing. In the study, Lu Wei heard about Li Yuanzhou's purpose, and his expression gradually became serious. His gaze also shifted to Wei Yuan and Wei Qi. He sat upright and said, Yuanzhou, your troops are only 100 soldiers, plus 100 from the Chongqing Army, and over 100 villagers. That's fewer than 500. But now, Heifeng Village has at least 1,000 or more, and with recent recruits, it might be even more. Li Yuanzhou replied, That's why I came to ask you. Wei Yuan, your centurion, tell him in detail about your suspension. Wei Yuan immediately stepped forward and saluted. Centurion Wei Yuan reports to the commander. I've heard about you. Stand up and speak. The conversation inside the guard station lasted for half an hour. Lu Wei finally nodded. I understand. Since that's the case, take your 100 soldiers, and I will assign you another 100. Wei Yuan was very happy. Thank you, sir. You don't need to thank me. You are a military officer of the court. Although you have done good work in fighting bandits, military orders come first. To be honest, the court has ordered that in 10 days, I will lead the army to the northern frontier. The bandit suppression will probably be up to you. Also, you need to safely bring these 200 men back. Yes. Li Yuanzhou looked at Lu Wei. If this can be achieved, it will also be an achievement. Wei Qi, Wei Yuan, you two go out first. I have something to discuss with the commander. The two nodded and prepared to leave. Lu Wei suddenly looked at Wei Qi and asked, Are you Wei Qi? Wei Qi paused, looked up, and said, Yes. Lu Wei examined him from head to toe. Not bad, a good young talent. After Wei Qi left, Wei Yuan suggested they take a walk around the guard station. Wei Qi asked, Second brother, how many people are in the guard station? Usually, a guard station has about 6,000 soldiers. Wei Qi grinned. That's quite a lot. Wei Yuan smiled. Yes, indeed.
Come on.
It's rare to visit. Yuji stayed at the Li residence. She was with Li Yan, and she felt quite comfortable and relaxed. She hardly slept last night. Yuji first went back to her room to rest for a while. In the morning, she had lunch with Li Yan, and then they went to enjoy the flowers in the garden. Big sister Yu, look at these peonies. They're all blooming. Yuji looked over happily. They're very beautiful. Your gardener is good. Hee hee, do you want to transplant some when you go back?
Yuji shook her head.
Forget it. They're too delicate. No need to bother. Then, I have some flower seeds. Let brother-in-law plant them for you.
Lienteasa. Yuji was surprised.
Let Wei Qi plant flowers for her? This scene was quite Sidar looking forward to.
But
let's talk about it later. He's busy recently. Li Yan stuck out her tongue. Big sister Yu, you're so thoughtful. 2 maidservants brought a kite and said, Miss, the kite is ready. The weather is nice today. Do you want to go play? Li Yan happily took it and said, Yujie, shall we fly the kite together? Yuji also became interested and said, Yes, let's go. In the past, in Jiangnan, spring was the best time to fly kites. The southern people called kites yao, and they were a bit larger. When Yuji was young, she had a big butterfly-shaped paper kite, and she was happy for a long time. Looking at this smaller kite in her hand, Yuji also smiled and said, Let's go. Together. Yes, I won't lose to you. Yuji and Li Yan played in Li's garden for a while. Li Yan was still excited, but Yuji got tired after a short run and sat down, panting. Li Yan smiled and said, Yujie, you don't exercise much usually? Zhang Chun hurried over and handed Yuji some water. Miss, are you feeling unwell? Your face looks so pale. Yuji also felt strange. She had been healthy for the past 6 months and didn't feel so weak. Li Yan sensed something was wrong and hurried over. What's wrong, sister? Should we call the doctor? Yuji covered her chest and shook her head. I'll rest a bit, it'll be fine. Zhang Chun helped her sit down and took out a fan to fan her. Miss has been feeling very sleepy and tired these days. If it was just a day or 2, it would be okay, but I've noticed her looking like this for several days, Zhang Chun said worriedly.
Yuji was surprised.
It's been a long time? At least 10 days. Yuji slowly frowned. A gust of wind blew, and suddenly she remembered. Her period this month was also late.
Could it be?
Now that she was studying medicine, she thought more. Her hand unconsciously moved to her abdomen, her expression mixed with surprise and joy.
Could it be?
What she was thinking. After spending some time in the garden, Yuji returned to her room. Li Yan wanted to call a doctor for her, but Yuji politely refused. After returning to her room, she first calmed her mind and tried to check herself, but doctors don't treat themselves. Her mood affected her, and she couldn't see anything clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Yuji gave up. But she had a strange feeling. This feeling made her happy and excited, but also a little nervous and worried. At this critical moment, Wei Qi was going to deal with bandits. If it was true, when should she tell him? These doubts kept swirling in her mind. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Forget it. She decided to wait until Uncle Li returned and then have him check her. Hualing Village. After Wei Qi and Wei Yuan left, Wei Hai stepped forward at home. Wei's mother was quite pleased and said, My 4 sons are all quite capable, but 4th son, you should rest now. Recently, Wei Hai also started practicing martial arts with a smile and said, I'm not tired, mother. I found that besides studying, practicing martial arts also helps strengthen the body. It's very good. No wonder there's a saying that someone is both talented in literature and martial arts. I want to be like that too. Wei's mother laughed and said, Good, good, good. You can definitely do it. Zhou Qing was also at home, smiling and saying, 4th brother can do it. I'm almost there, but I lack talent in studying, and I'm not very good at martial arts. Wei Hai looked at him and said, Don't underestimate yourself. Your father said that your mind for business is the best in the area, and just a few days ago, 3rd brother also praised your cleverness. At this moment, Wei Man came over holding a big basin of cold noodles. Did my 3rd brother really say that? Wei Hai and Zhou Qing looked at her at the same time. Zhou Qing's ears turned red. No, third brother just said it casually. Wei Hai said, he did say it. Third brother said you are brave and clever, a good candidate to be a military strategist. Wei's mother hurried over loudly and said, oh my. You girl, I told you to make cold noodles, but you just mixed everything directly in the basin? Wei Man looked confused. What's wrong? Anyway, we're going to eat it. Mixing it together saves trouble. Wei's mother said, it looks terrible. We have guests at home, and you're using such a big basin. Wei Man looked around and focused her gaze on Zhou Qing. Do you mind? Zhou Qing quickly shook his head. No looking at it like this. It's very appetizing.
See?
Wei's mother was stunned for a moment and shook her head. Do as you like. Go get bowls and chopsticks. It's time to eat. Call your sister-in-law and the children. Liushir had suddenly caught a cold these past 2 days and was resting at home. He was washing clothes by the river. Spring was nearing its end, but this year, the weather seemed to be hot earlier. Wei's mother simply said to eat cold noodles. Wei Man's seasoning skills were still okay. Although the presentation wasn't great, the taste was quite good. Zhou Qing ate a big bowl and still felt it wasn't enough. Wei's mother had already noticed something earlier, and with everything happening recently, she was straightforward and asked with a smile, Zhou Qing, how do you think my daughter Man's cooking skills are? Zhou Qing and Wei Man both froze for a moment. Wei Man gently kicked her mother's leg. Zhou Qing hurriedly nodded. Good, very good. Wei Man quickly smiled. Wei's mother chuckled and said, then you should eat more, eat more. It's rare to have someone praise my daughter's cooking. Mother. Am I that bad? Haha, not bad, not bad. I was wrong. Zhou Qing also glanced at Man and suddenly whispered, not bad. The dinner table suddenly fell silent for a moment. Wei Man lowered her eyes without speaking. Zhou Qing stopped eating, and Wei's mother brightened her eyes. Only Wei Hai was still snoring loudly, happily eating his meal. Hey, eat up. Hurry up and eat. Why aren't you eating anymore? Wei's mother rolled her eyes at him. Eat your own food. No one is fighting you for it.
Li residenza.
Yu Ji and the others arrived near dusk. Uncle Li and Wei Qi hadn't come back yet. Li Yan was anxious. Where could they be? Why are they so late? Sister Yu, maybe we should start eating first? Yu Ji said, I'm not hungry. You eat first. I'll wait for Wei Qi to come back, then we can eat together.
Oh.
All right, I'll wait a bit longer. Zhu Hua, go check outside. Li Yan told a little maid to go and see. The maid nodded and left. Soon, the maid returned quickly, walking briskly. Miss, the old master and them haven't come back yet. But at the gate, a man and a woman came asking for help. The gatekeeper stopped them, but I saw the woman looked very ill. The young man knelt there, refusing to leave. Li Yan and Yu Ji were both stunned.
Li Yan frowned.
They probably heard my father was here and came to see him. But my father is reclusive and doesn't see many patients.
Tell them to go away.
Yu Ji asked, how serious is her illness? She looks like she's about to die. Yu Ji looked at Li Yan. If her condition is that bad, we shouldn't just stand by. I'll go see her.
Li Yan nodded.
All right, I'll go with you. Outside the Li residence, the gatekeeper was trying to chase people away. The young man was stubborn, kneeling on the ground and refusing to move. They couldn't pull him away. He was carrying a woman who looked very weak and close to death. Yu Ji immediately stepped forward. Stop. The two gatekeepers stepped back. Miss Yu. Yu Ji looked at the man. Get up.
Come with me.
The young man's long eyelashes fluttered, finally showing some response. I'm looking for Dr. Li. Yu Ji said he's not here. If you trust me, come with me. If not, you can leave. Li Yan said, this is my sister. She's also a female doctor. The young man stared at Yu Ji, hesitating for a moment. Then he stood up and followed Yu Ji inside. Outside in the courtyard, Yu Ji saw that the woman was indeed very close to death. She quickly checked her pulse. After a moment, she took out a small bottle of medicine from her pocket. It was a coincidence. This medicine was made by her master just a few days ago. The woman's pulse was irregular, her breathing uneven, her lips colorless. She was likely suffering from a heart condition. This medicine is for heart problems. She will feel a bit better after taking it, and at least now she won't be in danger. Wait for my uncle to come back and have him check on you. The young boy hesitated for a moment and then took the medicine. Okay. Sure enough, after she took it, her lips turned pink and her breathing seemed to improve. Yu Ji let out a breath of relief. The boy kept a close watch on his mother. Seeing this, he suddenly knelt before Yu Ji and bowed 3 times heavily. Thank you, divine doctor. Yu Ji felt a bit embarrassed. I'm not a goddess doctor. You're overdoing it. Li Yan said, Today you're lucky to have met my sister. May I ask your honorable name, noble lady? Yu Ji shook her head. It's just a chance encounter. Saving you is fate. Please get up. The boy stubbornly pressed his lips together, as if he wouldn't stand up unless Yu Ji revealed her name. Yu Ji felt helpless. Suddenly, she noticed the boy's waist ornament, which seemed to be from the Chang people. Yu Ji paused in surprise. The Chang are also a foreign tribe, active in the north, but since the former emperor, they have gradually moved southward, now mainly in the southwestern region. After some thought, Yu Ji suddenly said, My name is Song Xiaoyu. Is that okay? Li Yan widened her eyes and looked at her. The boy bowed deeply again. Thank you, Miss Song. Li Yan asked the servants to take the mother and son to the guest room to rest and prepared a meal for them. After they left, Li Yan asked Sister Yu why. Yu Ji smiled gently. It was an easy thing to do. Consider it good karma. No, I mean, why are you using a fake name? Yu Ji hesitated for a moment and explained, The Yu family is still under punishment. Besides you all, I prefer not to reveal my identity publicly. The name Song Xiaoyu was also just a spontaneous thought. Li Yan understood and smiled. That's a nice name. Sister Xiaoyu. Yu Ji's face turned red. The origin of that name. Honestly, it's all Wei Qi's idea. After a while, Li Yuanzhou returned. But the Wei brothers still hadn't come back. Father. Li Yan and Yu Ji went out to greet him. Yu Ji looked outside, and Li Yuanzhou explained, Today, they have to start training. They're just getting familiar with it. Yu Ji nodded to show she understood. Li Yan told him about the boy earlier, and Li Yuanzhou was surprised. Yu Ji said, Sorry, uncle. I didn't ask for your permission. I saw that the woman had a heart condition and might be in danger at any moment.
Li Yuanzhou nodded.
Saving people is the right thing to do. If it's that serious, I wouldn't stand by and watch them die. Where are they?
I'll go see.
Yu Ji heaved a sigh of relief and showed Li Yuanzhou the medication she had just used. Li Yuanzhou only sniffed it and understood the situation. Yu Ji followed along. However, when Li Yuanzhou was examining the patient, Yu Ji did not disturb him. She watched from afar and listened carefully, learning a little at a time. Li Yuanzhou examined very carefully for about 20 minutes. Li Yan asked someone to reheat the food. When they came out, Li Yuanzhou looked a bit tired too. Dad, eat quickly, Li Yan said with concern. Li Yuanzhou said, This is a complicated patient. Let's have her stay for a few days. The young man was about to kneel and bow again, but the servant stopped him. Li Yuanzhou told them to rest well and return to the main house with Yu Ji and the others. Yu Ji wanted him to check her pulse again, but seeing the situation, she decided to wait for today.
But
her suspicions seemed to be more real. During the meal, she even felt a bit nauseous. Li family's father and daughter saw this and stopped eating. Li Yan quickly said, Yes, Dad. Please check on Sister Yu too. She didn't seem well today either.
Li Yuanzhou said, I'll check.
Yu Ji originally thought to give up, but now. All right, thank you, uncle, she said, feeling a little nervous. Li Yuanzhou took her wrist for a moment and was stunned. Yu Ji's eyes brightened, and before Li Yuanzhou spoke, she asked proactively, Uncle, is it what I think it is? Li Yuanzhou looked at her and suddenly smiled, yes. Yu Ji's heart started pounding faster. She's going to be a mother? Li Yan was still puzzled and asked, What? What are you thinking? She was simple-minded, but Zhang Chun was not. She knew the young lady's condition well. Now, Seeing the expressions of the young lady and Mr. Li, Zhang Chun's eyes also lit up. Miss, is it really what I think? Li Yan. Yuji finally couldn't help but smile.
Yes.
Zhang Chun covered her mouth and exclaimed happily, That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Li Yan scratched her head and asked, What are you all talking about? Zhang Chun immediately ran over to Yuji and said, It's all my fault. I didn't think of this. Miss, if third young master knew, he'd be so happy. Yuji's face also showed a sweet smile as she couldn't help but touch her belly. Li Yan finally turned around and quickly stood up from her stool.
Sister Yu.
Are you? Li Yuanzhou looked at her helplessly and said, Sit down. What's the matter with you?
Dad.
At this time, is Sister Yu going to have a baby? Everyone quickly regained their senses and bowed in greeting. Congratulations, Miss Yu. Yuji smiled and pressed her lips together. I'm still a bit overwhelmed. Li Yan said, Someone quickly remove these dishes and replace them with suitable food for a pregnant woman. Li Yuanzhou hesitated, but both Li Yuanzhou and Yuji spoke at the same time. No need for that. Li Yuanzhou looked at her and said, I just checked your pulse. It's been over a month, and the pulse is normal. Where exactly do you feel uncomfortable? I just feel sleepy and drowsy. Nausea is the first thing I noticed. Li Yuanzhou nodded. That's normal.
Just eat normally for now.
No need to worry too much. It's not the right time yet. Yuji smiled gently. All right, I understand. Thank you, uncle. Li Yan looked outside and asked, Father, what about sister-in-law and the others? When will you tell them? Such a happy event, you should tell them soon. Li Yuanzhou was too tired to respond to her. Yuji smiled and said, Yan, don't worry. I'll tell them myself when he comes back. Yes. I was careless. Such a good thing, of course, you should tell them personally. Yuji lowered her eyes, her heart softening gradually. How incredible it was, she was going to become a mother. After dinner, Yuji returned to her room. Zhang Chun was overjoyed and busy running around. Miss, lean on this pillow. It's comfortable. Miss, Annie, and the others will definitely be happy when they find out. And little Lord too. Today, Yantai also went along. Li Yuanzhou wanted to find a martial arts master for him, so he was with Wei Qi and hadn't returned yet. Yuji smiled and said, There's no need to be so nervous. Just pay a little more attention than usual. That's not acceptable. If you don't watch out, I'll have to. Yuji went with her. With Zhang Chun around, she felt much more at ease. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside. Zhang Chun happily ran out. It must be third master. Yuji also looked out eagerly. But, unfortunately, it wasn't Wei Qi, it was someone from the Li household. Master. Urgent report from Suizhou. Li Yuanzhou quickly went out. Yuji was stunned for a moment and also went to the door. Urgent report from Suizhou. The Chun family has been arrested. Li Yuanzhou was shocked. How could this happen? It's not clear yet. They say it was an accidental mistake related to the amnesty order. Probably the emperor changed his mind. They were stopped when leaving the city. Absurd. Li Yuanzhou's beard trembled with anger. The emperor's word is final. How can he act so recklessly? Master, what should we do now? This news might be partly true and partly false. I suspect someone with ill intentions is behind this. Li Yuanzhou paused in thought and said, The Qin family, I cannot stand by and do nothing when they are in danger. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from outside. This time, Wei Yuan and Wei Qi had returned. As soon as they dismounted and entered the courtyard, Wei Qi saw the scene before him. He was stunned and asked what happened. Yuji felt dizzy when he heard about the trouble with the Qin family.
Why
does this keep happening? Li Yuanzhou looked at him and explained what had happened to the Qin family. Wei Qi frowned and asked, Are you sure it's the officials? Or are others causing trouble for their own gain? Young master, it's definitely true, was the reply. The atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly grew tense. The Qin family had been taken, and Yuji's heart was also clenched tightly. He had hoped that His Majesty would finally see the truth and forgive the Qin family, but unexpectedly. Wei Qi's gaze flicked from Li Yuanzhou to Yuji. After hesitating for a moment, he strode forward. You, don't worry. Yuji looked at him, opened his mouth to speak, but after a while, he said nothing. And, unexpectedly, the third piece of news arrived. Young master. The scout reports. The messenger hesitated and looked at Yuji. Li Yuanzhou scolded angrily. Stop stammering and say it clearly. The soldier immediately knelt down and reported. The scout says they saw Lord Yu and the Qin family. Yuji's vision blurred, and he nearly lost his footing. Yu. Everyone gasped in shock, and Wei Qi was stunned. Is the message accurate? The scout recognizes Lord Yu, so it should be correct. Tears welled up in Yuji's eyes, and he trembled as he held Wei Qi's hand. Wei Qi felt heartbroken and immediately pulled him into his arms.
Li Yuanzhou's brows verrubbet eagerly.
This matter is very serious. Wei Qi, if the news is true, are you willing to go and see for yourself? Wei Qi hesitated for a moment and then nodded without hesitation. Of course. After he spoke, Yu Ji trembled slightly. Wei Qi looked down at her. He smiled and said, Yu, I will bring your family back safely. Tears fell from Yu Ji's eyes. Li Yuanzhou said, since that's the case, come with me to the study to discuss the plan. Wei Yuan also said I will go too.
Li Yuanzhou nodded.
Wei Qi squeezed Yu Ji's hand and said, Yu, go back to your room and wait for me. I and Uncle Li will discuss how to save them. Yu Ji choked and nodded. After Wei Qi left, Zhang Chun and Li Yan accompanied her into the house. Zhang Chun's eyes were full of tears. I didn't expect this. Miss, if third young master can safely save the old master, our Yu family will be partially reunited. Yu Ji was naturally excited. She had always thought that after her parents fell off the cliff. For over a year, she had no news of her parents and prepared for the worst. But now, although she hadn't seen them, she knew their whereabouts clearly. Her father was still alive. How could she not be moved? She sobbed uncontrollably. Yujia, it's okay. You have a little baby inside, and it's not good to be so emotional. Zhang Chun hurriedly wiped her tears. Yes, miss, it's all good news. She gently used a handkerchief to wipe Yu Ji's tears. Yu Ji took it herself, lowered her eyelashes, and slowly responded with a soft In the study, they had another long discussion. Li Yuanzhou finally looked exhausted and said to Wei Qi, if you decide to help the Yu family reunite and rescue the Qin family, you might be going against the court. Have you thought it through? Wei Qi was completely indifferent.
I don't care about that.
I only care about Yu. Since my father-in-law is there, I can't just stand by. Li Yuanzhou looked at Wei Qi with admiration and nodded approvingly. You haven't mistaken me.
Wei Qi smiled.
Wei Yuan said, Sir, may I go with my third brother? Earlier, Li Yuanzhou's plans didn't include him. Wei Yuan was naturally anxious. Li Yuanzhou hesitated for a moment and said, I've been thinking about that too. My opinion is no. As I said, saving people this time was accidental. The Yu family are traitors, and the Qin family hasn't been fully cleared of guilt. We don't even know who is being held. I'm worried about the court. Wei Yuan understood and frowned. If that was the case, it would mean going against the court. The Changsheng army cannot get involved. Li Yuanzhou continued, all the soldiers from my household are at your command. As for others, Wei Qi said Hualing village, and those over 100. That's enough. This time, it was just to rescue people, not a direct fight. Wei Qi was confident. Li Yuanzhou was silent for a moment. Stay at the mansion these 2 days. Our spies will bring back news. Let's make a plan together. After leaving Li Yuanzhou's study, Wei Yuan and his brother talked in the garden. Third brother, I can't go with you this time. Be careful in everything. Don't worry, second brother.
Don't worry about me.
You still need to keep practicing. We still have to go fight at Blackwind Village. I don't know when it started, but Wei Qi realized he was on a different path. But he had no choice. In chaotic times, if you don't fight, you'll be beaten. Wei Yuan smiled and said, actually, I thought you might hesitate a bit. Wei Qi was surprised. Why would I hesitate? Yu has already suffered enough for marrying me. Don't mention the father-in-law this time. Even if it's just the Chin family, I will go. Wei Yuan was silent for a moment, then patted his shoulder. Good job, real man. Second brother, you should rest now. You haven't slept for 2 days. Okay, you two. Wei Qi went straight to the side room. Yuji had already calmed down a bit and was sitting at the table waiting for Wei Qi to return. There was food on the table just served. When he came in, Yuji said, "Wash your hands and eat." Wei Qi looked at her red eyes. "Have you eaten?" Yuji shook her head. "Eat together. I'll go wash up." Yuji nodded again. Wei Qi hadn't slept much last night, so now he felt a bit heavy-footed. After a quick wash and change of clothes, he sat at the dining table. I've already talked with Uncle Lee. We'll start planning to save people tomorrow." Yuji lowered her eyes. "I guessed." She took the initiative to serve Wei Qi a bowl of rice, and Wei Qi smiled as he took it. "What should I do? I'm about to meet my future father-in-law, and I'm a little nervous." Wei Qi saw she wasn't very interested and wanted to say a few words to cheer her up. But just as he spoke, Yuji's eyes turned red again. Wei Qi was nervous and immediately put down his chopsticks. Yuji wiped her eyes.
Even now you still joke around."
But her mood improved a little, and Wei Qi chuckled, scooping a piece of meat for her. Yuji. Honestly, she didn't have much appetite. She bit her lip and looked at Wei Qi, hesitating. Should she tell him now? Earlier, Yuji had asked John Chun to go back to rest. She had been lost in thought for a long time. Her father's appearance was good news for the Yu family and a turning point. At this critical moment, Yuji didn't want Wei Qi to be distracted. She knew that if Wei Qi found out, he would be so excited he might go crazy. She also knew that even without this child, Yuji would still go to save her father. If her father returned, the family would be reunited, but the situation on the other side was still uncertain. If Wei Qi got distracted or worried about her and the baby in her belly. "What's wrong, Yu? Why aren't you eating?" Wei Qi suddenly asked. Yuji's thoughts were interrupted.
"That it's a bit greasy." "You eat." "Oh."
"You should eat something light." Yuji pursed her lips, holding her chopsticks and thinking for a while. "Wei Qi, if you come back safely this time, I'll give you a big gift, okay?" Wei Qi paused and looked at Yuji. His eyes gradually became a bit deeper. Yuji asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Just as Yuji thought he might have guessed something, Wei Qi suddenly cleared his throat. "Can I make a request?" Yuji replied, "Go ahead." Wei Qi suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "I want you." Yuji was silent. After a moment, Yuji's cheeks turned red. She stood up quickly, refusing to look at him anymore. Wei Qi was surprised and hurried to catch up. "Wife, I was wrong. I was just trying to lighten your mood. It's okay if you don't want to. I was just joking." Yuji's neck and cheeks were flushed with heat. Yuji's face was very red. Wei Qi quickly apologized with a smile. In the past, if he had said such things, she might have slapped him. But today, perhaps because of the sadness of parting, Yuji didn't immediately scold him. Instead, she turned and went into the inner room.
"Sleep now."
Wei Qi was stunned for a moment. He looked at her back, feeling a bit strange, then heard Yuji say, "Go take a bath." Wei Qi was completely stunned. Is this what I was thinking? Wei Qi suddenly felt a bit hot all over. Could it be because he was about to leave to save someone, and Fish was especially?
"Tonight?"
But regardless of the reason, Wei Qi did seem a little anxious. He turned and went into the bathroom. Yuji lay down, feeling a little nervous. Soon the man returned, his body still damp from the water. After getting into bed, the first thing he did was rush to hold her. His large hand skillfully reached around to Yuji's front, grabbing her to kiss. Yuji obediently let him do it, but she couldn't do it now when Wei Qi's hand moved downward. Yuji gently grabbed his hand and pushed his chest to signal him to stop. Wei Qi was confused but followed her movement and sat up. Yuji lowered her gaze and reached out to undo his belt. Wei Qi's heart suddenly started pounding wildly, as if it was about to burst out of his chest. Fish. I was just joking." Yuji paused, lifting her gaze to his eyes, which seemed full of spring.
"You Don't want to?
Suddenly, the man felt dry in his throat, his eyes bright with intensity. Yuji pursed her lips and gently pushed him down, without using any strength. Wei Qi obediently lay down, his Adam's apple moving as he listened to Yu softly say near his ear, "I can do it. I'm willing." Then Yuji shifted slightly. But just as the wonderful feeling reached the top of his head, the man let out a muffled, rough shout, and his eyes flashed with a hint of red. Yu. His big hand fell, holding her head. In that moment, Wei Qi finally understood what the phrase "a gentle and tender moment" truly meant. When reading military books, he felt a bit ashamed of those who lost to the charming women. But right now, Wei Qi thought if Yu used her beauty to trick him, he wouldn't hesitate to do anything, not even to turn her into a ball and kick her away. Yuji was exhausted. She almost fell onto the pillow. In the dark night, it was again Wei Qi taking care of her. Seeing her so tired, Wei Qi didn't want to bother her anymore. Anyway, he was satisfied, bustling around like a little, attending to her needs. Until dawn, Yuji was awakened by his kisses. Looking into Wei Qi's bright eyes, Yuji felt a little embarrassed. "Don't you want to sleep a bit longer? You're so energetic." Wei Qi smiled as he played with her hand. "No, I've recovered. Today, I need to discuss a plan with Uncle Lee as soon as possible. I'm about to get up and go to the study. You rest." Yuji was indeed tired. She nodded and closed her eyes again. Wei Qi leaned in and kissed her several times before getting up to change his clothes. Wei Yuan had already gotten up and was waiting outside the courtyard. The two of them went together to see Li Yuanzhou. The rescue was urgent. Wei Qi and Li Yuanzhou spent just one day to roughly plan the rescue. Li Yuanzhou finally handed Wei Qi a seal. "This is the Li family seal. Last night, I urgently dispatched 200 men for you. It should be enough, but they haven't arrived yet, so you need to leave first." The Longxi Li family was a noble clan. When Wei Qi took the seal, it felt like carrying a heavy burden. He bowed deeply, nodded, and greeted politely. Then Wei Qi prepared to return to Hualing village to gather more people. "Uncle, I'm leaving today. You asked me to take care of you. I think it's chaotic lately, so I won't let her go back to Hualing village for now. If I receive news from my father-in-law, I will probably head back to the county town first." Li Yuanzhou nodded and said, "You can rest assured. Only here with me." Wei Qi bowed again. Soon after Yuji woke up, she heard that Wei Qi was about to leave. She paused for a moment, then prepared to go out and see him off. Zhang Chun whispered, "Miss, are you sure you won't tell Third Master?" Yuji shook her head. "Wait until he returns. Don't distract him now." Zhang Chun understood and nodded. Wei Qi was talking with Wei Yuan in the courtyard. Yuji walked over. Wei Qi looked at her, his eyes shining brightly. Yuji reached out and gently adjusted his belt. Wei Yuan took a step back. "Go ahead. I trust you. Victory is certain." Wei Qi reached out and took her hand. He seemed unsure of what to say, so he just squeezed her palm lightly, using about 2 or 3 points of strength. "Wait for me." These 2 words carried more meaning than the others. Yuji smiled slightly and nodded. "Not just one person is waiting for you. Wei Qi, you must come back safely." After Wei Qi left, Yuji didn't plan to return to the village for now. She stayed at the Li residence. Wei Yuan continued training with the Chongqing army, preparing for a tough fight against the Black Wind village. Li Yuanzhou was surprised to learn she hadn't told Wei Qi about her pregnancy, but he understood. "You've been worried lately. There's no big problem, but I'll give you a couple of medicines to take." Yuji nodded. "Thank you, uncle." At this moment, a Chong boy also arrived in the courtyard. "Thank you, Miss Song and Dr. Li, for saving my mother. She's much better now."
Li Yuanzhou nudda.
"That's good. No need to keep thanking us." The boy hesitated. "It's not impertinent, but I overheard yesterday that Sir might need help saving someone. I won't hide that I am from the Chong tribe. There are about 100 of us. If Sir needs help, I am ready at any time." Li Yuanzhou and Yuji exchanged glances, surprised by this. "Oh, where are your people now?" "In the suburbs." Li Yuanzhou thought for a moment.
All right.
I might need help later, but not now.
I've noted what you said.
What's your name? The boy relaxed. Qing Ermu. Then I'll call you Ermu from now on.
Good.
If you need anything, just call me. Wei Qi returned to Hualing Village to explain the situation. The Wei family members understood. Out of the 100 people in Hualing Village, Wei Qi chose half. From the refugee camp, he chose another half. The rest would continue to guard the home. Zhou Qing volunteered himself, and Wei Qi nodded. All right, let's go together. Li Yuanzhou also had a capable man named Li Jia, a promising member of the Li family. He would accompany Wei Qi on this trip. Li's soldiers number about 150, plus all the people from Hualing Village, totaling around 300. Wei Qi is preparing to set out with great momentum. At the border between Suzhou and Suzhou, there is a place called Jisan Mountain. According to reports from the Li family, this is where Chen's family and Yu Huai were captured. Inside Jisan Mountain, there is a deep canyon, which is the best position for guarding enemies. If a fight occurs, this would be an ideal ambush spot. At this moment, faint horse hoof sounds can be heard in the valley, but it's unclear who is coming. Pei Zihui has been in Suzhou for several days. When he arrived, he realized the situation was even more serious than reported to the capital, with local officials corrupt and useless. Pei Zihui went down to inspect the area and was just approaching Jisan Mountain. This time, he brought the Jinshan Guard, with over 7,000 soldiers. Most were stationed in Suzhou, but only about 200 accompanied Pei Zihui. Ahe advised several times, Sir, Suzhou is troubled by refugees. It's better to bring more people. Pei Zihui refused, saying, this trip is to inspect on behalf of the emperor. Being too conspicuous is not good. Besides, we haven't reached the most chaotic northern border yet, so it's fine. Ahe sighed in resignation. Today, Pei Zihui was planning to patrol nearby when suddenly, someone from the Jinshan Guard reported, Sir, we found new soldiers nearby. They are dressed strangely, as if trying to impersonate the Imperial Army. Pei Zihui frowned. Is the message accurate? Absolutely. Prince and's men. Impersonating the court? What are they trying to do? The deputy hesitated. I heard they seem to have caught someone. A fast horse arrived, and Fei Ying also appeared. He quickly approached Pei Zihui and whispered a few words. Pei Zihui's face changed drastically, and his grip on the reins turned white. Retreat for now. This was said to the deputy. Understood. After they left, Pei Zihui turned to Fei Ying and asked, Are you sure? Chen's family and Yu's family are all there. I'm certain. I don't know what Prince is planning, but he's spreading this news that they've been captured by the court, as if trying to lure someone into a trap. Pei Zihui fell into deep thought. Your guess makes sense. Chen's family and Yu's family are officials appointed by the court. Now they are considered traitors. If anyone is still paying attention to their movements. A figure quickly flashed through Pei Zihui's mind. Li family of Longxi. Their ancestral home is in Suzhou? Fei Ying hesitated briefly. You mean you're asking about Scholarly?
Yes.
Scholarly has been out of official service and living in seclusion for over 3 years. I don't have much information about him. Pei Zihui said, Prince An's rebellion comes at a time when talented people are needed. Scholarly chose to hide away because he's disappointed with the court, but he doesn't mean to give up entirely. So, you mean Prince An's goal is the Li family? Sir, should we get involved? Pei Zihui pursed his lips and didn't answer immediately. If Prince An's only aim was the Li family, Pei might not intervene. But now the problem is. Fei Ying hesitated again. Sir, the Chun and Yu families, especially the Yu family, shouldn't be involved here. The Chun family might be pardoned, but the Yu family should be in the northern border. Yu Huai appearing here means he's probably wanted by the court. It's better not to get involved. Pei Zihui held the reins tightly, his face tense. After Fei Ying finished speaking, he lowered his eyes. He could try to persuade, but if he couldn't, he wasn't sure about Sir Pei's true thoughts. After all, the Pei family has a long history with those two families. Wei Qi had been gone for 3 days. Yu Ji had been staying at the Li residence during this time. The advantage was that he could learn any news immediately. However, Yuji also felt a bit guilty. He thought that if there was confirmed news from Wei Qi, he would return to Hualing village and tell his parents about his pregnancy. If they knew, they would be very happy. But unexpectedly, on the fourth day, the Li family sent an urgent report. "Sir, it's bad. We just received confirmed news that the people who kidnapped the Chen and Yu families are indeed Prince N's men." Li Yuanzhou was shocked. "Confirmed?" "Yes. And there are quite a few of them, about 3,000, hidden on Jisan Mountain." Yuji was stunned. She immediately looked at Li Yuanzhou. 3,000? Wei Qi only has 300 men. Li Yuanzhou's expression also became serious. If that's true, then this matter is probably a long-planned scheme against me. Li Yan also looked worried. "Father, what does this mean? If Prince N has hidden 3,000 men, he's probably trying to lure Uncle Li out to save them," Yuji quickly said.
Li Yuanzhou nudda.
Li Yan widened her eyes. "So, now it's my brother-in-law going. Will they hurt him? After all, 3,000 versus 300. The odds are too small. Prince N's move is quite ruthless." Li Yuanzhou said seriously. "He probably wants to lure me out, capture someone from the Li family, threaten us, or has some other purpose." Yuji was anxious, "Uncle, but it's Wei Qi. Wei Qi is not from the Li family, and given his personality, he would never surrender easily. The people from King N's side might know the Li family and not attack, but they don't know Wei Qi." Yuji's eyes turned red. She was too reckless. "Zexy, don't worry. I will find a way to send a message immediately. I had Lija follow and gave Wei Qi the Li family seal. Things are not that bad yet, but we are indeed in a difficult position now. We don't know what King N really wants." Wei Yuan hurried back at this moment. "Mr. Li." He was very anxious, clearly having heard the news. Wei Yuan said, "Sir, I am willing to go. If the other side really has 3,000 men, my third brother might be in danger." Li Yuanzhou replied, "Wei Yuan, don't rush. Some of our people from the Li family are still on the way." Qing'ermu also rushed over. "I can help too." Wei Yuan said, "I don't need to bring the Chongqing army." Li Yuanzhou looked at them and sighed. "At this point, there's nothing else we can do. Follow me." Yuji was now very anxious. Zhang Chun and Li Yan comforted her. "Miss, you must not worry." Zhang Chun's eyes also turned red. The world is really complicated. Her lady is pregnant, and her father is still alive. This should be a happy event, but why is it so difficult? Yuji wiped her tears and suddenly couldn't sit still. "I have to find him." Zhang Chun and Li Yan were shocked. "What did you say?" "I want to find Wei Qi," she said firmly. Yuji touched her belly, suddenly filled with regret for not telling Wei Qi this good news before they left. If Wei Qi really risked himself to save the Yu family and something happened to him, she wouldn't know how to go on afterward. Wei Yuan and Li Yuanzhou quickly finalized a plan. There was no time to delay, and Wei Yuan prepared to leave that afternoon. Qing'ermu insisted on bringing someone along to repay Li Yuanzhou and Yu Ji for saving her life. Li Yuanzhou agreed. Without the Chongqing army, they really lacked people. As for Yu Ji wanting to go with them, Li Yuanzhou clearly did not agree. But Yu Ji was determined and didn't even say a word to him, quietly sneaking onto Wei Yuan's carriage alone. After regaining consciousness, Zhang Chun and the Inkstone hurriedly chased forward. Even if they couldn't help much, they still wanted to follow Yu Ji together. By the time Wei Yuan realized it, the group had already traveled over 10 miles. Wei Yuan looked at the people in shock. "Third sister-in-law." Yu Ji lifted the curtain of the carriage and said, "Second brother, things have come to this. Please take me along." Qing'ermu also rode over on a horse, surprised and stunned. "Second brother, Wei Qi did this for me. If I don't go, I will feel guilty, and I don't know how to face you all afterward. Moreover, to be honest, I am pregnant. I want to tell him the good news myself, but I haven't had the chance." Wei Yuan was even more shocked. After a moment, he shouted loudly, "Chenin!" Only Chen En and Qinzhen from the Chongqing army followed Wei Yuan into battle. Chen En immediately rode over. Young master heir. You're responsible for protecting third sister-in-law. If anything happens, both of us will be in trouble. Chenin looked at the person in front of him with disbelief, understood what was happening, and responded seriously. Immediately, more than 10 people were assigned to surround Yuji's carriage and move together. Yuji felt at ease, lowered the curtain of the carriage, and sat quietly inside, waiting. Jean Chun was heartbroken. The young lady was pregnant and already suffering from the hustle and bustle of travel, her mood swinging wildly. Yentai sat beside her, tightly pressed his lips, with a face full of determination to protect his sister and see their father. The group moved at a steady pace. It would take about a day to reach Jisun Mountain. Wei Qi brought only trusted people this time, but Li Zhe was clearly a good helper. As they approached Jisun Mountain, Li Zhe sensed something was wrong. Third young master, this is a deep canyon. It's very easy for an ambush or a trap. We should be cautious. My suggestion is to set up camp here and send someone to scout first.
Wenki nodded.
Agreed. Li Zhe turned to give orders. Set up camp here. After Wei Qi dismounted, he looked around. The surrounding forests were indeed good hiding spots. If he were a hunter laying an ambush, he would choose this place too. Meanwhile, Pei Zihui's people also arrived near Jisun Mountain. Report: a team of people appeared outside the forest ahead. Unknown identity. Both sides received scout reports almost simultaneously. Instantly, the two teams entered combat mode. Chao Dashishi also drew his bow and arrow without hesitation, aiming at the forest. Wei Qi also stared intently at the end of the woods. Pei Zihui rode his horse and slowly appeared from the forest. Who is ahead? Flying Eagle was the first to shout. Wei Qi looked at the person on horseback with a blank expression. Third master, he looks like a scholar, very refined. Chao Dashi whispered quietly to Wei Qi. Li Zhe felt the man looked familiar and examined him carefully again. The people Pei Zihui brought did not recognize the Li family, but at this moment, they also looked at Wei Qi. Wei Qi curled his lips and said, "You entered first and then asked who I am?" Flying Eagle asked, "Are you a refugee or a court officer?" Wei Qi appeared with over 300 people, clearly not ordinary passers-by. Flying Eagle was already ready to draw his sword with one hand. Li Zhe suddenly stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Imperial Court Army."
Who are you?
State your name. Imperial Court Army? Pei Zihui suddenly spoke, suspicion in his eyes as he looked over Wei Qi's group. Do you have proof? Chao Dashi asked, huh? Asking a court officer for proof? And who are you? How dare you? Standing before you is the commander of Jinshan Guard and a deputy minister of the Dali Temple. Show some respect.
Li Ze gasped in surprise.
No wonder he looked familiar, he really was that person. Chao Dashi, being a military man himself, naturally knew about Jinshan Guard, the Beijing city garrison. They were not comparable to them, especially since he also held a high position. Chao Dashi gave Wei Qi a quick signal. Wei Qi's expression remained calm. Longsheng Army, Qianhui Yuan. After saying that, he casually handed his badge to Li Zhe. Li Zhe took it and rode forward.
Indeed it was
Lord Pei. Fortunately, Pei Zihui did not recognize him. Wei Qi kept his expression neutral and handed over the badge. Pei Zihui took it, glanced at it briefly, and then looked back with some suspicion. Longsheng Army, how come you are here? He asked, returning the badge. Wei Qi smiled slightly. On official business. It's not convenient to say more. Pei Zihui, despite his high rank, was not part of the Longsheng Army, so he couldn't reach that far. After a moment of silence, Pei Zihui raised his hand, and the people behind him put away all their weapons. If we are allies, then it's just a misunderstanding.
Wenki nodded.
The others also put away their swords and knives. Commander Wei, have you seen any refugees nearby, or any suspicious persons? Wei Qi asked, what do you mean by suspicious persons? Pei Zihui lowered his gaze. I received information that the Prince of An might be nearby. If you encounter the new troops. Wei Qi's brow furrowed slightly. Pei Zihui didn't say more. It seems there are none. Since that's the case, you may proceed with your duties. I won't bother you further. After speaking, Pei Zihue prepared to leave on horseback. Flying Eagle waved his hand, and everyone behind him immediately followed. Wei Qi said nothing and made no attempt to stop them. They watched as their figures gradually disappeared into the woods. After the people had gone far away, Chao Dashan immediately said, "Why is Jin Shanwei here? And what about Xiaoqing?" Li Zhe looked at him and said, "Xiaoqing of the Ministry of Justice."
Oh, right.
I don't know much about civil officials. Do you know him? Li Zhe suddenly glanced at Wei Qi and said, "Yes, I know him. He is from the Pei family in Hudong, named
Pei Zihue.
Wei Qi's expression suddenly became serious, and he slowly turned his head. You mean, his name is Pei Zihue? Li Zhe nodded. Yes, he is the current young head of the Pei family in Hudong, and he was the top scorer 3 years ago. Wei Qi suddenly remembered something and looked thoughtful. This Pei family and the Yu family are old friends, right? Li Zhe slightly raised his eyebrows, seemingly surprised that Wei Qi knew, and replied, yes. Wei Qi asked again, what is their connection? Li Zhe knew some things shouldn't be spoken about freely, so he lowered his eyes and said, all I know is they are old friends. Their fathers are probably close. That's all. Wei Qi remained silent. Third young master, I don't know if Lord Pei is here on official business or also for the Yen family and Yu family. Wei Qi did not reply to Li Zhe's words. After a moment of silence, he looked toward the area near Jisun Mountain. Focus on your own tasks and quickly gather information about the nearby situation. As for Pei Zihue, Wei Qi looked in the direction he was leaving and said, keep a close watch on him as well, to prevent any trouble. Yes. Wei Yuan and his group moved quickly. In less than half a day, they reached the border of Suzhou. Second young master, we'll be entering Suzhou soon. Wei Yuan ordered them to stay put for a moment. Send someone ahead to scout. Report immediately if there's any movement. Yu Ji also lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped down from the horse-drawn cart. Wei Yuan approached her and asked with concern, third sister-in-law, are you feeling unwell? Yu Ji smiled and shook her head. No. Second brother, don't worry. Wei Yuan hesitated. You are pregnant. I must prioritize your safety. If you feel anything unusual, tell me immediately. Thank you, second brother. As Yu Ji finished speaking, suddenly a soldier nearby collapsed to the ground. Everyone around looked on in shock. What's wrong with him? Cough, cough. Quick, he seems to be having a seizure. Wei Yuan's expression hardened. He strode forward quickly, with Yu Ji following behind. What's going on? Second young master, he seems to have suddenly fallen ill. This person is from the Li family, and he has about 10 soldiers under his command. Wei Yuan immediately said, find a doctor. Yu Ji said, let me take a look first. Wei Yuan was surprised. No, Yu Ji replied, it's okay. I said, you do your part. The two of you, first secure his hands and feet, so he doesn't hurt himself. Tilt his head to the side. I see he's vomiting. Clear his mouth and nose, then give him this medicine. After speaking, Yu Ji handed over a bottle, and someone nearby immediately took it. Sure enough, the person started vomiting violently. Yen Tai quickly pulled his sister aside, shouting, be careful, sister. Zhang Chun also protected Yu Ji and stepped back a few steps. Second brother, he needs some herbs, gastrodia, fritillary bulbs, pinellia, and poria. If you don't have those, try to find gastrodia first. Wei Yuan nodded. I'll send someone to look for them. He looked at the patient and frowned. It's really unfortunate. We didn't expect to run into this situation while out. Yu Ji also looked worried, but we can't just stand by and do nothing. All right, leave the medicine here. I'll send 2 people to watch over him. We still need to keep moving. Yu Ji pressed his lips and said, second brother, it's up to you. Wei Yuan nodded, called 2 men over to give instructions, and everyone agreed. Second master, leave it to us. You should continue your journey. Wei Yuan nodded, and Yu Ji handed the patient some pills from his bag. Then he returned to the carriage. Wei Yuan and his group prepared to continue their journey. Brother, you've worked hard. The 2 soldiers took turns watching over the sick person, resting briefly in the woods. About half an hour later, Pei Zihui and his group arrived. Sir, there are 2 or 3 more people ahead. It looks like some are also sick. Fei Ying kept an eye on the surroundings, and Pei Zihui ordered someone to stop and check. If the villagers are sick, we should help if we can. Your kindness is appreciated. I'll go now. Fei Ying went over to ask, and surprisingly, it took a little longer than expected. The 2 or 3 people kept looking at them, especially Pei Zihui. He was riding his horse when he suddenly felt something was strange. He dismounted and approached. Fei Ying came over and said, Sir, they said they are refugees nearby. Some of them fell ill suddenly, and a doctor has already seen them. Pei Zihui glanced lightly and asked, Refugees? Carrying daggers or swords? Do they look like that? Fei Ying lowered his voice. Sir, this area is quite strange. It feels like everyone is hiding their true identity. But this person is definitely sick, like having a seizure. Has a doctor examined him?
Yes.
Pei Zihui looked at the 3 people, 2 of whom were very cautious. He smiled and stepped forward. Gentlemen, I think this young brother might be having a seizure. Are you sure you don't need my help? Thank you, sir, but a doctor already helped us earlier and left some medicine.
Oh.
In this wild mountain, I didn't expect to meet a doctor. What's your name? Pei Zihui didn't hide his identity outside. These 2 were from the Li family, and they recognized him immediately. They exchanged a glance and said, Her name is Song Xiuyu. Girl? Pei Zihui was even more surprised. Fei Ying, a girl doctor in such a remote place? That sounds like a lie. Sir, perhaps we should detain her and take her back. She was just out gathering herbs. One of them frowned. Does Lord Pei want to arrest someone without knowing the facts? Pei Zihui hesitated, shook his head at Fei Ying, and said, Since you don't need help, I will take my leave. He turned to leave, and the 2 men sighed in relief. Fei Ying suspiciously looked at them several times before finally withdrawing his gaze. After they left, the people from the Li family also relaxed. Lord Pei is here. How can we quickly inform the master? That's good. The new army, the court, and our people are all here on Jisun Mountain. This is really unlucky. Pei Zihui rode his horse forward, then suddenly remembered. Fei Ying, did you mention my identity to them just now? Fei Ying was stunned. No, I didn't. He quickly realized. Oh no. They recognized you, so your identity must be important. I'll go back and catch them. Fei Ying immediately turned his horse around, but by the time he reached the woods, there was no sign of anyone. Wei Qi waited half a day before deciding to head toward Jisun Mountain. Spies reported that about 200 people from the opposite side were holding the Chun and Yu families in the valley. Wei Qi studied the terrain and ordered, approach from both sides of the mountain. They are hiding in the canyon. They probably think we are passing through the mountain. We will flank them from behind. Lija, 3rd Master is wise. I suggest splitting into 2 teams, approaching from the side paths.
Good.
Li's men, you lead 1 team. Follow me, from Hualing village. Everyone was full of ambition and immediately grabbed their weapons to follow. In the valley, General Du Yi, under King An's command, was waiting. Li Yuanzhou's report was still conservative. It was not just 3,000 people, but 5,000. The small Jisun Mountain was destined to be anything but peaceful today. Du Yi is a brave and skilled warrior. At this moment, he leads 200 archers, hiding in the valley. The deputy general steps forward and says, General, there is movement nearby. Observe closely and see who they are. Yes, sir. The prince ordered you to set a trap here. Could it be people from the Li family?
Or
maybe someone from the court? Du Yi replies, if they are from the Li family, that's good. If they are from the court or others, kill them all without mercy. Du Yi presses his lips together, his eyes sharp like a hawk, fixed on the front. Wei Qi, although expecting an ambush in this valley and choosing to surround from both sides, did not expect that the people here are from the King of Peace's side, and there are more than he had anticipated before setting out. He has not yet received the second message from the Li residents, nor has he met his second brother. Li Zhe and Chao Dashao are both experienced soldiers, very sharp. After walking a short distance, Wei Qi's instincts tell him something is wrong. Third young master, be careful. A sharp whistle sounds, and an arrow whizzes through the silence, making Wei Qi's eyes shrink instantly. Watch out for the ambush. In an instant, dozens of arrows shoot from all directions, seemingly as a warning from the enemy. Who are you? Du Yi's voice comes through. Wei Qi looks up, a killing intent in his eyes. Anyone brave enough, come out and fight. What's the point of hiding in the valley?
Wei Qi shouts.
Du Yi chuckles softly. Come out? You only have about 200 men. Do you dare to shout like that? Chao Dashao looks around and suddenly breaks out in cold sweat on his back. Third young master.
Look.
Many archers appear suddenly in the forest on both sides, ready with blades, poised to strike. I give you a chance. Princeton ordered that if they are under Li Yuanzhou, everything can be discussed, Wei Qi says. Wei Qi is stunned and narrows his eyes. Princeton? They are not from the court. Li Jia looks at Wei Qi and shakes his head. Wei Qi understands his meaning. Whatever you say, I am also loyal to Princeton. Shall we meet? Du Yi seems a bit annoyed. Stubborn fools. Looks like I'm not waiting for the right person. He waves his hand, signaling everyone to shoot arrows. Suddenly, the valley echoes with the sound of galloping horses. Prince N is arresting the Chun and Yu families. What are they really after? Why not come out and talk openly? It's Wei Yuan's voice. Wei Qi is surprised and turns around. Du Yi also looks a bit stunned. The second wave of enemies? Wei Yuan was in the valley. From the start, he made it clear he was alert. He looked around for Wei Qi's figure, saying that Qi was nearby. Wei Qi took advantage of Du Yi's distraction and quickly signaled Chao Dashan and Li Jia. They had prepared for this, so they immediately crouched on the ground, used to shake off the archers, and found a hiding spot.
Du Yi frowned.
Who is down there? Wei Yuan smiled. Someone who sees injustice. Or it could be someone from the Li family. Du Yi narrowed his eyes. His deputy, angry, said if it's true, then it is. If not, then it isn't. Why are you speaking in riddles? How am I speaking in riddles? You only asked who we are and we answered. Yet you still refuse to say clearly. Why are you kidnapping the Qin family? Du Yi raised his hand to stop his deputy. He smiled. If they are truly under Li Yuanzhou, then they have something to discuss. Show proof, and you can enter the valley. The person you want to save is inside. Wei Qi shouted, how can we prove it? He said this to question and to remind Wei Yuan. They had already lost the advantage and couldn't trust the other side easily. At this moment, Yu Ji was inside a carriage outside the valley, feeling very anxious. Half an hour earlier, Wei Yuan led people inside. Not everyone. Only some were left behind to guard and protect Yu Ji. Yu Ji couldn't go in. That was Wei Yuan's last condition. Yu Ji knew he couldn't be of any help, so he could only wait anxiously. Miss, I think I see some more people entering the valley. Zhang Chun kept watch outside.
Yu Ji was surprised.
More people? The servant and the lady lifted the curtain and looked out quietly. Their carriage was hidden in the forest, making it hard for outsiders to see, but this also made it difficult for Yu Ji to see who they were. The group was not just anyone, it was Pei Zihui, who had been following Wei Yuan into the mountain. Sir, that person who is full of lies entered from here. Since Pei Zihui had already seen through the lies of the three people in the woods, the eagle, a scout, had been following them. Pei Zihui looked toward the nearby Chick Mountain and pressed his lips together. Come with me into the mountain. Sir, are you sure? I worry there might be an ambush. What do you think they are? I don't know. Pei Zihui said if they know me, then they are likely from the Li family. If they entered the mountain, what do you think they are after? The scout was surprised. Is it for the Chun and Yu families? Pei Zihui nodded calmly. Sir, there might be someone from King N's group inside. You. It's okay, I don't know anything. I just heard a fight and went to check. No one knew why I was there. You told an E to wait outside the valley. If something unexpected happens, rescue immediately. Fei Ying suddenly understood. Your Highness is wise. When Pei Zihui and his men entered, They didn't expect to see such a confrontation. General,
Who are these people now?
Du-yi paused, then suddenly laughed loudly. Don't recognize us? This is Jinshan Guard, but we are officials of the court. Archers, get ready. King En's move was actually a plan to kill two birds with one stone. The Chun and Yu families are guilty officials. Their main goal was to lure Li Yuanzhou here. But if court officials came, they wouldn't hesitate to walk into their trap. That's why Du-yi brought 5,000 soldiers to hide in ambush early. Now it looks like they achieved 3 goals with 1 arrow. Using the Chun and Yu families as bait was really a good deal. Suddenly, there were 4 groups of people in the valley. Du-yi said, Jinshan Guard? I never expected that Commander Pei would come for the Chun and Yu families. Pei Zihui looked coldly at the others, then glanced at Wei Yuan. No, we're just here to catch the thief. Who is the thief? Pei Zihui was heading in the same direction as Wei Qi and met him. Seeing Wei Qi, Pei Zihui was momentarily stunned. You're lying. You're not from Chongqing Army. Wei Qi looked at him with a complicated expression. Pei Zihui then saw Wei Yuan and suddenly realized he had been fooled. Another officer beside Du-yi looked carefully and then ran over to him. General, I saw people from the Li residence. The first 2 groups. They seemed to know each other. Du-yi understood the situation and suddenly laughed loudly. The first 2. You're from the Li residence, and you're guests of King En. His Highness has ordered that, although news of capturing the Chun and Yu families is spread, we have always treated them as honored guests. Today, we have truly become friends through this. Lord Yu, Lord Chun, come out. At the top of the valley, a group from King En suddenly appeared with 2 middle-aged men. Both men looked to be about 50 and didn't seem like prisoners. Wei Qi looked up sharply. Yu Huai spoke. 2 brave men, if you are from the Li residence, could you please ask Brother Yuanzhou to come and meet us? His expression was also complicated. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Pei Zihui not far away. Pei Zihui was shaken to the core. Uncle. Yu Huai looked at Du-yi. Since our goal has been achieved, Commander Pei is not involved in this matter. At this moment, all the archers pointed their bows at Pei Zihui. Lord Yu, the Prince of En is hosting the Li family. They are naturally friends of Duke Du, but we are enemies of the court. The Jinshan Guard appearing here means the Prince of En won't let this opportunity slip away. Yu Huai's expression was complicated, clearly feeling guilty. He knew very well that if he hadn't been here, Zihui would never have appeared in this place. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Even teenagers understand this rule, but today, 3 groups of people appearing deep in the Jisan Mountain Gorge each have their own goals. Pei Zihui looked calmly at the people around him. I heard that General Du has achieved great victories in the northern border, defeating 20,000 with only 5,000 soldiers. Have you heard of this saying? Du-yi frowned. What saying? Seeking profit and avoiding harm, protecting oneself wisely. Pei, also never fight unprepared battles. Du-yi paused, then looked around immediately. Pei Zihui's hint was very obvious. Du-yi squinted, but didn't believe it. You're trying to scare me. The terrain of Jisan Mountain is steep. Can you really encircle from all sides? And I have 5,000 men here. Even if you bring all the people from the Jinshan Guard, it's a tie. Besides, Lord Pei, do you really have that ability? Pei Zihui smiled faintly. Why not? I am in the capital, following the civil official route. I may not be as skilled as General Du in military affairs, but the Pei family in Hedong is more than just the Jinshan Guard. Du-yi fell silent. General. This time, when Pei Zihui goes to the northwest, many people in the court are waiting to see the Pei family's joke. What he said might be true, said Du-yi's deputy. Pei Zihui smiled. We think General Du. Want to send 2 people to check around? Of course, if they get hurt, it's not my fault. After all, you're pointing arrows at me now. Since you see the truth clearly, with you here, what's there to worry about in dealing with the Pei family? Pei Zihui replied, of course. But you're scheming to lure the Li family with the Chun and Yu families. Aren't you afraid that this cooked duck might fly away? Pei Zihui suddenly looked at Wei Qi. Wei Qi understood his meaning. He kept a cold face and remained alert. Du Yi was indeed conflicted. Yu Huai sighed and said, General Du, based on what I know about the Pei family, they won't sit idly by. The Pei family of Hudong is powerful and influential.
Du Yi scattered, looking somewhere willing.
But today, Pei Zihui was here. This was indeed a tempting opportunity, but it was hard to take, and trying might just choke him. How about we make a deal? Pei Zihui said again. Today, I saw a fight in the valley thinking there might be thieves here. I didn't know about the affairs of the Chun and Yu families, nor about General Du's matters. How could I?
Du Yi sut dans l'ismiled.
Lord Pei, I can't quite understand you. You know there are dangers, but you still choose to come here. It seems there are people in this valley who value you greatly, otherwise, you wouldn't take such a risk. Now, you're even talking about a deal with me. Lord Pei, if I remember correctly, the task the old emperor gave you was to persuade Kingen. If this news gets out to the capital, will your position still be secure? Then, let's see if General Du is willing to gamble with me. If I were afraid of this, I might as well fight a tough battle here on Jisun Mountain. I understand the importance of silence. Dewey thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. Just joking. He suddenly waved his hand, and all the hidden ambushes withdrew. Lord Pei, Kingen still has urgent matters. We won't see you off. Pei Zihui looked past everyone toward Yu Huai on the mountain top, who nodded at him. Pei Zihui mounted his horse, ready to leave. The ambushes inside the valley were gone, but unexpectedly, a figure suddenly ran in from afar. Yu Ji waited outside, feeling anxious. She was in a bad mood, unable to eat or drink much, especially since she hadn't received any news for nearly an hour. Naturally, she was extremely worried. Zhang Chun saw this and felt anxious too. Miss, why don't you get off the carriage and get some fresh air? Yu Ji nodded. That's a good idea. Let's take a walk around the carriage. Chun and was guarding nearby. Seeing this, he stepped forward to ask. Zhang Chun explained, It's stuffy inside the carriage. I'm taking the miss for a walk around. Chun nodded. Third madam, it's still dangerous nearby. It's better not to go too far. Don't worry, we'll stay right here. Chun and suddenly looked around. Where's the ink stone? Yu Ji was stunned. Yes, where's the ink stone? Zhang Chun also quickly looked around and was suddenly alarmed. Miss. When second young master went into the mountain, it seemed the inkstone was missing. They had been so focused on the valley that they overlooked the inkstone. Yu Ji's face changed drastically.
He went in.
This child was now very alert. Since learning that her father was still alive and had been captured in this valley by King An's men, her expression had become a little different. Yu Ji suddenly became so anxious that tears welled up in his eyes. He's just a child. What if he gets hurt by an arrow? Chen An's face also changed. Third madam, don't worry. I'll send someone to check immediately. Inside the valley, the figure rushing out was Yen Tai. Father. The 10-year-old child didn't understand danger or safety. All he knew was that he hadn't seen his father in a very long time. So when he saw Yu Huai, he couldn't hold back anymore. Because Yen Tai appeared so suddenly, a nearby archer reacted instinctively and shot an arrow at him. The first to respond was Wei Qi. Stop. Wei Qi was riding Liang Yuan, who looked like a sharp sword unsheathed. He immediately ran toward Yen Tai. His spear in the air knocked the arrow down. When Liang Yuan reached Yen Tai fell to the ground.
Yen Tai.
Wei Qi rushed forward and quickly caught the child in his arms. From the mountaintop, Yu Huai had only seen a blurry figure until Wei Qi called out Yen Tai. His figure instantly became hazy. Who? Who did he just call? Everything happened so fast that many people didn't react in time. Yu Huai staggered down the mountain, and Pei Zihui's horse stopped. He looked on in shock at the scene before him. Yen Tai was being held by Wei Qi. When the young Yen Tai saw the person in front of him, he finally couldn't hold back. He cried out loudly, "Brother-in-law." He threw himself into Wei Qi's arms, crying. Wei Qi frowned, his expression a mix of fear, worry, and surprise. Why are you here? Where's your sister? Wei Yuan also rode over quickly and said with pursed lips, third brother, sister-in-law is outside the valley. Wei Qi's eyes widened in shock.
Yantai.
Are you Yen Tai? Yu Huai's figure wavered as he rushed down from the hillside. Yen Tai looked up from Wei Qi's arms and shouted, Dad. I am Yen Tai. Wei Qi's expression was complicated. He loosened his grip, and Yen Tai ran again toward his father, throwing himself into Yu Huai's arms. He cried loudly. Everyone saw this scene clearly. Du Yi's expression was complicated. Didn't they say Yu Huai's children had already died? General, it seems not. Interesting. Du Yi did not order anyone to stop him, and at this moment, Pei Zihui also dismounted. From the corner of his eye, he saw that his own leader's right hand was trembling slightly, clearly trying to suppress something. The inkstone lifted its head from Yu Huai's embrace, crying out, Father. Sister is waiting for you outside the valley. This time you come back, will you never leave again? Outside the valley, Yu Ji couldn't care less about anything else now. Chun and was anxiously pacing, refusing to let her go inside. Madam San, if anything happens to you, I can't explain to third master or second master. Please don't be impulsive. I will send someone to find out what's happening inside. Yu Ji was now very irrational. Not only did Yen Tai rush inside, but she was also worried sick because Wei Qi had been inside without sending any news. Her eyes were red, and she stared blankly at the distant entrance of the valley. Inside Jisan Mountain, Yu Huai's mood was beyond words. He held his son and couldn't calm down for a long time. When Wei Qi heard that Yu Ji was outside the valley, he didn't want to wait any longer. He turned to Wei Yuan and said, Second brother, please take care of this. I'll go out first. Wei Yuan nodded. Go ahead. Yu Huai then looked at Wei Qi with some suspicion. This brave man.
You.
Wei Qi hesitated. Facing this unfamiliar father-in-law, he felt unusually at a loss. Yen Tai, holding Yu Huai's arm, turned to look at him and took the initiative to introduce, Father, this is my husband. Yu Huai was stunned. Pei Zihui was originally walking toward Yu Huai. Hearing this, he also paused. Yu Huai's eyes widened. Wei Qi took a step back and bowed. Son-in-law Wei Qi, greeting the father-in-law. A lot has happened over the past year, and I can't explain everything now. I'll tell you more later. Fishy is outside the valley. I want to go and meet him first. Yu Huai, who had experienced many hardships, was shocked but quickly regained his composure. I will go with you.
Wei Qi nodded.
He just turned around, and in the next moment, he made eye contact with Pei Zihui behind him. Pei Zihui was staring at him with a complex, somewhat unfriendly look. Pei Zihui's face was expressionless. He looked away from Wei Qi and turned to Yu Huai. Uncle, Zihui's visit today is not in vain. Mother will be very happy to hear that your family is reunited. Yu Huai sighed.
Thank you, Zihui.
Wei Qi didn't have time to chat further. He mounted his horse, whipped the reins, and charged toward the outside of the valley. Du Yi immediately said to those around him, Follow him. Report back to King and immediately about the situation. Say there's good news. Yes. Yu Ji reached the front of the valley. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck her lower abdomen, forcing her to clutch her stomach and squat down. Spring was startled and shouted, Miss Chun, and was also very panicked, but luckily, a sound of hooves came from the valley, and Chun immediately looked out happily, squinting. Third madam. Third master is out. Wei Qi was riding Liao Yuan, rushing forward wildly. People from Li and Pei families, Yu Huai, and Du Yi's people all came out. Du Yi's goal had been achieved, so there was no need to stay longer in the valley. The front was Wei Qi, with a large crowd behind him. Yu Ji heard Chun En's words and suddenly looked up. Her vision was a bit blurry at this moment, and she could only see a rough outline. Wei Qi, she slowly spoke, as Liao Yuan approached quickly. Wei Qi turned off his horse and hurriedly ran to Yu Ji. Yu, why did you come here? His anxious and worried expression was hard to hide, reflected in Yu Ji's eyes. She also saw his dry lips and red eyes. Yuji was about to speak when her gaze suddenly fixed on a spot behind him, and she froze. Wei-Chi turned sideways and saw Yu Huai slowly approaching while holding a inkstone. Father? Yuji's eyes became even more blurry. Wei-Chi silently moved aside. The inkstone called out, "Sister." Yu Huai quietly stepped forward.
Gigi.
Father. Yuji couldn't hold back anymore and suddenly threw herself into her father's arms. Yu Huai looked up to the sky, tears streaming down his face. May the heavens bless our Yu family. Bless our Yu family. I, Yu Huai, have no more regrets in this life. The family of three cried together, while Wei-Chi stood silently to the side. Not far away there was another person. Pei Zihui had been following behind Yu Huai. When he saw that person clearly, he also froze. His hand inside his sleeve clenched into a fist. Wei-Chi and he exchanged a sudden, tense look. Pei Zihui squinted his eyes, and Wei-Chi saw his hostility, even stronger than in the valley earlier. Wei-Chi also pressed his lips together and tightened his jaw. Yuji's eyes were swollen from crying, and she lifted her head from her father's embrace. Father, where is Mother? She asked with a trembling voice. Yu Huai hadn't spoken yet when Du Yi interrupted. Miss Yu. Please rest assured. Madame Yu is in the city, and His Highness the King of Peace treats the Yu family as honored guests. Yuji pressed her lips, and Yu Huai wiped her tears.
Gigi, don't worry.
Your mother is still here. Many things have happened over the past year. Soon, our family will be reunited. Yuji's heart finally relaxed completely.
But
she suddenly frowned. Dad, Wei-Chi was the first to react. Just before Yuji fainted, he quickly stepped forward and said, Yu. Yuji Qiao suddenly leaned back, and Wei-Chi caught her steadily.
Miss.
Wei-Chi no longer cared about anyone else and immediately held Yuji Qiao to find a doctor. Call the doctor. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the valley. Yuji Qiao's vision darkened, and she lost consciousness again. When she slowly woke up again, she was already at Li's residence. Zhang Chun, Li Yan, and Yen Tai were watching over her nearby. Outside the door, Wei-Chi sat on the steps, having been there all day. Li Yuanzhou appeared to handle some follow-up matters. Yu Huai was talking with Li Yuanzhou, and Wei Yuan's people had safely returned. Only Wei-Chi remained, still in his clothes, sitting motionless. Wei Yuan walked over from a distance, saw him like this, and sighed. Third brother. Wei-Chi slightly turned his head in response. Wei Yuan sat beside him on the threshold, patting his shoulder. What are you doing? Go take a bath, change your clothes, and eat something. Wei-Chi. No, I'm waiting for her to wake up. Wei Yuan. Master Li said that third sister isn't seriously hurt, just frightened and worried, which caused her to miscarry. Wei Yuan didn't know that Wei-Chi hated hearing this the most. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and slammed them hard into the ground. Blood immediately seeped out.
Why?
No one told me. Wei Yuan was stunned for a moment and understood. So it's because of this? Third sister didn't tell you. Of course, she had her reasons. I only found out on the way here. I didn't understand at first, but now I get it. If you had known before setting out, how could your mind be at ease? Yet, you still went, hesitating and worrying about what might happen. Wei-Chi's eyes turned red, and he panted heavily, turning his face away. He stood up, facing the wall, looking distressed. It's my fault, I failed her, making her worry all the way. He couldn't accept it, nor could he imagine if Yu Zhiqiao really had an accident. Thinking of this, Wei-Chi, a grown man, nearly choked with emotion. Wei Yuan came behind him. Where do you get this from? The Prince of An set a trap, and none of us expected it at first. Now, the situation has turned out okay. Don't be so stubborn. When sister wakes up, don't let her see you like this. Miss has woken up. Zhang Chun suddenly exclaimed happily from inside. Before Wei Yuan finished speaking, a shadow flashed past in front of him, and Wei-Chi was the first to rush in. Yuji slowly opened her eyes. Zhang Chun was the first to notice and rushed over. Miss, you're awake. Li Yan and the Inkstone also gathered around. Sister. Yuji looked around and asked, "What happened to me?" Li Yan hurriedly said, "You fainted. But now you're back." Yuji remembered that her emotions had been very intense earlier, and she suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her lower abdomen, which caused her to faint. She immediately reached for her stomach. Miss, don't worry. The baby is fine. But your body is too weak. You need to rest and recover." Yuji slowly relaxed and let out a breath. Suddenly, footsteps sounded at the door, sounding a bit frantic. Yuji saw Wei Qi rush in from the corner of her eye. Zhang Chun and Lian saw him too, and took a step back. Wei Qi stopped a few steps away. Zhang Chun tugged at Li Yan's sleeve and smiled. "Miss, I'll go check if the fish soup in the kitchen is ready." The three of them silently left, leaving only Yuji and Wei Qi inside. Yuji looked at him, a faint smile appearing in her eyes. "Why are you standing so far away?" She smiled, and all the complicated feelings vanished before Wei Qi came in. He strode forward to the bed and took her hand. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and the words he wanted to say were surprisingly difficult. Yuji looked at him and suddenly realized something. She touched her stomach again and asked, "You know, right?" Wei Qi's eyes instantly turned red. Yuji smiled faintly. "It's a pity. I wanted to wait for you to come back and tell you in person. Do you want to touch him?" Wei Qi looked at her, suddenly reaching out and pulling her into his arms. "You." He let out a deep sigh, his emotions flooding like waves. Before she woke up, Wei Qi was still immersed in worry and shock about this child. He didn't seem to have much feeling for him. But now, Yu was smiling at him brightly. At this moment, Wei Qi felt his blood start flowing again. He released her and lowered his head. "Is this the place?" Wei Qi's large hand trembled as he reached out. Joy slowly overflowed from his eyes. "Yes, it is. Go ahead, touch him." The moment his large hand touched her belly, Wei Qi almost jumped with excitement. "You're really going to have my child." His emotions fluctuated so wildly that Yuji was startled again. She forced a smile and said, "Don't be so excited. You scare me." Wei Qi suddenly calmed down, leaned closer, held her face, and kissed her forehead several times like a storm. "Good job, Yu. Just don't scare me like that again, and don't take such risks." Yuji lowered her eyes and softly nodded. It was her fault, but when the moment came, all her most important people were in the valley. She couldn't stay calm. Wei Qi chuckled and reached out to hug her again. Suddenly, Yuji smelled a mixture of dirt and dust. She suddenly gagged. Wei Qi was surprised and asked nervously, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yuji's face turned pale. "It's nothing. Normal morning sickness."
"You
smell a bit bad." Wei Qi was stunned and regretfully stood up. "It's all my fault. I haven't bathed or changed clothes. I'll go right now." Yuji nodded in approval. Wei Qi strode toward the bathhouse and, before leaving, called Zhang Chun inside. Zhang Chun smiled and approached. "Miss, I saw Third Master looking distracted this morning. Now that you're awake and lively again, he's probably feeling better."
Why was he so distracted?
Yuji also wanted to know what had happened during her unconsciousness, so she asked. Zhang Chun carefully explained. When she learned that Prince An's real goal was to use Yu and Chen's families to win over Li Yuanzhou, Yuji fell silent. It was clearly a trap, but luckily they saw through it. Otherwise, Wei Qi leading hundreds of people inside would have been dangerous. "Where is my father?" "Master is in the study discussing future plans with Mr. Li. He should be here soon." "Oh, and the lady is also on her way here from the palace city. She should arrive tomorrow." Yuji's expression softened. "That's really good." Zhang Chun hesitated slightly. "There's one more thing." Yuji looked up at her. "I saw Master Pei. I didn't expect him to be here either. After you returned yesterday, Master Pei left because of official affairs, but he said he would visit in the next couple of days." Yuji bit her lip. She had also seen Pei Zihui. His appearance here surprised her. It was probably on the Emperor's orders to come to Suizhou for work. But none of that mattered to her anymore. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside. "It's Yu Hui." Zhang Chun smiled. Father is here to see Miss. Yuji also smiled. Please, invite father in. Yu Huai pushed the door open and entered the inner room. Yuji carefully looked at him, and Yu Huai did the same. Father looks much more tired. Yuji couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Yu Huai then sat on a stool beside the bed and held her hand. As a father, I am happy to still see you and the inkstone. This life is already full of meaning. I don't think I am unimportant. Seeing you in good health makes me very happy. I didn't expect my daughter to become a mother now. Yu Huai looked at her with mixed feelings. Yuji suddenly smiled and lowered her eyes, saying, Wei Qi, I will take good care of myself. Yu Huai didn't reply. Father, don't judge him just because of his status, Yuji quickly said when she saw his expression. Yu Huai suddenly smiled again. That's not it. I just don't know him well enough yet and need to watch him. After all, I only have this one precious daughter. Yu Huai showed a kind, fatherly smile, and Yuji also looked like a young girl. A lot has happened over the past year. I want to know about you and mother. Their conversation was bound to be quite long. Meanwhile, Wei Qi finished changing into clean clothes after his bath and prepared to wait in the courtyard. He didn't go inside to disturb, but patiently waited. Suddenly, he heard unfamiliar footsteps behind him. Wei Qi paused and slowly turned around. As he turned, a figure quickly approached, Pei Zihui. Without saying a word, he started to fight. In just a few moments, they exchanged several moves. Nearby, Lan Chun, the inkstone, and the flying eagle watched with wide eyes. In the garden of the Li residence, only the sounds of fists hitting flesh could be heard. After a few exchanges, Wei Qi was hit with a punch, and Pei Zihui wasn't unscathed either. They stopped, and Pei Zihui gently brushed the dust off himself. Wei Qi frowned and stared at him, but Pei Zihui suddenly sneered. Starting martial arts halfway, but only basic skills. Wei Qi refused to back down. Empty punches and fancy moves. You're more suited to being a scholar. No one nearby dared to step forward. Pei Zihui seemed surprised that Wei Qi fought back and looked at him with complex feelings for a moment. After a pause, he sneered again. Someone like you is not worthy of her. Someone like you is not worthy of her. After Pei Zihui finished speaking, a few people nearby heard him and were stunned. Yan Tai swallowed nervously and looked at Wei Qi with some tension. Wei Qi also seemed surprised but, in the next moment, was not angry or ready to fight. He simply smiled faintly and lowered his eyes. This matter is not for you to decide. Only you can determine if she is worthy. Pei Zihui was also stunned. Her name is Yuji. Her nickname is Zexy. When Pei Zihui said this, his face twisted a little, clearly unable to accept it. Wei Qi took a step back and said seriously, I don't know you. Maybe you knew Yu when she was a child, but now things have changed. Unless Yu personally tells me she doesn't want me, I will never give up. But that possibility seems unlikely now. Wei Qi smiled slightly. At the full moon celebration, I will send an invitation to Lord Pei. Goodbye. After speaking, Wei Qi turned and strode away. Pei Zihui's originally angry expression suddenly went blank when he heard the last words. By the time he regained his senses, Wei Qi had already left. Pei Zihui couldn't believe it. His eyes also turned a little red. Ban Chun and the inkstone did not come over but quietly followed Wei Qi. Only Fei Ying, feeling sorry for his master, walked over to Pei Zihui. Master. Pei Zihui clenched his fists and calmed himself for a while. She is only 17. Fei Ying, she is just 17. Fei Ying lowered his eyes. Master, I understand your feelings, but I have to be honest. The Yu family is now exiled for crimes. They shouldn't have appeared here and you shouldn't. Pei Zihui closed his eyes tightly. I thought she was no longer here. Indeed, there were rumors in the capital that the Jiangnan Yu family had arrived in the northern frontier, only Yu Ji and his wife, with others lost along the way. The fugitives' whereabouts were unknown, and the officers escorting them faced execution. Fang said, even if Miss Yu is still alive, it wouldn't matter much in Beijing. Besides, Master, I dare to say that you are already engaged to the eldest daughter of the Ningguo Duke's family. Pei Zihui suddenly looked at him sharply. Fei lowered his eyes. My apologies, I misspoke. Pei Zihui turned and left in a huff. Yu Ji and Yu Huai talked for a long time until Yu Ji saw a figure at the door, glancing over several times. Yu Huai noticed and looked too. Thinking for a moment, he said, "Let him come in." Yu Ji was surprised but smiled and nodded. After a while, Wei Qi entered. Standing in front of father and daughter, the tall man looked somewhat nervous. Yu Huai looked at him and spoke first. Earlier, I had a long talk with Uncle Li. He actually approves of you. Wei Qi felt a little relieved and said, "Father-in-law, don't worry. I will prove with my actions that I will treat Fish well." Fish? Yu Huai smiled as he looked at his daughter, Yu Ji, who looked a bit shy. Just now, his daughter had roughly explained their situation. After all, you have saved both my children's lives, but Yu Huai composed himself and said, "That doesn't mean I accept you as my son-in-law. You should understand what I mean." Yu Ji bit her lip and said, "Father." Yu Huai didn't answer, but looked at Wei Qi. Wei Qi straightened his back and said, "I understand. I only have one thing to say. I won't say much, but I will do my best. Please, father-in-law, trust me." Yu Huai nodded and looked away. Ji, rest well first. Uncle Li and I have some things to talk about. We will come to see you later. Also, your mother will arrive tomorrow, and our whole family will gather then. Yu Ji hurriedly asked Dad, "Do you have any news about Big Brother?" When mentioning his eldest son, Yu Huai's expression looked a bit sad. "They are safe, don't worry. Our Yu family will definitely have a day of reunion." Yu Ji's eyes suddenly turned red, and she nodded heavily. "Okay." Yu Huai stood up to leave, and Wei Qi saw him to the door. When Wei Qi returned, only the two of them remained inside. Yu Ji looked at him with a smile and asked, "What are you so nervous about?" Wei Qi rubbed his nose and said, "Of course I'm nervous, seeing your father. It's rare. And tomorrow my mother will come too." Seeing his mother-in-law, Wei Qi was even more nervous. Fish.
Does your mother-in-law like anything? Why?
Do you want to give her a gift? Not really. I just feel a bit guilty. Yu Ji smiled. In this situation, it's no use giving anything. Don't bother. Instead, serve me and ask me to say a few good words. In recent days, this was the first time Yu Ji had joked with him, showing she was truly in a good mood. But just after speaking, she suddenly realized something and quickly looked at Wei Qi's eyes. The man's eyes were deep, and Yu Ji immediately stepped back. "I was joking, you don't need to." Wei Qi suddenly smiled meaningfully and stepped forward softly. "It's too late." Yu Ji bit her tongue, and in the next moment, Wei Qi jumped up. Yu Ji hurriedly said, "I'm pregnant." Wei Qi looked at her in shock, then suddenly smiled. Fish. You're overthinking. I'm going to bring food and your soup." Yu Ji. Wei Qi suddenly burst into 3 loud, joyful laughs, leaving Yu Ji blushing as he walked away. Next, Yu Ji focused on nourishing the baby. The small kitchen prepared many nourishing soups. Yu Ji finally had an appetite and sipped a large bowl slowly. Wei Qi was also hungry. After eating and drinking enough, he went to rinse his mouth. When Zhan Chun came in to clear the dishes, he hesitated. Yu Ji noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhan Chun whispered, "Just now. Did Third Master mention Lord Pei to you?" Yu Ji was surprised for a moment, then looked calm. "Did something happen? Why did Wei Qi mention him?" Zhan Chun lowered his eyes, feeling he shouldn't hide anything from the young lady, so he told her about what happened in the garden this afternoon. After hearing this, Yu Ji was clearly a bit stunned. Of course, Zhan Chun only said there was a conflict between the two and didn't mention any harsh words. He didn't understand why Lord Pei was so hostile towards Third Master. In Zhan Chun's view, the young lady might have been joking about an engagement with the Pei family when she was young, but no formal agreement had ever been made. Most importantly, when the Yu family was in trouble, the Pei family in Hudong was nowhere to be seen. Now, the young lady and Third Master are close and expecting a child. Zhan Chun wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. As for Lord Pei's intentions, Only he might understand. Yuji nodded. I understand. You may go now. Don't tell others. Rest assured, young lady. By the time Wei Qi returned, Yuji was already lying down. Wei Qi quickly took off his shoes and got into bed. He embraced her gently from behind. Wife, I was joking this afternoon. Now I'm here to serve you. Yuji. His large hand rested on Yuji's belly, about to lean in and kiss her earlobe. Suddenly, Yuji asked, Did you fight with Zi Huai this afternoon? It was almost the hour of high, around 10 to 12 p.m. The Li residence was shrouded in darkness. In the study, Li Yuanzhou had received many visitors today, speaking nonstop. He looked somewhat tired. Yu Huai and Qinshin said, Let's stop here for today. We'll talk more tomorrow.
Li Yuanzhou nudda.
Stay at my house. We'll discuss things further. The Li family was no longer a place of complete safety. Du Yi was sent by Prince and Wang to deliver Qinshen and Yu Huai, but they didn't leave. They set up at least 2 or 3 layers outside the Li residence. At this moment, Lord Pei's figure appeared outside the door. Uncle Li, Uncle Yu, Zi Huai requests to see you. The 3 men exchanged a glance. Qinshen smiled and said, There's probably nothing more for me here.
I'll take my leave now.
Li Yuanzhou nodded and then called outside the door, Come in. Pei Zihui slowly walked in. Zihui, have a seat. The Pei, Yu, and Li families used to be colleagues and close friends when they were in the capital. Pei Zihui bowed politely. Uncles, if our father knew you were here, he would be very happy.
Li Yuanzhou schmilat.
It's been a while since I saw your father. Is he doing well? Everything is fine. That's good. Zihui, these days are different from the past. The government is changing, so we can't return to the capital for now. Please send our regards to your father. Pei Zihui silently pressed his lips together. Understood. Yu Huai looked at him. Zihui, why are you in Suzhou? Pei Zihui replied, to suppress the refugees and also to persuade Prince and to surrender. Hearing this, the 3 of them fell silent. Such big tasks, and you're the only one sent? Pei Zihui forced a smile. It seems our emperor's virtue remains the same. Zihui, you've worked hard. The first task is manageable, suppressing the refugees is fine. But Prince and Yu Huai's expression changed, worried that. Before Yu Huai could finish, Pei Zihui immediately said, Uncle, I didn't come to discuss official matters. I am here as a junior to visit you both. Yu Huai and Li Yuanzhou exchanged a glance and smiled. All right, then we won't talk about that. Let's discuss personal matters. I heard you are engaged to the Duke of Ninggua's family. When is the wedding scheduled? Pei Zihui was taken aback. It was supposed to be in June, but now it's probably delayed.
Oh.
Good things often face delays, but it's no problem. Pei Zihui lowered his gaze. Li Yuanzhou seemed to notice something and suddenly said, By the way, you and Uncle you haven't seen each other in a long time. You two chat first. I'll go see Yanji. That girl is always so unruly. After Li Yuanzhou left, only Yu Huai and Pei Zihui remained in the study. Uncle. Pei Zihui's emotions were clearly a bit agitated. There have been rumors in the capital about the Inkstone and Zexy, and also about you and Aunt. What exactly is going on? Yu Huai sighed. This is a long story. We did encounter something on the way, but I couldn't accept it. I planned to send Ji and the Inkstone to Uncle Chen's house in Suizhou. I never thought that just as things were about to be settled, your mother and I fell off a cliff. We were saved by a farmer and recovered for 3 months. As for Ji and the Inkstone, they were probably rescued by the Wei family. Pei Zihui pursed his lips. The Wei family is not kind. Taking advantage of others' misfortune is not what a gentleman would do. Yu Huai stood up, walked over to him, and sighed. Zihui, look ahead. Our family and yours are destined to be apart. Uncle, it's not beyond hope. Yu Huai was stunned and shook his head. There's no hope left. To be honest, I probably won't return to the capital. If you still remember the old friendship between our families, pretend you never saw my Yu family in Suzhou. Zihui certainly won't say that. Then thank you. Zihui, You and Gigi are not destined to be together. Let's forget the youthful jokes. Your wedding is coming soon. I don't have much to give you. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and harmony. Pei Zihue pressed his lips together, but in the end, he couldn't say what he wanted to. All right, I understand. Thank you, uncle. In the West Wing room, Wei Qi held Yu Ji and kissed her tenderly. Did you fight with Pei Zihue this afternoon? Yu Ji asked after the kiss. Wei Qi paused for a moment after her question, then stopped. Yu Ji turned her head to look at him, wanting to see his expression, but just as she turned, Wei Qi suddenly pressed his lips to hers again. He forcefully silenced her words. Perhaps he really disliked hearing her mention that name. Yu Ji felt breathless from his kiss and couldn't help but push him away. Wei Qi reluctantly lifted his head. His dark eyes looked at her intently. Yu Ji could tell he was a bit upset too. What's wrong? What happened? She asked. Wei Qi suddenly leaned into her neck and whispered, He provoked me first. Do you believe that? Yu Ji was stunned. I believe you, of course. Wei Qi looked up, a hint of grievance in his expression. Really?
Yes.
Yu Ji tousled his hair. I only met him when I was young, and we haven't seen each other for many years. I don't know him well, but you're my husband. I know you. Wei Qi's eyes lit up instantly, feeling very comfortable. He lay back down, one arm around Yu Ji, and their heads close together. That's enough with your words. I don't want to bother with him. Yu Ji seems to have guessed something, recalling her dream from before. She pursed her lips and explained, When I was young, he saved me. Once, a servant didn't hold the dog properly, and it almost bit me. At that time, Uncle Pei was visiting from the south, and he appeared just in time to save me. He's 3 years older than me. When we were kids, I called him Brother Zihue. That day, I also dreamed of a fierce dog chasing me. As Yu Ji finished speaking, her voice grew quieter. Wei Qi suddenly turned around and looked at her again. What's wrong now? Wei Qi suddenly stepped closer with a mysterious smile. Want to call me brother and hear it?
Yu Ji. Why not?
I'm 3 years older than you too. You can call me that. That was when we were kids. Then call me third brother. Wei Qi's big hand suddenly reached around her waist and poked her sensitive spot. Yu Ji's back had a hollow, and Wei Qi quickly discovered how delicate it was. Yu Ji suddenly let out a soft cry, biting her lip again and blushing as she glared at him. Wei Qi smiled with a slight curl of his lips. It's okay if you don't call. I'll do it myself. Yu Ji didn't understand what he meant at first, but then she saw Wei Qi suddenly slip into the bed. Yu Ji quickly clutched the bedding tightly. Today, Wei Qi was unusually patient. During early pregnancy, intimacy was out of the question, but he would still use his lips and tongue to gently please her, especially around her lower abdomen, where Wei Qi was especially tender and affectionate. Seeing that he wanted to continue further, Yu Ji was completely defeated, her eyes filled with tears. She was thoroughly beaten and tricked, finally calling out third brother several times. Wei Qi smiled contentedly and continued to please her. The next morning, Yu Ji was still asleep, dreaming peacefully. Wei Qi woke early, leaned over, and gently kissed her forehead. Then he cheerfully changed into his clothes and left. Today, he needed to discuss with second brother about the bandit suppression. He also wanted to ask Uncle Li about the situation with King, and additionally, his mother-in-law was coming from the capital, and Wei Qi felt a bit nervous. In the Li family courtyard, the inkstone was already heated. Wei Qi was practicing physical exercises with Yu Huai, and he was surprised as he walked over. Your father-in-law is also exercising early? Yu Huai smiled. As a man in middle age, it's necessary to stay fit. Wei Qi clasped his hands respectfully. Impressive. Yu Huai wiped his sweat and waved to him. Wei Qi stepped forward, but suddenly Yu Huai reached out to signal him to stop. Wei Qi dodged, and in a flash of sparks, they exchanged a few more moves. Wei Qi opened his eyes wide, and Yu Huai smiled slightly. Your health is pretty good, barely passing, but your martial skills need more practice. Wei Qi looked embarrassed. My father-in-law is right to teach me. Yu Huai said, I understand most of your situation now. Are you going to discuss the bandit suppression with the Longxing army? Yes.
Good.
When you return, your mother-in-law should also arrive. We can have a few drinks at the dinner table. Wei Qi felt a bit excited and replied, Okay, I'll follow your advice, father-in-law. The Inkstone, brother-in-law. I won't go to the army today. I will stay with Dad.
Wei Qi smiled.
All right, I'll go now. Yu Huai nodded. When Wei Qi left the house, Du Yi immediately reported, General, that Wei Qi went to the Longxing army. They are still loyal to the court. Du Yi shook his head. Let's watch for now. I heard that Heifeng village issued a warning that they want Wei Yuan's head. They had no choice but to do so. The Longxing army only sent 200 men. It's laughable. Do you mean we can act now?
Du Yi lukket tuktfull.
Let's wait for news from the Li family. I quite like these two brothers from the Wei family. If we can bring them into our side, it would be the best plan. In the study, Chen Shun and Yu Huai came again. Brotherly, the people from King and side probably haven't left yet.
We
really are a burden to you, putting you in a difficult situation. Li Yuanzhou waved his hand. That's too much. I've decided to meet with King and talk. Yu Huai and Chen Shun exchanged looks.
All right.
Yu Huai continued, Brotherly, we plan to buy a house in Yong'an County. Li Yuanzhou said, just stay at the Li residence. Why make things complicated? Yu Huai smiled. No, I prefer to arrange it separately. King agreed, and our family should be together again. Li Yuanzhou thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll go along with your plan. By the way, Changfeng. Changfeng is Yu Ji's courtesy name. Yu Huai said, within a month.
Li Yuanzhou nudda pili.
That's great. After Yu Ji woke up, he found out Wei Qi had already left. He looked disappointed like a young girl. Zhang Chun saw this and smiled. Miss, you look unhappy because third master is not here. Yu Ji blushed and scolded, You little maid, your tongue is getting sharper. Hee, I've always been like this, especially now I'm even happier. Yu Ji also smiled, thinking about her mother coming in the afternoon. She smiled and said, Zhang Chun, help me style a pretty hairdo. Yes. Wei Qi went to Chongqing Army today and discussed upcoming matters with Wei Yuan. This time, he was going to rescue someone, but the issue of fighting bandits still hung over him like a sharp sword. Wei Yuan asked, Did you tell Uncle Yu about this? Wei Qi shook his head. Why should I? My father-in-law is probably also worried about King An's affairs. Seeing that he mentioned it, Wei Yuan said, Actually, I suspect King An's move might have already involved Yu Chen's family, possibly to act as a mediator for the Li family. Wei Qi naturally wasn't naive and sensed something was off. He smiled and said, That's not my business, but I have one rule. No one can hurt my family. Yu is like that, and so am I. Right now, my main goal is to destroy that Black Wind village. Wei Yuan smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, Good. By late afternoon, Wei Qi's work was done, and he rode back to the Li residence. Just as he reached the gate, he saw an unfamiliar carriage. He immediately understood that his mother-in-law had arrived. He didn't delay and strode inside quickly. The Li family was very considerate, leaving space just for their family. When Wei Qi reached the small courtyard door, he heard Yu Ji's choked sob, Mother looks so thin. Inside, a gentle and kind woman's voice responded, I was sick earlier this year and had no appetite, so I lost weight. But now, seeing you and Yantai, I think I will recover soon. Wei Qi paused, not entering immediately to disturb them. After all, he was still an outsider at this moment. Listening to Yu Ji's sobbing voice, he felt even worse. Then, Yu Huai's voice came. All right, from now on, we'll stay in Yong'an County. Things will gradually get better. Yantai asked Dad, Are we going to settle in Yong'an County? Not exactly settling down, but we can stay for now. Madam, you complained. How can it not be settling? Our children and family are here. That's home. Yes, you're right, madam. Mother. Let's go inside. Only then did Wei Qi step inside from outside. Hearing footsteps, the Yu family all turned around. Wei Qi stopped a few steps away, still respectfully bowing. Madam Yu looked at Yu Ji, who wiped his tears and said, "Mother, this is Wei Qi." Madam Yu suddenly understood and said, "I already know about your situation." Wei Qi sighed in relief and changed his tone to call out, "Mother-in-law, you've traveled hard. I wanted to come personally to pick you up, but my father-in-law said arrangements had been made. Since you arrived late today, please don't mind. You mother, these are just small matters. I heard you just returned from the army. Let's have a meal together." Yes. Yuji had never seen Wei Qi act so shy before. She felt a little amused. The two secretly exchanged glances, and Wei Qi also grinned at her. Noticing her mother watching, she quickly looked away. Yu mother gave a gentle smile. Today's feast was simple, with tasty home-cooked dishes. Zhang Chun was busy serving, and everyone sat down to eat. Yu mother looked at Zhang Chun and sighed. It's amazing how fate works. I didn't expect Zhang Chun to be saved by you so easily. Yu Huai also expressed his admiration. Heaven bless our Yu family. Zhang Chun, come and sit with us to eat. Zhang Chun was surprised and flattered. Madam, I am very happy to see you and the master here, but I won't disturb you today. Yu mother nodded with a smile. All right, suit yourself. Everyone started eating. This was Wei Qi's first meal with his in-laws, so he was naturally nervous, eating quietly and carefully. Yuji watched him and couldn't help but feel like laughing. Yu mother turned to look at her. What are you laughing at? Yuji quickly composed herself, and nothing. Wei Qi sat upright, serious. If Wei mother were here, she might have scolded him with a smile, acting so proper. During the meal, Yu Huai poured a few more glasses of wine. Wei Qi accepted all without refusal, just accompanying him. After a few drinks, Yu Huai was fine, but Wei Qi's ears started to turn slightly red. Yuji noticed something and wondered if her father was. In less than half an hour, they finished a large jar of wine. Yuji couldn't sit still and quietly asked Mother, "What is father doing?" Yu mother smiled. "Your father, and I don't know much about this new son-in-law. It's the first time eating together, so he's just a little drunk." Her parents had already made plans, so Yuji didn't say much. Still, she asked, how did father get so much more tolerant of drinking? Yu mother looked a bit wistful. That's a long story. Yuji felt a little sad and leaned closer to her mother. Mother, tonight I will sleep with you. Yu mother smiled. Aren't you worried about your husband? Yuji blushed. She knew her mother could see through everything. Yu mother laughed. All right, you and Yentai come over. Both of you are good children. I miss you. Yentai's eyes sparkled, and she leaned closer to her mother. Wei Qi was indeed drunk now. He had been asked many questions by Yu Huai. Yuji left the table before they finished drinking. She didn't care anymore and simply followed her mother, Yu, back to their room. They talked for a long time about what had happened over the past 2 years, her mother's health, herself, and the Wei family. In the end, Yuji's eyes turned red, and she cried several times. Her mother gently touched her face and comforted her, saying, "It's okay now. Don't cry anymore. Our Yu family has finally seen better days. Big brother hasn't come back yet." Yuji sniffled. "Your brother will be back soon, probably within this month. Princeton promised us that," her mother replied. Yuji trembled and suddenly looked up. "Mother, is father really?" Her mother looked serious and said firmly, "The emperor's virtue does not match his position. Our Yu family has been wronged, and we can only accept it." Yuji's heart was unsettled. Is she really going to walk this path? Her mother looked at her and said, "Don't be afraid, Ji. Your father doesn't want to involve you, and Yentai. We thought it would take some time to find you, but unexpectedly. Now it's good. If the Wei family is reliable, I can rest assured. You are pregnant now, so you just need to take care of yourself. Neither your mother nor your father will involve you." Yuji responded quietly, with a muffled "It's late. Go to sleep." Okay, mother must be tired too. Rest early. For the first time in a while, Yuji slept with her mother. Her mind gradually calmed, but before sleeping, she couldn't help but worry about Wei Qi. She didn't know how he was doing. Wei Qi and his father-in-law drank for the first time. Wei Qi naturally tried his best. In the end, he vomited so badly he was unconscious. Chao Dashi and Chunin took him to the clean room several times. They probably said everything they needed to say. Finally, they returned to the side room and went straight to sleep. Chao Dashi was exhausted and shook his head, saying, "Third master is too honest." Chunin smiled and said, "But I think, Lord, you looked quite satisfied," still smiling. Third master must have passed the test. The two looked at each other and smiled, then covered Wei Qi with a thin quilt and placed a basin nearby before leaving. The next morning, Yuji woke up early and was combing her hair. Her mother came behind her and said, "Let me do it." Yuji turned around happily and said, "Mother, it's fine. I want to comb my daughter's hair. I'm happy." Yuji smiled and said, "All right, I'm happy too." While washing and dressing, Yuji couldn't help but look outside several times, as if waiting for someone. Her mother saw this through the bronze mirror, smiled silently, and said nothing. Sure enough, footsteps outside the door could be heard, familiar ones. Zhang Chun was waiting at the door, smiling as she greeted him. "Oh, third master. Why do you look so tired today?" "Miss just woke up, and Madam is inside." Wei Qi awkwardly replied. Yesterday he had drunk heavily and slept until dawn. When he woke up, he realized he was covered in dirt, so he immediately went to the bathhouse to wash himself clean before coming to find Yuji. Upon hearing this, Wei Qi quickly asked in a low voice, "Do I look very bad?" Zhang Chun pursed her lips and smiled. "I was joking. You look the same as usual, even more spirited." Wei Qi stroked his chin. He had indeed taken the time to tidy himself up nicely before coming. Hearing Zhang Chun say this, he felt reassured and walked to the door. "You?" Yuji had already finished washing up. She responded with a sound, and then left with her mother. At the door, Wei Qi bowed to his mother-in-law. "Madam." Yumu smiled. "My son-in-law, have you sobered up?" Wei Qi felt a bit embarrassed and smiled. "Father-in-law, your tolerance is great." Yuji held back a laugh. Yu Huai also arrived, looking as if nothing was wrong, and he smiled as he stepped forward. "Good morning, son-in-law. How are you feeling today?" Wei Qi didn't remember what he had said last night. He was a bit nervous in the morning, but now he saw that his father-in-law hadn't thrown him out, so he felt relieved. Wei Qi played it safe and forced a few smiles. Yu Huai laughed heartily. "Since you have some free time today, you haven't been home for a while, right? Why don't you go visit your family?" Wei Qi was surprised and exchanged glances with Yuji. "Father? Meet your parents and family. Is it convenient?" Wei Qi hurriedly replied, "Of course. It's very convenient." "That's good. The carriage is ready. Let's go now." Yuji was also surprised and quietly asked, "When did father arrange this?" "I didn't know. Everything is arranged, so how could I not tell you I'm your father?" Yu Huai smiled. "And tonight, we'll go see the house together after returning home. I've already checked it out this morning." Wei Qi was surprised. Father-in-law is planning to buy a house? Yes, to settle in Yongin County. By the way, after buying it, let Ji stay with us for a while. You have no objection, right? Wei Qi winced and immediately looked at Yuji, who lowered her eyes. Wei Qi smiled and said, "Of course not." Yu Huai was satisfied. "Good. Let's go." Outside the Li residence, 2 carriages were waiting. Yuji got into one first. Wei Qi hesitated until he saw Yumu take the initiative to say, "Yantai, come with us." "You go accompany Ji." Yu Huai didn't speak, clearly agreeing. Wei Qi felt grateful and said, "That little son-in-law will go ahead first." After Wei Qi and Yu Ji got into the same carriage, Yu Huai looked at his wife with confusion. Yu's mother smiled and said, "Enough now. Have you not had your fill after getting him so drunk yesterday?" Yu Huai shook his head but suddenly remembered something, laughed loudly, and waved his sleeve. "Fine then." He then got into another carriage. Yuji didn't expect him to come up, feeling a bit surprised. Wei Qi eagerly reached out to hold her as soon as he got inside the carriage. "I missed you so much, wife." Yuji blushed and pushed him away. "You smell like alcohol. It's disgusting." After Yuji finished speaking, Wei Qi's face immediately changed. He raised his hand to smell himself. Really? I washed for a long time this morning. Yuji held a fan, covering half her face, with a big smile in her eyes. Of course, there was no smell. She was just teasing him. Seeing her smile, Wei Qi's heart fluttered. He quickly reached out again to hold her. I missed you so much. Yuji didn't fall for it. You've seen me these past 2 days, haven't you? Wei Qi replied, Of course I have. But since my father-in-law and mother-in-law are back, I have to behave properly and can't see you all the time. Yuji snorted. It wasn't that he couldn't see her any time. It was that he couldn't touch her whenever he wanted, right? Behave properly, that's right. You need to get used to it. Wei Qi looked at her with a pleading expression. Luckily, I think I've passed the test, right? Not necessarily, Yuji deliberately said. At least my father-in-law and mother-in-law didn't kick me out. It started well, and it will get better and better.
Wei Qi boasted shamelessly.
Yuji just smiled. You're just thick-skinned. Wei Qi liked seeing her smile. He couldn't look away, and as he kept staring, he couldn't help but reach out again. Yuji hit his hand with her fan. I want to touch my belly.
Wei Qi begged.
Yuji pursed her lips and let him do as he pleased. Have you felt uncomfortable these past 2 days? Yuji shook her head. All is well. No, just occasional nausea, but it passes quickly. Wei Qi said, the baby was conceived around the end of March, a 10-month pregnancy, born in January next year. Yuji asked, You've already calculated everything? Of course. Now I'm thinking of names. Yuji. Not in a rush. Let's see if it's a boy or girl first. Wei Qi was reluctant. We should prepare early and choose when the time comes. Yuji smiled again. All right, fine, but I want to see the list. Don't make it too old-fashioned.
Wei Qi grinned apologetically.
Got it, got it. You're the boss. As long as you decide. Wife, are you uncomfortable sitting? Come closer to my lap, or I can hold you. Wei Qi moved slightly closer to her. Yuji shifted a bit and realized her waist was a little sore. I'll lean on you. Okay. Actually, with Wei Qi beside her, Yuji could do as she pleased. For example, now she could sit casually and, during meals, she could even eat on the bed, and Wei Qi would go along with her. But that didn't stop her from enjoying time with her parents. Now that she knew everyone would gather together, she felt very happy. Heaven had been kind to her. Leaning on Wei Qi's shoulder, Yuji unconsciously started to feel a little sleepy. Wei Qi didn't disturb her, and she dozed off leaning on his arm. Wei Qi watched her the whole time. Soon, the carriage arrived at Hualing Village. The Wei family had people waiting at the village entrance. Seeing the carriage, big brother and second brother quickly ran back. Grandma, they're here. They've arrived. Wei Yuan arrived at the small courtyard first, so the Wei family already knew that Yu's parents were coming. Wei's mother quickly got ready, jumping up energetically, preparing to welcome them with chickens and fish, working non-stop. Wei's old father was a bit nervous too, so he changed into a new outfit. Now, the carriage had stopped at the gate, and Wei's mother and father went out to greet them. Wei Qi got off the carriage first, followed by Yuji.
Dad, Mom.
We're back. Wei's mother immediately looked for her son, happy and smiling, which meant her in-laws hadn't disliked her. Then, Yu Huai and Yu's mother got out of the carriage with the inkstone. The Wei family hurried to greet them. Dad, Mom, this is Yu's parents, Wei Qi introduced in the middle. Wei's father and mother looked a bit nervous. They weren't sure if they should call them relatives, but Yu Huai took the initiative and said, Relatives, thank you both for taking care of my family Zexy. Let's forget about formalities. Hearing this, the Wei family relaxed and quickly smiled as they welcomed them inside. He's and Lu's women were busy in the kitchen, while Wei Man was bringing chairs and setting out bowls and chopsticks with some children. The friendliness of rural folks was all in the feast. The main hall had a large table, comparable to a New Year's Eve dinner. When Yu's parents entered, they were both stunned.
This.
Yuji spoke up, Mom and Dad, you've really put in a lot of effort. When did you prepare all this? Wei's mother smiled and said, Oh, it's nothing special, all ready-made. We just didn't know if you'd be used to it. Yu's mother quickly replied, Thank you so much. Everything looks wonderful. Wei Qi said, Father, Mother, please sit down. Yu's father and mother smiled and nodded. At a large table filled with dishes and bowls, the Wei family truly showed all their warmth, making it hard for the Yu family to resist. Eat up, dear relatives, help yourselves. Yu Huai couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He is used to being in high positions, but after falling into difficult times, he has lost much of his previous arrogance and pride over the past 2 years. He has also seen many changes in the world. If he had initially cared about the Wei family, those feelings have now completely faded. Yu's mother looked at Yu Ji with a pleased smile. The meal was enjoyed happily and comfortably. At first, the Wei family members were a little reserved at the table, but gradually they relaxed and started talking more. My third son is lucky to marry little fish. We are simple folks, so if we didn't serve properly, please forgive us, dear relatives. Old Wei drank some wine, and his honest words kept coming out one after another. Wei Qi listened happily, but also worried a bit. Could his father-in-law really handle his alcohol? What if he gets drunk and loses his composure? Yu Huai raised his glass with a smile and said, My son-in-law is quite good, just one thing. Wei Qi's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked at his father-in-law. Yu Huai chuckled loudly, it's just that he can't drink much. Wei Qi was momentarily stunned, then quickly forced a smile and admitted defeat. Everyone at the table laughed. Yu Ji looked at the two curiously. Now she wanted to know, what exactly did her father ask that night? After the meal, Yu Ji stayed in the Wei family's small courtyard. Yu Huai took the initiative to suggest visiting Hualing village and Wei Qi's horse farm. It seemed like there were some matters to discuss between father-in-law and son-in-law. Wei Qi naturally agreed immediately. The Wei family had just learned about Yu Ji's pregnancy and hadn't had a chance to ask in detail. Several children gathered around curiously. Third aunt, do you have a baby in your belly? Is it a brother or sister? Yu's mother was so happy she couldn't hide it. After the meal, she brought some fresh fruit for Yu Ji. Mother. Yu Ji smiled and said, I'm full now. Wei's mother said, Eat some when you're hungry. I won't force you. I'm just happy. I found out a few days ago and was worried, but I didn't want to ask.
I was just waiting for you to come back.
Good girl, I heard you even want to see third brother. You've suffered. Yu Ji was touched. It was my fault too. I should have come back sooner. Don't worry, don't worry. Reuniting with family is the most important thing. Take good care of yourself and relax. Wei's mother looked at Yu Ji and liked her more and more. Honestly, she was also looking forward to third brother's child. She had been waiting for a long time. Wei Qi and Yu Huai went together to a mountain horse farm. Wei Yuan was also there, along with Chao Dashu, Chen En, Chen Zhen, Zhou Qing, and others. Yu Huai observed the terrain and the martial arts training ground in Hualing village. He said, Your village has a pretty good location. No wonder the mountain bandits targeted it before. But I see you're good at training in martial arts, so you should be able to defend yourself, right? Wei Qi smiled and replied, As long as they don't attack in large numbers, I think we can handle it. But isn't this related to the Black Wind tribe? Hearing this, Yu Huai paused and said, Tell me more about it. Wei Qi nodded and recounted everything that had happened recently to his father-in-law. Yu Huai said, I've also heard of the Black Wind tribe. They have quite a few people. Can you handle them? About 500 people, plus Uncle Li has borrowed around 200 more. We just need to work hard. Yu Huai smiled and said, It's not just about effort on the battlefield. You need to be fully prepared.
But
Yu Huai looked toward the Wei family's horse farm and said, You have so many horses here. You could train them into a strong cavalry. Wei Qi was surprised and looked up, meeting Yu Huai's gaze. Since you consider yourself my son-in-law, I won't hide some things from you. Yu Ji, my eldest son and only brother, will soon return with a group of people. Our Yu family is now standing against the court. Wei Qi lowered his eyes. Although he had guessed some of this before, hearing his father-in-law admit it was still shocking. Yu Huai smiled and said, Do you feel like you've boarded a stolen ship? Wei Qi suddenly looked up and said, No. I am grateful to you for treating me like family. Yu Huai looked at him and said, "But once you're part of my Yu family, you're on the same boat. You must understand that." Wei Qi nodded and said, "I understand."
So,
Father-in-law, as long as you trust me, I am willing to help you. You need to succeed, or I can't protect you. Also, since I learned about Yu's identity, I feel that if I don't try my best, I won't be worthy of her. After Wei Qi finished speaking, a look of admiration appeared in Yu Huai's eyes. Good. I knew I didn't make a mistake. Don't worry about going to the Black Wind tribe. Your father-in-law will help you. Wei Qi also looked happy and said, "Thank you, father-in-law." Wei Qi and Yu Huai's group spent half a day wandering in the mountains. When they returned, it was already dark, almost time for dinner. Yu's family did not invite Wei's family for another visit because Yu Huai needed to return to the county town tonight for some matters. Before leaving, Yu Huai and Yu's mother looked at Yuji. "Are you only going with us?" Yuji hesitated for a moment and shyly said, "Father, mother, you go ahead first today. I will ask Wei Qi to take me tomorrow." Yu's mother smiled. "All right, then we will leave first." With a look that saw through everything, Yu's mother left. Yuji felt very shy and nodded. Wei Qi, however, was not embarrassed at all. He happily helped his in-laws and the ink stone onto the carriage. He hadn't lived with Yu at his home for many days. After they left, the two of them stayed in the main hall to chat with their parents for a while, then went straight back to their room. Wei Qi seemed a bit excited. Do you want to take a bath?" Yuji turned his head and saw that Wei Qi's face showed something other than wanting a bath. "Just wipe yourself down. You went into the mountains, so wash up properly." Wei Qi smiled and agreed. He eagerly carried 2 buckets of water to the bathhouse. When they returned, Yuji had already rested. The man chuckled and quickly climbed on. "This big clay bed is more comfortable. I'm just a country person. The wooden bed doesn't suit me. Yuji, I used to have a wooden bed, and that bed was almost the same. For people lying on it comfortably. It's not just an ordinary wooden bed."
Wei Qi laughed.
"That's because you're lying on it, me, and the baby in my belly. Others don't get this chance."
Yuji.
Suddenly, Yuji rolled over and said, "What I mean is, my father and mother are going to buy a house in Yongin County. I think I will move there for a while." Wei Qi paused, his eyebrows slightly furrowing. Yuji deliberately asked, "What's wrong?" "You promised." Wei Qi didn't reply but reached out to hold her, only to be pushed away by Yuji. "You're about to move to live with your in-laws. Can I get a hug? Are you only concerned about this?" Yuji glared. "That's not fair." Wei Qi raised 3 fingers and swore, "You're not feeling well now." "How could I have such thoughts?" asked the doctor. "I must be careful in the first 3 months." Yuji blushed. "When did you ask?" "Right after I found out, I immediately went to ask." Yuji snorted, but she knew he was being careful. She lay back down, and Wei Qi gently held her. "I'm moving there. Do you really have nothing to say?" Wei Qi shook his head.
No.
"You and your parents haven't seen each other for so long. I definitely have no objections. Moving to the county town is good, and the whole family can be together."
Yuji didn't know what to say.
Although she always felt something was wrong, she could only say, "Thank you." Wei Qi looked deeply at her, suddenly stepped forward and kissed her lips. "You're welcome, Yu. Sleep well." Surprisingly, Wei Qi closed his eyes first, which made Yuji look at him several times. But after Yuji fell asleep, the man in the dark opened his eyes again, turned to the side, and looked at her for a long time. The next morning, Yuji and Wei Laohan, said goodbye. "Father, mother, this time I might stay in the county town for a while. Of course, if I have the chance, I will come back often." Wei Mu nodded. "We understand. You can settle down peacefully. Don't worry about home. We're doing well. As long as you take care of your health, we will be at ease." Yuji nodded with emotion and turned to get on the carriage. After she got on, she lifted the curtain to look out and saw that Wei Qi didn't know what his parents were saying. Wei Mu also nodded helplessly, and Wei Qi came over. Curious, Yuji asked, "What did you say?" Wei Qi casually replied, "Nothing much." Yuji asked, After you send me to the county town today, you'll go back to the town, right? Please remember to tell my master about the situation. Okay, don't worry. Yuji nodded, feeling completely at ease. The Yu family settled in Yongin County. Li Yuanzhou had many assets and didn't need to buy anything new. Song residence. This is their new home. Wei Mu's family name is Song, so Yuji named herself Song Siryu. To hide her identity, she also gave this house the same surname. Wei Qi took Yuji to her new home, then went to greet her father-in-law and mother-in-law, and hurried off to handle official business. Wei Mu watched her son-in-laws hurried back and smiled, asking, during this time at home, "Do you miss Wei Qi?" Yuji blushed. "Not at all. I want to spend more time with my parents." As for Wei Qi, she didn't seem to miss him much, so she let him come and go as he pleased. Yu Huai's arrangements were quick. In just one day, the Song residence was mostly settled. The large courtyard was about the same size as Li's mansion. Yuji had a private courtyard with a big flower garden inside. Zhang Chun and Yen Tai were very happy, especially Zhang Chun, miss. This flower garden is really big. Although it's not as big as the one in Jiangnan before, I can still grow some flowers and plants here. Yuji didn't have a strong attachment to this. She smiled and said, "If you like it, I leave it to you. I don't have the heart to plant flowers right now." Zhang Chun smiled and said, "Hee hee, I learned a lot from the gardener at the mansion before. Don't worry, young lady. Just wait and see." Yuji went into the inner room. The room was very cozy, with 2 rooms inside and outside. The inner room really had a pull-out bed, and the second room had a window seat. Yantai ran over and said, "Older sister." Yuji smiled and looked at him. "Did father finish asking about your lessons?" Yantai looked a bit shy. "Father is very strict. He asked me many questions, and I couldn't answer some of them. But when he found out I was studying medicine with older sister, his face looked better." Yuji nodded. "I'll talk to dad later. You've been studying very hard these days." Older sister. Yantai leaned closer to her. "Father said he wants to invite a scholar and a martial arts master again. Can we maybe call De Wang and Yaya to come together?" Yuji was surprised and understood. "You miss De Wang and the others, right?" Yantai nodded. "I've been studying with them these days. Now I feel lonely, and like something's missing." Yuji gently patted her brother's head. "All right, I understand. I'll talk to father tomorrow, okay?" Since she was married and going to live with the Wei family, Yantai should stay with his parents. But after spending so much time with his friends, it's natural to feel reluctant to part. "Thank you, older sister." Yantai was very happy now. Yuji said, Go rest now." After Yantai left, Yuji suddenly felt her small yard was a bit lonely. Her previous yard was even bigger, but maybe because she had more maids, it didn't feel so empty.
Now.
She shook her head. Anyway, she would be leaving in a few days. For now, she would just focus on staying with her parents. "Zhang Chun, bring me my embroidery basket." Later that evening, Yu mother came by. They talked kindly for a while, caring for each other. Then Yu mother left. "Rest early. In a few days, your father said he wants our whole family to go to the temple outside the city to burn incense." "Okay, I understand, mother. You should rest early too." After washing up, Yuji went back to her room. She entered the inner room. Zhang Chun was going to stay up in the next room, but Yuji said, "You can go back to your room and rest. No need to stay up." She no longer had that habit. Zhang Chun rubbed her eyes and said, "Young lady, I think I'll stay in the side room. If you need anything, just call me." "That's fine." Yuji lay down. It really was a prophecy come true. Last night, she was just talking about the pull-out bed, and today she ended up lying on it unexpectedly. It's just that. It feels a bit empty and lonely. Yuji turned over and closed her eyes. The night was dark and windy. Because of recent bandit troubles, every household in Yongin County locks their doors tightly at night. Some even raise their walls higher to prevent thieves from sneaking in. The Song residence is no exception. But these walls might stop small thieves, though skilled ones could still find ways in. In Yuji's yard, she could hear faint footsteps. She didn't sleep well and suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, feeling thirsty. She instinctively kicked to ask Wei Qi to bring her water, but her foot hit nothing, and she remembered she was no longer at Wei's house, and Wei Qi was not beside her. Quietly, she got up, planning to get water herself. But as she sat up, she suddenly saw a shadow in the room. In an instant, her sleepiness vanished. She widened her eyes, about to shout for help, but the shadow rushed over and hugged her tightly. "You, it's me. Don't be afraid." Yu Ji's heart pounded in her chest. When she saw who was in front of her, her eyes widened again.
It was really Wei Qi.
He looked a bit disheveled from rushing over, but his eyes were full of happy, sparkling smiles. Her fear quickly faded like a tide, replaced by surprise, and then a bit of anger. "You scared me." She suddenly punched Wei Qi several times in the chest. He laughed loudly and picked her up from the bed, holding her in his arms. "It's my fault. I didn't expect you to wake up as soon as I came in." Yu Ji was held in his arms, standing by the bed, like holding a child. She looked down at Wei Qi's handsome face and suddenly smiled with pursed lips. "What are you doing here? How did you get in? Will our parents see you?" A series of questions. Wei Qi just looked at her quietly. "No, I climbed over the wall," he said. "Climbed over?" Yu Ji's eyes widened again. "Are you serious?"
Wei Qi chuckled.
"It's too late now. I didn't want to disturb my parents, and your house doesn't have a gatekeeper, so I couldn't report in. I had to climb over the wall." Yu Ji didn't believe him. You planned this all along." She suddenly realized why he agreed to let her stay a bit longer. He had been planning this all along. Wei Qi still tried to act innocent. "What are you talking about, Yu? I don't understand." Yu Ji snorted heavily.
"I'm Festi.
Let me down." Wei Qi indeed put her down, made her sit on the bed, then turned around to pour water for someone else.
"See?
When I'm not here, you have to get your own water. Do you realize how good you have it now?" Yu Ji smiled. "You're overthinking. I can call Zhanshuan any time. I used to have maids watch over me at night, but I understand they are tired." Wei Qi also smiled, not minding her stubborn words. He brought the water over. Yu Ji reached out to take it, but he stopped her. She didn't take it, and Wei Qi then handed the cup to her mouth.
"Drink."
Yu Ji hesitated. Yes, earlier in the night, she was thirsty, and Wei Qi had directly brought a bowl to feed her. She didn't need to stretch her hand. She took several sips, and Wei Qi smiled. "Do you feel okay letting the maid feed you?" Earlier, she was thirsty at midnight, and Wei Qi had directly brought a bowl to feed her. She didn't need to reach out. She finished drinking, and Wei Qi laughed. "Are you embarrassed to let the maid feed you?" She turned over and ignored him. Wei Qi suddenly leaned closer and said, "Why aren't you talking? Maids can do less than this, like, can a maid warm your bed for you?" He leaned in to touch her ear, his voice low and soothing. Yu Ji clenched her teeth and grabbed the bedding. "Shut up."
Wei Qi smiled.
Although it was almost summer, it was still a bit cool at night. Maybe because it was too quiet, Yu Ji kept sleeping poorly. When Wei Qi finished his bath and slipped into the bed, the coldness suddenly disappeared. Wei Qi went to Yu Ji's bathroom and came back, unable to hold back. "Was your bathroom in the Jiangnan mansion bigger than this one? Could it be the legendary imperial bath? You could swim in it. That thing is bigger than the stable at Liaoyuan." "Yu Ji,
can you shut up?"
Wei Qi chuckled, then hugged his wife after getting into bed. Yu Ji didn't want him to hold her properly. She reached out and poked his chest to remind him to keep some distance. "You just realized? My room is actually this big." Wei Qi looked around. "Yeah, I see. That's the Bapa bed you mentioned." "Babu bed. 8-step bed. Comfortable?" "I think it's pretty hard." Yu Ji was too tired to bother with him.
Wei Qi smiled.
All right, I won't joke anymore. Are you having trouble sleeping? Your bed is wide, but not warm. Maybe a little." Yu Ji reluctantly admitted. Seeing her admit it, Wei Qi grinned. "No worries, I'll keep you company." "Yu Ji, can you stop flattering yourself? Also, I ask you, why aren't you in town, and why did you come all the way to the county? Now there are so many refugees, the government is busy settling them. Yeoman County and Foda Town are almost connected. Also, I ride a horse so I can go anywhere quickly." I missed you, so I came. Yuji's gentle expression softened. Then why did you climb over the wall? Just tell me in advance. I think you did it on purpose. Yes, 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 even if I did it on purpose. Wait, she couldn't help but kiss her. That person is already with you now. What should we do? He leaned in and blew air, making she feel a bit ticklish. She laughed, pulled her neck back, and wait, she felt like his heart was falling into a hot spring, warm and soft. All right, I admit I'm pretty happy. But my dad must already know. Be careful tomorrow morning, Yuji said with a smile. Wait, she paused. That's impossible. When I arrived, your house was dark and there was no one there. Yuji shook her head. You underestimate my dad. He has people. We used to have many secret guards, but you just can't see them. You can get in, but anyone more skilled than you can't. It's just that no one stops you. They know you. Wei Qi scratched his head. Is that so? Yuji said, if you don't believe me, wait and see tomorrow morning. Wei Qi suddenly felt a bit weak in the legs. He tried to flatter her. You please say something nice to me tomorrow. Yuji replied, depends on my mood. Wei Qi looked at her, a bit worried. Seeing his troubled expression, Yuji finally smiled. She snuggled into Wei Qi's arms. Don't worry. If my dad doesn't accept you, you won't be able to get in. That would be silly. Wei Qi was surprised but understood. He chuckled, reached out, and hugged her tighter. That makes sense. My father-in-law wouldn't break my legs, right? You wouldn't want that. Behind Yuji, she pinched his leg. I wouldn't do that.
Sleep now.
Later that night, Yuji slept peacefully, and all her discomfort disappeared. The next morning, Yuji was still asleep, but Wei Qi got up first. He felt a bit conflicted. His plan was to get up before dawn and sneak over the wall quietly. But after what Yu said last night, wasn't that just closing his ears and stealing a bell? Now, he decided not to do it. Zhang Chun also got up. When she brought water to serve Yuji, she suddenly saw Wei Qi and was startled, nearly dropping the basin. Yuji was awakened by the noise and slowly opened her eyes.
Wei Qi?
Wei Qi immediately turned around, ignoring Zhang Chun's explanation, and hurried inside. Inside the house, the inkstone also came over. Zhang Chun. Is my brother-in-law here? Zhang Chun. That young master. How do you know? My mother told me. She wants my brother-in-law to stay for breakfast. Wei Qi heard everything clearly inside and broke out in a cold sweat. Yuji chuckled. I was right, wasn't I? Wei Qi quickly signaled, and Yuji smiled even more happily. In the main hall of the Song residence, the cook and maids had already prepared breakfast. Wei Qi and Yuji arrived first. When Yu Mu and Yu Huai came over, she smiled lightly. Oh, the son-in-law is here. Wei Qi felt embarrassed. Good morning, father-in-law and mother-in-law. Yu Mu smiled and said, sit down. Wei Qi and Yuji sat together. Wei Qi was thinking of explaining what happened yesterday, but Yu Huai clearly changed the subject. You came just in time. Later, Master Wu from the inkstone shop will come. You can have a match with him and try your skills. Wei Qi looked at the inkstone and understood. All right. Yu Huai added, Master Wu told me last night that he wants your younger ones to learn too. Please ask their opinions when you go back. Wei Qi was surprised. Is that convenient? Of course. The inkstone shop is not motivated on its own, and we've also received help from your family before.
Great.
The kids will be happy and won't mind. Yuji, ask Yao Yao to come along. The young girl can learn too. Okay, I'll ask her. The whole family finished breakfast together. After a while, the master from the inkstone shop arrived. Yuji also wanted to go see. So, in the courtyard of the Song residence, Wei Qi and the master exchanged a few moves. Surprisingly, Yuji didn't expect Wei Qi's martial arts to look quite good now. He really has talent. Yumu walked over to her daughter and lowered her voice. Your son-in-law is quite talented, and he's pretty good at fighting. Yuji, he's okay. The master also left some moves. Don't always say that. You should praise him more, like his skill at climbing walls. Yuji blushed. Mother. Yumu smiled and stopped teasing her daughter. Yuji, blushing. glared at Wei Qi. She felt embarrassed for him, but she was the one feeling shy. Wei Qi was watching his wife at the Song residence. Wei Yuan had also been in the county town these past 2 days, but he wasn't doing well in the army. Wei Yuan had become the target of criticism ever since the Black Wind village made their threats. People in the army avoided him out of fear. Only some old subordinates and his own men felt sorry for him, but that's normal. Now he was busy fighting the new army and also dealing with bandits. If anything went wrong, he could lose his life. Although these soldiers have fought on the battlefield and shouldn't be afraid of death, dying at the hands of bandits is worse than dying in battle. Recently, Wang Su has been repeatedly causing trouble for Wei Yuan. Just after training, Wei Yuan was called again. Captain Wei, Lord Qianhu is looking for you. At the Changsheng Army Camp training ground, Wei Yuan was punished by Wang Su for repeatedly breaking military rules. In front of all the soldiers, he was whipped 10 times on the training ground. Wei Yuan didn't protest and silently accepted the punishment. Afterward, Wang Su approached him with a serious face and said, Wei Yuan, I am very disappointed in you. I didn't punish you when you sent 50 soldiers home earlier, hoping to teach you a lesson. But I didn't expect you to leave your post again for personal reasons. You deserve these whips, don't you? Wei Yuan lowered his head and said, Lord Qianhu, I accept the punishment willingly. Wang Su replied, All right, go get some medicine, but training will continue tomorrow. Wei Yuan nodded, yes. Chen En and Chen Zhen, who had been watching nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. When the others left, they stepped forward and gritted their teeth, saying, Second brother, this is too much. You know it's understandable. Especially this time, it was the commander's order. Wei Yuan whispered, The commander only told me to fight the bandits, not to rescue people secretly. That was my mistake. I deserve this punishment. Chen En and Qinjin helped him and said, Second brother, go rest at home. If not, I'll tell your wife, so she can take care of you. Your back wound. Wei Yuan shook his head. Don't tell her. Chen En and Qinjin looked at each other, feeling uncomfortable. In the end, they couldn't hide it. Today, Lu's wife happened to come to town. Originally, she planned to bring Wei Yuan a change of clothes, but she overheard the situation. Lu's wife immediately looked upset and was about to rush out to find someone, but Chen En and Qinzhen helped Wei Yuan back.
Hey,
sister-in-law, you're here? Wei Yuan was surprised and saw Lu's wife approaching with a pale face. What happened? Chen En and Qinzhen didn't dare speak. Why are you here? Nothing serious. Just got whipped twice. A little medicine will do, Lu's wife said. Lu's wife exclaimed, Your back is like that, and you say you're fine? Who punished you? I'll go find someone to talk to them. She was so angry she nearly fainted. Wei Yuan pulled her back and said, It's really nothing. Just put some medicine on it first. Chen En and Qinzhen helped him into the house. Since the whips had struck his back, Wei Yuan could only lie face down. Chen En handed over a few bottles of medicine. Sister-in-law, I feel more at ease with you here. Can you give these to second brother? I'm worried we might handle things clumsily. Lu Shi, with red eyes, took the medicine gratefully. Thank you all. Have you eaten yet? No need to worry about us, sister-in-law. Just take care of my brother. You don't need to bother with us. Lu Shi was indeed not in the mood to entertain them, so after thanking them, they left. Now, only 2 people remained in the small courtyard. Lu Shi asked Wei Yuan to take off his clothes. Wei Yuan didn't want her to see his injuries, but now he had no choice. When Lu Shi saw the wounds on his back, tears started to fall uncontrollably. Things have gotten this bad. And you still didn't tell me. Wei Yuan, you're really capable. Wei Yuan replied, It's nothing. I've had worse injuries on the battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Sure enough, Lu Shi's crying grew even more intense. Lu Shi wiped her tears and began applying medicine to his wounds. Wei Yuan tried to make conversation. Why are you here? Is there something wrong at home? It's nothing. Just mother is worried about you. Third brother and third sister-in-law. She asked me to bring some things. Wei Yuan smiled. I don't need anything. Every time I go back, Mother brings a lot of stuff. Third sister-in-law probably isn't lacking anything either. She's moved into her own house now. As for third brother, I didn't see him. He's probably gone somewhere too. Lu Shi paused, applying the medicine a little more forcefully. Wei Yuan took a deep breath. Do you still feel like joking? Wei Yuan hesitated and then fell silent. Lu Shi endured her anger and finished applying the medicine. All right, I'll go cook some rice. She stood up to go to the kitchen, but just as she did, Wei Yuan's family pulled her back again.
Lure.
Don't be angry. Hearing this, Lu Shi's temper cooled significantly.
You.
Just rest well. I'll go cook. As soon as Lu Shi finished speaking, there was a sudden urgent knocking at the courtyard gate. Second brother. Second sister-in-law, are you there? Lu Shi was startled. Third brother is here. I'll go open the door. Wei Qi, who was in the county town today, had heard about the situation, and Yu Ji had also learned about it. They both hurried over. Second sister-in-law, what's going on? Wei Qi looked furious. Lu Shi glanced inside the house. You ask him. I'll go cook. Without hesitation, Wei Qi rushed into the house, followed by Yu Ji. When they heard that the annoying Wang Su was causing trouble again, Wei Qi was furious. Looking for trouble on purpose. I'll beat him up privately. Anyway, I'm not part of the Chongqing army. Yu Ji pursed her lips and looked at him. Wei Yuan also said, don't be impulsive. There's no need. Still, I can't just accept a loss like this. I want to see the injury. Wei Qi stepped forward to examine Wei Yuan's wound. After seeing it clearly, his eyes also turned bright red. Wei Yuan said, it's nothing serious. I didn't say we should forget about this. We need to plan carefully. A gentleman takes revenge, even after 10 years. Wei Qi didn't speak. Lu Shi entered and said, dinner time. Third brother and sister-in-law, would you like to join us? We've already eaten, second sister-in-law. You and second brother can eat. Lu Shi agreed and turned to serve the food. But just then, at the gate of the Wei family's small courtyard, more people arrived. It was Li Yuanzhou. Uncle Li? Wei Qi went to open the door and was very surprised when he saw who it was. Li Yuanzhou nodded and asked, can we talk privately? Please come in. Wei Yuan immediately invited him inside. After entering the house, Li Yuanzhou said, I heard about what happened during the day. I came because I have some news to tell you. Wei Yuan gave a bitter smile. Good news rarely travels far, but bad news spreads quickly. Go ahead. That Wang Su, I suspect he has some connection with the Black Wind village. After Li Yuanzhou finished speaking, everyone in the yard was stunned.
Sir.
Do you have proof? Li Yuanzhou shook his head. No, but I believe my information is accurate. Wei Yuan, think carefully. During the 2 times we fought the bandits, was there anything unusual about him? Also, despite 2 imperial campaigns against the bandits, they still haven't been wiped out. With so many soldiers involved, how come he, a 100-man captain, is so confident to threaten your life? Yu Ji said, Uncle's words. Make it very possible. Could it be that there is a traitor inside the Black Wind village, allowing them to escape repeatedly? Wang Su has a personal grudge against second brother. Could he be deliberately helping them?
Li Wenzhou nudda.
That's very likely. Anyway, we can't delay the bandit suppression any longer. Having that corrupt official fall into their hands wouldn't be good. Today, I came to discuss this matter with you in detail. No wonder Li Yuanzhou rushed over so urgently. It seems the bandit suppression must be scheduled soon. Yu Ji's heart sank as she looked at Wei Qi. Wei Qi said, We've been training hard these days. We're not afraid. Even my horse farm is ready for this day. Li Yuanzhou nodded. All right, I came today because I need to visit the Yu family as well. Let's discuss everything together. Your Uncle Chen is also here. Wei Yuan tried to hold himself up and said, I will go too. Everyone hurriedly said, forget it. Just rest here properly. There's no rush for a day or 2. Wei Yuan forced a smile and said, I was supposed to practice tomorrow anyway. What? Lu Shi almost shouted. You still have to practice tomorrow. Who said so? Wei Qi was angry and said, Don't tell me it's that Wang Su again. Wei Yuan didn't reply. Li Yuanzhou said, don't go tomorrow. I will talk to the commander. Sir, I'm sorry to trouble you for such a small matter. This isn't a small matter. If we're leaving to fight bandits in the next 2 days, you need to rest well. Otherwise, all our efforts will be wasted, Li Yuanzhou said seriously. Wei Yuan was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, I understand. Wei Qi and Yu Ji went with Li Yuanzhou to Song's house. The men had important matters to discuss, so Yu Ji first went to find her mother. Yu's mother was in the yard choosing some servants. When she saw her daughter, she smiled and said, just in time. I was about to pick some maids for you. Do you see anyone you like? Yu Ji looked around and said, no need, mother. I'm fine without maids to serve me. Yu's mother replied, you think it's fine now, but your body is getting heavier. Can you manage? It's not just for you, but for my grandson. Yu Ji had nothing to say. All right, I'll decide. Then let Zhang Chun bring someone to teach her. Okay. Yu's mother was about to ask more when suddenly a little maid entered the yard and said, Madam, Lord Pei wants to see you. Both Yu Ji and her mother were surprised. Yu's mother asked, Zi Huai? Yes, Lord Pei said he knows you've returned and that you've settled in the county. He came especially to visit. Yu's mother looked at Yu Ji, who lowered her eyes. After thinking for a moment, Yu's mother said, let him in. Tell him to wait in the front hall. Yes, but Lord Pei also asked Miss Yu to go with him.
He said.
He might have found Miss Qixia.
Yu Ji was surprised. Qixia.
Are you sure? She looked a little excited, but Yu's mother said she doesn't know Qixia. Asking her is useless.
Let's go see for ourselves.
Yu Ji nodded and agreed. In the front hall, Pei Zi Huai waited for a while. Next to him stood a round-faced young girl who looked restless. When Yu's mother and Yu Ji arrived, they both looked up. After seeing Yu Ji, Qixia couldn't hold back and ran over quickly. Miss? Yu Ji was stunned and looked closely. Qixia, is that really you? Zhang Chun also opened her eyes wide, feeling very happy.
Miss.
I finally found you. Qixia's eyes were red, filled with tears. Yu Ji also felt a bit emotional. What's going on? Weren't you supposed to go home? At this moment, Pei Zihui stood up and first bowed to Yumu. Zihui greets Madam. Yumu said, no need to be so formal, sit down. Pei Zihui looked at Yu Ji again and said, this time I was sent to help relocate refugees. I found a group and accidentally discovered Qixia. Qixia nodded. Miss, my family also suffered from the disaster. I had nowhere to go, so I thought of coming to Suizhou to find you. Luckily, I met Lord Pei, and I am very lucky. Yu Ji felt a little sad again, thinking about the long journey. She also looked at Pei Zihui and slightly bowed. Thank you, Lord Pei. Pei Zihui was a bit surprised and was slightly affected by the respectful address. But he quickly composed himself.
Now,
you and your brother have become quite distant. Yu Ji's eyelashes fluttered, but she did not look up at him. You speak too highly of me, sir. Despite saying this, she had no intention of changing her words. There was even no further speech. Pei Zihui smiled. No need to be so formal. He looked at Yu Mu and continued to ask, Madam, are you planning to settle in Yong'an County this time? Yu Mu smiled and said, that's the current plan. Zihui, are you here on official business? Pei Zihui nodded and repeated the matter of helping the refugees and persuading King and to surrender. After hearing this, Yu Mu was silent for a moment. It's you. Pei Zihui said, it's nothing. It's Madam who is working hard. I visited Madam's father a few days ago, but couldn't see you. Today I took the time to come. Madam, please keep these old ginsengs for your health. A servant immediately brought over a box. Yumu looked at it and said, Zihui, you are thoughtful. Madam won't refuse. Pei Zihui smiled and nodded. Outside the courtyard, a young servant came in and said, Madam, the master asks you to come quickly. There's an important matter to discuss. Yumu replied, all right, I understand. She thought for a moment and said, Gigi, help host the guest. I'll be back soon. Yuji nodded.
Okay.
Yumu turned and left. Yuji felt helpless and could only say, "Sir, please sit and wait for a while."
Zansha, pour some tea.
After Yumu left, Pei Zihue's gaze stayed fixed on her, and he didn't respond to her words. But perhaps noticing that Yuji was a bit nervous around him, Pei Zihue gently said something kind and then sat down. "Gigi, you don't need to be so distant. Our families have known each other for generations. I've always thought of you as my younger sister." Yuji was moved for a moment, but John Chun looked at Pei Zihue with a meaningful gaze. Yuji didn't understand what he said that day, and hearing the sibling tone made her feel a bit more at ease. "It's not really distant. It's just been many years since we last saw each other." Pei Zihue smiled softly. "Yes, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to be married, even about to become a mother." As he spoke, his gaze naturally drifted to Yuji's slender waist. Yuji instinctively protected her belly. She suddenly smiled gently and calmly. Pei Zihue's eyes darkened again, and he asked, "Are you feeling well?" Yuji looked up. "I'm fine. I also brought some nourishing supplements for you, and some bird's nest from Beijing." Ahe stepped forward and handed over a gift box. Jean Chun hesitated whether to accept it. Yuji hesitated too. Pei Zihue said, "It's just a small token of my goodwill." "Gigi, surely you won't refuse this?" Yuji thought for a moment. "Of course not, Jean Chun. You should accept it."
Okay.
Yuji then asked, "By the way, I heard that the Pei family and the Duke Ning's estate are engaged. What about Sister Kaiwei?" Pei Zihue pursed his lips. "Yes." Yuji smiled. "That's good. A perfect match." Ahe quietly looked at his master and sighed. At this moment, footsteps sounded outside. Seemingly from Wei Qi, Yuji turned her head to look. The person outside was indeed Wei Qi. He didn't know Pei Zihue was here and hurriedly came looking after hearing Yuji was nearby. Yuji was about to stand up, but Pei Zihue suddenly stepped forward, blocking her and turning his back to the door. "I have something important to give you." Yuji was stunned and a bit confused.
What?
"Something important?" Pei Zihue handed her a wooden box. "Your coming-of-age gift, promised when you were young. It's been delayed until now, and in half a month, it will be your birthday. It's not too late. Please accept it." He raised his voice slightly, so Wei Qi outside could hear. Wei Qi paused in his steps. Yuji hesitated whether to accept, but unexpectedly, Pei Zihue directly handed the box to her with a smile. "What I owe you, I will naturally give back. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." After saying that, he turned to leave. As he reached the door, he bumped into Wei Qi. They exchanged a glance. Pei Zihue looked expressionless and didn't greet him. Yuji was stunned for a moment, then handed the box to Jean Chun and hurriedly approached Wei Qi. "Have you finished? What is the latest progress on the bandit suppression plans?" Not far away, Pei Zihue paused his steps, but did not turn back. Wei Qi said, "It's settled. We'll leave the day after tomorrow." Yuji was surprised. "So soon?" Wei Qi nodded. "Yes, we can't delay. I'll stay here for the next couple of days, then before the day after tomorrow, I'll go back to Hualing Village and bring people to set out."
Yuji nodded. "All right."
Wei Qi's gaze fell on the box in John Chun's hand, which also felt very hot. Yuji saw it and looked a bit embarrassed. "I don't know what it is either. He insisted on giving it to me."
"Please keep it for me."
Wei Qi smiled slightly. "No problem. Just open it and take a look." After saying that, he took the box directly from John Chun and opened it. Inside was a long wooden box with a pure gold hairpin resting quietly inside. It was made entirely of gold, very luxurious. The top was a golden peony shining brightly in the sunlight, with realistic petals. The artisan had carved delicate filigree, and the flower center was embedded with tiny pigeon blood rubies. Yuji only glanced at it and felt a bit uneasy. "It's too valuable. Jean Chun, you should return it." Jean Chun whispered softly and was about to take it back. Wei Qi suddenly said, "It's fine. It looks nice."
"Keep it."
Yuji frowned. "I don't want it. Isn't it a birthday gift? Returning it would be bad luck." "Keep it," Wei Qi smiled. Yuji asked, "Where does that idea come from?"
From my hometown.
Yu Ji was speechless. Wei Qi handed the box to Zhang Chun. Put it away. Zhang Chun looked at Yu Ji's expression again, all right. Yu Ji also looked at him. Wei Qi indeed showed no strong emotions. She relaxed a little and changed the subject. You guys have been talking all morning and haven't eaten yet, right? I'm hungry. Wei Qi responded with a hum and suddenly asked, do you like peonies? Yu Ji hesitated. Maybe I should just give it up. Wei Qi smiled. I noticed your garden is full of peonies, not just that hairpin. I'm not that petty, don't worry. Yu Ji was doubtful but nodded, maybe. I used to like them a lot. Wei Qi said, I didn't even know. Maman also said you liked crab apple blossoms before. It's just a flower. It's not that important. I like everything you've given me before. Yu Ji bit her lip, rarely saying such words. Wei Qi was momentarily stunned, his expression softening as he reached out and pinched her cheek. In front of the two maids, Yu Ji felt a bit shy, especially Qi Xia. She remembered something and turned around to introduce. This is Qi Xia. I told you about her before. Qi Xia, this is my husband. Pool Xia was curious and looked him over carefully. He immediately bowed politely. Pool Xia has met the young master. Wei Qi smiled. Good, in the future. You should take good care of Yu.
Yes.
Zhang Chun quietly winked at her, meaning she would explain in detail later. You father and you mother also came over now, smiling. Samling Yu, come and eat. Your Uncle Li and Uncle Chun are here too. Let's all gather together. Wei Qi quickly responded. Okay. They both headed over together. Wei Qi quietly said to Yu Ji, today my father called me like that and I still feel a bit strange. It's like I'm on the same level as De Wang and Er Wang. Yu Ji chuckled. In our hometown, that's how elders address juniors. You don't have a courtesy name. Wei Qi said, you can give me one. Yu Ji hesitated. Those are given by elders, I don't dare. It's fine, you're my ancestor. At the dining table, Yu Ji also listened in for a bit. This time, the bandit suppression mission wasn't just about destroying the Black Wind village, but also about capturing that corrupt official. Chun Shin said his surname is Ge. He used to work under me, responsible for river duties. He's embezzled and taken bribes worth at least 10,000 taels of silver, probably more. If we catch him, it's like robbing the rich to help the poor. Yu Ji asked curiously, if you catch him, do you report to the court? Yu Huai shook his head, no. The court has too many parasites. They just move money from one pocket to another. If the news gets out, it probably won't reach the capital. Even Suzhou might not be able to send the message. Yu Ji understood. There's no need to give others an advantage. Li Yuanzhou was silent for a moment and said, I've already talked with King An. This time, King An is sending 500 soldiers, with Du Yi leading the troops. Wei Qi, you should meet him later.
Wei Qi nodded, okay.
By now, it was clear how Li Yuanzhou felt, so there was nothing more to say. After hurriedly finishing his meal, Wei Qi prepared to leave. Yu Huai also wanted to go and see what was happening. Chun Shin suddenly said, I received a letter from Wanner. They've already set out. If everything goes smoothly, they should be back after this bandit suppression is over. Yu Mother's breathing suddenly became rapid, and Yu Ji was a bit excited. Big brother is coming back. Yu Huai patted his old friend's shoulder and said a short but meaningful phrase everyone understood. It's worth it. Yu Ji went back to his room to rest. Although Wei Qi had been staying at the Song residence these past 2 days, he had been busy all day and was about to go on the bandit mission. Mother, do you know when we will go to burn incense? Zhang Chun replied. Tomorrow? Okay. Yu Ji thought to himself, maybe he should ask for a peace charm for Wei Qi to protect him and keep him safe. Zhang Chun still held the box in her hand and hesitated, saying, Miss, should I put this away? Yu Ji glanced at her and replied softly, put it in the storeroom. Zhang Chun nodded in response. Finally, she added, store it deeper. Don't let anyone easily find it. Zhang Chun was surprised and responded with a smile. Yu Ji pursed her lips. She no longer cared much about these things, but she didn't know when that person might remember. She always felt that Wei Qi's reaction today was a bit strange. When Wei Qi returned, it was nearly the hour of high. Yuji had already washed up and was lying down, but she couldn't sleep. She leaned slightly against the head of the bed and asked, "You're back?" As soon as Wei Qi entered, she immediately sat up and looked over. Wei Qi smiled and said, "Yes. Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I'm a bit worried about you, so I can't sleep." Wei Qi paused and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go wash first." Yuji patiently waited for him. Soon, Wei Qi returned wearing a simple shirt, his hair, and looking a bit damp. "How is your appetite for dinner today?" After getting into bed, Wei Qi pulled her into his arms and habitually stroked her belly with his large hand. Yuji leaned on his shoulder and said, "It's okay. Maybe I've been in a good mood lately, so I don't feel as nauseous." Wei Qi smiled and patted her again, saying, "That's good. You're showing concern for your mother." Yuji's expression softened with his words. "Are you still busy tomorrow? Will you leave the day after tomorrow?"
Wei Qi nodded.
"I think I'll go back to the village tomorrow night." Yuji whispered, "Then I'll just wait at home for you." "All right, during this time, just stay peacefully with your father-in-law and mother-in-law and wait for me. I'll be back soon." Yuji nodded. Wei Qi looked at her and suddenly said, "Your birthday is at the end of April?"
"Yes." Wei Qi leaned in closer.
"That's not last year. They got married last May, and they were preparing for the wedding at the end of April, but he didn't even know. He hadn't asked about it either." Yuji smiled and said, "It's okay. I don't remember it myself either." Wei Qi reached out and pinched her earlobe. "If last year passed without celebration, it's fine. This year, everything will get better slowly. I promise to make your birthday unforgettable." Yuji looked at him and said, "Your safe return is the best gift." Wei Qi looked at her and suddenly leaned in, kissing her deeply on the lips. The next morning, Yuji woke up to find no one beside her. Zhang Chun and Qi Xia entered to serve her. "Miss, third master left early this morning. He said he'd come back in the afternoon." Yuji lazily responded, "Has mother woken up? I want to have breakfast with her."
"Yes, she has.
She's watching young master practice martial arts. Today, Yen Tai is starting to learn martial arts?"
Yuji was a bit surprised.
"Yes, but the madam said she will go to the temple with the young lady later." Yuji also cared about this matter. After washing and dressing, he went to the front yard. Yen Tai was practicing basic skills, dressed properly, and was sweating all over. Seeing Yuji arrive, Madame Yu smiled and said, "That's enough, Yen Tai. Today's practice ends here. Your sister has seen everything." Yen Tai ran over happily and asked, "How is it, sister? Did I practice well?" "Good, Yen Tai, you did great." This silly boy finished his task a long time ago and kept saying he would only stop when you watched. Yuji patted his brother's head. "Mother, are we going to the city god temple today? I want to ask for a safety charm for Wei Qi." Madame Yu nodded. "Yes, we're going together. Your father and Wei Qi are discussing important matters again." Yuji nodded. "All right, let's eat breakfast first. But I want to invite my second sister-in-law. Is that okay? Lu has been in the city these days, and Yuji wanted her to come along." "Sure, I'll go pick her up later." After breakfast, 3 carriages stopped at the door of the Song residence, with guards and plainclothes accompanying them. The Yu family still had some influence, so when the madam, young lady, and young master went out, they had protection. Yuji wore a veil to hide his face. The carriage slowly set off. Before long, they arrived at Wei Yuan's small courtyard. Yuji had informed her in advance, so Lu was already waiting there. "Second sister-in-law, come up quickly." Yuji called out from inside the carriage, and Lu hurriedly responded with a smile, "Coming." To make them more comfortable, Madame Yu didn't ride with Yuji but stayed behind with Yen Tai. After Lu got into the carriage, only the 2 of them were inside. "Third younger sister-in-law, thank you so much. Sorry to trouble you to come pick me up." Yuji smiled and said, "Why are you being so polite again? Aren't we family?" Lu also smiled, "Of course." The carriage continued toward the city god temple. Yuji asked about the family situation. Everyone was doing well. Big brother mostly stayed in the mountains and came back every few days. The horse farm was good, and the village was busier now, with more people helping with farming. Yuji asked, "That's good. What about big brother and second brother? When will they come?" Lu said, Mother was so happy when she heard. She said they would send them over in a few days. They're waiting for you to finish your busy days. Yuji smiled and said, We don't have much to do. Tomorrow Wei Qi and second brother will leave to fight bandits. I'm just at home waiting. When mentioning this, Yuji noticed Lu's expression seemed a bit sad. He held her hand and said, Second sister-in-law, don't worry. They will be safe. Lu smiled and replied, Yes, definitely. The Incounty City God Temple has good incense offerings. It's not even noon yet, and it's already crowded. In the past, when the Yu family offered incense, they had to clear 2 paths and only leave space for their family. But now, they are more relaxed. Mother Yu and her children went around to the backyard forest and strolled inside slowly. Lu said with a smile, The marriage hall here has very lively incense, and it's said to be quite spiritual. Yuji replied, That has nothing to do with us, but we can ask for blessings for Man. Lu said, Maybe it's not necessary. Yuji was surprised and looked to the side, asking what's going on. Do you mean? Lu covered her lips and smiled. Lately, I've seen Zhou Qing often come to our house. Maybe that's what it means. Yuji was stunned for a moment, then smiled too. It seems to be true love. After all this time, it's still him. But this time, no one is asking or saying much. It depends on whether the two of them can get together. Yuji nodded and said, That's right. When they reached the front of the temple, everyone became serious. They all stepped forward and bowed. This matter requires sincerity. Yuji closed her eyes and prayed earnestly. After getting up, she went around to the backyard to ask for a peace talisman. The priest looked at her several times and suddenly smiled, saying, Your family is good news. Whether you ask for this talisman or not, it's the best choice. Yuji was a bit surprised, but Mother Yu was very happy and asked, Really? Amitabha, monks do not lie. The Yu family was delighted. They immediately donated a large amount of incense money to the temple. Lu was also happy, which meant that Wei Yuan's upcoming expedition probably wouldn't face much danger. After leaving the temple, Mother Yu suggested staying for another meal. Yuji happily agreed. In the backyard, a row of side rooms was much quieter than the front. They ate a simple meal of plain rice and tea, listening to the bell ringing, and their hearts became calmer. Just after finishing, a servant came to report, Madam, Miss, the master and son-in-law are also here. Wei Qi came? Yuji was a bit surprised, and so was Mother Yu. How did these two come here? Mother Yu looked up and saw Yu Huai and Wei Qi walking briskly inside, their steps lively and confident. Why are you two here? Mother Yu asked. Yu Huai entered and smiled. The matter over there is settled. I heard you all are at the city god temple. We happened to come by to see it too. Yuji asked, Have you eaten yet? Wei Qi immediately replied, Not yet. We are a bit hungry. But it's just some simple vegetarian food. Let's eat a little first. Okay. Wei Qi was not picky. Yu's mother looked at her daughter and son-in-law and suddenly said, Later, Ji and third brother don't need to rush back. Let's go for a walk in the county town. Wei Qi and Yuji were a bit surprised and looked up at Yu's mother. Yu's mother smiled and said, Buy some things to bring back. I will tell Zhan Chun later. She's been very busy lately, and you two haven't seen each other for many days. Since there's nothing much this afternoon, it's good to take a walk. Wei Qi was happy and said, No problem, mother-in-law. Leave it to me. Yuji also looked very pleased, glancing at him several times. He wanted to go with his sister and brother-in-law, but now he was more sensible and didn't ask. At this moment, Yu Huai said, Yantai, come with me to learn how to run a horse. Yentai's eyes lit up immediately. Okay. Since the decision was made, Wei Qi quickly finished eating and took Yuji to go out. Zhan Chun and Qi Xia were far behind, following along. Chao Dashi had become Wei Qi's regular follower along with a few guards, escorting them all the way. Outside the city god temple was a bustling marketplace. Recently, most of the displaced people had been settled, and more vendors had set up stalls. Wei Qi asked with a smile, Should we take a carriage or just walk around? Yuji said, We ride in carriages every day. Today, I want to walk.
All right.
Then I'll take you for a walk. Wei-Chi reached out to hold her hand, but Yuji dodged it. I'm not a kid. I can walk by myself. Wei-Chi smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yuji held up a fan to cover half her face, looking quite interested as she started browsing the market. Actually, there weren't many people in the market. Compared to the peaceful days 2 years ago, it was a bit quieter, but Wei-Chi was obviously very nervous. He followed closely behind, constantly watching the people around him. If anyone looked at Yuji a little too long, Wei-Chi would glare at them. If someone got too close, he seemed ready to show his teeth and claws.
Yuji thought. Can you stop that?
We have so many guards nearby. Nothing will happen. Wei-Chi touched his nose and said, I'm just worried. I should control myself around my wife. Yuji snorted. Fresh, crispy, ice mountain. Dear customers, don't miss out. Come take a look, a vendor called out not far away. Crispy ice mountain? Curious, Yuji walked over. Is it already selling ice this early? Oh, young lady, this hot weather started early this year. Many people have come to buy it lately. Beach gum? Yes, the first batch of crispy peaches from the deep mountains is rare and precious. I'll have a bowl. Yuji smiled and said,
All right.
10 coins. Yuji signaled Wei-Chi to pay. Wei-Chi hesitated and asked, Can you eat ice? Yuji replied, Why not? But the doctor said. Yuji said, I'll try a little, and the rest is for you.
Hurry up and pay.
His wife spoke, so Wei-Chi could only hand over the money with both hands. The icy mountain dessert is just a bowl of soft, snowy ice, topped with jam and some fresh fruit. Yuji really shouldn't eat much, but she was craving it. After a few bites, Yuji stopped eating. Here, it's for you. Wei-Chi took it and chewed. The peaches aren't sweet. Last year, I picked better ones for you. Yuji turned to look at him. You picked peaches for me last year?
Wei-Chi hesitated.
Seeing his pained expression, Yuji finally smiled. I remember now, they were delicious. But now you can't go up the mountain, so I can't eat them. Wei-Chi was anxious. If you want to eat, just tell me. I'll go up the mountain right now and pick some for you. They probably can't find the best peaches. I'll wander around the mountain and bring some back for you. Yuji stopped and turned to face him. Suddenly, she reached out and tidied his belt. All right, I know you're capable. Wait until you return safely from fighting bandits, then you can pick peaches for me. Wei-Chi was stunned. Yuji smiled brightly at him. Still not leaving? Why are you just standing there? Wei-Chi quickly chased after her, laughing happily. After walking around and feeling tired, the two went into a restaurant. Shopkeeper, 3 bowls of meatball soup, please. Wei-Chi said loudly. Then he added to Zhang Chun and assure, watch yourselves and don't be polite. Thank you, third master. Yuji and Wei-Chi sat by the window. The steaming meatball soup was served, with freshly made meatballs floating on top, swirling with green scallions. It looked very appetizing. Yuji took a bite. Sweetheart, is it delicious? Yes, you try some too. Yuji casually scooped a meatball and fed him. Wei-Chi leaned in and ate it. Next to them, Chi Xia whispered to Zhang Chun, the young master is really talented. She had never seen such a refined lady before. Zhang Chun smiled and said, yes, but the young lady usually isn't like this. It must be because third master is going to fight bandits and she's feeling especially worried. Wei-Chi thought the same. By afternoon, Yuji was a bit tired and Wei-Chi was about to leave. They returned home. Yuji lazily leaned on the window seat in the inner room, while Wei-Chi, already dressed in armor, came back in. Yuji's eyes lit up. Quite handsome, Wei-Chi smiled and leaned in to kiss her. A gentle, tender kiss from her forehead to her neck. Yuji felt her breathing become a little uneven because of him. That's enough. Wei-Chi stopped, holding her hand. You wait for me peacefully. I will be back soon. Yuji took out the peace charm from her sleeve and put it into the pouch she had given him earlier. I'll wait for you. I believe in you. Victory is certain. Wei-Chi smiled and finally pressed a kiss on her forehead. Then he turned and strode away. Yuji watched his figure disappear at the gate of the courtyard. Then she looked away. Outside the Song residence, Wei Yuanshang had recovered and was riding his horse. Second brother, let's go. Wei Yuan nodded. The two rode toward Hualing village, with Yu's family and Chongqing army following behind. Tonight, they gathered everyone and planned to leave Baoping Mountain early tomorrow morning, travel through the mountain path, and attack Heifeng village. Heifeng village has always been located around Shulong Mountain. The terrain is complex and perfect for hiding. It is said to be a dragon vein and a strategic location fought over by soldiers. Wei Qi couldn't understand why the court refused to eliminate Heifeng village. It was such a good place. But now, the court was too busy with its own problems, trying to patch up one area after another. They simply didn't have the extra strength or troops. It's so sad. Yu Huai and Wang's people and the Li family's members. Ultimately, Wei Yuan and Wei Qi led nearly 700 soldiers, a sizable force. Wei Yuan didn't bring all of Chongqing army, only some trusted men. With many factions involved, there was surely an insider among them. Furthermore, Wei Yuan suspected that Wang Su had spies planted around him. They already suspected Wang Su's possible collusion with Heifeng village, so caution was essential. Du Yi and Wei Qi traveled together. During the trip, Du Yi looked at him several times. Wei Qi glanced sideways and said, "Just say what you want to say. Don't stare at me like that. It makes me uncomfortable." Du Yi laughed loudly. "I just think your luck is good. How did you become Yu family's son-in-law?"
How?
"That day in the valley, that Master Pei. Rumor has it he's betrothed to Yu's family. No wonder, when I saw him wanting to draw his sword at you, I understood." Wei Qi tightened his grip on the reins. "Who said it's a betrothal? Don't you know?" It was common knowledge in the capital at the time. "Honestly, I also came from the court. Before the Yu family's trouble, I was in the capital, and later, I went to the northern frontier." "Oh, were you also demoted?" Wei Qi's words sounded sharp, making Du Yi choke. "I don't want to talk to you anymore."
Wei Qi smiled.
About the childhood marriage. He didn't know much about it, but whether he knew or not didn't matter. Anyway, Yu was his. Wei Yuan was at the front and suddenly raised his hand to signal the army to stop. Everyone behind stopped. Wei Qi stepped forward. "What's wrong, second brother? Be careful. We've entered the mountains. I feel that Heifeng village must have also learned the news early. Stay alert for an ambush."
Wei Qi nodded.
Du Yi also put away his playful attitude. Everyone followed the pre-planned route into the mountains and organized their plans carefully. Inside Heifeng village. The current village chief is called Peng Qi. Everyone calls him Seventh Lord. Peng Qi already knew Wei Qi and the others were coming, but he wasn't worried and was still drinking inside the village. "Seventh Lord, we received a message. The Wei family's two young men brought more people than before." A young messenger looked nervous, but Peng Qi didn't seem to care.
"How many can they have?"
"Our Heifeng village has over 3,000 people. Are we afraid of a few hundred? Besides, our village's location is perfect. Even Wei Yuan with the Chongqing army of 2,000 can't take us down. I'm not worried about a few young kids coming here. They're just asking for death."
But, no buts.
"There's no need to be afraid. And besides, Wei Yuan has people on our side. I know their route well. Just keep an eye out and report any movement."
"Yes."
The young messenger immediately turned and ran away. Peng Qi continued drinking happily. An hour passed, and Wei Qi and Wei Yuan's plans were all set. However, scouts sent out quickly returned with news. "Second Lord, Third Lord, we found Peng Qi's men. They seem to be moving stones on the mountain." Wei Yuan said, "Looks like they want to lure us into the valley and throw big stones from there." Wei Qi sneered, "That's pretty sneaky, but also pretty stupid." Wei Yuan had already figured out the location of Heifeng village. Their route had avoided these valleys from the start, and naturally, they understood the enemy's plan. "Bring me the map. I want to look at it again," Wei Qi said. "Yes." Wei Yuan and Wei Qi expected to spend about 10 days in the mountains to eliminate the bandits. According to Yu Huai, if they couldn't take down a small Heifeng village in 10 days, then their future prospects would be bleak. Yu Ji remained silent and did not speak immediately. Yu Huai noticed this and said, "Father's words are true, but it doesn't mean he'll be sent to the battlefield. If he doesn't do well in this matter and chaos breaks out later, how can we protect you and your mother?" Yu Ji nodded and said, "I understand what father means." Yu Huai nodded and said, "But you don't need to worry about anything. Just stay at home and wait peacefully. Father, if there is any news, can you tell me first?" "Of course." Yu Ji smiled and responded politely. Although Wei Qi had left, Yu Ji didn't want to stay idle doing nothing. The next day, she returned to the Renjin Hall in Fotu town to check on things. Zhao the doctor's business was getting better and better. Seeing Yu Ji, he was very happy. "You haven't come for a while. My master misses you very much." Yu Ji was with Yantai and Yantai immediately said, "I miss the master too." Father said he plans to invite the master over for a visit soon. Zhao Jian said, "Really? That's an honor for me." Yu Ji also said, "Of course it's true. I've been busy lately and couldn't come." "Is the master doing well?" Yes. Although you haven't come, Wei Qi has been visiting every now and then." "I heard he want to deal with bandits?" Yu Ji nodded softly. "That's good. I always thought this kid was very talented." Yu Ji smiled and asked, "How did you see that?" Zhao the doctor chuckled loudly. "It's just intuition, I suppose. Since you've been away, many people have been looking for Dr. Littlefish."
Haha.
Yu Ji had been worried about this matter. Before officially deciding to become a female doctor, she never thought she would take this path. For some patients, she felt sympathy, but it seemed there wasn't much she could do. However, now that she was a doctor, she was always worried about them. If she saw someone in danger, she would never stand by and do nothing. "Today I happen to have no appointments, so I can take some patients." Zhao the doctor brightened. "That's great. There are 2 or 3 patients I'll go ask." Yu Ji nodded. She thought that if the outside world remained relatively peaceful during this time, she could come often. It might not be a bad idea. We'll see how things go. Longshan Mountain. Wei Qi and his group chose to go around from the hillside as planned. Not taking the valley route made their journey longer, and riding horses was no longer ideal. However, everyone with Wei Qi was very capable, including Xiao Ping'an, who came along this time. Wei Qi found that Xiao Ping'an was the most enthusiastic of all and couldn't help but ask a few more questions out of curiosity. Xiao Ping'an's eyes were full of anger as he looked at the mountain. "I won't hide it from Third Master. My mother was killed by people from the Black Wind village. When Third Master decided to fight the bandits, I knew I was on the right side. This time, I must avenge my mother." Wei Qi immediately understood and patted his shoulder.
"Good.
"If everything goes well this time, I will leave a few heads for you." Wei Qi and Wei Yuan took a route similar to the one at Jisun Mountain, winding around from the mountain's middle. Du Yi's men encircled from another side. Both teams moved steadily and orderly. After half a day, they reached deep into Suolong Mountain. Wei Qi kept a close eye on the surroundings and sent out 3 or 4 scouts to check the situation ahead. Wei Yuan, however, felt something was wrong. "Third brother, I think this trip is too smooth. Something's not right." Wei Qi asked, "Second brother, tell me more." "If there was an ambush in that valley, they should be on the middle. But we've been here for so long and haven't seen a single person from Black Wind Village. Don't you think that's strange?" Wei Qi replied, "I also thought so just now, but I wondered if I was overthinking. Second brother, I haven't been here before, so I don't know the terrain well. Based on your view, how far are we from Black Wind Village now?" "Not far at all," Wei Yuan said. "Now it's dusk. I estimate we can reach there in less than an hour." Wei Qi ordered everyone to slow down and observe carefully. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Third Master, look above." Wei Qi was startled and immediately looked up. Several fireballs suddenly shot down from the mountaintop. Wei Yuan reacted quickly. "Not good, they're on the mountaintop." Wei Qi's eyes instantly turned red. "Quick, dodge. Those were playing with fire. This is a mountain. Using fire here is unwise. A careless move could cause trouble for themselves, so Wei Yuan didn't even consider going that way. No, the real reason was Wei Yuan immediately turned back to find the soldier who had seen Black Wind Village on the middle. But in the chaos, he couldn't find anyone. Finally, Wei Yuan understood. Third brother, lead your men and attack now. 3 kilometers west is the old Black Wind Village stronghold. The fireballs were spreading down. The enemy used arrows to shoot fire. If hit, they would catch fire immediately. Even if they missed, the surrounding grass and trees would ignite. The only good thing is that it's not autumn or winter now, so the fire won't spread quickly. However, someone must stay behind to handle the situation, or the consequences could be terrible. Wei Yuan can only let Wei Qi go first. Wei Qi asks, "What about you?" While dodging the rockets, I can't think of a better name for them. Wei Yuan also shoots arrows up the mountain.
Don't worry about me.
Go catch Peng Qi. Wei Qi's eyes are red and angry. If he doesn't cut off Peng Qi's head today and kick it around, it wouldn't be right. Without hesitation, Wei Qi quickly leads people out of the fire circle. Wei Yuan shouts loudly, "The valley should be safe. Head there." Things aren't much better for Du Yi either. He leaves some people behind and then rushes out with the rest, calling Wei Laosan. Both teams respond and rush into the valley. They are both a bit disheveled and angry. Du Yi, a seasoned soldier, can't stand being provoked like this. Let's go. Today, we must wipe out Black Wind Village. Wei Qi, now calm, pulls someone aside and says, "I feel like there's a traitor among us. Someone must have leaked the news early. It's definitely Wang Su's people. We can't act recklessly now." Du Yi frowns. Wei Yuan is too careless. My second brother is in Chongqing Army and can't control everything. I have a plan. Do you want to cooperate?
Tell me.
Wei Qi leans in and whispers a few words to Du Yi. Du Yi also calms down.
Ha ha ha.
These young kids. So many of them, but what does that matter? A bunch of amateurs, I can take them down easily. Peng Qi returns to the village, and his followers cheer. Lord Qi is mighty. Mighty. Lord Qi, they're probably fighting the fire now. Should we go and finish them off? Peng Qi says, "The people over there are enough. You guys patrol around and make sure the fire doesn't spread. Keep a close watch. They'll probably head back home soon." Someone doesn't understand why they don't attack, but the second in command hits him on the head and says, "You don't know anything. If the fire gets worse, can our people survive? We need to observe first and then decide." Yes, yes, yes. Peng Qi returns to his throne and commands, "Bring me some wine." Someone immediately hands him a cup of wine happily. "Lord Qi, do you want me to call a couple of beauties to serve you?" Peng Qi glances at him and smiles.
All right.
Peng Qi is a man who loves good wine and women. He always carries wine with him. So many places in Black Wind Village hide wine. The fire attack just now used cotton cloth soaked in wine tied to sharp arrows, which made it very powerful. The people of Black Wind Village guarded the nearby area for 3 days without any movement. Those who were once brave and alert finally relaxed and happily went back to report, "Master Qi, I think those people have left." No signs at all. They probably fled in a panic from somewhere.
Really?
Yes, sir. We searched the hilltops here, but didn't see anyone. We did manage to gather some bows and spears. Ha ha ha. Good for nothings. They're just bringing weapons here for me. Distribute these weapons to the brothers. Send out orders. Tonight, we'll slaughter sheep and pigs. Let's celebrate properly. Yes. Thank you, Master Qi. The bandits began preparing to celebrate. Meanwhile, in the valley, Wei Qi and Du Yi had actually been hiding there for 3 days. During these 3 days, they didn't eat or drink much, hardly moved, and endured hardships most people couldn't bear. All just for this moment. Du Yi was known for his sharp eyesight. After confirming the situation at the village, he crawled over and said, "Third brother, it's about time." Wei Qi looked up at the sky. "When the moon rises, we'll rush in. I figured out where they hide the wine. If they set fire, we'll do the same, use their own tactics against them." Du Yi nodded. He looked at Wei Qi's cracked lips and said, "Drink some water. You're a man." I could handle this kind of hardship when I was young, but now I'm a bit weaker. Wei Qi smiled. In the mountains, fighting with them, they didn't see Wei's family as just hunters. They knew how to ambush prey, which required strength, brains, and patience. When the faint waxing moon appeared in the sky tonight, Wei Qi gave the order. When people are drunk with wine and women, they're least alert. In Black Wind Village, everyone was singing, dancing, eating meat, and drinking wine. Suddenly, a burst of fire shot into the sky. Some soldiers stumbled in, shouting, "Master Qi, it's bad. All your hidden wine is destroyed. The surrounding water has flooded the area. Report, Master Qi. A group of people has entered through the stone gate behind our village." Pang Qi's face changed dramatically. Wei Qi used the destroyed wine for fire attack. This was truly a case of fighting fire with fire. He led his men to charge in first, quickly capturing several enemies' heads while on horseback. Outside, there was a loud wailing sound. Pang Qi was caught off guard and immediately pushed away the people around him, ready to run. But at this moment, Wei Yuan, who had been lying in wait outside for some time, was waiting for someone. It turned out that Wei Qi, although he left a bit earlier with Du Yi, had left someone behind in the valley to support Wei Yuan. After Wei Yuan handled the situation there, he would go into the valley to find the person, and they would reunite. Wei Yuan quickly understood his brother's plan and nodded. This plan is good. He couldn't afford to fall behind either. He changed his strategy and circled around the mountain to sneak into the back road of the Black Wind Village. From previous experience fighting bandits, Wei Yuan discovered a secret about the village. They had built a tunnel through the mountain, leaving a way out at the back. Now, all sides were surrounded. When Wei Qi rushed into the village, the people there were already panicked. He dismounted his horse and handed the surroundings over to Xiao Ping'an and Xiao Dashi. The two of them wouldn't let these evildoers go free, almost fighting with blood to clear the way for Wei Qi. Wei Qi strode to the very center. Some women were trembling in fear, but Wei Qi didn't look at them. His only goal was clear. At this moment, Wei Yuan was fighting Pang Qi. Pang Qi knew he was doomed and surrendered after a few moves with Wei Yuan. By then, the Wei brothers had completely taken over Black Wind Village. Everyone around was detained by Du Yi's soldiers. Those trying to escape were caught and gathered together. Third brother, second brother. Wei Qi saw them and strode over. Pang Qi was already. Capture alive. Bring him back for questioning. Wei Qi looked at Wei Yuan, his eyes narrowing. Second brother, you've been burned. Wei Yuan's arm was indeed covered in a burn. He smiled and said, "It's nothing." Wei Qi's face was furious, and he threw a punch at Pang Qi, hitting his face. Pang Qi fell down. Wei Yuan stopped him. "Forget it. Once we find out what we need from the interrogation, we can deal with him later."
Wei Qi nodded.
Du Yi also came in. "Oh, good. We've already caught him." "Yeah, how's outside?" "They're all. Now it's up to how you want to handle them. What do you think?" Wei Qi squatted in front of Pang Qi. "Want to stay alive?" Pang Qi stared at him.
Wei Qi sneered.
"Still tough. No problem. Cut off a finger or two. It won't affect the interrogation." Pang Qi immediately said, "I want to live. I surrender."
Wei Qi smiled.
"Good. Tell me, where is Wei?" Pang Qi hesitated. "Who? Playing dumb?" "The ones you caught earlier. Wei." Pang Qi was stunned for a moment. "Are you talking about Gu Dachin? That official? In the cellar? Are you looking for him?" Wei Qi also paused, exchanged a glance with Wei Yuan. He understood now. After all this, the people from Black Wind Village didn't even know who they had caught. Wei Qi said, "Yes, that's him." "Where is he?" Pang Qi was suspicious. "Why are you looking for him? He's just a local official. We've already spent his money, and he doesn't have anything valuable on him. No one has come to redeem him so far. He's useless." Wei Qi's face looked strange. "For revenge. Can't we seek revenge?"
Du Yi laughed.
"Let's go. To the cellar." Wei Yuan and Wei Qi moved aside and whispered, "It seems Wei is a tough guy. He endured the punishment from Black Wind Village." Wei Qi said, that's good for us. Take him back. Uncle Lee will have a way. But this person is a bit clever, so be careful. Wei Yuan nodded. Wei Qi was happy. The good stuff was all for their own people now. After capturing everyone from Blackwind Village, Wei Qi said, "Brothers, thanks for your hard work these past 3 days. Today, Lord Peng Qi is hosting a feast, sheep and pigs. Don't hold back. Plenty of good wine and meat. Eat your fill, then we'll leave." Outside, a group of men had been waiting for this. They were already starving. Third Master Xie. "Come on, brothers, let's eat." Wei Yuan and Du Yi had also come out of the cellar with the captured men. Wei Qi looked at them and thought. He was impressed. Even after being beaten so badly, they still wouldn't speak the truth. He didn't know what to say.
Du Yi looked ludli.
He's known as a real tightwad. Otherwise, how could he hoard so much money? Giving the hard-earned money to bandits, he absolutely can't tolerate that. Then it's a good deal for us. Take him away. Wei Qi waved his hand, and a few men carried Gu Wei onto the horse-drawn carriage and tied him up. Wei Yuan came over to his brother again. "Third brother, what do you plan to do with Blackwind Village?" The two brothers exchanged a look, understanding each other's thoughts. They had taken over Wu Jian's racetrack before, and now they could do the same here. Wei Qi smirked and made a gesture. This piece of fat meat definitely couldn't be let go. Dewey still didn't trust them completely, so only the two brothers would stay behind with one person. Wei Yuan said, "I'll stay. Third sister-in-law must be worried about you. You should go back first." Wei Qi thought for a moment. "You go first. I'll stay here for a few days. I have many villagers with me, and we're experienced. If you get hurt, go back and deal with it." "No problem, come back in a few days and take over for me." Wei Yuan hesitated. "Go ahead, second brother. I trust you. I am waiting here for you, and second sister-in-law is also worried about you." Wei Yuan smiled and said, "All right." Wei Yuan walked over to Du Yi, and they discussed briefly. Du Yi nodded and said, "Okay. This plan is good. Let's go down the mountain first. I need to return quickly to report."
Yes.
After a busy night of cleaning up Haifeng Village, Du Yi and Wei Yuan descended the mountain. Wei Qi stayed behind with Xiao Ping'an and the others. There were nearly 2,000 prisoners from Haifeng Village. Wei Qi went to Xiao Ping'an and patted his shoulder. "You might have to work hard next. These 2,000 people, you, De Chong, and a few of my brothers, watch over them." Xiao Ping'an looked up and smiled at him. "Don't worry, third master. Congratulations." "Congratulations for what?" "After this, you'll have more people under your control. Plus, the gold and jewelry from that corrupt official can all be used by you." Wei Qi was momentarily stunned but then smiled without saying anything. Xiao Ping'an asked again, "Does third master not want to make achievements? The court will fall sooner or later." Wei Qi said, "You kid, you have big ambitions." Xiao Ping'an replied, "Following third master, there's food to eat." Wei Qi understood his meaning and reassured him, "Don't worry. As long as I have food, I won't forget about you guys." Xiao Ping'an's eyes brightened, and he nodded. He wiped his face and said, "I'll go guard those bandits now." Wei Qi stayed where he was, looked around Haifeng Village, and thought, indeed, this is a good place. As long as those bandits are willing to surrender, I won't make things difficult for them. Soldiers, money, opportunities, all of these are within reach in an instant. In Tongren Hall, Foda Town, Yuji had been coming to practice medicine whenever she had time. In the blink of an eye, Wei Qi had been gone for almost 7 or 8 days, and she had been here for 5 or 6 days. The child in her belly was quite obedient and listened well. She hardly experienced any discomfort. Now, she was becoming more skilled at diagnosing at Tongren Hall. Some familiar people finally learned that Dr. Xiaoyu was pregnant, which explained why she hadn't been seeing patients recently. "Let's go with the flow from now on," Yuji said with a smile. Yes. Dr. Xiaoyu also needs to take care of herself." Yuji nodded and saw several female patients that day. As she checked the time and was about to finish, a hesitant woman entered and asked, "Is this Dr. Xiaoyu seeing patients?" Yuji looked up and replied, "Yes, I am." "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" The woman looked older than her, so Yuji called her sister-in-law. After sitting down, the woman said, "See, can you see to me? I want to know when I can have a baby." Yuji was surprised. "Are you saying you've been unable to have children all this time?" "Yes. My husband and I have been married for 4 or 5 years, but nothing has happened. We've tried going elsewhere, taking medicine, but nothing works." Yuji looked worried. Infertility is a difficult condition. "I'm not very skilled in this area. Maybe I should ask my master to see you?"
Huh?
"Didn't Dr. Xiaoyu say she's very good and can treat any illness?" Yuji was a bit surprised. "Where did you hear that?" "That's not true." The woman looked disappointed. "So, they were all lying to me, and I wasted a trip." Hearing this, Yuji felt uncomfortable and tried to comfort her. "I told you earlier, my master can help. Let him take a look."
No.
"You're all lying." The woman suddenly raised her head, looking emotional and a bit excited. "What kind of female doctor or miracle doctor? Every time I see one, I end up with a pile of medicine. You're just trying to make money from medicine." Before Yuji could speak, Qixia suddenly stepped forward. "What are you talking about? How is it our fault that our young lady is seeing you for free?" "It's not your fault. It's no one's fault. No one can cure it." Yuji said calmly. "Forget it, Qixia." She stopped the fiery-tempered Qixia and looked at the woman. "Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to treat you. I wouldn't dare to treat blindly. You're worried about others giving you false medicine, so I have to be careful. If you don't trust us, just go to another doctor. Don't let this affect your mood. Women should avoid getting angry. It's bad for your health." After speaking, Yuji stood up to leave. Suddenly, the woman stared at Yuji's belly closely. "Are you pregnant?" Yuji was stunned. The woman suddenly stood up, emotional. "You're pregnant, right? I've seen many pregnant women. I can tell at a glance." Many people in the clinic looked over. Yentai rushed over and stood in front of Yuji. "What are you trying to do?" This person seemed a bit unstable. Dr. Zhao also noticed and was about to approach. But the woman suddenly lost control, pushed Yentai aside forcefully, and directly charged at Yuji. "Why? Why can you all get pregnant, but I can't?" Yuji's eyes widened as she protected her belly and tried to dodge. Just then, Qixia and Zhang Chun rushed forward. Qixia was pushed by the woman and hit her forehead on the corner of the table. Everyone was shocked. "Quick, catch her." Zhao the doctor rushed forward, along with some people from the medical clinic, to help restrain the woman. However, she seemed quite overwhelmed, constantly struggling and smashing things around her. She was tall and strong. "Stop." At this moment, Pei Zihui stormed in with his men. "Someone call the guards. There's a fight." Pei Zihui's eyes widened in shock. He immediately ordered his men to hold the woman down and then stepped forward, blocking Yuji's path. "Are you all right?" Yuji, still shaken, tightly protected her belly. She hadn't expected to encounter such a situation today. Her face was pale, and she shook her head. "I'm fine." Pei Zihui looked coldly at the woman and ordered, "Take her away for questioning." "Yes, sir." His men, all soldiers, quickly took the woman away. The clinic fell silent again. Yentai asked Brother Zihui, "Why are you here?" Pei Zihui looked at him and patted his head. "The resettlement of the refugees is almost done. I need to increase patrols." Yentai looked confused but nodded. Yuji also regained her composure.
"Thank you, Lord Pei."
Pei Zihui sighed and looked at the people. "No need to thank me." Zhao the doctor hurried forward. "Xiaoyu, I'm here to check your pulse." Yuji's face looked a little pale. She nodded.
"Thank you, Master."
She was indeed frightened earlier. While Zhao the doctor checked her pulse, Pei Zihui stood nearby. This time, the pulse diagnosis took longer than before, making Yuji a bit nervous. "Recently, you've been worried a lot. I'll prescribe 2 sets of calming medicines. Stay at home and rest for a few days. Don't come out." Yuji lowered her eyes and quietly thanked him. Yentai watched nervously and said to his sister, "I'll go get some medicine. Doctor, please also check Qixia. She bumped her head earlier."
"All right."
Pei Zihui stepped forward. "I heard you've been taking care of the wounded here. Yuji was surprised. Yes. It's too exhausting. I'll take you back later. Yuji shook her head. Lord, you're busy with official matters. I can go back alone. Pei Zihue stared at her and said, It's no trouble. I'm heading that way anyway. Yuji bit her lip and agreed.
All right.
Then I'll trouble you. As soon as Yuji finished speaking, someone hurriedly came over. Sir, we just received some news.
Tell me.
The Black Wind Village on Lock Dragon Mountain is on fire. The mountain fire is quite fierce. Yuji suddenly looked up sharply. Pei Zihue's face looked strange as he looked over. What's going on? It seems someone deliberately set the fire. Now, all the residents at the foot of the mountain have been evacuated. I heard that Captain Wei Yuan has already come down the mountain. Yuji hurriedly asked, What about Wei Qi? The guard carefully looked at Pei Zihue's expression. Yuji urged, Quickly tell me. Miss you. I didn't see him. It seems he hasn't come down. Yuji almost lost her balance, her vision blurred, and Pei Zihue caught her. Ji. Pei Zihue looked at the guard with a warning gaze. The guard immediately bowed his head and stepped back. Don't worry, I will go and check carefully now. Yuji said, I want to go home and see my father. Pei Zihue lowered his eyes, hiding a complex emotion in his gaze. All right, I will take you. Because she was worried about Wei Qi, Yuji was eager to leave. Pei Zihue insisted on seeing her off. Yuji didn't care about anything else and quickly got into his carriage. The carriage left Foda Town heading towards Yongin County, which was about 2 hours away. Along the way, Pei Zihue rode beside her, occasionally asking about her condition. Ji, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? I'm fine, Yuji always replied the same. Pei Zihue didn't press further. The carriage moved steadily and calmly. Suddenly, Yuji lifted the curtain and said, Sir, could we go a bit faster? I am a little anxious. Pei Zihue was surprised. Ji, you are pregnant. Going faster isn't good for your health. Let's take it easy. Yuji had nothing to say. Zhang Chun and Qi Xia kept fanning her inside the carriage, saying, Miss, third young master will be fine. Remember when we went to the city god temple to burn incense? The priest there said so, didn't he? Yuji understood, but she couldn't listen to those words now. She just wanted to know what was really happening. Finally, the carriage arrived at Song residence in Yongin County. Yuji hurriedly lifted the curtain to get out. Pei Zihue stood beside the carriage. In her rush, Yuji almost lost her footing again. Suddenly, Pei Zihue reached out and placed his large hand on her waist, steadying her. Be careful. Yuji was stunned. Thank you. Madam, you had already come out from the main gate. Pei Zihue's hand only paused briefly before withdrawing, but the lingering gentle warmth seemed to remain. He silently retracted his hand behind his back, clenched his fist. Mother, I heard that the Black Wind Village, Ji, don't worry. Wei Yuan has already returned and is talking with your father in the study. Is Wei Qi okay? Yuji was mainly concerned about this. You mother, don't worry, everything is fine. Yuji was surprised. Mother isn't lying to me? Of course not. Wei Yuan and Du Yi told me themselves. Then why didn't you come back? This matter. At this moment, your mother finally noticed Pei Zihue was also here. She wanted to speak, but suddenly stopped. Pei Zihue looked at Yuji with an unclear expression and suddenly smiled. Since he's safe, there's no need to worry anymore. Yuji's heart relaxed and looked at Pei Zihue. Thank you very much today, sir. Pei Zihue smiled. You're welcome. I won't bother you any longer. I have some other things to attend to, so I will take my leave. You mother, all right, Zihue, please come visit us another day. Pei Zihue nodded. He turned around, mounted his horse, and glanced again at the gate of the Song residence. He only saw you mother and Yuji hurriedly walking inside. He looked expressionless and withdrew his gaze. Go to the county office. He nodded nearby, looking a bit distressed. Recently, his master had been restless, and even he couldn't tell what was on his mind. Yuji hurried to Yu Huai's room, surprised to see Lu Shi there. Seeing her, Lu Shi immediately stood up and said, Third sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law. Your second brother asked me to wait here for you. He said if I saw you, I should tell you about third brother's situation. Lu Shi, afraid of speaking clumsily, explained in detail, mentioning many things Wei Yuan had instructed. Yuji listened carefully and gradually understood. Second sister-in-law. I understand now. Wei Qi is staying on the mountain to clear the battlefield. Yes, that's right. What about the fire? How did that happen? Your mother said, I also heard a bit. It was said to be set by the enemy, with malicious intent. Wei Qi is probably still on the mountain putting out the fire. If it spreads, it would be terrible. We can't leave any hidden dangers. Lu Shi, yes. Wei Yuan was burned. Yu Ji's eyes widened. The study door opened, and Yu Huai, Wei Yuan, and Du Yi came out together, along with Li Yuanzhou. Father, is Ji back? Don't worry, third brother is fine. Yu Huai knew what his daughter was asking and told her immediately. Yu Ji nodded, her heart finally easing. Then she looked at Wei Yuan, who indeed had a burn on his arm. Second brother, you've suffered. Wei Yuan smiled. It's nothing. Fortunately, the outcome was good. It was worth it. This time, they successfully defeated the bandits. The Black Wind village was taken, Gowei was brought back, and all their goals were achieved. It was a good outcome. Li Yuanzhou said, everyone has worked hard. Wei Yuan will come later to apply medicine. Zhang Chun quickly said, Sir, our young lady was also frightened at the clinic today. Please take a look at her. What's going on? Everyone was surprised. She shook her head, it's nothing. A patient was just too emotional. Qi Xia said, that was a crazy person. She was quick-witted and described the situation in a few words. Yumu was shocked. How could such a thing happen?
Li Yuanzhou said some patients are like that.
Let me check her. Yu Ji said, all right. She saw no reason to refuse. Master prescribed some calming medicine. Let me see the prescription. Zhang Chun hurriedly brought it over. Li Yuanzhou glanced at it briefly. Okay.
Just take it like this.
Remember to rest more. Thank you, uncle. Yu Ji felt much better after learning Wei Qi was fine and went back to her room to rest, as her parents still had many things to do. Yumu accompanied Yu Ji back to her room, along with Lu Shi. After taking the medicine, Yu Ji lay down to rest, but she couldn't sleep. She decided to keep her second sister-in-law here to chat for a while, and they talked for quite some time. Lu Shi said, third sister-in-law, take good care of yourself. Everyone at home is worried about you. Yu Ji replied, I've been thinking a lot about home lately, but I haven't had a chance to go back. Lu Shi smiled. I have good news for you. Dad and Mom finally agreed. They said they would come to live in the county town. Yu Ji's eyes lit up. Really? Really? The fields at home are now planted by those refugees, and the pig farm is gone. Dad and Mom said staying in the village isn't much use, so they decided to come here. We can spend more time together as a family. What about Big Brother and the others? Lu Shi sighed. Big Brother probably can't leave. It depends on what sister-in-law wants. Staying in the hometown is fine. Coming here is fine too. Yu Ji thought for a moment. Wei Qi might be in the county town after this bandit suppression. After that, her father had seen his abilities. And second brother too. When will we move? Wait until third brother returns. I think it will be in about 2 months. But don't worry. You focus on your pregnancy. Yu Ji smiled and touched her small belly. I think this child is quite easy to take care of. Maybe it's a obedient girl, just like Yao Yao. Lu Shi laughed. Or maybe like second brother, calm and steady. When I was pregnant with second brother, everyone said it was a girl. Yu Ji's expression softened. Whether it's a son or a daughter, she liked them all. Hualing Village. Recently, Wei Qi and Wei Yuan have been fighting bandits, and Old Wei's family is quite worried. Hualing Village, along with the over 100 refugees from before, now has about twice as many people as before, some of whom are newcomers. They are all very honest. The land now belongs to them, cultivated by these newcomers, and the Wei family has become quite relaxed. Wei Yong spends most of his time at the racetrack, only returning every 7 or 8 days. Wei's mother and Wei Laohan are discussing the upcoming move in the main hall. She asks, oldest daughter-in-law, what do you think? He sure smiles and says, "My husband and I have discussed it. Parents, you can rest assured and move to the new place. My husband and I will stay at home. It's not good if no one guards Hualing Village and we still have land, chickens, and ducks." Wei's mother feels a bit reluctant. Oldest son is away most of the year, and you're alone. It's okay. Tao Tao is back now, isn't she? 3 days ago, Wei Tao Tao and Yang Zhiyuan decided to lease over 10 acres of land in Hualing Village. Yang Zhiyuan's mulberry trees and silkworms are doing well this year. The first batch of spring silkworms has spun silk, and they found buyers in the county town. Plus, with the recent land division, the couple decided to lease another 10 or so acres in Hualing Village. That's good, but didn't the in-laws say the other day that De Lang and Yao Yao would go to the county town to study? The kids wouldn't be with us. This touched Heisher's heart. She clenched her teeth and said, "Children will grow up eventually. De Lang is already 10 years old as Yen Tai. How can I hold him back? If De Lang goes to school in the county, it's for our face. It's such a good opportunity. We can't stay in the countryside farming forever." As for Yao Yao, she doesn't need to say. She'll stay with her third aunt and surely learn something. Wei's mother and Wei Lao Han exchanged glances. Wei's mother sighed. "Oldest daughter-in-law, I really admire how you've changed." He sure chuckled. Mother has also changed. She can even say 4 character phrases now. Everyone suddenly started laughing. At this moment, Wei Man suddenly spoke up. "I want to stay too." Wei's mother was surprised.
What?
"You want to stay? Weren't you the one most eager for us to move to the town? Now it's the county town." Wei Man looked a bit uncomfortable. "It's nothing. I'm used to staying at home. I wouldn't get used to the county town. Dad and Mom can go first. Once everything's settled, I'll follow." Wei's mother saw something and smiled. "Maybe it's not just that. It's because there's someone you can't leave behind." Wei Man froze, and her face instantly turned bright red. Mother Wei has now openly spoken about this matter. Wei Man naturally felt embarrassed. "Mom, what are you saying? Enough. Your eyes aren't blind. I didn't want to interfere with your matchmaking before, but I see you two looking at each other lately. Our family is about to move, and if we delay any longer, it won't be good." Wei Man fell silent. Man. Just then, Zhou Qing's voice came from outside. Mother Wei and Mrs. He exchanged a smile. "All right, go ahead. We're busy today and have a lot to pack." Wei Man blushed and stood up, heading outside. Zhou Qing, sweating heavily, had clearly just run from the racetrack. Recently, he had helped the Wei family a lot and was trusted by Wei Qi Xian. The shy scholar had become a bit more mature. Man, your family is moving?" Zhou Qing looked a little anxious and asked immediately. "Wei Man, did you hear that from my older brother?"
Yes.
"Yes, we're discussing moving today." Zhou Qing was immediately worried. Man, I have something I want to tell you." Wei Man, go ahead." Zhou Qing glanced at the Wei family yard. Although no one was there, he knew everyone was inside. He didn't mind and said directly, "Actually, I've wanted to say this for a long time, but I never found the right moment. I came to see you once last year when your third sister-in-law was there. I wanted to propose marriage then, but my mother and father were still worried about that childhood engagement. I swear, I never saw that girl or said a word to her. Later, I found out her father had saved my father years ago, which caused her to limp. My father felt guilty about it and never mentioned it again. Not long after, her family responded, saying she liked someone from the same village and was planning to marry him. My parents finally relaxed. I wanted to come find you sooner, but at that time you and the Ding family." Wei Man immediately interrupted. "Don't mention him. It's disgusting." Zhou Qing paused. "All right. I understand. I won't say more. Later, I saw your family refused all proposals, so I didn't come again.
Then,
our village was attacked by bandits. Recently, I have been wanting to tell you about this, but your third brother said you're not paying attention. Love can't be rushed. I was afraid of the terrible Ding family and worried you would refuse me immediately. So, I kept delaying, and now here we are. As Wei Man listened, her eyes turned red. She bit her lip and said, "Why does my third brother tell you everything?" Zhou Qing scratched his head. Third brother is thoughtful. He probably already saw through everything. Wei Man blushed and said nothing. Man, today I want to tell you how I feel. I want to ask if, when I prepare to propose to you at your home, you would agree? Wei Man looked down at her toes. In the main room, De Lang and Erlang were eavesdropping. Wei's mother smiled and shook her head. He's small, but he's clever. He must have realized something. He's good at talking. This time, our family. We are really going to have a happy event. When will you come? Wei Man suddenly asked softly. Zhou Qing's face lit up. Very soon, very soon. Wei Man looked around, but said nothing. Then just go straight to the county town. I will go there with my parents.
All right.
You go first. My mother said, you will definitely not be wronged when you marry into my family. We are building a house. Wei Man smiled with pursed lips. Since you are honest with me, I also want to be clear with you. I don't like the Ding family. He approached me with a purpose. My third brother was right. I was slow to realize. I didn't understand what love was when I was young. Zhou Qing nodded earnestly. I understand. Wei Man shyly responded. Got it.
You can go now.
Zhou Qing scratched his head again. When will you leave? I'll go see you off. No need, you're busy.
All right.
I'll try to go soon. Wei Man turned and entered the courtyard. Zhou Qing, outside, looked like a fool for a moment before turning to leave. As soon as Wei Man entered the main room, Wei's mother deliberately said, Well, Man, since you don't want to go to the county town, your father and I will leave today. You can stay at home. Wei Man's face turned red. Who said, I don't want to go. I want to go. Isn't it because you're not used to living there? I am used to it. I can live in any big house. She stomped her foot and went back to her room. Everyone in the main room laughed loudly. Wei's mother was especially happy, finally relieved of a big worry. Wei's family moved to the county town and Wei Qi knew about it. He had been planning this since Yu's family returned. Buying a house was not difficult. The key was whether the family members were willing. In the end, everyone would live together, making it easier for Yu to visit her parents. But now, Wei Qi had no time for these thoughts. He was busy handling matters at Black Wind Village. 3 days had passed quickly. Lo Sui Mountain was large, and even a small fire could become a big problem. During these 3 days, besides cleaning up the mess at Black Wind Village, Wei Qi also checked for mountain fires. He left no chance unchecked. It was exhausting and busy work. Wei Qi ordered the bandits to lead the way, help with tasks, and observe who among them was rebellious or could be useful later. Some of them were sensible, and Wei Qi treated them well. After returning exhausted from the mountain, Wei Qi ordered food and roasted meat to be prepared. The place at Black Wind Village was really good. Peng Qi and his group had stolen plenty of grain and livestock, so they had enough to eat and drink. Wei Qi was generous and kind to the captives. Anyone who followed him up the mountain to fight fires would have enough food and drink. Many of these people were truly touched. When they followed Peng Qi before, only the top officials could eat meat. They were just small followers, not qualified to eat such big pieces. They felt so happy and lucky. Wei Qi also shared wine. Peng Qi's hidden wine was abundant. When Wei Qi left the mountain, he planned to bring some down too. While eating meat and drinking wine, Wei Qi felt a little tired. He lay on a rice sack, gazing at the sky and daydreaming. He missed his wife and suddenly wanted to go home. Third master. Xiao Ping'an ran over. Second master is here. Wei Qi quickly sat up with a jump.
Great.
I'll go now. Since the second brother was here, he could leave.
Haha.
Wei Qi immediately ran to the village entrance. Sure enough, Wei Yuan had arrived. Second brother. Wei Yuan smiled and stepped forward. Third brother, you've worked hard these days. You should go back now.
Wei Qi smiled.
It's okay. Is everything at home all right? All good. I've talked with Uncle Yu and others. Go Wei has been handed over to them. They have their own plans. Our task is done. Wei Qi nodded and said, then I'll leave the mountain. Things here are almost settled. The rest will be handled by Dashur and you. Wei Yuan was surprised and chuckled quietly.
So urgent?
I can't wait even a moment. Concerned about you, I'll go down the mountain alone first. Wei Yuan thought for a moment. Third sister-in-law was indeed startled the day before yesterday. Wei Qi was startled. What happened? Wei Yuan told him about the trouble at the medical clinic. Wei Qi's face instantly changed. Anger surged within him. Wei Yuan patted his hungry shoulder and said, don't get too angry. Third sister-in-law is fine. You just said that Pei Zihui saved you and brought her back? Wei Yuan paused briefly. Yes, that's right. Wei Qi said gloomily, I understand now. All right, go see her. I'll handle things here. Okay. Wei Qi couldn't wait any longer. He immediately went over, pulled Liao Yuan onto his horse, and rode down the mountain without hesitation. At the foot of the mountain, Pei Zihui had been waiting here for a while. Sir, the people have arrived, a messenger reported. Pei Zihui got off the carriage. Wei Qi, riding his horse, slowed down gradually. Who? He looked grim and stared at the dark crowd in front of him. Pei Zihui stepped forward. Wei Qi, I come on behalf of the court to ask you a few questions.
Wei Qi frowned. What is it?
Regarding the recent bandit suppression, were the soldiers, grain, and supplies handed over? Wei Qi looked at the man and suddenly smiled. What do you mean? Why should I hand them over? Pei Zihui replied calmly. Although your and Wei Yuan's efforts to suppress the bandits are understandable and for the people's safety, according to the rules, all the captured personnel should be reported to the court. Why haven't you reported them? Are you planning to rebel?
Wei Qi smiled.
Pei Zihui, you know very well where the people I have are from. Isn't the Pei family from Hudong proud of being upright? Why pretend not to know? Or is the court pretending not to see, hoping to benefit from the chaos? If I don't hand over the people, you'll accuse me of treason. Next, will you move against my Wei family? Pei Zihui also curled his lips and said, many things can be understood in the heart or kept hidden, but since you are the one in charge, of course, Wei Yuan is not much better. This time, your position as captain of 100 men is probably unstable. Wei Qi's expression suddenly turned sharp. The court is shameless. Pei Zihui said coldly, how dare you? It seems you're stubborn. Wei Qi, do you want to become the next Peng Qi? I won't take this blame. If you have the guts, arrest me today. Wei Qi drew his sword, and the people behind Pei Zihui also drew their swords. Pei Zihui's eyes turned cold.
Attack.
A dozen guards surrounded him, making a move to seize Wei Qi. Stop. Suddenly, a few fine horses galloped over nearby. It was Li Zhe, with Du Yi following beside him. Behind them, 100 cavalry rode. Du Yi smiled and said, how can Lord Pei be so honest and still resort to sneaky attacks? Li Zhe also looked complicated. Their simultaneous appearance clearly meant that the Li family had taken sides. Lord Pei's face changed. He's the son-in-law of the Yu family, Lord Pei said. How can you explain your actions to the Yu family? Lord Pei turned his face away. I keep my personal and official matters separate. I only know the Song family, not the Yu family. Everyone sneered. Such clear distinction between personal and official matters. It's obvious you're mixing right and wrong. Wei Qi sneered. So hypocritical. Lord Pei was not angered at all, and tensions rose between the sides. Suddenly, someone got off the carriage behind Du Yi. It's Yu Huai. Zihui. Lord Pei was stunned. Yu Huai appearing here meant. Lord Pei's face grew complicated as he looked at Wei Qi. Had they really accepted? He's just a simple countryman. Yu Huai stepped forward and first said to Wei Qi, third young master, go back. Ji is very worried about you. Lord Pei's lips pressed tightly, clenched his fist inside his sleeve. Wei Qi looked coldly at him. I'm here, you don't need to worry. I have a few words to say, with Lord Pei. Wei Qi lowered his eyes. Yes, father-in-law. Wei Qi hesitated, but didn't want to fight. He turned around and mounted his horse, heading straight for the county town. Yu Huai looked at Lord Pei. Zi Huai, I speak to you as your uncle. If you're willing to listen, listen. If not, just see this as a meeting between a guilty official, Yu Huai, and you. Lord Pei's gaze was complicated. Uncle, you're being too serious, he said. Wei Qi rode wildly from Shulong Mountain without delay. In less than 2 hours, he reached the Song residence in Yong'an County. The gatekeeper saw a fine horse rushing over and immediately greeted with a smile. Sir has returned? Wei Qi didn't have time to reply. Before the gatekeeper could get closer, he felt a gust of wind hit his face, and a voice suddenly disappeared in front of him. Tie up the horse. The gatekeeper finally snapped out of his surprise and hurriedly responded, Yes, yes. Wei Qi was indeed anxious. He ran straight into the courtyard, ignoring everyone along the way. Those with poor eyesight didn't recognize him as Sir. He had already entered Yu Xi's courtyard. Yu, Zhan Chun, and Qi Xia were in the yard. When they saw him, they cheered. Third young master is back.
Where's Yu?
Wei Qi asked anxiously. Zhan Chun quickly said, Third young master, don't worry. Miss is taking a nap. Wei Qi suddenly calmed down and asked, Is she all right? Zhan Chun smiled and said, She's doing well. The young lady will be even happier when she sees you return. Wei Qi pursed his lips and lowered his voice. I'll go check on her.
Okay.
He gently moved closer and headed toward Yu Xi's room. As he opened the door, a faint floral scent drifted out, mixed with a cool breeze. His previous irritation disappeared. He reached the side room and saw Yu lying on a large bed, her soft silk curtains gently swaying. Probably hearing the noise, Yu Xi suddenly woke up. She turned over and looked uncertainly at the figure. Wei Qi, you're back? Wei Qi no longer hesitated. He strode forward, pushed aside the curtain, and said, I'm back, Yu. The tiredness in Yu Xi's eyes faded, replaced by a huge surprise. You finally came back. Wei Qi's heart melted. He quickly took off his outer robe and stepped forward to hold her. I've missed you so much. Let me hold you for a bit, then I'll go wash up. Yu Xi was not bothered by him at all, and nuzzled close affectionately. It's good you're back. Was the trip up the mountain smooth? Did you get burned? I wasn't hurt. Don't worry. Yu Xi let out a sigh of relief. But I heard there was some trouble?
Wei Qi frowned.
He hadn't expected that while he was away, Yu would still go to Foda town to treat patients. Although some refugees had been settled, the area was still chaotic. In such turbulent times, accidents could happen at any moment. It's fine. Everything's been resolved. Anyway, I was just free, and sometimes being too idle isn't good. It can make you sick. Wei Qi didn't blame her. He just felt heartache. After confirming she was fine, he stood up and said, Rest for a bit. I'll go wash up. Yu Xi agreed. Wei Qi went to the bathhouse and Yu Xi immediately got up. Zhan Chun and Qi Xia entered, smiling. Young lady, should we prepare some food?
Yes.
Fry the dumplings for lunch. Wei Qi loves them. Warm up the soup too. Yu Xi had already eaten, so Qi Xia smiled and nodded, then went to the kitchen. Zhan Chun stepped forward quietly and whispered, Young lady, I heard that when third young master returned, he almost got into a fight with Lord Pei.
Yu Xi was surprised.
What happened? Who did you hear this from? Zhan Chun whispered something into her ear. Yu Xi paused, then remained silent for a moment. All right, I understand. You go and do your work. Okay. Wei Qi quickly returned, and the meal was already laid out in the side room. Come and eat. Yu Xi sat by the window waiting for him, and Wei Qi walked over with a smile. He changed into a clean, handsome outfit. Eat some dumplings, I'm hungry. Yu Xi offered him a bowl of soup, and chicken soup. Wei Qi took a sip and made a face. What's that strange taste? Yu Xi explained, I put some medicinal herbs in it. If you can't stand it, I'll have someone make you a new one. No need, no trouble. I can eat anything, Wei Qi said, quickly finishing the soup. Afterward, he asked, Are you used to it? Do you want something else? I can go up the mountain and find some good stuff for you. Yu Xi smiled. Everything here is good. I don't need anything. But Wei Qi didn't believe him. He thought about going to pick fruit another day. Summer was coming, and the mountains were full of fresh fruit. Are your parents moving here? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yuji asked about important matters. Wei Qi smiled. Did you hear? I was planning to tell you when I got back. Looks like my parents are in a hurry. My second brother and I are thinking of buying a big house in the county town, so we don't have to travel back and forth. Everyone can live together. Yuji asked, where's the house? When will you move? Wei Qi shook his head. I don't know. I just came back and was eager to see you. Yuji felt warm inside, but recalling what Zhang Chun had just said, she hesitated. I just heard. Pei Zihui made things difficult for you? Wei Qi paused, then suddenly smiled. Why don't you call me older brother anymore? Yuji was silent. She looked strange. Are you joking? Are you doing this on purpose? Wei Qi smiled slightly. I wouldn't dare. I was just asking casually. Then he told her about what was happening at the foot of the mountain. Yuji listened shocked. The two of them sat in silence for a moment. Wei Qi said, don't worry about him. I don't care about these things. Yuji's expression was complicated.
But now.
It's true that you're openly opposing the court. Their Yu family was still behind them. Wei Qi was very indifferent. The world is so chaotic. There are many bandits and troublemakers. Whether I'm there or not doesn't matter. The Black Wind Village is such a big deal, but the court doesn't want to bother with it. They only focus on me because Pei Zihui is fixated on me. That was the truth, but... Yuji's eyes showed clear sadness. Wei Qi quickly cleared the table. Qi Xia, noticing, ran over immediately. Third master, I am here.
Wenqi nodded.
After the table was taken away, he went to hold her. Don't overthink it. You look upset again. Yuji leaned on his shoulder naturally and said, I'm not upset. I'm just worried. Worried about what? Even if the sky falls, you still have your man. Our family is growing bigger now, and there are more capable people. Just forget everything and stay at home to have a baby for me. Yuji was slightly stunned, then lightly hit him and said, Stop swearing. Wei Qi was also surprised. What did I say? How can you say give birth to your child? Isn't it my child too? Yuji glared at him.
Wenqi laughed loudly.
Suddenly, he stood up, picked her up, and headed to the bedroom. What are you doing? Taking a nap. Yuji, I'm not sleepy. Stay with me. I'm sleepy. Let me touch our son or daughter. He gently laid her on the bed, and the mosquito net fell. Wei Qi suddenly took off his only shirt, revealing his broad back, and held her small figure in his arms. Wei Yuan had been at Lock Dragon Mountain for 3 days and then returned. All affairs at Black Wind Village were settled. After coming down the mountain, the two brothers went straight to the Li residence. Gao Wei had been detained at the Li residence since he was brought back. Li Yuanzhou and others should have finished their interrogation by now. Wei Qi and Wei Yuan went to the study room to discuss with Li Yuanzhou, Yu Huai, and Shen Shen. Li Yuanzhou said, he confessed. This is a map showing where the treasure is hidden. Wei Qi said, it still depends on you. That scoundrel in the mountain village has become a fool and still refuses to confess. Li Yuanzhou said, different clues lead to different answers. I just looked, and the hiding spot is actually near the border of Suzhou and Sui Prefecture in the mountains. Wei Qi, are you willing to go there again?
Sure.
No problem. Wei Qi agreed immediately. Li Yuanzhou nodded, and then looked at Wei Yuan. Wang Su's matter is almost settled. Pang Qi has made some progress. I will inform Commander Liu. I don't think he will hold that position for long. Wei Yuan, your revenge is almost complete. Wei Yuan smiled. Actually, I always felt I had no real grudge with him. I just didn't understand why he targeted me. But this time, I did get my revenge and settled a burden. Thank you, sir. But I see your burden isn't fully gone yet, right? Wei Yuan indeed fell silent. After a moment, he suddenly knelt on one knee. Sir, I am willing to serve under you and resign from my position as captain of Chongqing Army. Wei Yuan finished speaking, but no one in the house was surprised, as if everyone had already expected this. This time, during the fight against the bandits, it was not the Chongqing Army helping from behind in life and death moments. Yu Huai and Chen Shun exchanged a look, both feeling relieved. Li Yuanzhou asked, have you thought it through? No regrets. Commander Lu promised before that if you could take down Black Wind Village, he would give you Wang Su's position. Wei Yuan shook his head. It's okay, I don't care anymore. Li Yuanzhou paused for a moment, and then nodded. All right, this time, you and Wei Qi will go together to retrieve the Gu family's belongings. Later, I will ask the prince if you will join. Okay, but follow the master's instructions. After leaving Li Yuanzhou's study, the two brothers exchanged a look. Wei Yuan said, this time, we brothers are truly on the same path.
Wei Qi smiled.
Brothers share hardships together. Wei Yuan patted his shoulder. Share hardships together. On the first day of May, it was time to move to a new home. Today, Wei Manman wore a purple silk dress and stood at the gate of a large mansion on Tian Shui Lane in Yongmen County, giving directions. A little to the left. Yes, a bit more to the left. Today was the day the Wei family moved. Wei's mother arrived early in the morning, hanging the plaque and cleaning the house. The words Wei residence were written by Li Yuanzhou himself, made into a plaque hanging on the gate, with large, gold-embossed characters that looked grand and imposing. Wei's mother also came out, looking very satisfied. It's truly the style of a noble family, so majestic. Wei Man smiled. Mother, why don't you say this house is majestic? This house was bought. It was a private residence of a wealthy family. They were reluctant to sell it, but agreed because of Li Yuanzhou's reputation. The courtyard had 3 sections, spacious and grand, and it could be moved into with little renovation. The Wei family was very pleased. Wei's mother was so happy she couldn't hide her smile. Majestic. I like it. Is that okay? Wei Man laughed. When will father come? It's almost the time for the noon hour. It's only the time for the hour of sea, but we're waiting for your elder brother. They're coming down from the mountain. Plus your older sister and her family. It'll probably be noon before they arrive. Wei Man asked, will there be a moving banquet at noon? Yes, we'll eat it. Wei's mother said happily, but not at home. Uncle Yu has booked a restaurant. He said they'll come over. In a few days, I'll prepare a meal at home and invite some people. Wei Man cheered.
Great.
While they were talking, Wei Yuan and Wei Qi arrived. Wei Yuan brought Lu Shi and arrived first. Lu Shi hurriedly said, Mother, why didn't you wait for me and started cleaning already? Let me do it, you rest. It's nothing much, no need to rush. Wei Qi and Yu Ji took a step back and rode in a carriage. Wei Qi was the first to get off and help her down. Today, Yu Ji wore a pink dress, looking charming and cute. Mom, she called out with a smile. Wei Mu's eyes brightened. Little fish, you look so pretty today. Third aunt. A few children heard the noise outside and ran out. Third aunt, come look. Our house is now big and beautiful. You and third uncle planted many flowers in your yard, all taken care of by third uncle himself. Yu Ji paused, then turned to look at Wei Qi. Wei Qi cleared his throat. Why are you hiding the surprise? Now it's no longer a surprise. Dalong covered his mouth. I didn't say anything. Yu Ji smiled. All right, I'll go take a look. Wei Qi immediately said, I'll take you there. He proudly led his wife into the yard. This was Yu Ji's first time visiting, and she was very curious about the yard. They entered the main courtyard, which was spacious and tidy, with a main hall, side rooms, a flower garden, a kitchen, and a stable, all in place. Further back was the family's inner yard, with separate rooms for each family member. Wei Qi first took her to their own yard, located in the southeast corner. Crossing a stone corridor, they could see the flower garden Dalong had mentioned. It was a large area, enclosed by the 3-room yard. Yu Ji looked at Wei Qi in surprise. Wei Qi cleared his throat. Since it's the first time planting, I don't have much experience, so the plants might not all survive. Inside, there were peony seedlings planted in sections, clearly cared for with attention. There was also a small stone path in the flower garden. Yu Ji was amazed. You didn't build this yourself, did you? Wei Qi nodded. Yu Ji was completely stunned. When did you do all this? This man was busy fighting bandits, training soldiers, and spending time with her, yet he still found time to plant flowers? Wei Qi said, "There's always time if you make it. Do you like it?" Yuji nodded. "I like it. Come on, let's go inside and look." Wei Qi took Yuji into the inner room. Like the Song residence, it was divided into a private and a public area with a similar layout. It was probably designed based on his guesses about her preferences.
But
He seemed to have a disagreement with the wooden bed frame, as inside there was a large brick bed that surprised Yuji. Wei Qi was indifferent. "Don't be surprised. I specially had someone build this brick bed. It's warm, not inferior to your wooden bed. It's so cold in winter, and this is better for sleeping." Yuji couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. "You only remember these small details. That's nonsense. These are important matters, not small details." Wei Qi suddenly walked up to her and said, "Just like I remembered an important thing." Yuji asked, "What is it?" "Your birthday. I've prepared all the gifts. Shall we go out today?" Yuji didn't expect Wei Qi to prepare this surprise for her and was a bit surprised. But Dad already set up a banquet at the restaurant. Wei Qi said, "Not now, tonight." "Tonight?" Yuji was even more surprised. "Going out late at night." Wei Qi gently pinched her cheek and said, "Don't worry, I'll be here. I can protect you."
Yuji wasn't worried about that.
"Okay, shall we eat first and then go?" Wei Qi smiled and said, "Yes." "Third uncle, third aunt."
Come look.
Dalong and Yao Yao's voices called out. Wei Qi and Yuji went outside and saw Wei Yuan hanging a swing in the yard. The children excitedly gathered around. Wei Yuan looked at Wei Qi and said, "Don't just watch. Come help." Yuji also became interested and urged Wei Yuan to hurry. Wei Qi smiled and walked over. "Now it's perfect. All the kids can play. Make it tighter, third brother." "I want to play too," Wei Man said from the side. Wei Qi glanced at her. "It definitely needs to be tied tightly, or it'll collapse when you sit." Wei Man stomped her foot in anger. "Third brother, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm fat?" "TSK, I didn't mean that." "You do." "Third sister-in-law, you need to control him." Yuji smiled and said, "I want to play too. Make it tight." When Wei Qi heard this, he immediately became serious and tied another knot with the rope. Wei Man huffed and pouted. Suddenly, outside, there was noise. Wei Lao and Wei Taotao's family arrived. Everyone stopped what they were doing and went out to greet them. "Father." "Oh." Father changed clothes. He looked so spirited. Wei Lao's face was bright and full of energy, clearly happy. "My eldest sister made this for me." Wei Taotao looked better too. "The silkworms at home have produced silk. I made some cloth from it for our own use." "That's really good stuff." Wei's mother said, all right, it's about time. Let's go to the restaurant. Don't keep Yu's family waiting." Wei Qi said, "Yes, let's go quickly." The whole family nodded and got into the carriage. Yu Huai and Yu Mu had visited Wei's house before. Wei Mu prepared a big table of delicious food to entertain them, so they took this chance to do the same. The best restaurant in Yong'an County is called Mingsui Tower. Now, it had been reserved by Yu Huai on the top floor, and a large table of fine wine and dishes was waiting for them. "Dear in-laws, I truly appreciate your kindness." After the two families met, they greeted each other with smiles. Yu Huai made a welcoming gesture and said, "No need to be polite, everyone. Please come in." The sign of Mingsui Tower is time, a unique and delicious wine. Yu Huai ordered a jar and poured drinks for all the men present. "Today is a good day, everyone drink more." Wei Qi picked up his cup and sniffed it. "This wine smells wonderful. Then you should have another glass."
Wei Qi politely declined.
"I need to bring fish to celebrate her birthday later, so I should drink less. I can't compete with my father-in-law." Everyone looked at Yuji, and Yao Yao opened her eyes wide. "Third aunt's birthday? Third uncle. Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Yuji quickly said, "It's not a big deal. Now that she's grown up, there's no need to celebrate anymore." Wei Qi said, "We don't have such a rule, right, mother?" Wei's mother hurriedly replied, "Yes, but it's a pity that third brother didn't tell us in advance." Look at me. I have nothing prepared. Yuji said, It's okay, mother. We're all together now. Wei-chi said, No worries. I've already prepared your gift along with mine. Wei's mother asked, Really? Yes. On behalf of the whole family, am celebrating Fish's birthday. Yumu smiled and said, Then this year's birthday will definitely be a very unforgettable one. Yuji smiled softly. The second dish was served, and the first to arrive in front of Yuji was a bowl of longevity noodles. Yumu naturally remembered her daughter's birthday and smiled. Eat up. Fish, you're a year older now. Yuji looked at her parents with gratitude. From now on, every year on my birthday, my parents will celebrate with me. Of course, go ahead and eat. Yuji then glanced at Wei-chi, who smiled at her. Only then did she pick up her chopsticks and start eating little by little. During this meal, Wei-chi didn't drink much alcohol. After eating, he prepared to take Yuji out. Mother, we're leaving now. All right, take care on the way. Mother, we'll try to come back early. No problem. Have fun. Yuji first got into the carriage, and Wei-chi drove the carriage himself, without bringing anyone else. The carriage slowly moved forward toward the outskirts of Yongin City. The meal took some time, and since Wei-chi was driving slowly, by the time they reached the outskirts of the city, it was getting dark. The carriage finally stopped beside a lake. Wei-chi got off the carriage first. Fish, we've arrived. Yuji lifted the curtain of the carriage, took Wei-chi's hand, and slowly stepped down. She looked at the lake with some surprise. Wei-chi smiled and said, Never been here before? This is not the road to Fucheng, it's the path up the mountain, discovered by chance. Very beautiful. Yuji sighed. Under the dark sky, the lake looked like a beautiful gemstone, faintly shining. Yuji leaned forward and noticed a painted boat on the lake. Suddenly, Chao Dashi appeared, smiling as he walked over. Third young master, third madam, everything is ready. Surprised, Yuji looked at Wei-chi. What else have you prepared? Wei-chi smiled silently and said to Chao Dashi, All right, thank you. You can go back and rest. Thank you, third young master. Wei-chi took Yuji to the lakeside and found a small boat. She understood immediately. Are you taking me for a boat ride? Wei-chi clicked his tongue. You scholars always talk so much. Just row the boat, and we'll go for a lake tour. Yuji smiled. This is rowing, but the painted boat over there is for sightseeing on the lake, right?
Sort of, yes, it is.
Yuji smiled and looked around. She hadn't relaxed outside for a while, so today was a rare free day. It felt good to take a break from her busy life. Soon, Wei-chi rowed the boat to the painted boat. It was quite large, and she wondered when he had prepared it. Inside, everything was new: an upper room, a bedroom, all fresh and clean. Sit for a while and have some snacks. On a table inside the upper room, there were all the snacks Yuji liked. She sat down happily. Today is neither too cold nor too hot. It's really nice here, but it seems the moon hasn't come out yet. Not yet, it will be out soon. Wei-chi hurriedly took care of her. Yuji took a bite of the sweet bean cake. How are you so sure? Wei-chi chuckled. He sat with her for a while. After eating 2 pieces of snacks, the moon still hadn't appeared. Suddenly, Wei-chi stood up and went outside. Curious, Yuji asked, Where are you going? The man didn't answer, but reached out his hand after a moment. Yu, come see. Yuji stood up, curious, lifted her skirt, and went outside. 2 stools appeared on the deck. Wei-chi signaled her to sit down. Yuji really didn't understand what he was up to, so she slowly sat down. What exactly are you planning? Wei-chi smiled silently and sat beside her. Look up. Yuji raised her head and looked at the sky. Wei-chi suddenly said, Tonight there is no moon, but there is. Before he finished, the first fireworks exploded in the sky, lighting up the whole night instantly. Yuji saw the bright glow reflected in her eyes, and she froze in surprise. Tonight there is no moon, no peonies, but I have other flowers to give you, Wei-chi smiled. Yuji stared at him blankly, but Wei-chi gently turned her face and said, Focus. It will last a long time. The first firework burst open, followed by the second, then more and more. They lit up the entire sky above the lake. The glow was bright and dazzling. Yuji had seen fireworks before, but never such a grand display. Fireworks just for her. At this moment, it felt like only the two of them existed. The dark sky was fully lit, almost like daytime. This kind of light was brighter than the moon. Yuji was deeply moved by this beautiful scene. When did you prepare this? She had never seen such large fireworks before. Weichi watched the fireworks with her and smiled. My second brother knows a skilled craftsman.
Yes.
I've rarely seen such big fireworks before, she said. Weichi asked, do you like it? Yuji pursed her lips. She had to admit, she liked it very much, so much that she couldn't find the words to describe it. It's not over yet, Weichi suddenly interrupted. Keep watching. Yuji opened her eyes wide in surprise. Was there more? The dazzling light and impact from the fireworks gradually faded from the dark sky, but then lanterns started rising from the surrounding mountains. Slowly, they floated into the air and blended into the peaceful, beautiful scene. Are those lanterns? You call them lanterns where you are. We call them Kongming lanterns here. They're similar, Weichi pointed and smiled. That one is handmade by me, the biggest one with our names written on it. Yuji kept her eyes fixed on it without blinking. The biggest, most beautiful one rose the fastest, but she couldn't see the writing clearly. Did you only write our names? She asked curiously. Weichi looked a little guilty. Not just that, I wrote other things too.
What?
Weichi, rare for him, looked a bit shy. I wrote hope. I hope we stay together happily and forever. Maybe this lantern will float all the way to the moon, and Chang'e will see it and help us. Yuji. Suddenly, she couldn't hold back and chuckled softly. Chang'e doesn't care about this. Weichi. Who cares? Whatever god or immortal is in charge, they have to take care of it. If they don't, I'll cause trouble. Yuji. How will you cause trouble? Can you fly up to heaven? Weichi scratched his head. That's not possible. Maybe I won't offer incense anymore, or after I die, I'll. Before he finished, Yuji suddenly leaned forward and covered his mouth. What are you talking about? Weichi widened his eyes, showing he realized he was wrong. Yuji then let go. Weichi spat 3 or 4 times and smiled apologetically. Sorry, my wife. Yuji snorted. Don't say anything unlucky. Okay. Suddenly, they were very close, breathing almost touching. Weichi looked at her beautiful face, then gently held her wrist and leaned in to kiss her deeply, savoring her sweetness. Yuji was stunned for a moment, but then went along with him. They kissed under the night sky. The sky lanterns floated slowly upward. When the warm light shone on Yuji's cheek, she gently pushed him away. Still want to watch the lanterns? Weichi smiled, released her, and patted her head. Yuji looked at the twinkling stars in the sky. The lanterns seemed to disappear into the heavens, reaching the palace in the sky. Weichi suddenly stood up, went into the boat's cabin, and took out the last lantern. This is the last one. I want to release it with you. Yuji's eyes lit up.
She was just about to say something.
I also want to write words. Weichi smiled, already prepared. Holding a brush, Yuji sincerely wrote many words. Weichi leaned closer. Besides their names, she wrote the names of everyone in both families, densely packed. Yuji was very focused.
So many?
Aren't the gods exhausted?
Sure. Don't say that.
Weichi immediately shut his mouth. After she finished writing, her wrist was a bit sore. She rubbed it and put down the brush. Okay, let's release it together. Weichi smiled and nodded. He stood up. Facing each other, they lit the lantern and slowly let go, watching it rise into the sky. Yuji's gaze never left it, inch by inch. Weichi suddenly reached out and hugged her. Yuji leaned on his shoulder, and they both looked up at the sky. Yuji curled up in Weichi's arms and said, I'm very happy. Actually, I would be happy even if you didn't do these things. But now I feel even happier. Weichi laughed loudly. Every year, there will be even better times. Yuji looked at the lantern and softly nodded. Perhaps there really are gods in the sky watching over us, Yuji thought. On the way back, it was almost midnight. Yu Ji, very tired, leaned on Wei Qi's shoulder and fell asleep. Wei Qi carried her into the courtyard. Zhang Chun and Qi Xia came to greet them quietly, saying, "Third master." Wei Qi shook his head, and they didn't go further. He gently laid her on the bed, carefully looked at her face for a while, then turned and left the room. "Third master, are you going out again?" Wei Qi nodded. "No need to wake you. I will be back before noon." The fireworks on the outskirts of the city attracted many people's attention, and many looked over curiously, including Pei Zihui's men. Pei Zihui now lived in the government office. At first, Fei Ying thought something was wrong and quickly reported it. Later, after learning it was fireworks, he relaxed. "Sir, should I send someone to check the surroundings to prevent a fire?" Now, the responsibilities in Suizhou and Suzhou were on their own masters, and Fei Ying also felt that their master was very busy. Unexpectedly, Pei Zihui didn't look up and said, "It's fine." He knew very well what day it was and why these fireworks were there. He understood even better. Pei Zihui put down his brush, sealed the letter in his hand, and handed it to Fei Ying. "Urgent delivery. Send it to the capital immediately." Fei Ying received the order. "Yes, sir." Yu Ji slept until around noon. Wei Qi had not returned yet. She was in good spirits, so she asked Zhang Chun and Qi Xia to bring out ink and paint, preparing to draw. Zhang Chun smiled and asked, "It seems Miss had a great birthday last night, and today she's in the mood to paint." Yu Ji smiled but said nothing, clearly feeling the same. She sat at her desk, slowly grinding ink, then suddenly asked, "Did Wei Qi say when he would come back?" "Third master said he would return at noon to have lunch with you." Yu Ji nodded happily. Wei Qi was probably at Uncle Li's place now. When he returned, she planned to ask about moving. The paper and brushes were ready, and Yu Ji began to paint. She wanted to record the unforgettable scene from last night, so she was very focused on her drawing at the desk, even unaware that her mother came over. "What is Yu Ji drawing?" "Mother." Yu Ji looked up happily. Yu's mother came over, looked at the painting on the table, and said, "So you went boating last night?" Yu Ji felt a bit shy. He planned it in advance, and I was completely kept in the dark. Yu's mother smiled. "But I see you're quite happy, which shows your son-in-law is thoughtful." "Mother, don't tease me." Yu's mother said, "Silly child. I'm just happy for you. Today, your father wants to ask when you plan to move back." Yu Ji had been staying at Song's house for over half a month. Now that Wei's house was repaired, it was time to think about returning. Let's see how Wei Qi arranges it. I'll ask him at noon. Since we're all in the county town, I can come back any time to see you if I want. Yu's mother nodded with a smile. "Yes, in a few days your older brother and sister-in-law might come back, and then it will truly be a family reunion." Yu Ji had been thinking about this too. After hearing her mother, she felt even happier. "Third master is back." Qi Xia's voice came from outside. Yu's mother stood up and said, "Your son-in-law is back. You two should discuss what to do. I'll go first." As she spoke, Wei Qi strode in confidently. "Mother-in-law, why are you leaving so soon after arriving?" "Thinking you and your wife have some private talk," Yu's mother joked. Wei Qi was dressed in armor, looking heroic. "Mother-in-law, you're joking. We do have things to talk about, but nothing you can't hear." Yu Ji's face turned red, and Yu's mother laughed at his teasing. "All right, let's have dinner together tonight. I'll go find your father now. He tends to forget lunch when he's busy. Mother, take care on your way." Yu Ji and Wei Qi saw her off at the door. After she left, Wei Qi hurried inside and looked at her painting in the study. Yu Ji blushed and quickly moved to put the painting away, pretending to hide it. "I haven't finished it yet. Don't look." Wei Qi smiled. "Isn't it pretty? Almost done. But why are you so young in this?" Yu Ji hesitated. "I like the mood of this painting. Last night, what impressed me most were the fireworks and lanterns. We don't need to make it too obvious." Wei Qi said, "But in my eyes, I only see you." His words made Yu Ji feel her face heat up again. "Just finish this one first. I'll paint a close-up another day." Yu Ji slowly packed up the painting. Wei Qi understood and grinned, clearly happy that his wife was so pleased last night. Wash your hands and come eat. Yuji still felt a bit shy, avoiding the man's gaze. Chi Xia and Zhan Chun brought lunch. As the weather warmed, they ate refreshing cold noodles. Yuji had a good appetite and ate half a small bowl more. Did your mother-in-law really come just now? Was there nothing else? Wei Qi asked. Yuji replied, I almost forgot. Mother asked when we planned to move back. Wei Qi said, no rush, take your time. Still, it's better to do it soon. Otherwise, with such a big house, my parents might feel empty living there. How about tomorrow or the day after? Wei Qi nodded, okay. Mother will definitely be happy. After thinking for a moment, Wei Qi added, then let's do it the day after tomorrow. I heard the Zhou family is coming to propose. It will be lively. Yu Xi's eyes lit up. Is it confirmed now? Yes, it's confirmed. That's great. Such good news. I need to prepare a big gift for Man. Wei Qi smiled. Don't spend too much. Just give whatever is appropriate. That's none of your business. After finishing their family talk, Yuji asked about his work. She learned that Wei Yuan had resigned from his official position that morning. Yuji was silent for a moment. Second brother is capable in the army. It's really a pity he's been under Wang Xiuji all these years. Wei Qi said, Wang Xiuji isn't doing well either. Once the army removes him, I'll find someone to deal with him. Can they really remove him? That was what Yuji wanted to ask. Wei Qi curled his lips. Peng Qi has made his move. Wang Xiuji colluded with bandits, embezzled, and took bribes. The court will definitely hold him accountable. Yuji felt relieved. Then it should be fine. Even if his backing is strong, I will deal with him. I'll secretly find a few people to break his leg, no big problem. Yuji said nothing, clearly agreeing. After lunch, Wei Qi suggested, want to go out for a walk? Yuji shook her head. Too lazy to move.
Wei Qi frowned.
What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? Yuji smiled. Nothing serious. My morning sickness isn't that bad anymore. I just get sleepy easily. Then let's go for a walk. Look at the flowers in the garden. I'll go with you. Yuji couldn't refuse, so she followed Wei Qi out for a stroll. Wei Qi held an umbrella over her, and they wandered in the garden. Wei Qi looked at her worriedly. You're always so tired. That's not good. If it gets worse, I'll ask Uncle Lee to give you some medicine. Yuji smiled. Really, I'm fine. I just want to take a walk. After we move back, my sister-in-law and Man will keep me company. Wei Qi didn't say anything but stayed close to his wife. Soon, a young servant came and said, Third young master. The master requests you in the study. Yuji hurriedly said, You should go quickly. Wei Qi gently squeezed her hand and said, Wait for me. I'll be back soon. Okay, I understand. I'll go back to paint. Chi Xia and Zhan Chun stepped forward to take the sunshade and escorted Yuji home. Wei Qi strode quickly to the study. Wei Yuan Du Yi and Li Yuanzhou were all there. Father-in-law. Yu Huai said, Third brother has arrived? You called me here to discuss taking the belongings from the Gu family and also about Blackwind Village. We've already taken it, so I want to hear your thoughts on what to do next. Wei Qi lowered his eyes. Now Yu, Li, and Qin families are obvious allies. Since Blackwind Village has been captured, it's best to strengthen our forces in that valley. Wei Qi directly said, My old horse farm still has people, and I can bring them over. Blackwind Village is bigger, so my second brother and I will take turns going there. We'll recruit more people and raise fine horses. Yu Huai also agreed. My Yu family has 300 or 400 soldiers. With Uncle Li and Uncle Chen's men, I plan to have all of them under your command. Wei Qi was a bit surprised and suddenly felt the weight of his responsibilities grow heavier. On the 5th day of May, Wei Qi took Yuji back to Wei's house. The Wei residence was fully furnished, so it didn't take much effort. Zhan Chun and Chi Xia came along, and the house quickly became lively. Wei's mother paced around the yard and finally decided, I think I should clear this piece of land and plant vegetables. I can't stand doing nothing all day. Lu Shi also said, That's a good idea. I'll help my mother. Lu Shi and Wei Yuan's yard was on the west side. Although he's sure and Wei Yong didn't come often, they also built a grand house in the southwest. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were both restless. Just as Wei Qi returned with Yu Ji, Wei's mother called out loudly, "Third brother, do you have time to help mother clear some land? We want to plant a vegetable garden." Wei Qi turned without replying, "No time. I still need to take care of Fish's peony," Yu Ji said. Wei's mother snorted, "I was just asking." Wei Qi hurried to help his wife into the house. Yu Ji said, "You really are too much. Stop saying that." Wei Qi replied, "Mother is joking. That small piece of land can be tilled with 2 shovels. I don't need to do it." Yu Ji laughed, "All right, I'm just saying I'm the most useless, okay?" Wei Qi clicked his tongue. No wonder people say that women become more sensitive after pregnancy. It seems to be true.
Why?
Are you upset? Yu Ji leaned softly against the window seat, deliberately smiling as she asked. "No way, if you do a little more, I will like it too. Here, eat a fresh apricot." Wei Qi hands over a plate of yellow apricots, and Yu Ji's eyes immediately brighten. She salivates, just wanting to eat this. It's very sweet, not sour. Of course, if you want to eat more, I can bring some back in a few days. Yu Ji really likes this and eats 2 in a row. I also want to eat cherries. They should be ripe soon. Okay. Wei Qi tidies up their room and then turns to leave. Wei Mu is already working the land, and Wei Qi walks over to take the. Wei Mu laughs. "Aren't you taking care of your wife's flowers?" Wei Qi also laughs. "I've finished taking care of them, but I can't ignore my mother. Man is eating apricots nearby. Third brother, you should become a bricklayer. Serving water and mixing mud is really your thing. You don't know anything. Man snorts. You just swear in front of us all the time. If you have the guts, say it in front of third sister-in-law." Wei Qi ignores her and just says, "Tomorrow, the Zhou family will come to propose marriage. Your sister-in-law has prepared a big gift for you. Do you want to refuse it?" Hearing this, Man stops eating apricots and immediately runs to find Yu Ji. Third sister-in-law is the best. Only the mother and son are left in the yard. Wei Mu suddenly asks, "I heard your second brother say you're leaving the day after tomorrow. Are you going to look for some stolen goods?"
Yes.
Now you and your second brother are doing big things. Mom can't help much, but be careful in everything. I understand, Mom. Don't worry. By the way, I discussed with father-in-law yesterday. The village's horse farm will be handed over to the village chief gradually. Shengling village also needs to train its own people. The people I bring may all be assigned here. Big brother might move back then. This touches Wei Mu's heart. That's good. Do you know when? Not sure, at least a few months. It's not easy to reorganize the workforce. Wei Mu says as long as there's hope. Otherwise, your eldest brother alone in the old house worries me. De Wang and Yao Yao are here too. It won't be long before it becomes a problem. I've already thought it through. As long as the whole family is together, even if the old house is abandoned, it's okay. After all, my sons are capable. Staying with you all is a blessing. Wei Qi's forehead beads sweat, and he smiles. That's the truth. All right, I'll handle the rest. You go spend time with your wife. Wei Qi wipes his sweat. It's okay, just a few moments. But, Mom, I have to go out again. I feel like Yu didn't have much energy when she was pregnant. She's at home, so you need to take care of her. Okay, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of her. Mrs. Liu called out at the kitchen door. Dinner is ready. Wei Qi put down his, and Wei Yuan just arrived home. On the first night in the new house, Wei Qi smoked the yard inside and out before sleeping to keep away mosquitoes. Yu Ji took a short nap during the day and now feels more awake. She couldn't sleep on the wide bed, so she kept her eyes open, waiting for Wei Qi to come back. Wei Qi turned off the lights after closing the door, then climbed onto the bed and reached out to hold her. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Yu Ji instinctively curled up in his arms. A little. Tell me a story. This stumped Wei Qi. He hadn't had time to read lately and had forgotten most of what he knew. But since his wife asked, he tried his best. How about I tell you a story from a military book? Yu Ji shook her head. Never mind, I don't want to hear it.
Then I.
Never mind, just forget it. Wei Qi obediently kept quiet, letting his spoiled wife boss him around. Tell me about when you were a kid. Wei Qi scratched his head. As a kid? What could I have done? He spent his days running around the mountains like a monkey, playing wildly and not staying at home, then getting scolded by his parents when he returned. Wei Qi didn't understand and was about to speak when Yu Ji asked again, "You got married at 20, and folks in the village were already talking about marriage at 16 or 17. Didn't you like any girl?" Wei Qi. Oh, so she was waiting for an answer. He thought for a moment and said, "No, I was always running in the mountains. I didn't see many girls, let alone have a favorite." You're lying. You just say nice things. Really? Wei Qi felt wronged. In his memory, he truly had no girl he liked. Yu Ji smiled. Go to sleep. She wasn't really asking. She just couldn't sleep and wanted to talk casually. Anything was fine. Most importantly, she felt that since she was pregnant, her thoughts had become more sensitive and delicate than before. Wei Qi was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned over. If I can't sleep, I won't. Yu Ji looked at him curiously. Then what are you doing? Wei Qi suddenly picked her up. I asked the doctor, and after pregnancy, I should help you relax your mind. Yu Ji's sleepwear was suddenly pulled down, and she opened her eyes wide, her face flushing bright red. What are you talking nonsense about? Wei Qi gently kissed her neck and said softly, Sorry, I've been so busy lately that I haven't taken good care of you. Don't worry, Yu, I know my limits. Yu Ji knew that intimacy during pregnancy wasn't dangerous, and Wei Qi wouldn't really do anything harmful. It was just the feeling. She let out a soft moan, realizing she couldn't focus on anything else. Wei Qi moved downward, and Yu Ji suddenly held his head. Wei Qi took a breath and said, I've wanted to do this for a while. It's a bit awkward over there, so it's better to come back. Yu Ji blushed and playfully hit his shoulder, but he held her wrist gently. Be gentle. I'll be leaving again in a few days. After 5 months, it will be better. I can make you even more comfortable. Yu Ji tried to cover his mouth, but he shamelessly bit her finger. He kissed each finger softly. She closed her eyes, making soft sounds of both pleasure and longing. Wei Qi felt the same. Telling stories wasn't fun. Real actions were better. Today, the people of Yomen County suddenly noticed that Wei's family in Sweetwater Alley was preparing for a wedding. Early in the morning, the house was busy setting up decorations and hanging red banners. An aunt passing by saw this and smiled, saying, Oh, is today the day for the engagement? Is this your daughter? Wei's mother smiled warmly. Yes, come in and sit. Have some water? Yes, I'll stay and drink here. Hope it brings good luck. According to Yomen County's tradition, when a family has a celebration, they set out tea and red eggs at the door. Passers-by who wish to say lucky words are invited to eat an egg and drink tea. After the aunt finished her tea, and he brought out more eggs. Wei's mother quickly said, Take them. All right. I won't be polite then. The Zhou family came to propose marriage, and Wei's family was all gathered. Everyone was busy inside, dressed in new clothes. And he had started early, and Yu Ji also changed into a new outfit. She was sitting in front of the mirror, getting ready. Can you hurry up? Big brother and second brother are outside. She turned to urge Wei Qi, only to see him slowly tying his belt. Wei Qi smiled. Why rush? We're not the main characters. Yu Ji said, but we shouldn't lose our manners. Wei Qi finished dressing and walked over smiling. All right, I'll do as you say. It's not a big deal. Everyone here is familiar. Yu Ji ignored him, just glaring. Wei Qi shut his mouth, took his wife's hand, and headed outside. In the yard, Wei's mother was preparing 7 or 8 tables of food. Mother, are we still having a feast today? Mother Wei glared at him. You let the people come to the wedding with empty stomachs? Is that proper? Yes. Yu Ji said, I'll go see Man. Wei Tao and Lu Shi said, we'll go too. Today, Wei Man is the main focus. She was inside the room getting ready when she saw her sisters-in-law and eldest sister arrive. Her face turned red as she called out to them. Lu Shi smiled and said, Today, little sister-in-law looks really beautiful. Yu Ji stepped forward. Let me help you with your makeup? Wei Man naturally smiled and said, third sister-in-law is so good at this. Please, third sister-in-law. Everyone gathered around. Yuji carefully helped her draw her eyebrows and used a small brush to delicately paint a flower-shaped decoration on her forehead, making her look lively and radiant. Wow, sister-in-law, your touch is different from before. Wei Taotao praised. Lu Shi also looked at her closely and said, she looks very beautiful, truly beautiful. Wei Man looked at herself in the mirror, a little surprised. Is that really me? Of course it is. Who else could it be? Everyone laughed. Wei Man touched her face and said, I never thought I could look this good. Yuji said, you've always been pretty. Suddenly, firecrackers went off outside the courtyard, and the Zhou family arrived. Lu Shi hurriedly said, they're here pretty quickly. I'll go help the eldest sister-in-law. Wei Man also became nervous. Wei Taotao comforted her, don't be nervous, little sister. Just show your face when they come for the wedding. Wei Man nodded. Wei Taotao and Yuji also went outside. The Zhou family's procession was quite grand. A long line of people carried boxes and played joyful music, stretching from the alley entrance to the end of the street. It was crowded and lively, attracting many villagers who peeked out to watch. Village chief Zhou rode a horse, and the matchmaker looked happy. She hurriedly ran inside and announced, the Zhou family from Qinglu village is here to propose marriage. They want to marry Wei's second daughter. Please give us your reply, host family. Wei Laohan and Wei's mother were already sitting in the yard, looking happy and exchanging glances. They both called out loudly, we accept the proposal. The matchmaker shouted loudly, and a series of firecrackers went off at the door. The people carrying boxes at the entrance gradually set them down, one box after another, dazzling everyone. Boxes kept coming in, and soon the Wei family's yard was almost full of them. The matchmaker smiled and said, great news, host family. The Zhou family is very interested in our girl. They brought a total of 68 carts of betrothal gifts, and the bride price is 168 taels of silver. The wedding gift was very sincere, and the Wei family had nothing to complain about. All right. Thank you all for coming today to support the Wei family. We have prepared some simple food. Please take a seat. The groom's side was represented by village chief Zhou. Old Mr. Wei personally welcomed the guests inside. Both families were happy. Wei Man came out to greet the elders and then returned to her room. At this point, the banquet officially began. Wei Qi brought Yuji to sit down, and everyone was cheerful. Old Mr. Wei said, today is a happy day for our family. We have prepared some light wine. Everyone, please don't be polite. Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Wei Qi also led Yuji to sit down. Yuji whispered, it seems mother is really happy today. The food is so abundant. Wei Qi chuckled, yes. Fish and other dishes. Today I will drink less. Do you want to try some sweet wine? It's okay if you don't drink much. Yuji shook her head, I'll just have soup. Please serve me a bowl. Wei Qi agreed. The feast continued until late afternoon, and as guests left, the Wei family gradually went back to their rooms. Yuji was already a bit tired and went to rest in her room. When Wei Qi returned, it was already late. Zhang Chun stepped forward and said, Third master, Miss has prepared some hangover soup for you. She said you should drink it. Wei Qi had to leave early the next morning to retrieve the unjust wealth from the Ge family, so he probably wouldn't return for a few days. He nodded and went to the bathing room first. After drinking the hangover soup and washing up, he returned to his room. Yuji was reading a book by the bed. You're back? Wei Qi asked. Why not turn on a couple more lamps? Aren't your eyes tired? Not much. I just looked for a little while. Yuji closed her book and moved closer inside. Wei Qi sat down. Go to sleep? She asked. What time will you get up tomorrow? At the third watch. Yuji was surprised. Then rest quickly. Wei Qi said, Not yet. I have something for you. Suddenly, he pulled out a thin object from his sleeve, leaned forward, and grabbed Yuji's ankle.
What?
Yuji was startled, and in the next moment, she felt a cool, icy thing tied around her ankle. Wei Qi suddenly said, "Your birthday didn't come up last time, so today is just right." Under the dim yellow light, Yuji saw it was a gold anklet. Wei Qi's thumb gently stroked it. "Today is the day of the Zhou family's engagement, but I also remember it's our first wedding anniversary." Yuji froze. "Really?" Wei Qi's voice was hoarse. "I had a skilled craftsman design this chain. Once you wear it, you can't take it off." Yuji immediately reached out to try to remove it. It was true.
You.
She was a bit confused by Wei Qi's action. In the next moment, Wei Qi leaned in and hugged her, with a hint of jealousy in his tone. "It's not removable. This is different from a hairpin." The next morning, Wei Qi set out to retrieve the belongings from the Ge family. Although on the surface it was just about collecting valuables, there were hidden dangers lurking, and unexpected conflicts might happen. Most importantly, with so many treasures, it was too flashy and likely to attract attention. Wei Yuan and Wei Qi took about 300 people and headed into the deep mountains where the Ge family's hidden treasures were kept. When Yuji woke up, Wei Qi had already left. "Miss, you're awake? Should I bring breakfast to your room, or you want to go out to eat?" Yuji asked. "What time is it? Have my parents eaten yet?" "It's already 1 hour past the morning, and they've already eaten." "Then bring it in." Qi Xia went to the kitchen to bring the food, and John Chun helped Yuji wash up. "Miss, the bird's nest is ready. Would you like to drink some later?" Third Master reminded the servants several times to take good care of you before he left. Yuji smiled. "He's just too worried." John Chun smiled. "That's because Third Master cares about you." Yuji brushed her hair and said, "All right, also prepare the tonic. I really feel a bit low on energy." "Okay." After washing up and having breakfast, she was about to go to the main courtyard, but when she arrived, the Yu family members had also come. "Miss." It was Song's household steward, looking anxious. "Miss, the eldest brother has returned." Yuji's eyes widened suddenly. Zhan Chun and Qixia looked at each other excitedly. "Really? Has he arrived?" "Yes. Madam asked me to come and fetch you back." Wei Mu hurriedly said, "Little fish, this is a great thing. Hurry and go see him." Yuji was also very excited. "Father, Mother, I'll go back first and come back later." "No rush, no rush. Fourth brother, send off your third sister-in-law." Wei Hai also returned home. Hearing this, he immediately stood up. "Third sister-in-law, I'll see you off." Yuji nodded, ignoring everything else, and hurriedly went to the courtyard gate and got into the carriage. If Big Brother really returned, Yuji's breathing became rapid. Song's residence. Yumu was crying softly, tears falling steadily. Inside the main room, Yu Huai and Qinshin looked at the couple in front of them with complicated feelings. It should have been a happy reunion scene, but everyone felt very heavy-hearted. Yu Jiqiang smiled bitterly and held his mother's hand. "Child, isn't he already back? Why are you still crying so sadly?" At this moment, Chenmu hurried in, stumbling. When the Qin family had an incident before, Qin Shun hid his wife in the countryside. Only recently, as things gradually settled, he sent someone to bring her back. Traveling was tiring, and it just happened today. When Chunmu saw Qin Wan, she nearly fainted.
"Wana?
"You are Wana?" The woman at the table suddenly stood up, tears in her eyes. "Mother!" Chenmu cried out and rushed forward to hug her. "My poor Waner.
Why?
Why are you like this?" The woman in front of them, dressed as a farmer, had once smooth skin now dry and rough. She was thin and gaunt, with a yellowish face. Yuji was not much better. His eye sockets were deep, and he looked like he was in his early 30s. How could these two mothers not cry? Yumu's tears kept flowing. The two fathers also looked distressed, but suppressed their feelings. They stood up, approached their children, and said in a deep voice, "All right, no matter what, we've endured hardships and now we're finally together again." "Father, is Big Brother back?" Yuji's voice came from outside the door. Yuji and Chinwon both turned around in shock. At the same time, Yantai had just finished school and ran over quickly. "Big Brother?" Yuji, holding up his skirt, entered the room and stared in disbelief at the person in front of him. Yuji moved his dry lips. Little sister? Big brother. Yentai rushed forward first, throwing herself into Yuji's arms. Yuji looked down. Yentai, you're alive. Tears also fell from Yuji's eyes. He looked at Chunwon beside him and choked out, Big sister. Chunwon wiped her tears. That's wonderful. Your big brother has been thinking of you day and night. I didn't expect. Yentai hugged Yuji tightly and wouldn't let go. Yuji also came over, and the brother who loved him most reached out to hold his sister in his arms. The whole family was crying together, their emotions overwhelming. Yu Huai's eyes turned red too. You and Yentai are here. Now that you're back, our family is truly reunited. Yuji calmed down a little, looked up from his brother's arms, and Yuji also steadied himself. This is truly an unexpected joy.
Yuji's nose was red.
Big brother has suffered, and big sister-in-law too. Yuji smiled and gently patted her head. It's all in the past. Don't worry. Yuji felt sad and couldn't find the right words to say. Your younger sister is now married and pregnant. Things will get better soon. Yuji's eyes widened, and he took a step back to carefully look at his sister. Finally, he showed a relieved smile. You really have grown up. I missed so many important moments of yours. His words made Yuji feel a bit sad and almost cry. Mother Chen was still overwhelmed. Father Chen comforted his wife. All right, both children are tired from the journey. Let's eat first, then let them rest well. Hui Huai also said, the yard is all tidied up. Stay here for now, Brother Chen. You too. Good, I'll leave it to Brother Hui. Later, Brother Yuanzhou will come too. We'll all gather together. Hui Huai patted his eldest son's shoulder. Your sister's husband has gone to handle some affairs. He might not return for 10 days. When he does, I'll introduce you to him. Yuji nodded and looked at his sister again.
All right.
Yuji wiped her tears. I'll stay here tonight too. Mother Chen naturally said, that's good, and gently wiped her daughter's tears. You're pregnant. Don't be too upset. It's all good news, all good news. Yuji forced a small smile. At the dinner table, the atmosphere gradually eased. Yuji took the initiative to ask about the current situation in Yongin County. After learning the details, he looked serious. It seems Uncle Lee was right to be cautious. Things here are much better than outside. As far as I know, apart from the northern border, the situation in Shuzhou isn't very good. Shuzhou is also in chaos?
Aoi smiled.
The court is incompetent. There's Kingin in the north, but don't forget, Shuzhou is under the control of the Wu King. He's weak, but some of his subordinates have wild ambitions. Plus, concubine Liu is still in the palace. His words made everyone tense up. So, it looks like Suzhou is still a safe place. Yes, but we don't know how long that will last. After Hui Huai finished speaking, a carriage and horses rushed outside the Song residence. Li Yuanzhou hurriedly got off the carriage and strode inside. He had never been so flustered before. Even the servants were shocked. Yuanzhou. Hui Huai stood up in surprise. Li Yuanzhou looked very upset. Imperial Secret Report, the Emperor has fallen. This was undoubtedly a heavy to the already troubled Great Zhou dynasty. Li Yuanzhou hurried to the palace today because he received a secret report. The news had not yet spread, but he knew that various factions must have already learned about it. Everyone was very shocked, but after the initial surprise, it seemed expected. The emperor had been secretly practicing Taoism for over 10 years, taking countless cinnabar pills, and now he was nearing the end of his life. It was only a matter of time. However, no one dared to say this aloud. Li Yuanzhou said, I have received news from Prince N, telling me to go to a meeting about government affairs within 3 days. Brothers Yu and Chun, you must come with me. Yu Huai and Chen Shan exchanged looks, as if they had already guessed something. All right, shall we leave today? Yes, no time to delay. Good. After Li Yuanzhou finished speaking, he noticed Yuji. Yuji immediately bowed. Uncle. Li Yuanzhou's expression softened with kindness and warmth. I'm glad you're back. Now you can help ease your father's worries.
Yes.
Suddenly, Yuji asked, How long will it take for this news to spread among the people? Probably no more than 10 days.
Then,
Does what Uncle just said about various factions include nearby refugees and bandits? In turbulent times, those eager to take advantage of the chaos were not only noble families, but also heroes and bandits. Yuji asked this because she suspected that Wei Qi's trip to seize the Gu family's property might already be attracting many eyes. Li Yuanzhou understood her concern and replied, "Don't worry. I trust Wei Qi, not to mention he has brought 300 elite soldiers. Even if the news spreads, it won't be so fast." Yuji nodded softly and responded quietly. Since Li Yuanzhou already knew this news, Pei Zihui naturally was not an exception. He sat in his study, staring at the secret report for a long time, lost in thought. In the study were several others, all showing anxious and worried expressions. "Master, Prince An must have already heard about this. He might start a rebellion at any moment. And Wu Wang of Shuzhou, I think he's not a simple man either. Master, the old master means you should return to the capital immediately." Pei Zihui listened to the chatter around him, then suddenly pressed his lips together. No need to say more. Among these people were members of the Pei family and Pei Zihui's subordinates. "Eagle, what's the recent movement of Prince An? That side has always been well fortified, very hard to investigate." Pei Zihui and Wei Qi? Eagle hesitated briefly. "He has already set out." Pei Zihui suddenly said, "Go Wei is a court official. I need to bring him back to the capital. As for King An, I was already assigned on this trip. If I return now, how will the court see me?" "But, sir, Empress Dowager has already supported the crown prince as the new ruler. The court is in turmoil, but the Pei family's position remains stable. You don't need to risk yourself." Pei Zihui raised his hand. "No need to say more. My mind is made up." Fei lowered his gaze and held back what he wanted to say. After they left, someone sighed and asked, "Fei guard, what do you think the master is really thinking?" Fei replied, "In the north, there's King An. Now, a Wu king has appeared in the central plains. The new emperor's position isn't secure. The empress is surnamed Pei, and the Pei family will do their best to support the rightful ruler. If the master can make a difference this time, he will help the empress. That's good for the Pei family." "Yeah, I understand the reason, but it's too risky. King An is watching closely and has gathered several clans. The master wants to make achievements, but others might see him as young and easy to bully." Fei understood this too. He glanced at the study and sighed. "Forget it. I trust the master. He has his own judgment." At the Song residence, Yuji and Chunwon had settled in at home. Both of them had suffered quite a bit this time. Chunwon was taking a bath, and there were many faint scars on her back. Just after she finished bathing, Yuji came in. Chunwon quickly changed her clothes and went out. Yuji smiled as he entered. "Big sister-in-law. Little sister has arrived." Yuji took her hand, and they sat down together. They had always been very close, but during the day when many people were around, they rarely had a chance to talk privately. Yuji sighed emotionally. "Big sister-in-law has lost a lot of weight." Chunwon smiled. "Of course, I can't compare to before. You look quite well, and your brother and I can rest assured." Yuji's gaze fell on some scars on her wrist and arm. Chunwon saw this and immediately covered them with her sleeve. Yuji felt sad and handed her a box. "Big sister-in-law, I have some scar-removing ointment. Use it first. Don't lose heart. I will develop more and better ointments to help you." Chunwon was touched and took it. "This afternoon, I heard my mother say you are studying medicine now." "Yes, but I just started. I'm not skilled yet." "That's great. Having ambition is a good thing. I won't be polite anymore." Yuji nodded happily. Chunwon looked at her belly and smiled, saying, "I was in such a hurry when I returned that I didn't prepare anything for you. I didn't expect you to already be married and expecting a baby. But it's good that we still have many days to spend together. I'll make up for the gifts one by one." Yuji replied, "It's all small matters. The best gift is that you and big brother and sister-in-law are safe and sound." After speaking, Yuji saw Yuji walk in. Little sister has arrived. Yu Ji quickly stood up. Big brother. Yu Ji smiled. Just sit down. Chun Wan asked, did you have supper at your father's place? Are you still hungry? Yu Ji shook his head. No, I am going to the study. You two should have a good talk. Yu Ji hurriedly said, Big brother, rest early. I will be leaving soon. Yu Ji paused, then looked at his sister. It's a pity that brother-in-law isn't here these days. When he returns, we will gather again. If you have free time, come often. Of course. I just hope big brother and sister-in-law won't bother me, Yu Ji said with a smile. Yu Ji rubbed her head. How could they? Yu Ji's main reason for coming was to deliver medicine, lots of external ointments and internal supplements. She was worried sick. When they left, the couple accompanied her to the courtyard gate, instructing a servant to her back. Inside, everything was peaceful again. Chun Wan turned to go make the bed, but was suddenly embraced from behind by Yu Ji. She stiffened, but Yu Ji gently kissed the scar on her back. You're back. Everything is over now. Chun Wan's eyes shimmered with tears, and she slowly nodded. Wei Qi and Wei Yuan had set out 3 days ago. On the evening of the third day, they finally followed the map into the valley of Baiping Mountain. Wei Qi led the way and suddenly exclaimed, Hey, why have I been here before? Wei Yuan was surprised. When did you come here? Wei Qi immediately took out the map. Look, second brother. This is the same mountain range as Baoping Mountain, which belongs to our treasure bottle mountain. I definitely came here before. Behind Hualing Village, the mountain range of Baoping Mountain stretches for dozens of peaks. It seems that, after all, they are connected in a big loop. Their third brother used to run wild in the mountains like a wild monkey, so he might have accidentally come here before. Wei Qi suddenly burst out laughing. It's really true, searching high and low, only to find it right here. Come on, let's go into the mountain. When they reached the familiar place, Wei Qi was much more confident. With the help of the map, he quickly entered the mountain's core. How is this an ancient tomb? Chao Dashishi noticed and muttered. Wei Qi and Wei Yuan also noticed. Wei Qi said, These high officials and nobles don't just like hiding valuable things in tombs to hide from others. Third master. Be careful. I heard there are many traps inside the tomb. Xiao Ping'an said, Let me go, third master. I have experience entering tombs before. Wei Qi looked at him in surprise. I didn't realize you had that skill. I'm just looking for a meal. Xiao Ping'an stepped forward, checked the entrance, and confirmed the location. It should be here.
Wei Qi nodded.
All right, let's get started. A large group of people gathered, waiting for Xiao Ping'an's command. It was already dark. Wei Qi looked up at the moonlight. If everything went smoothly, they could retrieve the items by dawn. In 3 days, they should return home. At the Song residence, Yu Ji couldn't sleep after returning from her older brother and sister-in-law's place, so she picked up a medical book to read. She wanted to develop 2 new medicines for her sister-in-law and brother. Go to sleep first. You don't need to wait for me, Yu Ji told Qi Xia and Zhan Chun. Last night, Qi Xia stayed up to keep watch. Zhan Chun smiled and said, I'm not tired. I'll stay with the young lady. I haven't finished her last painting yet. Yu Ji remembered. Show me. She had finished several beautiful landscape paintings, and now only the 2 of her and Wei Qi remained. At first, she had no inspiration, but after thinking for a while, she decided to paint a scene of the 2 facing each other and releasing a Kongming lantern. She initially planned to just sketch casually, but thinking about Wei Qi possibly complaining, she found it hard to start. It took her 3 days just to outline the drawing. It still wasn't finished. Zhan Chun happily took the drawing over. Yu Ji looked at it carefully several times and decided to finish the sketch tonight. Under the moonlight, she and Wei Qi stood face to face on a boat, holding a Kongming lantern and gazing at each other. Zhan Chun had already guessed where the third master took the young lady that night. He smiled and said, although third master looks carefree, sometimes he's gentle and thoughtful. Not everyone could think of such a gift. Yu Ji also smiled. That night left a deep impression on her. The birthday gift from Wei Qi truly touched her heart. She was eager to record this night in her drawings. Inside the house was quiet and peaceful. Zhan Chun sat with Yu Ji at the desk for a long time. Inside by Ping Mountain, the tomb passage had been cleared. Wei Qi and Wei Yuan carried torches and entered. The narrow tomb passage could only fit one person at a time. The group moved closely together, lighting up the dark corridor as bright as daylight. Third master, second master, this place is really creepy. Is the Gu family not rich? Otherwise, how did they get this thing inside? It's so difficult. The tomb passage is usually narrow. Once inside, it's fine. Be careful and watch your step. Wei Qi held a torch and led the way. But after he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that no one responded behind him. He took a few more steps forward before turning around sharply. To his surprise, he found no one there anymore. Wei Qi froze suddenly. Second brother? Big stone? Behind him was only a stone wall, and his echo echoed in the cold tomb corridor. Wei Qi frowned tightly and quickly pulled out a map. Among the dense patterns, they disappeared right after entering this tomb passage. A cold feeling spread in Wei Qi's heart, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Pei residence. Night had fallen deeply. Pei Zihue was still sitting at his desk. In front of him were maps of all the mountains and ancient tombs in Suzhou and Suzhou, treasures of the Pei family from Hedong. A shadow flickered outside the window, slipping in quietly. Master, they've already gone inside. Pei Zihue nodded softly, the lantern flickering. Why would the court let the Gu family's secret slip away? It's better not to be overconfident. Pei Zihue. Any suspicions there? None so far. Pei Zihue nodded again, understood.
You may leave now.
Yes. The shadow silently withdrew. Flying Eagle. A moment later, Flying Eagle entered. Take this to Song's house and give it to young Master Yu. Flying Eagle took the item and looked down at it. Isn't this Pei family's secret medicine? Yes, just deliver it. Flying Eagle sighed inwardly. Understood. I'll do as told. Pei Zihue heard his sigh, but paid no attention, only gripping the pen slightly tighter with his fingers. It must be fate. Today, the world is in chaos. Everything can be reshuffled. What's there that can't be taken? Yuji finally finished drawing and let out a long breath. Zhan Chun, please help me. As she set down her brush, a sudden pain struck her lower abdomen. Yuji gasped involuntarily.
Miss.
Zhan Chun was startled and rushed over. What's wrong? Yuji frowned slightly. It's nothing. I just felt a sudden pain in my stomach a moment ago. Should we call a doctor? Zhan Chun asked nervously. Yuji paused and took a moment to feel herself. It seems fine now. You can help me rest. Maybe I sat for too long. Zhan Chun's expression relaxed. That's good. I was so scared. If you feel uncomfortable, please tell me immediately. Yes, I will. Zhan Chun helped Yuji lie down. Yuji said, you should rest early too.
Yes.
I will stay in the side room. Yuji agreed and slowly closed her eyes. She calmed herself, but her mind kept thinking about Wei Qi he had left 4 days ago and should be back soon. 5th day. A thick fog rose in the mountains of Baiping. Wei Yuan and his men had searched the area all day and night. Still no news? Wei Yuan was only with 5 or 6 people. Everyone was thirsty and anxious. Second Master, we've searched all over this mountain and nearby areas, but we still can't find our brothers.
And
we haven't found Third Master either. Wei Yuan frowned, his eyes bloodshot. After a long time, he punched the tree trunk hard. They had been careless. Yes, they really were careless this time. Go find them again. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to. Wei Yuan's voice was hoarse.
Yes.
Everyone scattered. Meanwhile, deep inside a tunnel, Wei Qi had a sharp arrow stuck in his shoulder, and he also had a cut on his thigh. He was unsteady on his feet, but he forced himself to follow the sound of water to a spring underground, carefully tending to his wound. His injury wasn't deep, but the blood looked strange.
Could it be poisoned? Wei Qi smiled bitterly.
He had been here countless times before. Surely, he wouldn't die here, right? That thought flashed quickly, and Wei Qi immediately pushed it away.
Bah!
Nonsense. He still wanted to go home to hug his wife, son, and daughter. Wei Qi forced himself to stand, using his experience as a hunter to find an exit. Suddenly, he heard a noise and turned to look at a cave. Inside the quiet cave, it seemed like something was making a noise. Wei Qi, being a hunter, instinctively became alert. He almost immediately recognized that there were animals in this ancient tomb, living animals. What does this mean? There must be an exit nearby. Wei Qi's excitement grew. He strode quickly toward the cave. As he approached, he suddenly realized it was a wolf cub. Faced with the wolf's instinct, Wei Qi immediately stopped. But after a moment, he realized that the wolf pup was very small, only a few months old, and was at the begging for food stage, also watching the person in front of him cautiously. Wei Qi relaxed his nerves, smiled slightly, and stepped forward. In a few quick moves, he caught the wolf pup hiding inside. Where are you trying to run off to? The struggling figure in his hand reminded him of Rui Bao at home. That little thing might be more impressive than the one in front of him now. Why are you here? Where's your mother? Such a large wolf pup can't be without its mother. Wei Qi remained cautious, but the little wolf seemed very smart and understood his words. It whimpered a few times, then jumped down, seemingly wanting to lead Wei Qi forward. Wei Qi realized this and hesitated for a moment before following. Soon he saw a dead mother wolf. The little wolf ran to her, howling as if crying. Wei Qi paused silently, feeling a bit sad. Forget it, a dead wolf can't come back to life. Do you want to live? Wei Qi approached and petted the little wolf. The pup was very intelligent, rubbed against Wei Qi's hand, and Wei Qi smiled. Meeting us here is fate. I want to live too, so let's work together and see if we can escape alive.
Howl.
The little wolf barked, then suddenly nudged the mother's body. Wei Qi looked in the direction of its gaze and froze. He found that the mother wolf was lying on top of a golden pearl.
Wei Kai's heartbeat quickened instantly.
A golden pearl. Could there really be a treasure nearby? Wei Qi had been trapped here all day. He had thought the treasure-seeking item was a lie, but he hadn't expected. Haha, you're really my lucky star. Come on. If we find the treasure and get out smoothly today, I promise you won't have to worry about anything in your wolf life from now on. Song Residence. Yu Ji was in Yu Huai's study, discussing important matters. A box was placed in front of Yu Huai, sent earlier that morning by Pei Zihui's people. Father, what is Pei Zihui doing? Yu Huai thought for a moment and said, since he gave it to you, just accept it. Don't let his good intentions go to waste.
Yes.
Now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, the Pei family's position is more secure. Queen Pei had already become Empress Dowager Pei, which indeed made her more stable. Yu Huai, regardless of the Pei family, just considering us in Suzhou, Zihui hasn't done anything to trouble my Yu family over all this time. That's a different matter. After speaking, Yu Huai suddenly remembered what happened at the foot of Black Wind Village that day. He probably just couldn't let go of Zexy and held some resentment toward Wei Qi, which was understandable. Yu Huai, my father's heart is as clear as a bright mirror. Young master, Miss has arrived. Yu Huai and Yu Ji were surprised. Please come in. Yu Ji usually doesn't come to the study, so today's unexpected visit made them wonder if it was for. After Yu Ji entered, his face looked a bit tired. Father, elder brother. Ji, what's wrong? Didn't sleep well last night? Yu Ji nodded and didn't hide it, directly sharing his worries from the past 2 days. Father, Wei Qi has been gone for 7 days. Why haven't we heard any news? Don't laugh at me, but I haven't slept well these 2 nights. My mind is restless. Yu Huai was momentarily stunned. According to the plan, he should have returned in 10 days. Whether successful or not, there should have been news of his return. Yu Ji said, Ji, elder brother will go to the Li residence to ask soon. Don't worry too much. Yu Ji smiled bitterly. Thank you, elder brother. I shouldn't cause trouble when I'm so anxious. It's just that I can't seem to calm my mind. All right, I'll go now. As Yu Ji prepared to leave, Suddenly, a young servant came in from outside, stepping forward a few steps. Master, just received news that Master Pei was suddenly attacked by an assassin during patrol and was seriously injured. The Yu family members were stunned. Assassin? Seriously injured? Yes, the details of who the attacker is are unknown, but Master Pei was shot twice in vital spots. The Flying Eagle came to ask Mr. Li Yuanzhou for medicine. Yu Ji's eyes widened, and Yu Huai also fell silent. What does Mr. Li say? Mr. Li left early this morning and hasn't returned yet. I just received the news and came to report to you, Master. Yu Ji said. Uncle Li will probably help save him. Yu Huai. Yes, after all, Zijuan is innocent, and he even sent medicine to you. Is there anything we can do to help at home? The young servant said nothing but secretly glanced at Yu Ji. After thinking for a moment, Yu Ji said, If Uncle isn't here, I might have some loose herbs that could be useful. My master is very skilled with external injuries. Yu Huai nodded. That's good. If it can help, then do it. Yu Ji immediately said, I'll go get them. She returned to her room with her maid, quickly took out several bottles, and carefully examined them. Afterward, Yu Ji asked Qi Xia to bring paper and brush to write down the names and effects. However, Qi Xia suddenly suggested, Miss, why don't you go see him yourself? Yu Ji and Zhan Chun were both surprised. What? Qi Xia said, What I mean is, Miss, you're worried about the young master. Isn't the elder master planning to find Mr. Li? Mr. Li will definitely go to see Lord Pei first. If the young lady goes too, she can ask about Mr. Li's son-in-law. Yu Ji paused and hesitated. If the young lady thinks it's not appropriate, I can speak up as a servant. Zhan Chun suddenly said, No, young lady. You've been tired lately, and traveling is exhausting. I will go instead. Yu Ji replied, It's okay. I'll ask my elder brother for his opinion. If he goes, we can go together. Qi Xia immediately agreed. Zhan Chun frowned slightly and looked at Qi Xia more carefully. Yu Ji took the medicine and quickly went to the front yard. Unexpectedly, Yu Ji was planning to leave. However, Yu Ji also didn't want him to go out, so he told him to wait at home. But when Yu Ji heard that Li Yuanzhou was also going, he became a bit anxious. I should go too. Some of these medicines might be used in ways others don't know. If used incorrectly, it could be bad. Yu Ji hesitated for a moment. All right, if you want to go, then go with him. The carriage was ready, and Yu Ji and Yu Ji left together. Just as she sat in the carriage and was about to depart, suddenly, the sound of hooves was heard nearby. Young lady Xiaoyu. It was Xiao Pingin's voice. Yu Ji said, Stop the carriage. She immediately lifted the curtain. Xiao Pingin was already riding his horse and rushing over. Yu Ji was excited and asked, Wei Qi is back. Xiao Pingin, sweaty and anxious, said, Third master went into the mountains and was missing for 4 days. He was just found. He's on his way back now. Yu Ji's eyes widened. What did you say? Wei Qi went missing? The color drained from Yu Ji's face instantly. But Xiao Pingin quickly said, Young lady Xiaoyu, don't worry. He's been found. Where is he? Yu Ji couldn't be more anxious. She had been restless these days, and now learning that Wei Qi was in danger, she wanted to rush over immediately. Where is he? Take me there now. Yu Ji also heard the news and hurriedly said, Little sister, don't worry. Big brother. I can't go to the Pei family now. I need to find Wei Qi. Yu Ji naturally supported his sister. All right, I'll follow your lead. Don't worry, I'll go with you right away. I'll send someone to deliver the medicine to Zihui first, then I'll visit him later. Pei Zihui's injury was indeed an accident. He knew that someone in Suizhou and Suzhou would be watching him, but he didn't expect the accident to happen so quickly. Sir, Lord Li is on his way. He said to have someone remove the arrow from your side first. An arrow remaining in the body for just 1 more second means 1 more chance of danger. The doctor beside him was already prepared, waiting for the command to act, but for some reason, Lord Pei did not draw his sword. It was as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. Fei Ying understood his master's thoughts well. He ran quickly and whispered a few words to Pei Zihui. A look of deep disappointment flashed in Pei Zihui's eyes. Fei Ying pursed his lips, showing concern on his face.
Master, you should pull out the arrow now.
Pei Zihui sighed and turned to say, "Begin and thank you, doctor." "All right, please bear with us a little longer, Lord." Pei Zihui nodded expressionlessly. He wouldn't feel pain. No matter how much it hurt, it couldn't compare to the disappointment in his heart right now. Unexpectedly, he was able to come out. He was truly lucky. The Yu family's carriage suddenly turned around and headed straight for the outskirts of the city. According to Xiao Ping'an, Wei Qi and his group should have already reached the countryside. Along the way, Yu Ji carefully asked about the mountain situation and learned that they had entered an ancient tomb. Yu Ji said, "Such tombs are very dangerous. Without a guide and a reliable map, it's hard to find your way out. There are many traps." Xiao Ping'an replied, "Yes, we didn't expect this at first. It's like suddenly, third young master disappeared, and many of second young master's people got separated, suffering heavy losses. But luckily, third young master is very capable. He managed to find all the treasures alone." Hearing this, Yu Ji couldn't feel happy at all. They found the treasure, but it meant Wei Qi was once again facing great danger. Last time, nothing happened. This time, he barely escaped. What about next time? Yu Ji didn't dare think too much. Seeing her distress, Yu Ji reached out and held her hand. "Little Ji, everything will be fine." They started with about 300 people, but only half returned. Wei Yuan, leading some men, looked a bit battered. Wei Qi was on the carriage, badly injured. He was only semi-conscious, and Wei Yuan dared not rest, only thinking of getting his brother home quickly. Second young master. It looks like the Yu family's carriage. Someone with sharp eyes saw the approaching carriage from afar. Wei Yuan immediately ordered the team to stop and dismount it alone. Second brother. Little sister-in-law. Yu Ji was anxious and almost ran forward. Yu Ji quickly stepped ahead and reached Wei Yuan in a few steps. "We heard Wei Qi was injured?" Wei Yuan didn't recognize Yu Ji. He looked at him, and Zhang Chun, nearby, hurriedly said, "This is our lord. Just returned." Wei Yuan understood and nodded, saying, "Yes, there are many traps inside the ancient tomb. We were careless." Third brother is on the carriage behind. Yu Ji hurriedly moved closer, ignoring everything else. Inside the carriage, Wei Qi was lying quietly and hadn't woken up. Chao Dashi was taking care of him. When he saw Yu Ji open his eyes wide, he said, "Third madam has arrived. Third master, please open your eyes and see. Third madam is here." Wei Qi, lying inside the carriage, seemed to respond vaguely, but still didn't open his eyes. Yu Ji stared at the person in front of her, her eyes turning red. "Dashur, please go out." "I am here." "Okay." Dashur got out of the carriage. Yu Ji moved closer to Wei Qi. His wounds had already been bandaged, but his face was a little red. Yu Ji reached out and checked, and indeed, he had a fever. A fever meant he was still in danger. Yu Ji was worried and immediately pulled back the curtain, saying to Yu Ji, "Big brother, I need to take Wei Qi back right now. He's in bad shape." Yu Ji nodded, "We'll leave now." "Don't worry, little sister." The team quickly sped up. Yu Ji stayed by Wei Qi's side. Next to them, Zhang Chun and Qi Xia were softly comforting him. Li Yuanzhou had been busy these days. He had just arrived at the government office to give Pei Zihui medicine. His servant came to report the situation with Wei Qi. Li Yuanzhou was surprised. How could this happen? He hadn't expected that during this trip to Baiping Mountain, such an accident would occur. "Are his injuries serious?" Li Yuanzhou asked. The servant replied, "I don't know for sure, but I saw Miss Yu was very upset." While the servant was speaking, Li Yuanzhou was with Pei Zihui. Hearing this, Pei Zihui lowered his eyes. Li Yuanzhou said, "Prepare the horses. I will go and see him right away." Then he told Pei Zihui, "Zihui, I'll leave first. Just remember to take your medicine on time." "Okay, thank you, uncle." Li Yuanzhou left the government office and headed straight to the Song residence. The Yu family had already brought Wei Qi back. He was lying pale on the bed. Next to him, Yu Ji was choking up. Yu Huai, Yu Ji, and Yu's mother all stood nearby, worried. Until Li Yuanzhou arrived. I'll check on him. Yu Ji immediately turned around. Uncle, don't worry, I'll take a look. I see he has 3 wounds on his body. They've been treated, but I don't know why he still can't wake up. I suspect Wei Qi might be poisoned. Yu Ji finished speaking and felt a little scared herself. The tomb not only has traps but also poisons. If you're not careful, something bad could happen. Li Yuanzhou was also worried about this, so he immediately stepped forward to check Wei Qi's pulse. Everyone stood nearby, anxiously waiting. After a moment of checking, Li Yuanzhou's expression grew more serious. Just as he was about to speak, the person on the bed suddenly opened his eyes slowly. Li Yuanzhou was surprised, and Yu Ji was also stunned. She looked at him in shock and quietly called out, Wei Qi? Wei Qi opened his eyes and immediately saw her beside the bed. His eyes stayed still, as if trying to recognize her carefully. Then he moved his dry throat and lips slightly and whispered, Yu, I'm fine. Yu Ji's eyes filled with tears instantly, and she couldn't hold back her emotions. After Wei Qi woke up, Li Yuanzhou was also stunned for a moment. Good boy, finally waking up? Thank you for your trouble, uncle. Wei Qi's voice sounded a bit weak, but he stopped Li Yuanzhou from saying more. Yu Ji leaned down and held Wei Qi's hand. How are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Wei Qi held her hand back.
I'm fine.
Yu Huai stepped forward. Third brother, you've worked hard this time. I've already heard Wei Yuan talk about it. It seems we were careless in going to get the Gu family's belongings. Wei Qi's eyes flickered with a different emotion. He said, Father-in-law, Uncle Li, I suspect there might be a problem with that map. But at least we managed to get the items back. Yu Huai and Li Yuanzhou looked at each other. A map? Yes. Wei Qi struggled to reach out and took the map from his chest. Yu Ji immediately said, Let me do it. Don't move. She took the map from Wei Qi's hand. It was stained with blood. Her heart sank again, and she handed the map to Yu Huai. Father, you can ask second brother and discuss it with him. Wei Qi isn't feeling very well right now. I want him to rest for a while. After Yu Ji finished speaking, everyone in the room was stunned. Wei Qi looked at them in surprise, but Yu Huai smiled and said, All right, that's enough. We feel sorry for third brother. Let's go first. Yu Ji wasn't embarrassed. Thank you, father. Before leaving, Li Yuanzhou gave Wei Qi a pill and said, Take this first. I'll come back later. Thank you, uncle. Only the couple remained in the room. Wei Qi lay on the bed, his face pale but still managed to smile at Yu Ji. What are you smiling about? You're hurt so badly, yet you still smile? Wei Qi, I'm alive and I see you. That makes me happy. Yu Ji. Her eyes reddened again, and she looked like she was about to cry. Wei Qi, I'm sorry, wife. I won't say silly things anymore. Don't cry. Yu Ji suddenly turned away and wiped her tears. How many times do I have to tell you? If you keep doing this, I'll really get angry. Yes, I know, wife. I miss you so much.
Look at me.
Yu Ji pursed her lips and looked at his shoulder. Wei Qi's left shoulder was the most seriously injured, with a penetrating wound. Whether it can heal is still uncertain. Wei Qi also turned his head to glance at it casually. It's just a minor injury. It will heal soon. Yu Ji said nothing. Suddenly, Wei Qi reached out to her. Yu, come here and hug me. I really miss you. Seeing his pale face, Yu Ji couldn't refuse. She moved closer and bent down voluntarily. Wei Qi gently held her with one hand. Yu Ji hurriedly said, Take it slow. It's okay. Have you missed me these past few days at home? He pinched her cheek with his large hand, then looked at her still slender waist.
You don't seem to have changed.
Are you still uncomfortable? Yu Ji, there have been some changes, but it's not obvious in clothes. I'm not uncomfortable.
Wei Qi smiled.
I see. I'll check again tonight. Yu Ji. Her eyes drooped, and her obedient appearance made Wei Qi's eyes darken instantly. He suddenly pulled her forcefully, causing her to fall onto his chest. Yu Ji was startled and immediately tried to get up. Wei Qi, be good and stay still. I won't hurt your wound. Hearing this, Yuji dared not move. What are you doing? Wei Qi's deep voice came from above her head. You just protected me in front of so many people and showed how much you care. I can't stand it. I was just telling the truth. Wei Qi poured all his sincerity into her and the Yu family. Her heart was not made of stone. How could she not feel pain? At this moment, she was willing to make Wei Qi happy and go along with him. Wei Qi suddenly turned his head and kissed her ear. Yuji felt a little ticklish but didn't dodge. However, noticing his breathing growing heavier, she slightly turned her head and said, You should rest well. I'll ask the kitchen to make some porridge for you. Wei Qi's voice was hoarse. I'm not hungry.
Just stay here with me.
Just as Yuji was about to speak, a sudden scream came from outside. It was Zhang Chun. The couple froze in surprise. What's that? Wei Qi suddenly remembered something. Big stone. A voice from outside called out, Third Master. I'm here. Don't worry. Yuji was also startled. What is it? Wei Qi explained, It's a little wolf cub. The cage might not have been closed properly, and it ran out, scaring Zhang Chun. A wolf cub? Yuji was surprised. Wei Qi quickly said, Don't be afraid. It's smart and friendly. I was able to find the treasure and come out safely thanks to it. Hearing this, Yuji relaxed a little, though his voice trembled. By Ping Mountain. What exactly happened? Wei Qi smiled. Didn't you tell me to rest and not talk about these things? Yuji said, If you don't want to say, then forget it. We'll discuss it later. Don't worry, ask me, and I'll tell you so you won't worry. Yuji lowered his gaze slightly and nodded softly. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan was in his study, explaining everything that happened in Bai Ping Mountain to the others. Wei Qi was still somewhat conscious when he was found, so he told Wei Yuan about the tomb passage and guided them to the hidden treasure of the Ge family. But later, Wei Qi's fever worsened, and he became less clear-headed. While Wei Yuan was speaking, Li Yuanzhou kept looking at the map in his hands. He carefully compared the two maps and finally said, The map has been altered. What's going on?
Come look at this.
Li Yuanzhou took out a piece of paper. This is a copy I drew earlier. If you follow this path, go around behind the tomb passage. That's the entrance. It's hidden, but once you go in, you should find it. But this one doesn't. It really has been changed. Wei Yuan also compared the two maps carefully, his face changing. Sir,
does this mean?
This map was personally handed to them by Li Yuanzhou, but now it's been replaced. It can only mean there's a traitor among them. Yu Huai's face changed drastically. I'll go check right now. Li Yuanzhou said, Brother Yu, don't make a fuss and scare the snake.
Why not?
I suspect someone is hiding here, possibly with other plans. You're responsible for investigating this person, and I'll handle the antidote for Wei Qi antidote? Everyone was surprised. Li Yuanzhou looked serious. Yes, don't tell Gigi about this first. There's poison gas inside the tomb, and I haven't fully tested its toxicity yet, but Wei Qi has been poisoned. After discussing the matter here, Li Yuanzhou went back to Yuji and Wei Qi's courtyard to check Wei Qi's pulse again. Yuji saw him return and felt a bit surprised. Uncle, is Wei Qi okay? Li Yuanzhou smiled and said, Nothing serious, just some miasma in the tomb. It's better to take care of it. Yuji paused for a moment, then nodded quickly. The environment inside the tomb is much better than outside, so it's best to rest and recover. Yuji asked, Please take a good look. Is there anything I can do? Yes, help me bring the acupuncture tools from the study. I forgot them in a rush earlier. Yuji didn't think much and immediately agreed. She turned to leave, leaving Wei Qi and Li Yuanzhou inside. Wei Qi spoke directly, Doctor, just tell me what you need. Li Yuanzhou looked at him and said, It seems you guessed it. Wei Qi pressed his lips together. I know my body best. Is it poison? Yes, I suspect there's poison in the miasma, but I don't know exactly what kind. Later, I'll take some of your blood to study. Wei Qi nodded and said, Don't tell Yu about this for now. She's already tired carrying the baby, and it's not good for her to worry more. Li Yuanzhou was silent for a moment, then said, I think the same, but it's a bit unfair to you. Wei Qi smiled. I'm a man. What's unfair about it? As long as I don't die, it's fine. Li Yuanzhou said seriously, with me here, you won't die. Wei Qi was silent again, then his expression suddenly turned serious. Thank you, uncle. Yu Ji quickly returned. Uncle, I've got the acupuncture tools. Good, thank you, Ji. Why do we need to draw blood now? She immediately saw Wei Qi's cut finger and the small bottle beside him. Li Yuanzhou casually said, just in case, I want to check if there's any poison gas. When she heard there might be poison, Yu Ji's face changed. Wei Qi quickly said, it's definitely fine. I'm full of energy. I feel nothing at all. Yu Ji bit her lip but didn't speak. She just thanked Li Yuanzhou again. You go rest. You've been standing for half a day. I'm not tired. Yu Ji just wanted to stay and watch over him. Fortunately, Li Yuanzhou worked quickly. After the acupuncture, he stood up and said, let's stop here for today. I'll come again tomorrow. Thank you, uncle. Yu Ji saw him out of the courtyard. When she returned to her inner room, Wei Qi suddenly sat up. What are you sitting up for? Lie down quickly. I have been lying down for a day or two, almost to the point of wasting away. My injuries are mainly on my upper body, my legs are fine. Seeing that Wei Qi still had the energy to joke, Yu Ji didn't say anything further. Suddenly, Chao Dashihai outside the door said, Third master, that wolf cub has been locked up. Is it hungry? Wei Qi asked. We fed it, but it's a bit anxious. I think it hasn't seen you. After Chao Dashihai finished speaking, both Wei Qi and Yu Ji were surprised. Wei Qi smiled and said, this wolf cub has a good nature. When it was in the cave, its mother just died. Yu Ji pursed her lips and said, bring it in. I want to see it. Wei Qi widened his eyes and asked, wife, aren't you afraid? I read in a book before that wolves are very loyal. If you raise it well, it can go from wild to tame. Isn't it fate that it's with you? I want to see. Wei Qi grinned and said, all right. Soon, Chao Dashihai brought in a cage with a small silver-white wolf cub inside, jumping around. When it saw Wei Qi, it howled twice. Yu Ji saw it and was a little scared. Chao Dashihai simply placed the cage at the door of the next room. The wolf cub sniffed around, probably sensing Wei Qi's scent, and then calmed down. Yu Ji observed carefully and said, it really is loyal.
Keep it.
Wei Qi asked, are you really not afraid? No, I'm not. If you raise it well and train it properly, I'll be at ease. If not, it won't come near me. Wei Qi smiled and said, good. That's the way. Then give it a name. The cats and dogs at home have always been named by Yu Ji. She looked at the silver-white bundle in the cage and thought for a moment, then said, let's call it Xingqian Star. Xingqian? Wei Qi was a bit surprised. What's wrong? Don't like it? I think its fur is silver-white, very majestic, fitting for that name. Wei Qi also looked over and, after a moment, grinned and said, all right, Xingqian is a good name. My horse is called Liao Yuan, Raging Fire, and the wolf is Xingqian. Both are grand names. Yu Ji felt happier and said with a smile, of course. After all, you raised it. Pearl is mine. Rui Bao is the family's treasure. Their names have different meanings. Wei Qi also smiled, then suddenly leaned in to kiss her cheek. Yu Ji was a bit startled, and then she heard his warm voice say, it's just like our child. Only ours. Yu Ji was confused. This person's thoughts jumped around too much. She couldn't keep up. To avoid worrying her parents, Wei Yuan didn't mention Wei Qi's injury at the big tomb when he returned. He only said it was a minor skin injury and that he was staying at the Song residence to recover, planning to come back in a few days. Mother Wei didn't think much and nodded politely. She then got up to prepare hot meals for her second son. Wei Yuan, however, refused because he was still worried about other matters. He said, I'll come back to eat tonight. I need to discuss something with third brother. Mother Wei sighed, all right, finish your work first. Wei Yuan nodded. As night fell, Yu Ji finished washing up and rested. Under Wei Qi's strong insistence, she still shared the bed with him. After they fell asleep, Wei Qi quietly got up and left. His second brother was in the courtyard. Brother? Wei Yuan asked, how do you feel? Wei Qi replied, it's okay. The injuries are on my upper body. My lower body is fine, and I can still walk. Wei Yuan said, "You've had a tough time this time." He shared the conclusions they reached earlier in the study with Li Yuanzhou and others.
Wenqi silently frowned.
Is it really the map that caused the problem?
Yes.
Has anyone suspicious come near you recently? Wei Qi remained silent. Now more people were around him. Dashi Xiao Ping'an. Someone could approach him at any time. Suddenly, Wei Qi thought of something and looked toward the side room. Wei Yuan asked, "What are you looking at?" Wei Qi hesitated for a moment and said, "Nothing." Second brother, no matter who tries to get close to me, there's something more important. Who is the mastermind? Who wants to harm me? Wei Yuan also fell silent. The Wei family was no longer what it used to be. In these chaotic times, heroes emerged everywhere. Climbing up meant you might have to step on others' bodies. Wei Qi suddenly smiled and said, "I've thought of someone." "What do you think, second brother?" Wei Qi's words. Wei Yuan understood clearly. He pursed his lips and said, "He is indeed the most suspicious."
But
right now, both the Li family and the Yu family haven't suspected anything. Wei Qi was indifferent. They haven't suspected because they don't know, but the two sides are not in the same camp. It's only a matter of time. Wei Yuan asked, "How do you plan to handle this?" "I heard he was also injured." Wei Qi narrowed his eyes. "What happened?" Wei Yuan replied, "Just heard about it." He explained that Bai Pei Zihui was injured. Wei Qi asked, "Is it in Wang's people?"
Probably.
"But my uncle and the others don't know either."
No wonder.
Pei Zihui was here, and he was definitely a thorn in King An's side, especially now with the new emperor on the throne. The Pei family's influence was stronger. Wei Qi's eyes flashed with a dark look.
Got it.
Wei Yuan asked, "What do you want to do?" Wei Qi didn't say much, even though he knew Pei Zihui's purpose. He would never let others know that Yu was being targeted by such a person. "I have my plans. Second brother, you should go back and don't accidentally reveal anything to our parents." Wei Yuan patted his brother's shoulder.
Got it.
"Don't worry too much. Focus on healing first."
Yes.
Wei Qi returned to his room, where Yu Ji was still asleep. He sat by the bed, carefully looking at Yu Yu's side face, and his mind drifted to that person's image. Wei Qi squinted his eyes. Although he didn't have proof yet, he guessed quite a bit. Is she hurt? Does he want Yu to see him?
Dream on.
Wei Qi stayed awake late into the night, watching Yu Ji, his thoughts restless. The next morning, Yu Ji woke up and instinctively reached for her side, only to find it was already empty. She immediately sat up. Wei Qi. Qi Xia came in quickly, busy saying, "Miss, third young master is in the courtyard drinking tea with the old master." "Why did he get up?" "Help me get dressed quickly." Yu Ji hurried out. Sure enough, Wei Qi and Yu Ji were in the courtyard, but they weren't drinking tea. They were playing chess. Seeing Yu Ji come out, both looked over. Yu Ji's older brother smiled and said, "It seems you were worried, and I might be to blame." Red-faced, Yu Ji asked, "Big brother, are you joking with me?" "Not at all. I just saw you walking hurriedly, and wanted to explain." Yu Ji pursed her lips. Wei Qi's eyes and expression looked happy. Yu Ji snorted softly, too lazy to say more. She looked down and saw they were engaged in a game of xiangqi, Chinese chess. From the current situation, Yu Ji's older brother was slightly ahead. She stayed silent, watching quietly. The game went back and forth. Wei Qi carefully examined the board and smiled. "Big brother is good. I admit defeat. You're too kind." Yu Ji also looked at the game and withdrew her gaze. "You're still injured today. Forcing you to play chess doesn't seem right, but I don't regret it. When you're healed, I want to take you horseback riding and archery," Yu Ji's older brother said.
Wenqi chuckled softly.
"All right, I'll listen to Big Brother." Yu Ji said, "It will take at least 2 months for you to be able to draw a bow. Big brother is also injured, so rest and recover first." Yu Ji's older brother smiled. "Our family's Mingzhu is giving orders now. 2 months, I remember." "Yu Ji, Big brother." Yu Ji's older brother laughed loudly. All right. I'm a bit hungry. Let's go back for breakfast. Big brother can eat here. I'll ask Jean Chun to prepare. No, your eldest sister-in-law is waiting for me. Today, we're going to the Chin family. Yuji heard this and didn't insist. All right, then. Big brother, have a safe trip. After Yuji left, Yuji looked at Wei Chi. Wei Chi's face was still smiling, but he quickly straightened up and obediently went back to his room. Yuji bit his lip and suppressed his smile, saying, Jean Chun, once the medicine is ready, bring it in. Okay. After entering the room, Wei Chi lay down again. Yuji sat on the warm bed in the next room. That's enough. I'm not trying to keep you here. If you can leave, don't stay lying down. Hearing this, Wei Chi immediately smiled and got up to sit beside her. When did Big Brother arrive? I don't know. I went out this morning to check on Little Wolf and saw that he had already come.
Wei Chi replied.
He's probably eager to see me, his new brother-in-law, and see if I'm up to standard. Yuji looked at him with a half-smile. Do you think you're up to standard? Pretty much.
What does Yu say?
Just because you let him win a game? Wei Chi was surprised. You noticed? Yuji smiled. My older brother is much smarter than me. He started learning at 3 and became a successful scholar at 15. Do you think he can't tell? Wei Chi was amazed. All right, I get it. I noticed. I don't mean anything special. Just want to make brother-in-law happy. Yuji just smiled. While they were talking, Jean Chun and Chi Xia brought in the food. Jean Chun said, Third Master, miss, you can start eating. Third Master's medicine will be ready soon. I'll watch over it. Wei Chi looked over and suddenly said, Jean Chun, go call Dashi. Chi Xia, help me deliver the medicine. Both maids paused for a moment. Yuji was also a bit surprised. Wei Chi never usually asked her maids to do things. But they responded quickly and agreed immediately. After they left, Yuji asked what's going on. Why do you want Dashi?
Wei Chi smiled.
Lately, I've been resting at home and keeping you company. I want Dashi and Ping and to help me deliver the carriage to Haifeng village. Yuji nodded. After they finished eating, Chi Xia brought the medicine. Third Master, take it slowly. It's a bit hot. Thank you. Chi Xia smiled, bowed, and left. Wei Chi looked at the dark, steaming bowl of medicine in front of him, seeming thoughtful. Yuji asked, What are you looking at?
Wei Chi smiled.
It's too hot. Let it cool down before drinking. Yuji responded, Got it. Miss, the paintings from the workshop have arrived. Yuji quickly stood up. I'll come right now. She left quickly, but surprisingly, Wei Chi did not follow. The paintings Yuji sent were from a few days ago, 4 or 5 pieces, all beautifully framed and delivered. Yuji was admiring them in the study when Wei Chi, dressed in new clothes, came in. Just now, I rinsed my mouth after taking medicine, Wei Chi explained. Yuji nodded, temporarily ignoring him. Wei Chi immediately saw the picture of the two of them alone, and he went over to look, almost pressing his face close. Yuji blushed. Can you not get so close? This is the first time you've drawn me. What's wrong with that? You breathe heavily, with moisture. Stay back a bit.
Wei Chi smiled.
All right, then I'll get closer. He reached out to hug her. Outside, footsteps approached. Someone from the school, Yentai, had just come in and saw the scene of his sister-in-law and brother-in-law hugging. He immediately covered his eyes and turned away. Yuji shot Wei Chi a fierce glare.
Wei Chi chuckled.
Yentai is back. He hasn't grown taller in a while. Yentai smiled. I miss my brother-in-law too. Yuji stood properly and asked, What's wrong? Why are you here now? Yentai honestly replied, Sis, Father said he plans to go to the government office today to see Brother Pei. He asked if brother-in-law is going. Wei Chi narrowed his eyes. Yuji looked at Wei Chi with curiosity. Why did Father ask that?
Wei Chi shrugged.
I don't know. Let's go and see. Yuji softly agreed. Maybe. I can go with you? Then we can visit our parents afterward, since the government office is on the way. Wei Chi thought for a moment, then said with meaning, That sounds good. Let's go together. Soon, several carriages were prepared at the Song residence. Yu Huai had one alone, while Wei Chi and Yuji shared another. Since getting in the carriage, Yuji noticed Wei Qi's face didn't look good. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If so, don't force yourself.
I'm fine. Really, Wei Qi smiled.
Let's go. My father-in-law wouldn't call me over without a reason. There must be an important matter. Okay, Yuji, still worried, and cast a deep look at him. The carriage quickly arrived at the government office. Yu Huai got out first. Yuji and Wei Qi followed closely behind. Yu Huai looked at Wei Qi and said, "Third brother, do you know why you were called today?" Wei Qi shook his head. "I don't know, son-in-law. Actually, the day you returned, Big Brother was supposed to come see Zi Huai, but he was delayed. Today, he's returning to the Qin family, so today, you should visit Zi Huai on behalf of the Yu family. I expect he'll return to the capital soon." Wei Qi was stunned. He was representing the Yu family, which meant Yu Huai smiled at him. "My son-in-law, of course, can represent me. I won't go in today. I happen to be visiting an old friend. Please take these things inside." Wei Qi immediately agreed.
Yes.
"Father-in-law, is there anything important you need me to pass on or ask about?" Yu Huai thought for a moment and said, "Since our positions are different from the Pei family now, it's better not to discuss these matters. Just offer our condolences." "Understood," his father-in-law replied. Yu Huai confidently patted his shoulder and then turned back to the carriage, not planning to go inside. After his father-in-law's carriage left, Wei Qi turned to Yuji and asked, "Yu, what does father-in-law mean?" Yuji just smiled. "Dad thinks you're a good son-in-law. Are you satisfied?" Wei Qi cleared his throat and puffed out his chest. "Actually, I think so too." Yuji. They went to the door and asked a servant to report first. Pei Zihui was about to change the medicine when he heard the Yu family had arrived and felt happy. Ahe, being quick to speak, immediately asked, "Is Miss Yu here?" The servant nodded, yes. Pei Zihui pressed his lips and raised his hand. "We'll change the medicine later." The doctor was surprised. "All right. Go and invite her," Pei Zihui said immediately. The servant wanted to say more but was interrupted by his words and quickly agreed, "Yes." Pei Zihui sat still, closing his eyes briefly to hide his fluctuating emotions. But when two voices entered at the door, Pei Zihui's face suddenly darkened. Wei Qi was walking casually at the front, smiling broadly. "Master Pei, long time no see. Why is it you?" Pei Zihui pursed his lips, clearly very displeased. Wei Qi's smile grew wider. "Are you surprised, Master Pei? Today, my father-in-law and elder brother are busy, so I came on behalf of the Yu family to visit you." Pei Zihui's gaze flicked to Wei Qi and then looked at Yuji. Yuji nodded politely. "Sir, thank you for the medicine you sent. How is your injury?" Pei Zihui felt a bit disappointed but still answered her question. "It's getting better." "You're too kind." Wei Qi said, "Father-in-law instructed me that your belongings are very valuable. Today, I also brought some things from our family. I hope Master Pei won't mind." Ahe, standing nearby, was angry and clenched his teeth, constantly watching his master. Pei Zihui could hear the underlying tone in his words and smiled. "It's just a small favor. Brother Wei, there's no need to worry. It's only some common medicinal herbs. If they can help elder you, that's the best. You understand medicine, so those things won't be wasted in your hands." Yuji was stunned and softly said, "Actually, I don't know much. Pei family's secret medicines are very precious." Pei Zihui smiled. "No problem. If you want to see Pei family's medical books, I can get them for you." Wei Qi's face remained expressionless. "Sir, it's time to apply the medicine." Ahe suddenly reminded him. Pei Zihui turned to look at him sideways. "All right." Ahe gave the doctor a look, and the doctor slowly stepped forward. Yuji slightly turned aside, as if to avoid, but Wei Qi remained still, with a cold look in his eyes. Sure enough, just as the doctor began, Pei Zihui suddenly let out a muffled groan. "Sir, are you—" "It's fine, continue," Pei Zihui said calmly. Ahe hurriedly said, "Be careful. My master has been stabbed multiple times, and now there's no good wound ointment. Be gentle." The doctor broke out in a cold sweat and quickly agreed, but no matter how careful he was, Today Pei Zihui seemed worse than usual. Anxious, Ah said, "Let me do it or find another doctor." Yuji couldn't stand it anymore and was about to speak and step forward, but Wei Qi suddenly let out a muffled groan. His previously well-bandaged arm suddenly burst open, blood pouring out. Yuji was startled. "What happened to you?" Wei Qi frowned, his face pale. "I'm fine, Yu, don't worry. Sit down first. Let me check on you." Zhang Chun was also startled and quickly said, "Doctor, do you have extra medicine for my master's wound?" The person across was already stunned. The doctor hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, no problem." Pei Zihui's face looked extremely pale. He sat there motionless, watching Yuji reapply the medicine and bandage Wei Qi's arm, right under his nose. Unmindful of him, Wei Qi's gaze never left Yuji. Until Yuji softly said, "Done." Wei Qi smiled slightly. "Thank you, Yu." He withdrew his gaze and looked at Pei Zihui. Strangely, when the doctor redid the bandage, there was no sound from the other side. Wei Qi smiled. "Lord Pei, you're too kind." Pei Zihui pursed his lips. "Sorry for the disturbance today. The gift and sincerity have been delivered. My wife and I will take our leave now." Pei Zihui sat still, and Wei Qi nodded before holding Yuji's hand and walking out confidently. The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The doctor had already stepped back, and Ah looked downcast.
"Master."
"Everyone, leave now," Pei Zihui commanded coldly. The servants all lowered their heads and quietly withdrew. Ah, brave enough, tried to persuade him. "Sir, don't be angry with such a rough man. He's just learned some tricks from the back courtyard. Truly not worthy of the title of a real man." Pei Zihui clenched his fist with one hand and closed his eyes tightly. "Yes, it's a trick from the back courtyard. But it's not enough to compare. It's indeed useful. Have you found out who was behind the previous attack?" Pei Zihui quickly regained his composure. "Yes, it's definitely someone from Prince An's people. And what about my father's men? Have they arrived yet? They should be here in the next 2 or 3 days. Please wait a little longer." Pei Zihui closed his eyes, leaned back on the Grand Master's chair, and calmed his mind. Back in the carriage, Wei Qi's face still looked a bit bad. It wasn't that he was pretending. His injury had really flared up again. That poison. Yuji was very worried. "How do you feel? Should we go straight to the Li residence?" Wei Qi saw her panic and felt a bit sorry. He smiled and took her hand. "I'm fine, just the wound opening a little and it hurts." Yuji wanted to check again. "Let's go home and rest. It should get better," Wei Qi said. Yuji nodded. "Sure, drive the carriage back to the house." "Third madam, should we go to the Song house or the Wei house?" Yuji thought for a moment. "Let's go to the Wei house." Then she looked at Wei Qi. "My older brother has come back these days. Let's go home today. Our parents probably miss you too." Wei Qi said, "It's okay. Anyway, the two families are close now." Yuji nodded. Wei's mother truly missed them. When they returned, she was very happy and wanted to prepare a meal in the kitchen. Yuji said, "Mom, don't be busy. Let's eat together at noon. Wei Qi isn't feeling well, so I'll go back to my room with him." Wei's mother was startled. "What's wrong again?" Wei Qi hurriedly said, "Just a small injury and caught a cold." "Don't worry, Mom." Wei's mother said, "That's true. All right, I'll make some soup for you today to help you recover." "Okay, thank you, Mom." Hearing this, Yuji pressed her lips. When they returned to the room, Wei Qi suddenly noticed her mood was a bit off. "What's wrong, wife?" Yuji looked unhappy and whispered, "You always get hurt because of my family's affairs, but you're also the heart of your parents." Wei Qi was stunned for a moment and suddenly smiled. "Why would you think that? It's not because of your family's matters. It's my own business, isn't it?"
Yuji was silent.
Wei Qi gently embraced her. "Lately, I've seen you with a worried look. It's all my fault. If I had chosen a different path and you weren't happy, I'd rather not walk it. I'd rather be a simple villager. You could be a village wife called a village girl." Yuji couldn't hold back and was suddenly amused by Wei Qi's words. She laughed. "Village girl is just a village girl. I think it's pretty good." She sat down smoothly and leaned into Wei Qi's embrace. Wei Qi smiled and gently placed his hand on her slightly rounded belly, which was so small it almost softened his heart. "Our child can't be a village girl or boy," he said. Yuji's eyes softened as well. "Aren't you hoping for a son to become a dragon and a daughter to become a phoenix? That's not impossible. A rat's son can dig holes, so at least he's better than his father." Yuji was momentarily stunned. "What kind of metaphor is that?" "Pfft," Wei Qi grinned. "It just means what it means. You understand." Yuji leaned into his arms and gradually understood. "All right, fine. At least in the future, I can tell the children that their father is a great hero, an amazing hero." Wei Qi leaned in to kiss her cheek. He just wanted to be her great hero. Yuji then said, "Maybe we should move back home." "I'll talk to my parents?" "Anything is fine," Wei Qi replied vaguely. Yuji tilted her chin up as he kissed her. She couldn't resist and leaned back. "Not now. We haven't had lunch yet. Just a quick kiss. I won't mess up your hair." Yuji bit her lip, puzzled by his sudden enthusiasm after his return, but she let him do as he wished. The national mourning was eventually announced. The court ordered the people to mourn for 3 days, forbidding all celebrations and meat dishes. During this time, people wore white to honor the emperor. But the emperor was far away, and these orders were mostly effective in the capital. Outside, people's lives were already difficult and complicated. They cared more about their homes, fields, and food than these rituals. In Suzhou and Suizhou, chaos was already present, and people had to look after themselves. But officials in the court were different. Pei Zihui, wearing white at his waist, had already traveled through several places within Suizhou. With the crown prince ascending the throne, Empress Pei issued an order to summon high officials to the capital. Different regions had their own concerns. Rumor had it that King An would soon march south with his army. This rebellious prince, who had been resisting for over a year, was finally taking a significant step forward. The unrest in Suizhou was more than just that. Since the last assassination attempt, Pei Zihui had often encountered enemies during patrols. Some were mere thugs, others were skilled fighters. If anyone captured the head of her brother, the Empress Dowager, it would be the best sign of loyalty. Pei Zihui was clearly in great danger. The Pei family had sent soldiers to him back to the capital, but Pei Zihui was stubborn and waiting for King An. Finally, after thorough preparation, an eagle messenger arrived with news. "Sir, King An has moved. He's attacking Suzhou, Liao County." Pei Zihui looked up and asked, "How many soldiers are there?" 5,000 in the vanguard, someone replied. "Who is guarding Liao County?" "Tai Due." Pei Zihui immediately said, "Send more troops to support them." Fei Ying added, "Sir, with our men included, we have a total of 6,000. Are we really going to fight King An directly? The imperial reinforcements will arrive today. We will follow the original plan and organize everything carefully." "Yes." Pei Zihui quickly looked at the map. Liao County? He had considered all of King An's possible routes into the palace. This place was definitely within his plans. Finally, it arrived. Li Yuanzhou and Yu Huai both received the news at the same time. When Wei Qi and Wei Yuan rushed over, Yu Ji said, "The Pei family has sent troops to help. The prince hasn't sent any news yet." Li Yuanzhou said, "It seems Zihui is delaying his return to the capital, probably trying to make a name for himself." Wei Yuan said, "He is quite ambitious." "Sir, if King An asks us to send troops, what do you think?" "My third brother and I have gathered soldiers. Black Wind Village already has 2,000 elite fighters." Li Yuanzhou said, "Stay calm. King An's southward move is a big action, and he might not need us. Wei Yuan, you and your brother should go around to Zheng'an County. They might need your help there." "What do you mean?" "Look, Ning County and Yong County are both big counties, but Zheng'an has always been overlooked. Geographically, it's close to Liao County. If Liao County falls, the next target is Zheng'an. We might as well take the opportunity to seize it early." Wei Qi walked over and looked at the map. Such a small place. No wonder the court doesn't pay much attention. "Right, but we need more troops to strengthen our forces. Who's willing to go?" Wei Yuan and Wei Qi both immediately agreed. Li Yuanzhou looked at them and said, "This time, let Wei Yuan and Yu Ji go. Wei Qi, you stay at home." Wei Qi was a bit surprised. Wei Yuan said, "Third brother, your injury isn't fully healed. Rest well." Yu Ji also said, "I'll go. I'll prepare right now." The two quickly turned to leave. Wei Qi looked a little confused. "Uncle, I have other plans?" Li Yuanzhou and Yu Huai both smiled. "Your plan is to rest and spend time with your wife and children." Wei Qi scratched his head.
"I'm not used to that yet."
Li Yuanzhou stepped forward and whispered, "Come here. Let me check your injury." Wei Qi hesitated, glancing at Yu Huai. Yu Huai said, "Don't look at me. I already know everything. My father-in-law also found out." Wei Qi let out a sigh of relief. "Please don't tell Yu for now." Yu Huai looked at him and asked, "Do you have any regrets?" Wei Qi slightly smiled and said, "It's nothing. As a man, risking my life to have children for Yu is more important than this." Yu Huai suddenly patted his shoulder and said, "You didn't get it wrong." Wei Qi smiled again. Li Yuanzhou was checking his pulse. "This poison," Li Yuanzhou explained, "I studied it when I got back. It's not a big problem, but you might have to endure some pain. The antidote will take about a day and a night." After he finished, Wei Qi and Yu Huai were both surprised. "1 day and 1 night. Yu Huai asked, "Is it just once? Will it be completely gone after that?"
"Yes."
"The poison isn't very strong right now. Have you felt uncomfortable these past 2 days?" Wei Qi replied, "Yesterday, I suddenly felt sharp pain at the wound, as if something wanted to burst out. Then it split open." Yesterday at the office, he had deliberately provoked Pei Zihui, but he couldn't say it was just acting. At that moment, he felt it might be related to this poison. Wei Qi thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait a few days. I don't want Yu to worry. I'll find an excuse." Li Yuanzhou nodded and said, "It's better to do it quickly." "Oh, by the way, the medicine you sent that day, was there any problem? What's wrong?" Wei Qi was momentarily stunned. "Good. If there's no problem, then it's fine. Nothing's wrong, just the taste was off." Li Yuanzhou looked at him meaningfully. Wei Qi lowered his gaze. "No problem?" Maybe he was overthinking. After discussing plans for the next few days with the two elders, Wei Qi left Li's residence and returned to Wei's house. On the way back, Yu Ji was with Man, so Wei Qi went home first to change clothes. He usually kept to himself. Chao Dashi was considered a servant, but he wouldn't follow Wei Qi into his courtyard. So, when Wei Qi returned, there was almost no sound. He had just bypassed the side room and looked inside when he saw Qi Xia fiddling with something near Yu Ji's jewelry box. "Qi Xia," Wei Qi called out. She was so startled, she almost dropped what she was holding. Young master has returned." Wei Qi strode inside, looked down, and picked up what was on the ground. It was Yu Ji's hairpin, the small fish hairpin he had given her at first. "I'm sorry, young master. I was tidying Mrs. Makeup box. It wasn't intentional." Wei Qi looked at the hairpin and suddenly smiled. "Don't be nervous. I'm not angry with you.
"You can go now."
You don't need this anymore."
"Yes."
"Young master, you just returned. I'll prepare some water for your bath. Zhan Chun is in the small kitchen."
"All right."
Qi Xia bowed, and then turned to leave. After Wei Qi and the others left, he finally approached the dressing table to look. He opened the box and checked, but didn't find anything unusual. Wei Qi looked up again, seeming thoughtful. Yu Ji heard that Wei Qi had returned and soon came over from Man's side. "Why did you come back so early today?" Wei Qi was leaning on the side bed reading. When she entered, he closed his book and sat up. "This time my second brother and the others went on a campaign without me."
Yu Ji was surprised.
"What's going on?" Wei Qi explained the situation in Liaoxian. Yu Ji finally relaxed a little. "Your injury isn't fully healed yet. Rest more."
Wei Qi smiled.
"Everyone knows you care about me." Yu Ji blushed. "That's normal. Don't say silly things." Wei Qi said, "What's wrong with talking privately?" Yu Ji didn't reply, and let him be. Zhan Chun came in to serve lunch, smiling. "Third master is back." Perfect timing. Today's fish is very fresh. Miss, you should drink more soup. This afternoon I'll make fish dumplings. Fish dumplings? Wei Qi found it interesting and looked at Yuji. Yes, Miss really likes them. Yuji said, You and Qi Xia should go eat now. Okay. After Zhan Chun left, Wei Qi suddenly asked, You're very thoughtful with those two maids. Did you give them their monthly allowance? Yuji gently coughed twice. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Just curious. Of course they get it. Even if they hadn't before, their mother would give it to them this month. She's always kind to her servants.
Wei Qi smiled.
So they're not short of money? Yuji put down her spoon, curious. You're really strange. Why are you asking about them today? I just feel they're getting older. As maids from a wealthy family, don't they think about their own futures? Yuji's expression grew more puzzled. What's wrong? Are you asking about their marriage?
Wei Qi hesitated.
Why do you think that? Then why are you asking? Wei Qi fell silent. All right, yes, someone is asking. Who? Just a soldier. You wouldn't know him. Yuji looked at him with a complex expression. Of course, it's important to consider. But Zhan Chun and Qi Xia are different from other servants. To me, they're almost like family. I want to choose good husbands for them. If they don't want to leave, our Yu family can support them for life.
Wei Qi nodded. Got it.
This isn't a game.
Exactly.
Wei Qi smiled and scooped a piece of fish for her. Eat up. Pretend I didn't ask. Yuji slowly responded, You eat too. Wei Yuan is about to set out on a campaign. This time, it's not to fight bandits or seize wealth, but to openly compete for dominance over the land. Last time, Wei Qi obtained an unjust fortune of 30,000 taels of silver from the Ge family. This large sum is a good opportunity to increase the army and manpower. Wei Yuan leads 1,000 soldiers, all tough men from the Wei family stables. Wei Qi goes to see him off. The two brothers stand at the city gate. Wei Yuan pats his brother's shoulder and says, Don't worry, Mr. Li's arrangements have their purpose. Wei Qi nods and replies, I understand. Yuji also approaches. Brother-in-law, once I return and heal my wounds, we can have a good archery and horseback riding contest. Wei Qi laughs heartily. I'll be waiting for you, big brother. Yuji also smiles, then turns to mount his horse. Wei Qi stays at the city gate, watching the team ride away until they are out of sight, then slowly descends from the wall. Just as he steps down, Chao Dashishi rushes over from nearby. Third young master, I've been watching all day and found out. Chao Dashishi leans in and whispers a few words into Wei Qi's ear. Wei Qi's expression gradually turns colder. Understood. Third young master, what are your plans? Wei Qi replies, No need to alert the enemy. Just follow my plan. But, isn't that too obvious? Will they take the bait? Wei Qi pats his shoulder and says, The more obvious, the bigger the bait, and the easier it is to see her true goal. Yes, I understand. I'll go handle it right away. Ever since the family brought home this little wolf pup, Wei Qi found it a separate yard to live in. After all, Yuji is pregnant now, and it wouldn't be good to scare her. However, Xing Chun is truly intelligent. After just a few days of training, it became very disciplined. It can accurately judge who is in charge of the house, and naturally, it is very loyal to Wei Qi, but even more so to the lady of the house. Yuji noticed that this little wolf pup is more protective of her than Rui Bao. Whenever she is within its sight, even a slight breeze or movement makes Xing Chun show its teeth and growl at any potential danger. Then it looks back at Yuji to make sure she's safe, before returning to its cage. After doing this several times, Yuji became curious about the little creature. Dashishi, bring Xing Chun over. Third madam. Yuji says, It's okay. You hold it, I'll pet it through the cage.
Kau dah sisi agvet?
Star was gently brought over, and Zhan Chun held her breath beside Yuji. Mississippi Yuji felt a little nervous too, but she thought that at this moment, the little wolf cub and puppy were quite similar. She trusted Wei Qi, so she gently reached out and stroked the silver-white fur. Star seemed to sense this and lay quietly in the cage. Although the female owner's touch made its ears stand up, it still stayed lying down, purring comfortably in its throat. Yuji was happy. This little thing is very understanding. She liked it, but she wouldn't take risks. She just stroked it a couple of times through the cage and then asked Chao Dashi to take it away.
Chao Dashi is my.
Once this wolf is trained, it will be a good helper in the future. Yuji nodded. Wolves are very loyal. Third Aunt Yao Yao and Daliang finished school and ran back quickly. They heard that third uncle had brought back a wolf again, and the cubs were very excited. Yuji smiled. School is over? The cubs were now taking classes at Song's house, and Yentai had also come back with them. Yes, it's over. Third aunt, the lessons are so hard lately. Yao Yao can't understand them. It's okay if you don't understand.
Just ask Yentai.
Yao Yao glanced at Yentai and nodded. Yentai is really smart. He can follow everything the teacher says. Yentai rubbed his nose. If you don't understand something, I'll explain it again later. Tomorrow, I want to see Star. Is that okay? Yuji smiled. Of course, go ask Uncle Dashi. Chao Dashi also smiled. Come over and see, but don't reach out your hand. The wolf cub recognizes its owner and is friendly to Yuji, but that doesn't mean it's friendly to others, especially these children. He needs to watch carefully. Yuji also stood up, planning to visit her mother and second sister-in-law. Chi Xia was in the kitchen, smiling. Miss, I'll watch the soup. You and Zhang Chun go ahead. Yuji nodded. Chao Dashi was playing with the children and looked inside when he heard her. When no one was in the main courtyard, Chi Xia wiped her hands and slowly went inside from the kitchen. When the house was rebuilt, there was a spacious study in the southwest corner. Usually Wei Qi and Yuji read there, mostly Yuji. Recently, Wei Qi also came sometimes. Important things were placed on the desk, like the map from the tomb last time. Right now, Wei Qi's desk had the route that Wei Yuan and Yuji took to Jing'an County, which Li Yuanzhou and they discussed and finalized. A figure quietly looked around, quickly took out some paper, and carefully copied the drawing. Then, they quickly hid it in there and silently left the study. In the garden, a few young ones had long stopped looking at the stars. They were swinging. Suddenly, Dazhang looked back and asked, Hey? Where did Uncle Dashi go? The Inkstone also noticed and looked around, saying, He probably took Xingqian back. Come on, we've played enough. It's time to eat. Wei Qi only returned from the army in the afternoon and went straight to the study upon entering the house. Chao Dashi suddenly appeared from somewhere and whispered a few words into Wei Qi's ear, who nodded in response. Yuji also came back and looked at the others with some surprise. Why did you go straight to the study when you got back? Chao Dashi turned and left. Wei Qi smiled and said, I thought you were here. Yuji pursed his lips and smiled. I went to second sister-in-law's place. Look at all the little clothes and shoes she made for the children. They're so adorable. Wei Qi walked over to take a look and laughed. Indeed, second sister-in-law is very thoughtful. Yuji stored the items away, thought for a moment, and asked, Should I send something to second sister-in-law? What do you think I should give her? Wei Qi had no idea and could only say, A painting? You already drew one for Man before. Yuji replied, That's nice, but it's a bit too uniform. I'll think of something else. It's impossible to expect a man to think of this. Wei Qi nodded with a smile. Looking at Yu's face, Wei Qi suddenly said, I might not come back tomorrow night. I'll stay overnight at Haifeng village. Yu was startled. Is something wrong again?
Wei Qi smiled.
Nothing serious. Big brother just came by, and we're short-handed. I'll go help. Second brother went on a campaign, so there's nothing to worry about. Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Wei Qi immediately leaned in and kissed her. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Yu asked, Are you sure nothing's wrong? You're not lying to me, right? Wei Qi's heart ached. Of course not. Yu thought for a moment and nodded. All right, come back early. Wei Qi reached out and gently ruffled her hair, trying to hide the pain in his heart. Today, his poison was acting up more frequently, and it was no longer at the wound, but spreading inward. His chest hurt. The antidote had to be taken immediately. Uncle Lee said it couldn't be delayed any longer.
He could only think of this plan.
As for the thief at home, Wei Qi glanced at the items on the table. Do you want that? Since he had obtained it, it probably wouldn't act rashly for now. Last time Wei Qi tested the medicine, it seemed she didn't want to hurt anyone, but her strange behavior was obvious. Wei Qi set a trap, just watching to see if the big fish would jump in on its own. The couple stayed in the study for a while before going to the main hall to eat with their parents. Wei Yong also took people into the city. The Black Wind Village needs Wei family men to guard it. Mrs. He will leave early tomorrow morning to go back home. The old house in Flower Bell Village is now empty. They asked the village chief to watch over it. Yeoman County is now the biggest mountain gate in this area. As long as Yeoman County is safe, Flower Bell Village is not in danger. Before leaving, the village chief confidently pounded his chest and told Wei Qi not to worry. He promised to protect the villagers and be a strong support for the Wei family, even if it cost him his old bones. The whole family has moved to the county town now. Wei mother took a sip of soup and suddenly said, "When second brother comes back, we'll slaughter a pig." Wei Man exclaimed, "Is it one we raised at home?" Wei mother cares about those piglets more than anything and is willing to kill them. Wei mother smiled. "When I first started raising pigs, I just wanted to sell them for money. But now my sons are grown up, and we don't need money. So let's kill a pig and eat it ourselves. The preserved meat for the new year is almost gone. We make too much every day." Wei Man laughed. "No choice, your sons are capable, but they can really eat." Wei mother tapped her head. "You're not much better. Your clothes are tight again. Eat less." Wei Man sighed. The next evening, Wei Qi was about to go to Black Wind Village. After dinner, Wei Qi prepared to leave. Wei mother said, "Take these things to your older brother. If he has time tomorrow, tell him to come back." Wei Qi replied, "Okay, I understand." Before leaving, he looked deeply at Yuji. Yuji stood at the door waving goodbye. Wei Qi smiled at his wife, then turned to mount his horse. Wei family didn't know exactly what he was going to do. Only Chao Dashishi knew. But this time, Wei Qi didn't ask him to come along. He only took Xiao Ping'an. When the three reached the village entrance, Wei Qi turned back and said, "Dashishi, go back." Chao Dashishi looked worried and asked, "Third master, maybe I should come with you?" Wei Qi said, "No, you stay and watch the house." If nothing was wrong at home, he would let him come. But now, that wasn't the case. Chao Dashishi understood and sighed, "All right." His eyes showed some pain. Recently, the third master was carrying too much on his shoulders. As men, Wei Qi was annoyed by his worried look and said with a smile, "Hurry up and go." Chao Dashi then slowly and leisurely let out a sigh and turned back. Wei Qi, who was detoxing, didn't really go into the valley but went to Li's private estate instead. So he also gave a reason to Wei Yong. After checking the mountain and leaving some items, he planned to leave again. He patted Wei Yong on the shoulder and said, "There are some things in the city. Big brother, I'll trouble you." Wei Yong replied, "All right. I'm already enjoying myself here. You go ahead and do your thing." He also patted his younger brother's arm. Suddenly, Wei Qi let out a muffled groan. Wei Yong was startled. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Wei Qi pursed his lips. That familiar pain returned. "It's nothing serious. I'll go now." Wei Qi didn't stay any longer. Wei Yong watched his brother's back and felt a bit worried. Outside the estate, when Wei Qi arrived, Li Yuanzhou was already waiting. Seeing Wei Qi's pale face, Li Yuanzhou immediately asked, "Are you feeling unwell again?" Wei Qi forced a smile, but his back was already soaked with sweat. "Hurry inside. Your father-in-law is on his way." "Father-in-law is coming too?"
Li Yuanzhou smiled.
"How could I not have someone with you?" Wei Qi pressed his lips together. "Thank you very much." After a moment, Yu Huai arrived. The servant beside Li Yuanzhou said, "Master Yu, they've already started inside." Yu Huai nodded. "I'll wait here." The door was tightly shut. Li Yuanzhou was indeed beginning to detoxify. Wei Qi was immersed in a large medicinal bath, eyes closed, with veins bulging on his forehead. Li Yuanzhou had already moved behind him, ready to give acupuncture. After Wei Qi left, Yu Ji returned to his room to continue reading and painting. Recently, life was peaceful, family was reunited, and his mind gradually settled. During the day, he embroidered a wedding dress with Man, then returned to his room to practice calligraphy and painting. Occasionally, he also did some sewing. Before bed, Jean Chun served him a bowl of bird's nest soup, then soaked his feet to warm his body. Today was no different. Sitting alone in the second room, Yuji suddenly felt that the stars in the yard seemed a bit restless. Usually, it was very quiet at this time, but today it suddenly shouted anxiously, which surprised everyone in the yard. Jean Chun hurriedly asked, "Dashi, what's going on?" Chao Dashi had already arrived and held the cage. "Miss Jean Chun, don't worry. Tonight is a full moon. It might be a little restless. I'll take it somewhere else so it won't disturb Third Lady." Jean Chun nodded.
All right.
"Be careful yourself." Yuji naturally heard the conversation and asked, "Are the stars okay?" "I think it looks spirited, so it should be fine." Yuji nodded. Sometimes animals are like that. She didn't take it to heart. Chao Dashishi took the cage to the backyard and patted Xingchen's head. "All right, I know you're worried about Third Master. I am too, but we must protect this home, understand?"
Meow.
"You're really clever. Here, eat some dried meat." Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the side yard, in Wei Qi's detox room. He seemed to be in great pain, and sounds of crashing could be heard. Yu Huai was sitting in the courtyard and immediately rushed to the door. "What's going on?" Li Yuanzhou also looked anxious. "Bring some rope."
Rope?
Everyone was shocked. It wasn't a detox, so why did they need rope? But no one dared delay, so they quickly brought it over.
Master.
"The rope is here." The door opened. Li Yuanzhou quickly caught it, and with a bang, the door slammed shut again. Soon after, loud roars came from inside, Wei Qi's voice. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. When Li Yuanzhou came out, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Yu Huai asked what happened. Li Yuanzhou looked exhausted. "Brother Yu, this poison is very strong. I was careless." He opened and closed his lips, and only then did the people in the yard understand. If they forced the poison out with brute force, it might damage his roots. It's extremely sneaky. And the detox process is very painful, which is why Wei Qi was screaming so loudly. Li Yuanzhou said, "This is wolf venom. It shouldn't be here. It's from the western regions. How can this be? Is there a way to detox?" Yu Huai's face also changed. Li Yuanzhou shook his head. "For now, we can only stabilize him. My skills aren't enough. To fully detox, we probably need to go to the western regions for a solution." Yu Huai's expression turned very grim, and he was silent for a while. "It's my fault. I owe him an apology. If only Zhua knew about this, I don't know how much of it would be." Li Yuanzhou sighed. "Our carelessness in entering the tomb is what caused this. Complaining now is useless. I will do my best. Brother Yu, you also need to quickly catch that traitor." Hearing this, Yu Huai lowered his eyes. He had been investigating carefully these days and, in fact, had some clues. "Master, Third Master is awake." A servant came to report, interrupting Yu Huai's thoughts. The two immediately got up and went into the room. "Son-in-law, how are you?" At this moment, Yu Huai's concern for Wei Qi was genuine. At first, when they met, he was somewhat bothered by Wei Qi's identity. But after spending time together, that feeling had long since vanished. Wei Qi was still weak, but he said, "Father-in-law, I am fine." Li Yuanzhou stepped forward and said, "I don't want to hide from you. You have wolf venom, and it can't be cured quickly." Wei Qi was surprised. "Brother, are you saying this poison could kill me?" "Not exactly. I can hold it off, but every month during the full moon, you'll suffer this pain. If you can endure it, this month will pass, and I will find an antidote for you as soon as possible." Wei Qi understood, once a month. He glanced at the full moon outside the window, his throat moving several times. "If that's the case, I might need to trouble you, father-in-law, to pretend every month and hide it from you." Liao County. Prince and soldiers had already moved south. Pei Zihui's attempt to persuade surrender failed, but they wouldn't let him leave unscathed. All of the Pei family and the guards had prepared fully outside the city gates, which were crowded with soldiers. Pei Zihui was standing on the city wall, looking out. An eagle flew quickly onto the tower. "Sir." The eagle approached and whispered something into Pei Zihui's ear. Pei Zihui's eyes flickered. "Zheng'an County?" "Yes, they've arrived." He smiled slightly. "Uncle Li's plan is indeed thorough. I didn't expect that." The eagle took a letter from his chest and handed it over. Pei Zihui glanced at it briefly. "Did she send this?"
"Yes."
Pei Zihui smiled. "I underestimated her." He reached out and took the letter. "So, what do you think? Is it reliable?" Pei Zihui asked. The eagle replied, "My lord, I believe it is trustworthy. It matches what we learned about Wei Yuan's whereabouts." Pei Zihui handed him the letter. "In that case, go ahead." "Sir, if I go now, what about you?" "Father's army of 20,000 will arrive tomorrow." "You don't need to worry." "Yes. I will not fail the mission." The eagle turned and left. Ahe stepped forward and whispered, "Sir, where are you sending the eagle?" "I don't understand." Pei Zihui said, "The Li family wants to take Zheng'an County. Wei Yuan and Yu Ji are leading troops there." "Zheng'an? Isn't that a small place? Why bother?" Pei Zihui explained, "You don't understand. Though small, it's a key location. From the southwest, it leads directly to Liao County. Their soldiers are good at mountain climbing, and they can arrive in a day." Ahe was shocked. "You mean they want to sneak attack you?" Pei Zihui thought for a moment and said, "The Li family probably wouldn't go that far, but I think they want to connect with Yong'an and Ning'an through Zheng'an County to form a united front. Even if I take Liaoxian, they can still block me outside, which would help establish a backup for King'an. If I lose, then even better, inside and outside, they will work together to completely drive me away." Ahe was shocked and said, "My lord, you've been in Suzhou for so many days and haven't reported Yu's family, or the Li family. Yet they are treating you like this." Pei Zihui smiled and replied, "It's my own decision. Even if I submit a report, what do you think the court can do? Plus, now with the national mourning." Ahe felt a chill run down his spine. His master really is risking everything alone in a dangerous situation. Pei Zihui's expression also grew serious. "All right, don't be so discouraged. Things have come to this point. We can only face them. And there might still be a chance. Just now, Flying Eagle brought a route map of Wei Yuan and his group. I've set ambushes along the way. The Wei family might not be able to pass through." Ahe breathed a sigh of relief. "That's wonderful. When you first sent..." He stopped mid-sentence and quickly corrected himself. "Sorry, I spoke too much." Pei Zihui calmly said, "Actually, that wasn't entirely my intention."
Yuji didn't sleep well last night.
When she woke up, she had faint dark circles under her eyes. Zhang Chun saw this when she helped her with her makeup early in the morning. "Mississippi, why didn't you sleep well again?" Zhang Chun asked with concern. Yuji smiled. "It's nothing. I slept well the past few days. It rained last night, so it was a bit noisy. Go check if Wei Qi has returned." Zhang Chun smiled and said, "So you're worried about Third Master. I'll go now." Just as Zhang Chun finished speaking, Qi Xia entered. She smiled and brought in a new set of clothes, saying, "Miss, it's rainy today. Wear an extra layer. I saw this set in your storeroom." Yuji turned to look and was surprised. "When did these clothes get made?" Zhang Chun also looked and hesitated.
This
was a gift from Lord Pei when he visited. He also gave clothes?" Yuji was amazed. Zhang Chun walked over and took the clothes. "Yes, but I've already stored them in the storeroom." She looked at Qi Xia and said, "Don't wear this anymore. Go get the light lake blue cloak." Qi Xia lowered her eyes.
"Yes."
Zhang Chun took the clothes away. "Miss, I'll be right back." Yuji didn't think much of it. In the corridor, Zhang Chun pulled Qi Xia aside and whispered, "What are you doing? Why did you bring out this set of clothes?" Qi Xia pursed her lips.
"Sister, I don't know.
I just think it looks nice." Zhang Chun looked at her suspiciously and asked, "I placed it at the back of the storeroom. When did you go to look for it?" "We've moved back to the Wei residence. I organized these things together." Sister Chun, I really don't know. Jean Chun was silent for a moment before asking, let me ask you, when I was tidying my jewelry box this morning, I saw that peony hairpin. Was that also yours? Chi Xia's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Yes, it was me. I forgot that it was given by Lord Pei. I saw it while organizing the storeroom, and thought Miss liked peonies the most, so I… Jean Chun interrupted, you're so careless. Did you forget Mrs. instructions to hide it at the very back? I really don't remember. That hairpin was sent over on the same day Chi Xia just returned. When Yu Ji ordered it to be put away, Jean Chun went to handle it, so she believed her explanation. Don't touch these clothes and that hairpin. Miss doesn't want to see them. Chi Xia asked sister.
Why?
Is it because the young master will be angry? But these things are all nice. Lord Pei is already engaged, and there's no other meaning. Jean Chun thought about the time when Lord Pei and Third Master fought at the Li residence. She still clearly remembered Lord Pei's words. She pressed her lips together and said, in any case, Miss only cares about Third Master now. These things will only cause trouble. Don't do this again in the future. And don't mention Lord Pei in front of Mississippi. Do you understand?
Kixia nodded. All right.
Sister Chun, I really didn't know about these things when I just returned. Thank you. Jean Chun responded softly. Always observe more and think more. Okay. Jean Chun took the clothes to the storeroom, and Chi Xia clenched her hands nervously. She was about to go to the kitchen when suddenly Granny Lu arrived.
Kixia.
Granny Lu stood at the courtyard gate without coming closer, startling Chi Xia. Why are you here, Granny? Chi Xia smiled at her. Granny Lu was naturally someone close to Madame Yu and loyal to the Yu family. She never abandoned them during their hardships. Now, she looked much older. You and I need to go back to the residence. Madame wants to see you, Granny Lu said. Chi Xia was stunned. I haven't finished the soup for Miss yet. You come now. I've already told the main lady of the Wei family that you don't need to worry about Mississippi. Chi Xia looked inside the house, and then slowly nodded. Yuji had been waiting inside for a long time when Jean Chun finally returned. Where is Chi Xia? Jean Chun looked around but didn't see Chi Xia. She frowned slightly, then quickly relaxed. She probably went out to get something. Miss, I will help you with your makeup.